A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing glasses, stood outside the door. I approached him and inquired, "And the one you're looking for? May I ask who you are?" He scrutinized me for a moment before stepping inside. "Little Jie, do you not recognize me? I once held you in my arms when you were a child, and you complained that my beard was prickly. Who are you?" I asked, feeling a vague familiarity, a hazy recollection that eluded me. He removed his hat, revealing a sparse crown of hair. "I'm your Uncle Lu. Does that ring a bell?" "Uncle Lu," I exclaimed, slapping my forehead. "Ah, you're back. It's been nearly 20 years since we last met." I quickly ushered him in to take a seat and instructed Xiao Hong to fetch some beer and lamb skewers for us. Once Xiao Hong had left, Uncle Lu adjusted his glasses and surveyed the shop. "So, you become a little boss now. How's business?" "I imagine it's not easy." "You're quite blunt." "It's manageable," I replied, taking a seat myself. "Manageable?" He chuckled. "As long as you're getting by, that's what matters. Your business, while not profitable, allows you just enough to eat. Am I right?" His words held a grain of truth, and I could only force a smile in response. "Uncle Lu, after you disappeared for over 20 years, where have you been? Why have you returned now?" "That's not for you to inquire about. When it's time to leave, one leaves. When it's time to return, one returns. Let me ask you, what did old Master Qi leave you when he departed?" He fixed his gaze upon me. Nothing." Uncle Lu smiled with a hint of darkness. "You think you can play tricks on me? Didn't old Master pass down the plum blossom lock to you?" "No. If you won't admit it, there's little I can do. I'm merely asking. Tell me, little Jie, with your business so desolate, haven't you considered any alternatives?" He donned his glasses. "What alternatives could I possibly consider? I lack any other skills." He glanced outside and leaned closer to me. "Little Jie, I have returned with a purpose, and if you fulfill it, you need not live this hand-to-mouth existence any longer." "What do you mean by that?" "I don't appreciate such talk," I retorted, feeling uneasy. "Uncle speaks, plainly don't take offense. I'm here to assist you." He paused for emphasis. "How much have you learned from old Master Qi?" I hesitated. "Not much." Uncle Lu pondered for a moment. "Since old Master had something to say back then, it must be significant. This matter is for you to handle." "What can I possibly handle?" His mysterious demeanor made me uncomfortable. A car passed outside, and Uncle Lu glanced at it before leaning in closer. "Tomorrow at noon, in room 309 at Hongbin Tower, we'll be waiting for you. We shall discuss matters in detail then. I must leave now as that girl is returning." He rose to depart, and without saying much more, I followed him to the door. He turned back and said, "Little Jie, tomorrow is important. Do not engage with that girl tonight. Remember?" "Ah, you've misunderstood. She's just my waitress." I was at a loss for words. The following noon, I arrived at the appointed gathering, where in addition to Uncle Lu, there was a young woman. Uncle Lu made a brief introduction, stating that she was from Beijing and named Li Shuang. "Zeng Jie is the sole heir of old Master Qi." Uncle Lu began as we settled in. "Miss Li, please share an overview of your family situation. He is the only one who can assist you now." Li Shuang's gaze was laden with skepticism, yet she appeared unable to disregard her doubts. "Can he truly manage, given his youth?" "I fail to comprehend your doubts. If you believe I am inadequate, then why summon me? My establishment is bustling, and I must take my leave." I began to rise, but old Uncle Lu promptly restrained me. "Sit down. Allow me to finish my thoughts." Reluctantly, I resumed my seat, casting a glance at Li Shuang, who regarded me with a hint of trepidation. "Am I truly so fearsome?" "Miss Li, one must not judge by appearances. Reflect on this. When old Master Qi, as he was known, assisted your grandfather, he too was merely in his mid-30s. Do not let youth deceive you. Zeng Jie possesses remarkable abilities, having inherited the authentic teachings of old Master Qi. Within our circle, his reputation is well established. Should you lack faith in him, I cannot assist you further. You may need to seek guidance elsewhere." His flattery, laden with references to authentic teachings, and our circle nearly provoked a laugh from me. How did I, a mere proprietor of a cold drink shop, attain the status of a sage? Li Shuang nodded. "I apologize, Mr. Zeng. Please allow me to share the story of my family." Clearing her throat, she began her narrative. Her voice was soft and fragmented, and I focused intently as the tale of old Master Qi gradually unfolded. Before liberation, in the bustling area of Dashalon in Beiping, a southern businessman named Long rented a shop and expended considerable sums to invite the renowned Master Zeng, known as Qi, to assess the Feng Shui. After meticulously arranging the premises, Master Zeng collected his fee and, upon leaving, encountered a middle-aged man fleeing from famine, trembling with his wife and child. Master Zeng turned to Long and remarked, "You must keep this man, he shall one day save your life." He then regarded the child with a sigh and a shake of his head. Long, perhaps oblivious to the significance of this detail, retained the middle-aged man, inquiring about his name. The man, identifying himself as Li, claimed he had none. Those who knew him called him Li Jie, while his son beside him was named Li Shun. The Li family of three settled into Long's establishment. The parents toiled, while young Li Shun undertook various chores. Following the establishment of the new China, Long's modest eatery transitioned to a cooperative, elevating the Li couple to the working class, and Li Shun commenced his education. In early 1966, Master Zeng arrived in Beijing and took residence with the Long family. He urged Long to prepare for an immediate departure from the city. Warning of impending calamity, Long hesitated, reluctant to abandon the fruits of his labor. With no other recourse, Master Zeng planned to stay the night before departing. However, the following day, he fell ill, and this sickness lingered for months. In May, the Cultural Revolution commenced, and Master Zeng's health had improved significantly. Yet, before he could depart, Long was denounced for his past as a military intelligence officer. The rebels stormed the Long residence, capturing Long for public humiliation, led by none other than Li Shun, who recognized Master Zeng at once. "This is a Feng Shui master, a charlatan, do not let him escape." For an entire week, Long endured daily denunciations, ultimately collapsing during one such session. While Master Zeng was also mercilessly beaten alongside him, Li Jie, an honest and frank man, could no longer endure the situation. He charged forward and struck Li Shun, sending him spinning. "Beast! Without the Long family and Mr. Qi, our family would have starved to death long ago. What sin have I committed to bear such an ungrateful wretch as you? How dare he insult the revolutionary? You strike him. The revolution is for the public good. Comrade Li Shun is a valiant soldier of Chairman Mao. You must draw a clear line between yourself and this reactionary dog of a father. Beat the reactionary lackey." Before Li Shun could utter a word, a group of rebels surged forth, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, ultimately sending Li Jie tumbling off the stage, his head striking a piece of broken brick. Poor Li Jie met his untimely demise. Upon realizing that a life had been lost, the leading rebels were struck with fear and quickly retreated. Li Shun stood in shock, gazing at the now silent revolutionary crowd, a foolish smile creeping upon his face. "He is not my father, he is a counter-revolutionary, deserving of death." In the wake of Li Jie's death, the rebels decided to lay low for a few days to avoid scrutiny. Li Shun's mother, overwhelmed with grief, fell into a state of perpetual silence. Regret washed over Li Shun as he realized the gravity of his actions. He gifted several valuable antiques he had seized from the Long family to the leaders of the rebels, securing their favor and secretly smuggling both Boss Long and Mr. Qi out of Beijing. Boss Long, preoccupied with his family's safety, fled alone to Hunan to seek refuge with his brother. Mr. Qi, too, planned to return to his hometown. In that moment, Li Shun grasped Mr. Qi's arm and knelt before him. "What is this?" "Sir, I'm a beast, not a human," Li Shun lamented, slapping his own face in distress. "You once said my father could save Boss Long's life, and now it has come to this. You and Boss Long once rescued our entire family, and I have repaid kindness with enmity." He continued to chastise himself. "This is all fate. Now the great eagle spreads its wings over a sea of red. And you, too, are a victim of circumstance." Let be Mr. Qi sighed. "I once advised Boss Long to take your family in. Reflecting on it now, I feel somewhat remorseful towards the Long family. Sir, I humbly beseech you please help me select a burial site for my father. I may be a wretch, but my father lived a life of honesty and has never enjoyed a moment of fortune." Li Shun wept. "Well," Mr. Qi pondered for a moment, "my words led to the downfall of the Long family, and I shall likely carry that burden for life. Hey, race, what I propose. I can help you choose a blessed resting place for your father. Beside this site, I will create a scheme for you. ensuring that your family's fortunes flourish. However, this is only a temporary arrangement. In 40 years, you must seek out the descendants of the Long family, enter their ancestors within this scheme, and share half of your accumulated wealth with them. If you can fulfill this, I shall assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shun replied, agreed. I will see it through. Mr. Qi nodded. I know of a place in the northern outskirts of the capital. Let us explore it together. 10 days later, all matters concluded. The injuries sustained by Master Zeng had intensified, necessitating his return to his homeland for recuperation. He urged Li Shun not to forget the vow and entrusted him with a token, stating, only my descendants can unravel this mystery. In the future, should you seek my heirs with this token, if they assist you, it signifies that your lineage shall not perish. Conversely, if they refuse, then your descendants must accept their fate and bear the consequences of your actions. Li Shuang paused, gazing at me with a look of profound pity. My grandfather swiftly prospered thereafter, and our family business flourished. 2 years ago marked the 40th anniversary, but since last year, my grandparents' health has deteriorated, and business has plummeted. Before my grandfather's passing, he finally located the descendants of the Long family. Yet he could not find Master Zeng. In desperation, he summoned several renowned Feng Shui masters from the capital to examine the grave, but they all refused to engage. 3 months ago, one brave soul attempted it. However, he fainted halfway through, declaring he would have no further involvement. Strangely, after his attempt, my father and brother both fell ill with inexplicable ailments that the hospital could not diagnose. Eventually, we sought the assistance of Mr. Liu, who said Li Shuang was overcome with emotion, her voice breaking. I glanced at Uncle Liu. Xiao Jizi, only you can resolve this. If you turn a blind eye, her family faces utter ruin. Do you not feel compelled to assist such a pitiable maiden? He shot me a knowing glance and stepped on my foot. Master Zeng, I implore you, please help me. I am willing to pay any price. In her fervor, Li Shuang attempted to kneel before me. Wait. I quickly rose to prevent her, her sorrowful gaze causing an unsettling wave of embarrassment to wash over me. Does this mean you will help? I was at a loss for words, my heart racing with uncertainty. The pressure was palpable, compelling me to act without granting me the luxury of contemplation. I was oblivious as to whether I was being led to a duck's nest or the roasting furnace of Quanjude. Just as I hesitated, Uncle Liu interjected. Well, the token. All right. Li Shuang hastily retrieved a small box from her bag and opened it before me. Upon seeing the token within, I exclaimed, excellent. I shall give it a try. It was not merely me. Anyone in my position would feel compelled to acquiesce, for nestled within that box was a copper petal shaped like a plum blossom. Upon my agreement, both individuals sighed in relief. Thank you immensely, Mr. Zeng. When shall you set forth for Beijing? Li Shuang's voice trembled. Uncle Lao Lu interjected, suggesting he prepare for 2 days and depart the day after tomorrow. What say you, Zeng Jie? I pondered internally, realizing he had already spoken for me. I nodded, acknowledging my need to gather a few items that could return to find me in 2 days. On my journey home, I contemplated the words of 7th Master, who claimed my destiny commenced with this key. Could it truly pertain to this? Breaking a formation is no trivial matter. Zeng Jie, are you truly capable? In a moment of impulsive fervor, I agreed. What if I couldn't unravel it? The term formation refers to a grand geomantic arrangement. Items form the arrangement, and when the arrangement is complete, it can be disrupted. To dismantle such a formation, one must possess profound knowledge of yin and yang, as well as an understanding of the interplay between the tangible and the intangible. Thus, while many can establish a formation, few can dismantle it. As the ancient saying goes, breaking a formation is easy, dismantling a situation is difficult, for formations are dynamic while situations are living entities. The art of yin and yang is a circle. Breaking a situation is akin to a circle within a circle. In this smaller circle, the most renowned figures are from the South Zeng and North Qiu, known as Feng Weiling. The verse inscribed on the first page of the Zeng clan's mysterious record that 7th Master imparted to me reads, South Zeng, North Qiu. Feng Weiling, 3 times 3 decades turn the universe, disrupting the yin and yang formation of heaven and earth. 6-petal plum blossoms embody the rightful order. A mysterious record indicates a lineage within a particular discipline, and only those who have received the teachings may be included. My ancestor from the Tang dynasty, Zeng Xian, studied the Tao for 15 years at Longhu Mountain before being sent by his master to visit the Zixio Palace on Wudong Mountain. where he became a disciple of the reclusive Master Ma. The genealogy only notes his surname. Master Ma had a female disciple named Ling Yanba. Master Ma was adept in the art of yin and yang and the dismantling of formations in over 7 years. He imparted his knowledge to both Zeng Jie and Ling Yanba. Upon completing their studies, the two descended the mountain together, eventually marrying. After giving birth to their only son, Zeng Xiaowei, Ling Yanba resolutely departed, retreating into seclusion to pursue her spiritual path. Zeng Jie then adopted the name Zeng Yanji, settling in Hangzhou, Zhejiang, where he became a highly regarded geomancer. During the Ming Dynasty, Zeng Jie's descendant, Zeng Yi, was selected to join the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, where he met Xiu Yeluan, another esteemed master of the northern metaphysics. Their mutual admiration for each other led them to engage in deep discussions, nearly culminating in a formal apprenticeship. The Qiu family, inheritors of the Maoshan tradition and practitioners of the Shangqing school, formed a brotherhood with Zeng's lineage, thus earning the moniker South Zeng and North Qiu. As for Feng Ling, her connection is undoubtedly with our ancestral matriarch, Ling Yanba. Ling Yanba was wholly devoted to the Tao. Yet she transmitted her esoteric knowledge of yin and yang to her disciples, who continued the lineage under the surname Ling. This is the origin of Feng Ling. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the Zeng family migrated northward, and the legend of South Zeng, North Qiu, and Feng Ling has become obscure. Upon returning to the shop, I briefed Xia Hong, explaining that I was heading to Beijing to visit relatives, entrusting her with the store's affairs. I found her character commendable and trustworthy. After delegating the shop's responsibilities, I began to prepare the items necessary for dismantling the formation. The Big Dipper star flag, red cords, convex and concave bagua mirrors, a compass, a peachwood sword, ancient coins, 5 colored beans, and an agate raw stone. Suddenly, I realized my pair of yin and yang lions was missing. Xiaohong, who has entered my room. Xia Hong was quite occupied. My cousin visited yesterday afternoon for a brief respite. I hurriedly dialed the old donkey, making several attempts to reach him, but to no avail. It was only on the last call that he answered, sounding as if he had just awakened. Is there something you need, Zeng Jie? He inquired. Where are my yin-yang lions? Did you take them? I responded, somewhat irked. Oh, I had a dreadful nightmare the night before last, and I intended to come find you. Xiaohong mentioned you were out, and you didn't answer your phone. So I borrowed your pair of lions to ward off any ill fortune. I will return them in a couple of days. You must return them quickly. I have need of them. He retorted. You're so stingy. I'll return them in a couple of days. I'm going to sleep now. Without allowing further discussion, he abruptly ended the call, leaving me with no choice but to try again, only to find his phone switched off. This old donkey truly has no regard for our long-standing acquaintance of over a decade. I gathered my belongings into a backpack and set off to his residence. After a short taxi ride, I arrived at his lair. Upon attempting to enter, I found the door locked. However, it posed no challenge, for I possessed a key to his abode. Swiftly, I unlocked the door and made my way to his bed. The old donkey resided in a spacious one-bedroom apartment, where the living area seamlessly merged with the bedroom. He certainly knew how to indulge himself, aside from spending his meager salary on online gaming, cigarettes, and alcohol. His pride and joy was the lavish bed he had acquired. As I entered, he remained blissfully asleep. Frustrated, I approached and seized the foot of his blanket, yanking it away with a swift motion. To my astonishment, I was met with the sight of the old donkey, stark naked, sleeping soundly, while a naked girl beside him was startled awake, screaming in shock. I hastily tossed the blanket onto the bed and turned my back. The old donkey, disturbed from his slumber, squinted at me and, rubbing his eyes, pulled the blanket around himself. Zeng Jie, why did you just come in unannounced? You insufferable fool. How was I to notify you when your phone was off? Where are my lions? I replied, unceremoniously. The old donkey patted the girl's shoulder, reassuring her, no worries. This is my buddy, a good guy. He then quickly dressed and ambled over to his desk, retrieving my pair of copper lions. Look how anxious you are. Is it really necessary? I accepted the lions and examined them closely, relieved to find they were unharmed. I had commissioned these lions at a considerable expense, selecting auspicious dates for their crafting and nurturing them for over 3 months. I had hesitated to use them, and to my surprise, their inaugural outing had led them to the old donkey's lair. This is Xiaoyu, my online acquaintance. By the way, Zeng Jie, could you step outside for a moment to allow her to get dressed? The old donkey, half muffled by his cigarette, replied, all right, let us talk outside. I pulled the old donkey out the door. Buddy, I'll be heading to Beijing for a while. Please refrain from meddling with my belongings. You wouldn't know how to handle them anyway, and your audacity is quite remarkable. What has taken you to Beijing? He inquired. Never you mind. It's a matter of importance. I glanced at the lions. Are you going to adjust someone else's feng shui? His eyes lit up with curiosity. No, stop speculating. I must take my leave. Continue with your activities with Yume, and please convey my apologies. I began to pack the lions away, preparing to depart. Don't go just yet. He interjected, blocking my path. What about me? I often hear my father recount tales of Lord Qi from the past. I've always dreamed of meeting him. Oh, by the way, do you want to know what my nightmare was about the other night? I pushed his hand away. Intent on leaving. I dreamt that you were hunting ghosts, and I was there with you. He hurried after me. Listen to me. Go back to sleep. Why are you making such a fuss? I muttered to myself. 2 days later, a Volvo SUV arrived early outside, its occupants, Li Shuang and Uncle Lu, beckoning me to take the front passenger seat. I complied without hesitation, opening the door and settling in, fastening my seatbelt. Mr. Zeng exhibited commendable etiquette. Li Shuang's smile appeared somewhat forced, tinged with an air of obsequiousness. Nevertheless, life is one's own to navigate. I cast a glance at my modest shop. A sudden pang of nostalgia washing over me. The journey was silent, and around 9 in the evening, we arrived in Beijing. Li Shuang had reserved 2 luxurious suites at the Marriott for Uncle Lu and me. Xiao Jiezi, Uncle Lu is benefiting from your kindness, the middle-aged man remarked, patting my shoulder with a sense of gratitude. A wave of confusion washed over me. How had I been so unwittingly led by this so-called uncle, whom I had not seen in over 20 years, into this situation? Was it merely a dream? Mr. Zeng, once you and Mr. Lu have rested, I will come to escort you for dinner, Li Shuang said, her face betraying fatigue. Thank you, but I'm quite exhausted and do not wish to dine this evening. When shall we visit your home? I inquired, gazing at her. Li Shuang nodded. Indeed, you are quite astute, Mr. Zeng. Please rest well tonight. We shall go first thing tomorrow. Regarding your residence, I lack any relevant information. I would appreciate it if you could show me your ancestral grounds, your residence, and your primary enterprises over the next few days. Her expression faltered slightly. There are no issues with the properties in Beijing, but many of our family's assets are located elsewhere. It may take several months to review them all. We can focus on the main properties here in Beijing. Uncle Lu interjected, and what of my involvement? I believe it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself initially. This will aid in my assessment. For some reason, I felt averse to encountering Uncle Lu. That can be arranged. You may proceed with your evaluations, and I shall remain here, Uncle Lu responded, unperturbed by my tone. I accepted the room key that Li Shuang handed to me. Very well, then. I shall retire. As I opened the window to welcome the night breeze, I gazed at the resplendent nightscape of Beijing. My thoughts drifted to Chiyi. In this 4-9 city, a place of both chaos and charm, Chiyi would often squint through the smoke, savoring the bittersweet memories of this locale. I do not smoke, but I found myself squinting, uncertain whether it was anticipation or reminiscence that filled me. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, I discerned it was Li Shuang. I opened the door. Is there something you need? Mr. Zeng, please call me Zeng Jie. Mr. Sounds rather awkward. Very well. Earlier, you mentioned needing information. I remembered I have something for you. She handed me a large envelope. Are you truly not hungry? It's not that I lack appetite. I simply lack the motivation to go out and eat. I opened the envelope and glanced inside. It contained photographs and blueprints. That simplifies things. I shall summon some food to be brought up. See you shortly. With determination, she turned and departed. As I contemplated her absence, I refrained from stopping her and closed the door, taking a seat on the sofa to study the contents of the envelope. The initial few blueprints appeared to be architectural plans, likely for her family as properties. However, one hastily drawn sketch captured my attention. It depicted a valley with a winding stream, flanked by a steep hill on the left and a lower slope on the right. At the rear, a towering peak surged forth, resembling a longsword that soared above the smaller hills on either side, with a triangular mark nestled between the valley and the stream. I took a sheet of white paper and, using colorful threads and agate gemstones, I arranged a model according to my sketch. This represents the soaring serpent, the celestial ladder, and the Xuanwu Formation's heavenly book platform. There ought to be a floating cloud cauldron here. As I spoke to myself, the sketch in my mind transformed into a tangible landscape. Once my internal modeling was complete, I scrutinized the colorful threads and agate stones. They now formed a picture only I could comprehend. Alas, it still lacked something, otherwise, it would have been the azure dragon heralding the heavens. Suddenly, I felt invigorated. I hastily flipped through a few other photographs, all taken in her home, but due to my innate poor sense of direction, I could not discern any clues. The final image featured an elderly gentleman, seemingly in his 70s, seated in what appeared to be a study. Could this be the legendary Li Shun? Upon careful examination of the photograph's surroundings, it indeed seemed to be a study, elegantly adorned, resplendent yet imbued with antiquity. Rubbing my eyes, I extracted a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. On the desk, besides a brush holder, an ink stone, and several bound books, there lay an ancient tablecloth, beneath which seemed to be a curvilinear pattern. Leaning back on the sofa in contemplation, I found little discernible from the photograph. Yet I harbored a peculiar premonition that it held profound secrets. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Li Shuang entered, slightly apologetic, carrying a large plastic bag. I wasn't too sure what you like to eat, so I just picked a few of my favorites. Please make do. I wasn't particularly picky. Aside from beef and carp, I had no other restrictions. My thoughts remained fixated on the photograph. Li Shuang efficiently set 4 dishes and a soup on the small table in the parlor, explaining, I didn't order anything too pungent, as I didn't want to disturb your rest. I joined her at the table. Miss Li, I remarked. Just call me Li Shuang. She replied with a smile. Arranging disposable cups, plates, and chopsticks. You work quite efficiently. It's rare for a young lady of your stature to be so capable. What do you mean by young lady? She chuckled, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Can you drink? She inquired, looking at me. Not anymore, let us eat. I was genuinely famished and quickly began to devour my meal. Li Shuang stared at me for a while, and I gestured for her to join in. She smiled and picked up her chopsticks to feast alongside me. We should speak little while dining. That's what Master Zeng taught. After finishing, she tidied up and said, Zeng Jie, you should rest. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. I stood to see her off, and as we reached the door, I grasped her arm. Li Shuang, I want to see the dragon tattoo on you. She looked surprised. How did you know? Isn't there one? Li Shuang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Is it convenient for me to see? I felt somewhat embarrassed, knowing the tattoo's location might be quite sensitive. Must I show you? She asked, clearly shy. I suspect every member of the Li family has a dragon tattoo, right? I endeavored to keep my tone light. Yes, indeed, she replied, gazing at me. Then I want to look, but we must hurry. Let us meet at 5 in the morning to set off. You want to be able to go to Fudi the day after tomorrow. I can't go? She seemed puzzled. The day after tomorrow, your Tian Kuei will arrive. You cannot visit such places. Noting her lack of understanding, I added, it means your period is approaching. Li Shuang was quite forthright. Indeed, the timing is about right. Did you discern that from my countenance? Does it truly matter? Please, I wish to rest. As I glanced at the clock, it read 11:15. It seemed I had indeed found the right person. Li Shuang exhaled in relief. See you tomorrow. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. The sketch repeatedly flashed through my mind, accompanied by a familiar yet enigmatic voice. The Azure Dragon reports to the Celestial Bureau, one of the 6 celestial divisions. Guiding the serpent into the black tortoise, ascending the heavenly ladder while offering the cloud cauldron, traversing the realms of light and shadow, breaking the yin to restore the yang. The following day, Li Shuang arrived early to collect me. I closed my eyes in the car, utterly fatigued. After dozing off a couple of times, we reached the entrance of her villa. The atmosphere was tense, as a crowd of men and women awaited us at the door. Upon my exit from the vehicle, all eyes abruptly converged upon me, their gazes laced with anxiety, hesitation, disdain, skepticism, and an array of what appeared to be both respect and curiosity. Zeng Jie, what is your rank among your generation? Li Shuang inquired quietly. I calculated and responded, among our 11 cousins, I am the 7th. What are you all staring at? This is Zeng Jie, so address him properly. Li Shuang declared, her tone that of a lady of distinction, shedding the caution and trepidation of the previous day. Her voice elevated in pitch. Zeng Jie, they exclaimed in unison, before murmuring among themselves, didn't they say Zeng Jie was over 80? How can he appear so youthful? Has he reversed aging? Truly remarkable. Look at someone in their 80s, yet they seem under 30. Before I could elucidate, Li Shuang ushered me inside. Thus, a new figure emerged in the world of martial arts. The young Zeng Jie, a title I never anticipated would be conferred upon me by this woman who stirred such complex feelings within me. The villa was a 3-story marvel, adorned with opulence and grandeur. Upon entering, I traversed a small corridor, and the living room opened up before me. Its spaciousness enhanced by numerous large mirrors. Intrigued, I made a mental note of this detail. Ascending to the second floor, Li Shuang led me into a small room where two individuals were already seated. One, a wiry man with sunglasses, sporting a handlebar mustache and uneven eyebrows, puffing on a copper pipe. The other, a robust figure with a square nose and a rectangular face, his eyes narrowed. Allow me to introduce. Li Shuang gestured towards the stout man. This is Master Zhao Yuang, Vice President of the World Yin-Yang Research Association. Zhao Yuang, quite a grand title, I thought to myself. Li Shuang then introduced the wiry man. This is Mr. Feng Er, a renowned Feng Shui Master in Beijing, affectionately known as Feng Yin-Yang. Their reputations were indeed formidable. And mustering my courage, I offered a respectful salute with clasped fists. Li Shuang promptly pulled out a chair for me, and I settled in, observing the two esteemed gentlemen. Zeng Jie, both Master Zhao and Mr. Feng are close friends of my father. We shall wait a moment. My father is attending to some matters and will join us shortly, Li Shuang explained. Ah, so it is merely a test of depth, I nodded, unperturbed. It is beneficial to learn from such esteemed predecessors. As the saying goes, one learns throughout life. At my tender age, how could I let the opportunity to meet such remarkable individuals slip away? Master Zhao raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased, glancing at the composed Mr. Feng beside him. I have heard of the illustrious Zeng Jie, but surely this young person cannot be the esteemed Zeng Jie himself. Zhao Yuang spoke first, remarking that the title of 7th Master Zeng is indeed a golden signboard. It seems that this young lad can withstand the pressure at such a tender age. Perhaps it is time for the older generation to retire. You are too modest. The current national policy encourages a later retirement, promoting self-reliance in old age. I must agree. In these times, the number of those relying on their elders is increasing. After all, without such dependence, how would the younger generation emerge? Moreover, many elders tend to leverage their age to belittle the youth, hindering their rise. Would you not agree? I too shall not hold back. Good lad. Feng Yin-Yang, with his peculiar demeanor, nodded while stroking his sparse beard. Then I, as an elder, must learn from you. Zhao Yuang's eyes widened in surprise. 7th Master Zeng. May I inquire which deity you serve? Apologies, but as a young man in the realms of the Jianghu, I have yet to be well-versed in such matters. I chuckled lightly, however. The old 7th Master instructed me to remain silent when encountering living dragons and to refrain from speaking at the hills of the deceased. As for doors, there are 36 gates in the world, each representing the teachings of our ancestral masters, and thus no deity would dare to presume. I shook my head, delivering my words with a hint of jest. Zhao Yuang fell silent, his forehead veins pulsating as he focused on his breathing. What are you discussing? Li Shuang leaned closer to me. Teacher Zhao inquired about my mentors, what I have learned, my abilities, and whether I understand the rules. I paused, feeling a sense of shame. I must admit, I am rather clueless. I was thrust into this world without having mastered the ways of the Jianghu. You. Zhao Yuang slammed the table. What do you study? Qimeng? Daoyuan? Or perhaps divination? Zipping? Surely you must belong to a school. Everything you mentioned, I have perused. But I cannot claim to have mastered. The old 7th Master taught me the Tai Chi diagram for over a decade. If you insist that I belong to a school, then I shall consider myself part of a school of nonsense. I thought to myself, old Zhao, you are quite the scholar. Who would divulge their true knowledge to you? Without even a proper lineage, how can you showcase your skills? I felt Feng Yin-Yang's provocative gaze penetrate through his sunglasses. Then let us indulge in some idle chatter. I leaned back. Li Shuang, may I share some family matters you haven't revealed? I trust you won't mind? Of course not. Very well. I turned to Feng Yin-Yang. Your father is not the biological son of your grandfather, and your grandmother is not your real grandmother. Moreover, you are not your father's biological child. Am I correct? How do you know? Li Shuang was taken aback, as were Zhao and Feng. Quite impressive. Feng Yin-Yang feigned a nod of approval. So this is considered impressive? These individuals have indeed delved into their studies. By observing Li Shuang's age and correlating it with the stories she shared, one could easily deduce the truth without the need for calculations. From childhood, you have always resided near your brother, sharing a bed until you were 13 or 14 years old, correct? I turned to Li Shuang, and she nodded uncomfortably. Continue. The decline of your family business did not begin last year. 3 years ago, your family suffered significant losses in the stock market due to insider trading, resulting in the loss of half your wealth. Now, most of your family's affairs are under your management, having entrusted them to another elder who seems rather unsteady in action. I counted on my fingers, for this was no mere rambling. Li Shuang's expression faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. Yes, this young 7th Master. Does this reveal anything substantial? We are all individuals of the yin-yang realm. Just look at me. Feng Yin-yang resembled an arrogant rooster. Allow me to speak candidly. If I err, I trust you will be forgiving. I scrutinized him, recalling the glimpse I had caught of the living room mirror, which had sparked a notion within me. I had gained some insight into the Li family's circumstances through my interactions. It seemed that both Feng Yin-yang and Zhao Yuang were merely itinerant figures, lacking genuine prowess. If I did not press them, they would never cease their prattling. Feng Yin-yang. He nodded. You are renowned for your divine discernment in the world, famous for your skills. Beyond your talent for divining locations, I dare say your greatest expertise lies in the art of exorcism. This was common knowledge. Let us speak of matters less familiar. He beamed with pride. I awaited this very moment to address you, Feng Yin-yang. The characterine lies at the core of your name. Your abilities, I surmise, are derived from the art of spirit cultivation. Feng Yin-yang's expression shifted dramatically, his face twitching uncontrollably. I continued. You possess no other vices aside from gambling and an affinity for beautiful women, particularly those with darker skin tones. Have you perhaps taken a 22-year-old under your wing? It cannot be beneficial for her health to have your two companions residing with her. Feng Yin-yang hastily composed himself. Seventh Master. I shook my head and sighed. Oh. Feng Eryi. No, I ought to refer to you as Feng Sanyi. Your elder brother treats you with great kindness, yet you lack the loyalty he deserves. Seventh Master. Please, I concede. Feng Yin-yang hurriedly rose and clasped his fist in salute. At that moment, the door behind us opened, and a man in his 60s stood there, his hair a mix of white and gray, impeccably dressed, leaning on a wooden cane. Li Shuang quickly stood to introduce him. This is Grandpa Qin, my grandfather's dearest friend. I stood up. Greetings. I am Zeng Jie, inheritor of the name Jie. Ah, a remarkable young man indeed, he said. Grasping my hand, a surge of warmth and strength coursing through the connection. I held my breath and exerted my grip, and after a few seconds, he released me. Brothers. Have you not heard of Nan Zeng and Bei Qiu, the renowned figures of the Jianghu? Young Zeng Shaoqi is indeed a descendant of the Zeng family. He is not without lineage, he explained to the two men at the table. They stood, suddenly awkward, realizing their oversight. Ah, so that is the case. My apologies. My apologies. Feng Yin-yang exclaimed. Is that so? Oh, Shaoqi, why did you not mention this earlier? Had I known you hailed from the Nanzing lineage, it would have been as if the floodwaters had swept through the Dragon King Temple. Zhao Yuang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to recover the situation. Judging by his expression, it appeared he had never heard such a tale before. Shaoqi, my nephew and grandson are upstairs. They are unable to descend to greet you due to their physical limitations. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs for tea, Zeng Jie said, leading me and Li Shuang to the third floor. I glanced back at the two men in the room. Feng Yin-yang had donned his sunglasses once more, while Zhao Yuang regarded us with a complex expression. Grandpa Qin, may I see the study? Indeed, we are headed to the study, Zeng Jie responded, opening a door. After you, young Master Shaoqi. As the door swung open, a wave of fragrant Indian incense wafted forth, refreshing the senses. The study was expansive and replete with antique charm, featuring 3 large bookshelves against the western wall, densely packed with various tomes. In addition to a grand calligraphy and painting table, 4 redwood armchairs adorned with yellow cushions were arranged on either side. It seemed this space served not only as a study but also as a reception area. Within the room stood 3 men, an elderly gentleman with silver hair, a slender young man, and, surprisingly, Uncle Lu. What brings you here? I inquired, astonished. Why? Is my presence unwelcome? Uncle Lu replied with a faint smile. So, Mr. Li, what do you think of my nephew? The elderly man trembled slightly as he rose. Young Master Qi, please take a seat. And you too, second uncle. Second uncle? My surprise deepened. This old man seemed hardly older than Zeng Jie, at least a contemporary. How could he be from a different generation? Since last year, both my father and brother had succumbed to a peculiar ailment, which prompted Li Shuang to clarify my bewilderment. Mr. Li, you can entrust this matter to him. Only he has the capability to unravel this predicament, Uncle Lu stated proudly. The elderly man nodded. Young Master Qi, I am Li Jinqing, and this is my son, Li Fei. I overheard your conversation downstairs. Indeed, you are quite capable. I kindly ask for your assistance with my family's affairs. I felt a twinge of discomfort. While I could comprehend their need to test my abilities given the gravity of the situation, it was an unsettling sensation. Mr. Li, I fear you may not fully trust me. Resolving this issue is no trivial matter. I am young, and should I inadvertently jeopardize your cause, I could not bear the responsibility. I suggest you seek someone more esteemed. Before I could rise, Li Shuang pressed his hand on my shoulder. Please, allow my father to finish speaking. Young Master Qi, I may be overstepping, but I trust you will understand. This is a significant family matter, and I must tread carefully. The late Elder Qi entrusted the resolution of this predicament solely to his descendants. Without your help, we have no hope. If I have offended in any way, please do not take it to heart. Li Jinsheng struggled to stand, attempting to bow to me. Please, no need for that. I cannot accept such reverence. I quickly stepped aside. Xiao Jiezi, do not be petulant. Uncle Lu cast me a meaningful glance. Rest assured, Mr. Li, the youth will not turn a blind eye. Li Shuang took my hand, gazing at me with pleading eyes. All right. I cannot withstand this. I shall do my utmost. I resumed my seat. Young Master Qi, do not hesitate to command us. We shall heed your every instruction, Li Jinsheng said, his voice weak, needing to pause after a few words. Mr. Li, may I take a moment to sit in your place? I gestured towards the table's banner. Li Jinsheng nodded, and Li Shuang supported him as he slowly moved to the redwood chair beside me. I rose and circled the long table twice, brushing my fingers over the banner. Is this from the palace? My father acquired it from a physician's family, whose ancestors served as imperial doctors and cured Prince Qing's ailment. It was a reward from the prince, Li Jinsheng explained. I gently lifted the banner to reveal the intricate pattern beneath, depicting a dragon. This table was indeed an antique. Yet the dragon motif had been engraved later. Strangely, the dragon was not encircling a pearl, but rather the moon, a moon-encircling dragon motif. There are various methods to resolve this predicament. If the Li family is genuinely entangled in the Azure Dragon's heavenly report formation, one must begin the search for clues from the Yang residents. The Azure Dragon's heavenly report formation comprises 6 smaller formations, and the order of resolution is of utmost importance. A misstep could incite the Azure Dragon's wrath, leading to the Li family's total demise. The art of resolution is predicated on the principle of Yin breaking Yang and Yang breaking Yin. The Qinglong report indicates a shadowy scheme. Thus, within the Yang residence of the Li family, there must exist a talismanic object associated with the Yin dwelling. Identifying this object will allow us to deduce the current status of this intricate plot. Mr. Li, when was this dragon motif engraved? I inquired. Mr. Li Jinsheng closed his eyes in contemplation, recalling that there was indeed a painting in his home, one that his father held in high esteem. Eventually, after acquiring this pedestal, the painting was concealed, and the design upon it was etched into the pedestal. Do you know where it is hidden? I require that painting. In the hidden compartment of my bedroom, Li Jinsheng replied. He produced a set of keys and handed them to Li Fei, instructing, go with your sister to retrieve it. Li Fei seemed somewhat hindered in his movements, and Li Shuang assisted him as they exited with the keys. This house is only a decade old. Where did your family reside previously? Is the old residence still intact? I asked. In Wanjing, it has long since been demolished. He opened his eyes. Apart from this painting, what other items has the elder always kept? I pressed further. Li Jinsheng pondered deeply, recalling several belongings that his father had possessed since his childhood. Besides this painting, there is a purple gold incense burner and a jade 9-linked ring, artifacts from the Ming dynasty. Would you like to see them? Is that permissible? I replied. Li Jinsheng glanced at Qin Ji. Uncle, would you be so kind as to fetch them? Qin Ji nodded and rose, approaching the bookshelf. He retrieved a stack of books and extracted a box wrapped in yellow cloth from behind. Placing it upon the pedestal, he opened it to reveal 2 smaller boxes. One contained an exquisite purple gold incense burner, while the other held the jade 9-linked ring. These are treasures of immense value. You merely store them in the study? I marveled once more. In the past, my father had many such items. However, they were mostly sold off, and only these 2 remain. If it weren't for today's circumstances, they would not be brought out. This study is filled with security measures. It is the safest place, Li Jinsheng lamented. Old Uncle Lu widened his eyes and adjusted his glasses. Mr. Li, may I have the honor of viewing them? Li Jinsheng remained noncommittal. Old Uncle Lu interpreted this as consent and cautiously lifted the box to examine it for a considerable time, exclaiming, what treasures? Especially this jade ring, Mr. Li. This must be worth hundreds. Li Jinsheng ignored him as Qin Ji took the box from his hands and closed it. Do you find these items useful? Li Jinsheng queried. Both are indeed treasures, yet they bear no relation to this scheme. Think carefully. Is there anything else? Li Jinsheng contemplated for a prolonged period, arriving at no other conclusions unless he had withheld additional information from me. Thus, the mystery lies within this painting. Li Shuang rushed back, Breathless, "Dad, the painting is missing." "What?" Li Jinqing exclaimed, astonished. "How could that be? I saw it just 2 years ago. Could your grandfather have placed it elsewhere? What do we do now?" Li Shuang looked helplessly at me and old Uncle Lu. Let me. I took out my phone and photographed the dragon motif on the table. With this motif, I could manage. I had an inkling of the situation. "Li Shuang, let us visit your family's auspicious site." I feigned calmness. My intuition hinted at some hidden intricacies within this family. My purpose here was to unravel the plot. Everything else was of no concern to me. With the painting lost, I could only rely on my own deductions. Lingering here would be futile. "Wait." Li Jinqing paused to collect himself, ensuring his breath steadied. "Young Master Qi, without this painting, do you still hold any confidence in this matter? I require your honest assessment. I can only say it is about 80% certain. This is the truth." We journeyed northward, exiting the 6th Ring Road and entering the sparsely populated areas of the Yanshan foothills. Throughout the journey, Li Shuang incessantly inquired about various trivial matters, such as my preferences, the age at which I learned my skills from old Master Qi, whether I had a girlfriend, and what I liked to eat, among other things. I responded with half-hearted remarks while repeatedly examining the photograph on my phone. Around 3 in the afternoon, we arrived at a small mountain pass. The road was rugged, and our vehicle could not proceed any further, necessitating our descent to continue on foot. "This isn't your first visit, is it?" I asked. "It's my third," she replied, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. "What brings a girl like you here?" I questioned. "There is no choice. My brother isn't well enough to come, so I had to take his place," she responded briskly, and I found myself hastening to keep up with her. After traversing the mountain path and passing through a small grove, we suddenly emerged into a breathtaking expanse, as if we had stepped into another era. A vast valley unfolded before us, flanked by mountains of varying heights, with a majestic ridge rising prominently straight up into the clouds ahead. A wide river meandered through the valley, beginning its course from below the mountains. I closed my eyes, feeling the invigorating energy of the surroundings, which filled me with an overwhelming sense of vitality. Li Shuang pointed toward a stone tower nestled within the valley. "That's south the place." From the valley entrance to the stone tower, we walked for over 50 minutes. The tower was quite rudimentary, constructed from the stones of the valley, comprising 2 levels. Although uninhabited, it had doors and windows intact. Upon entering, we found the first floor to be a grand hall, furnished with 8 redwood armchairs surrounding a massive stone table, which bore the etching of a chessboard adorned with several red and black stones. Despite the lack of inhabitants, the furniture has decayed. "That's quite remarkable," I noted. I pulled a chair closer, brushed off the dust, revealing a glossy surface. "Is this new?" I inquired. "It was replaced just last year, and all measures were taken for preservation," Li Shuang replied matter-of-factly. Nodding in acknowledgement, I approached the chessboard. It displayed a stalemate position, devoid of royalty, no king or general. Only a few pawns on either side. The red side had an extra knight, while the black side had 2 additional bishops. "Do you understand this?" Li Shuang leaned closer. "Somewhat," I replied, glancing at her. "Did your grandfather set this up?" "My grandfather doesn't play chess," she retorted. I nodded in understanding. "This stalemate serves as a layout guide. The absence of kings signifies a headless game. The black pieces represent the position of Can, while the red pieces represent Li, indicating that the Can position is heavily fortified, and the Li side possesses a knight, symbolizing the elder. This implies that the burial site of Li Jiao should be at the valley's entrance. Thus, the heavy fortification must refer to the mountain peak to the north of the tower. Could it be a diversion? Have you seen this stalemate before?" I interrupted my contemplation. "The missing painting depicted this stalemate on its reverse," Li Shuang replied softly. I gazed intently at her, and she averted her eyes. "Li Shuang, what else was on that painting?" "I can't recall much else. I only saw it once, and the back was just like this," she said, glancing at the chessboard. "So, it isn't an ancient painting?" I asked. "I'm not sure. I was quite young at the time." This time, she did not shy away from my gaze. I nodded, suggesting, "Let us head upstairs." The second floor consisted of 8 rooms arranged according to the layout of the 9 palaces, representing a beamless stone structure in the style of the Northern Wei dynasty. With the exception of the southeastern room, which was empty, each chamber contained a stone table, stone chairs, and wooden beds. I led her into the southern room, opening the window to gaze southward. The view beyond was unobstructed, revealing the lush woods at the valley's mouth. In the distance, 2 peaks emerged, eerily symmetrical and shrouded in mist. Surveying the surroundings, this valley felt like a secluded paradise, or perhaps more aptly, a land beyond the borders. While the world outside thrived in vibrant greenery, here the landscape appeared desolate, riddled with uneven terrain, as if this valley had fallen from the moon. In summary, the outside world was captivating, yet the environment here felt resigned. I turned back and forth with Li Xuang, but soon her patience waned. What do you see? Is there a clue? Tell me about it, she urged, hastening to keep up. I ignored her. My mind clouded with uncertainty. By chance, I glanced upwards to find a large circular stone disc atop the roof, etched with 3 crows. Uniquely, these crows shared a single head, their blood-red eyes fixed upon the chessboard below. 3 golden crows. I halted, and she, following too closely, stumbled into me, her warmth enveloping my back. Why did you stop? Tell me. She pressed, lightly nudging me. I mentioned it to avoid frightening you, I replied, still gazing at the crow's stone carving. This is a spirit-raising tower. Perhaps Li Xuang felt a twinge of fear as she fell silent for a moment. What do you mean? To put it simply, this tower is uninhabited by humans. It is occupied by spirits. Perhaps your grandfather, known for his philanthropy, constructed this star-rated hotel for the wandering souls within a 100-mile radius, I explained. Don't scare me with talk of wandering souls, that's all superstition. Her words were defiant. Yet instinctively, she edged closer to me. Whether it's superstition or not, we shall see in due time. I observed the crow's eyes fixed on the chessboard, sensing there was more to uncover beneath. The 3 golden crows are categorized into 3 types: dual-bodied, tri-bodied, and 9-bodied, used for configuring spirit-raising formations. The dual-bodied are the most potent, the 9-bodied the most sinister, while the tri-bodied golden crow gathers spirits the quickest. Descending the stairs, I circled the chessboard several times. Following the direction indicated by the crow's eyes, I reached out to explore the southeast corner of the chessboard, testing its resistance, and it felt somewhat loose. I set down my bag and grasped the chessboard with both hands, straining to lift it, though the effort only left my shoulders aching. This object was surprisingly heavy. Was its density truly that substantial? I plopped down onto the chessboard to rest for a moment. Could it be rotating? Li Xuang suggested. Indeed, I had momentarily lost my wits. It was worth a try. I stood to channel my energy, clutching the corner of the chessboard and exerting force to the right, yet it remained stubbornly still. Trying the left side instead, I gritted my teeth and groaned as the chessboard began to shift slowly. How intriguing, Li Xuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She set down her bag and rushed behind me, pushing me in an attempt to lend her strength. However, our forces were misaligned, and her push sent me sprawling onto the chessboard, narrowly avoiding a face-first collision. Miss, I appreciate your intentions, but perhaps it would be best if you observed from the side. I can manage this myself. Although she meant well, I refrained from expressing my irritation. She stuck out her tongue and obediently stepped aside. Subsequently, I exerted myself repeatedly, howling for quite a while, ultimately exhausting every ounce of strength I had left. At last, the chessboard began to creak open, revealing a dark, ominous opening from which gusts of chilling wind surged forth, carrying a foul stench. Beside me, Li Xuang instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. What's wrong? Cold? Afraid? I inquired, a hint of pride creeping into my voice. No. But why is it that a strapping young man like yourself struggles so much to shift the stone slab? It seems your physique could use some conditioning, she remarked, her voice dwindling as she likely noticed my increasingly grim expression. What's there to argue? This stone slab weighs at least 200 or 300 pounds and hasn't been moved in years. The fact that I managed to budge it is commendable enough. Must I also endure your reproach? I thought indignantly. Why can't I simply catch my breath? Are you angry? She pressed. Who said I was angry? I've merely regulated my breathing to descend, I replied. After all, I was a grown man. What was the point of squabbling with a girl? Are you going down? Her expression turned serious. Is it safe? We don't know what lies beneath. We should at least allow some fresh air to circulate. You seem quite knowledgeable, I noted, rising to warm up. Should I bring a candle with me to light the way? If it extinguishes, I shall hastily bow and flee. Look at you. I'm only looking out for your well-being, she retorted, annoyance evident on her face. Rest assured, since the cold wind is rising, it indicates a ventilation shaft. At worst, there might be a few rats or snakes. If you're apprehensive, accompany me. Without waiting for her response, I retrieved a flashlight from my bag and leaped onto the chessboard. While Li Xuang hesitated, I had already slipped inside. Below, I found a stone staircase and cautiously descended. The passage was narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. After descending approximately 3 meters, the space opened up and the foul odor intensified, bringing tears to my eyes. Illuminating the area with my flashlight, I discerned that I had entered a grand stone hall, resembling the one above. Looking down, I realized I was still nearly 2 meters above the ground. I descended slowly, mindful of the thick layer of dust underfoot. The air quality was poor, and I needed to tread carefully to avoid compounding the issues of dust and haze. I raised my legs deliberately, moving stealthily around the hall, which indeed mirrored the upper chamber, with another staircase leading deeper underground. It dawned on me that this was a constructed underground mausoleum. Just as objects above the water have identical reflections below, this subterranean structure mirrored its counterpart above, albeit inverted. I brushed my foot against the ground, and to my surprise, beneath the dust lay a carving of a 3-headed golden crow. Casting my gaze upward, I discerned faint carvings of a great chessboard on the ceiling. Typically, the mausoleum of a spirit-rearing building would house some treasures, but regrettably, I held no interest in tomb raiding. For those who set traps, genuine treasures would never be left here. However, were a tomb raider to pilfer even a couple of items from the spirit-rearing building, it would suffice to occupy them for a lifetime. No wonder old Master Zeng had jokingly warned me years ago never to marry the daughter of a tomb raider. Those of us who set traps could never coexist peacefully with them. It was imperative to first blind these tomb raiders with illusions, and once they were sufficiently deceived, one might contemplate marrying their daughters, albeit cautiously, lest they seek retribution. Gradually making my way to the foot of the staircase, I took a moment to steady my breathing. Those of us who practice meditation understand the concept of internal energy. Therefore, the poor air quality has little immediate impact on us. However, for an ordinary person, exposure should not exceed half an hour at most. Suddenly, a loud noise followed by a cloud of dust arose, accompanied by a fit of coughing. I felt a pang of concern, wondering why she had come down. I lowered my voice, attempting to minimize my breathing. "I am here to assist you." She continued to cough uncontrollably. I gestured for her to approach, then motioned for her to tread lightly, subsequently demonstrating the proper way to navigate the space. She stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "No laughing. Either go back up or come over here." I too covered my mouth. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps contemplating the fear of being alone above, she cautiously made her way over to me. I couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Her demeanor resembled that of Tomcat. Once she reached my side, I pointed to the staircase. "I will descend first. Wait for my signal when the flashlight flickers. You may follow. Understood?" Her eyes widened as she nodded in acknowledgement. I proceeded down to the second basement level, which is fashionably referred to as 2. It mirrored the layout of the upper level, consisting of 8 rooms, but all were securely locked. Aside from the empty room in the southeast corner, which featured a sequential lock, the others were equipped with a 9-square stone lock. The 9-square stone lock operates similarly to a combination lock. When the correct code is entered, it unlocks, akin to the numeric locks found on luggage. In contrast, the sequential lock is a series of 9 interconnected rings. Once untangled, it becomes a key that grants access to the door. However, this particular sequential lock is designed for a specific purpose, with strict limitations. Any misstep would render it inoperable. Clearly, this lock was intended for a trap, while the others were prepared for tomb raiders. After confirming that the lower level posed no issues, I signaled with my flashlight at the staircase. Before long, Tomcat descended cautiously. Turning my attention back to the sequential lock, I pondered how to unlock it. Is it the 9 interconnected rings? Li Shuang stealthily approached from behind. I nodded. "Can you open it?" I lamented if I could open it. Why would I need to consult it? This should be simple, right? Let me give it a try. She reached out, but I stopped her. Hold on. Can you untangle it in 5 moves? I don't know. Then do not touch it recklessly. If it remains locked, we are finished. Li Shuang pinched her nose. What is that smell? Why is it so foul? I am unaware. Does it smell? It is quite putrid. Can you not detect it? She gazed at me in astonishment. Perhaps having spent more time down here, I had grown accustomed to it. After her remark, I inhaled deeply and indeed realized she was correct. Something foul was concealed behind the door. It can't be your great-grandfather's remains. Upon mentioning her great-grandfather, I suddenly recalled the 9 interconnected rings from her family. Have you ever played with the one at your home? The jade one? She nodded, admitting to having played with it in her childhood. Do you remember how to solve it? After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "Let me give it a try." I stepped aside as she closed her eyes, recalling the method to untangle the rings. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Sister, we only have 1 chance. You must proceed with caution. I felt a bead of sweat forming. She nodded and continued. I shut my eyes and, after half a minute, heard a series of clicks. Opening my eyes, I saw that the sequential lock had been successfully unlocked. May the ancestors bless us. I patted my chest in relief. Do you only express gratitude to the Taoist master and not to me? She remarked with a furrowed brow. This matter concerns your household. It is your duty to do your utmost. What is there to thank? Before she could retort, I gently pushed her aside, indicating my intent to open the door. If you're frightened, step back. I would rather not be distracted if a zombie were to emerge. You are indeed dismantling the bridge after crossing it. She glared at me, her anger palpable. If a zombie were to appear, would you be able to handle it? You haven't even taken your bag off. Her words felt almost like a warning. My life is my own, I declared, patting my left chest. My precious possession is kept close. Why would I place it in my bag? Do you think me a fool? Relieved, Li Shuang mimicked Tomcat and stepped back a bit. I flexed my arms, disregarding the stifling air, and grunted. If I failed to open the door on the first attempt, that impudent girl would surely criticize me again. With my efforts, the door creaked open, accompanied by the heavy sound of ancient friction, releasing a wave of rancid odor that nearly toppled me. Along with the stench came a chilling gust of wind. I quickly sidestepped, feeling the temperature drop significantly within the chamber. Li Shuang suddenly widened her eyes in terror, frantically gesturing for me to remain still while pointing at my feet. I glanced down to see a black snake, nearly 10 centimeters in diameter, rising slowly beneath me. A jolt of fear coursed through me, and my heart raced as I instinctively drew my Beidou star flag, unfurling it with a swift motion, while forcing myself to remain calm. This was a spiritual serpent, sent to guard. It appeared I must engage in a proper dialogue with it. Spirit serpent. I am Zeng Jie, disciple of Master Zeng Jie. I come with this lady to explore the situation, and I mean no disturbance. Please, do not take offense. I locked eyes with the serpent. The black snake scrutinized me for several seconds before lowering itself and slithering away, disappearing through a small hole at another stone door. I exhaled deeply. Li Shuang was still shaken, and I waved my hand reassuringly. It's all right, don't panic. If we do not disturb it, it will not harm you. Once the serpent had fully entered the stone door, disregarding her imitation of Tomcat, Li Shuang hurried to my side, a cloud of dust trailing behind her, causing me to cough. Zeng Jie, what was that? Li Shuang's voice trembled, following her pointing finger. I peered into the spacious room beyond the stone door, where an array of jars, exactly 100, were meticulously arranged on the ground. Crouching down to shine my flashlight on the nearest jar, I observed it was filled with a thick, black substance akin to tar. The pungent stench emanated from it. What on earth is this? It's revolting. This is blood. I replied, all these jars contain blood. Blood? She instinctively grasped my shoulder. Human blood? In addition to the jars, there lay 3 serpent skeletons, presumably the guardians of the blood jars. It seemed 4 had originally been placed here, and now only 1 remained. It appeared we were close to deciphering this enigma. I picked up a piece of the serpent's bone, smeared some of the black coagulated blood on it, and sniffed it. It is not human blood. There is little malice in this blood. This is blood from the 5 sacrifices. 5 sacrifices? She inquired, perplexed. Some individuals use human blood in their schemes, as it carries great resentment and power. Old Master Qi is not that kind of person. So I surmise he has employed the blood of the 5 sacrifices, utilizing the blood of horses, sheep, pigs, dogs, and chickens to substitute for human blood. I inquired whether there were any pastures in the Li family's enterprise. Not at all. Does it matter? She asked. Indeed, it matters greatly, I replied, rising and turning to face her. You should go upstairs. I have some matters to attend to, and you must keep your distance. She said nothing, merely nodded and stealthily departed. Once she ascended, a cold smile crept across my face. How much longer do you intend to deceive me? I mused aloud. After checking the time, I too needed to go up, as I had an important task at hand. I turned and entered through the stone door, crouching down to retrieve a delicate little stone box from the mouth of the largest snake skull. It would be difficult to discern if one lacked keen eyesight. I carefully extracted it, pulling a piece of red cloth from my pocket to wrap it securely. I then gathered a handful of dust from the ground and placed it into my pocket. When I emerged from the secret passage, Li Shuang finally exhaled in relief. The sky outside had darkened. Do you have a cigarette? She asked, producing one to offer me. Didn't you say you don't smoke? I don't typically smoke. But I don't intend to now either. Do you comprehend? Not really, she replied. I chuckled, breaking apart the tobacco and rubbing it into my hair and clothes. She watched me as if I were a performing monkey. What are you doing? Is your car secure where you left it? I inquired. No problem. Why do you ask that? It is getting dark, and we must spend the night here. There will be many snakes at night. And since we cannot have any fire in the spirit-nurturing pavilion, you should take some precautions as I have. After saying this, I observed her in a daze. What? Do you expect me to apply it on you? Li Shuang turned her back, blushing as she mimicked my actions. I ignored her, taking the dust from my pocket and evenly distributing it over my body. Really? Do I have to do this too? She exclaimed upon returning. It's not mandatory, but I must do it. I rubbed the dust onto my face, hair, and arms. You may choose not to, but the restless spirits in this valley might mistake you for the innkeeper and expect your hospitality. I warn you, don't try to frighten me, she said, sitting beside me. Hesitating for a moment, she began to apply the dirt on herself as well. I chuckled, smudging my dusty hands across her face. Are you trying to fool the spirits? This is how it's done. She pushed me away. Why are you behaving this way? The night falls swiftly in the mountains, and the sun is about to set. Are we really going to spend the night here? She attempted to feign indifference. If not here, we can only go outside, which is even less safe. I took a cigarette from her pocket, sprinkled some dust on it, and lit one for myself, offering her another. Smoke it. This time she complied without hesitation. Li Shuang, are you still not going to tell me the truth? I gazed at the setting sun. What truth? She responded, her voice shifting as she regarded me warily. I mimicked smoking, exhaling a puff before placing the cigarette back in my mouth. Don't underestimate the Feng Shui Master. This building was certainly not constructed by your grandfather. If I'm not mistaken, it dates back to the Republic of China era. What else do you know? She asked. Such a setup could not have been arranged in merely 10 days. From the tale you recounted, I realized you were deceiving me. I came solely for the copper plum blossom petals of old Master Qi. Now, can you speak to me truthfully? I gazed at her. She dared not meet my eyes. Instead, she focused on the setting sun. I have no intention of deceiving you. It is merely a matter of clarity. Then allow me the opportunity to clarify, please. Speak plainly. This building was indeed not constructed by my grandfather. The details of the affair elude me. But I have heard that this arrangement was orchestrated by old Master Qi for a noble family. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it could not be realized. Eventually, it was passed on to our family, the Li family. What sort of noble family is it that cannot enjoy such a splendid arrangement? Is it a case of a short-lived aristocrat? I chuckled. You. How dare you speak so? She glared at me. Are you angry? What connection do you have to that noble family? I fixed my gaze upon her. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, she averted her eyes. It is of no concern to you. You have no right to speak ill of him. After all, he bequeathed this arrangement to us. He is our benefactor. How can someone as young as you not understand the importance of modesty in speech? My intention to unravel this arrangement is an act of virtue. Otherwise, I would have no time to deal with a little deceiver like you. I held a cigarette between my lips, contemplating the sunset. You. She suddenly stood up. Zeng Jie. I warn you, do not speak to me in such a manner. A gust of wind swept through, and instinctively, I pulled her into my embrace, leaping onto the chessboard. Let go of me. What are you doing? She exclaimed in terror. I gestured for her to remain silent, swiftly retrieving a handful of agate from my bag and scattering it beneath the chess table. Then, I took out the star-turning flag, executed a series of movements, and swiftly set up a small formation. Why are you jumping about? She inquired. I ignored her. Having arranged the formation, I jumped onto the chessboard. A friend is coming. Do not make noise. After saying this, I grasped her hand. She instinctively attempted to shake me off. Let go of me, you rogue. I released her hand, indifferent to her protests. After a brief moment of silence, she became more subdued, willingly grasping my hand. Perhaps we have a misunderstanding. I had no time to entertain her. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as I stared towards the door, where several indistinct figures began to emerge in the distance. Zeng Jie, are we perhaps a bit? She sighed. What is this girl thinking? I glanced at her, my gaze landing on her left chest, and flicked it gently. You are going too far. Li Shuang exclaimed, distressed. Quite elastic, yet do not misunderstand. That mountain mosquito will reveal that you are a living being, I explained coolly. You are lying. You only wish to take advantage of me while calling me a deceiver. She retorted angrily. Quiet. Have you ever seen a ghost? I asked. You are the one who will see ghosts. Go ahead. Very well, let me show you, so you cannot accuse me of being a liar. I concentrated my energy, allowing a surge of internal force to flow into her body. Why is your hand so warm? She closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. Quite pleasant, is it not? I produced the star-turning flag and pointed outside. Do you recognize those people? Following the direction of my gesture, Li Shuang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, rendered speechless. She began to see what I saw. Shadows entered one after another, gradually becoming clearer, each more peculiar than the last. I tightened my embrace around her, and in her fear, she instinctively clung to me. Oh, by the heavens, this is not my intention to take advantage of her. A shadow, leading the others, had approached the edge of the chessboard. Suddenly, he extended his hand, halting the shadows behind him. I composed myself and listened intently. They were communicating in a spiritual tongue, which I could barely comprehend. The foremost shadow remained still for about a minute before lowering his hand and turning to the others, saying, "Everyone, pay attention. There are living beings." Li Shuang trembled in fright, looking at me with terror, as if to say we had been discovered. I shook my head, signaling her to remain silent. The poor girl was so frightened that her lips quivered, and the cigarette had long since fallen to the ground. The shadows revealed their true forms: an old man with a white beard, dressed like a scholar, followed by 6 others. Upon closer inspection, behind the old man were 7 figures: an elderly woman, a beggar, a warrior, a one-armed maiden, a shopkeeper with an abacus, an exceedingly ugly tall man, and a carpenter. They were the 8 nightmares of guardian spirits. I silently lamented. If they discovered us, we would be in for quite the spectacle. They were not ghosts, but spiritual entities, manifestations of nightmares. To create a trap requires guardians, and these entities were the spirits formed over time as protective talismans. The old scholar was called by Xiaocai, the guardian of celestial matters. The elderly woman was Yama, the guardian of earthly energies. The beggar was named Xing Xifang, the wanderer of spirits. The warrior was the guardian general. The one-armed maiden was Diu Aiwu. The shopkeeper was Swanshan. The grotesquely ugly figure was Gue Wang, and the carpenter, named Liangxin, was responsible for safeguarding the mechanisms. This formation had only existed for a few decades, yet all 8 had fully materialized, suggesting they were crafted from ancient jade over 800 years old. Such craftsmanship would be priceless. Bai Xiaocai, vigilant, surveyed the surroundings, sensing the presence of living beings. I thought to myself, this is bad. Li Shuang's mouth was agape, and I could not let her remain that way. Resolutely, I pressed my lips against hers, stuffing the cigarette into her mouth. After a moment of muffled whimpering, she ceased to struggle, her eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and embarrassment. There was no choice. We were bound together, sharing the cigarette. The taste of tobacco mingled with the sweetness of her saliva was peculiar. I disregarded the moment's pleasure, closing my eyes and straining my ears to listen intently. Bai Xiaocai appeared to be the leader of these spirits. He was summarizing the day's activities. After a few symbolic remarks, he recalled the matter of the living beings once more. Surely it was those tomb raiders again. How infuriating. We had spared them several times, yet they grew bolder, encroaching upon the spirit realm. How much can one endure? Indeed, the leader was correct. Mere warnings were insufficient. In my view, they ought to be dealt with decisively this time, rather than simply driven away. If they left, they would only return, as if we were mere playthings. How infuriating. The coarse voice belonged to Gue Wang. It appears that the use of profanity is not solely a modern privilege. The ancients were not always as eloquent as the classical texts suggest. Even the spirits of the night are known to utter curses. So why should modern individuals refrain from adopting such expressions? The remarks made by the ghost brother are quite astute. Such a sharp voice must be directed at the shamans. Over the years, we have driven away countless grave robbers, though I have lost count. In recent years, however, the number of tomb raiders has significantly increased. We cannot simply rely on our abilities to subdue them. We must ensure that they learn their lesson. The shaman sister speaks wisely. If the warriors are to take action, we ought to eliminate a few of them and see how many more dare to return. What say you, old scholar? The spirits nodded in agreement, while the white scholar remained silent. Dear leader, what troubles you? Speak up, and let us discuss it, said Can Mountain with a smile. We protect the tombs, and scaring them off should suffice. Causing harm to living beings is not in accordance with the heavenly principles, pondered the white scholar. Old master, let us speak frankly. The grave robbers have turned our valley upside down over the years. They could sow crops in the disturbed soil without encountering any significant barriers. However, today is different. The spiritual energy of the valley has been disrupted. This situation is unusual, and if we do not act decisively, we may not withstand the consequences. Should something go awry, how shall we explain it when the divine dragon returns? Old Six concurred. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Today, that rascal has disturbed the Earth's energy. If we do not address this, it could escalate. Old Bookworm, just nod in agreement, added Old Witch. Listening to their discourse left me feeling anxious. If these old fellows knew that the one stirring the earth's energy was right before them, passionately kissing a beautiful lady, I wonder how they would react. The spirits engaged in a lively discussion until the white scholar quieted the commotion, stating, "Since everyone shares this sentiment, I shall not oppose it. If those rogues return, we shall take action, and let us eliminate a few of them to deter future attempts." The spirits collectively voiced their approval, concluding the meeting. My tongue felt numb, and I suspected Li Shuang felt similarly. I often observed in films that opium was used as an anesthetic, and it seems there is a basis in reality. I opened my eyes, and upon seeing Li Shuang quickly close hers, she tightened her grip on my hand. What did that signify? Our intention is to have the rogues enter the valley, at which point the shaman shall lead them astray and guide them into the quicksand path, ensuring their demise. Can Mountain proposed? Must we go through such trouble? I could simply confront them and pummel these heartless fiends into submission, the Ghost King exclaimed. The last time they came, they nearly unearthed the serpent cauldron. I have calculated that they will return in a few days. Today, we have inadvertently given them an advantage. Instead, why not allow them to enter the serpent cauldron directly? The shaman suggested languidly. The serpent cauldron? The quicksand? But where is the dragon pearl? I nearly blurted out. I restrained myself, contemplating that there might be another group arriving. This complicates matters if I am to break the deadlock. These 8 old fellows will not comply and will likely create chaos. If another group of grave robbers arrives, I might as well return home to sell cold drinks. It seems that my solitary strength is somewhat insufficient. I must seek assistance. In such a convoluted situation, one must either find an adept or a rogue. As the adept is currently elusive, I shall first ponder how to enlist a rogue to extricate myself from this predicament. Resolute in my decision, I instinctively nodded, momentarily forgetting that my tongue remained entwined with the maidens. My slight movement caused Li Shuang to tense up, prompting her to recoil, and the cigarette slipped from her grasp. Nonetheless, having already crossed that threshold, my reflexes were exceptionally swift. In that fleeting moment, I exerted my strength and pulled her close, pressing my lips firmly against hers. I anticipated a reprimand shortly thereafter, yet it was a preferable fate to being dispatched by those old geezers. After all, one's life is one's own. The 8 nightmares of the Guardian remained oblivious to this change, while Bai Xiaocai continued his discourse for a while longer. They eventually rose and exited, presumably to patrol. Once they had departed, I gently pushed Li Shuang away. Our tongues had become rigid in their embrace. You, still willing to let go of me? Scoundrel! She huffed, and I imagined that was the essence of her sentiment. Scoundrel, you say? If that is the case, I shall refrain from kissing you any further. I thought to myself, letting out a soft huff. She shot me a sidelong glance, seemingly pondering whether she understood my thoughts. Will they return? She inquired, still huffing. Of course. Hurry and retrieve the cigarette. You haven't had your fill yet. I retorted, glaring at her. The nightmares did not return until dawn, indicating that this spirit tower served as their meeting place, while the vacant rooms upstairs and downstairs perhaps served as their temporary resting quarters. As the first light of dawn broke, I slowly shifted from the chessboard where she had kept me seated all night, my legs long devoid of sensation. Li Shuang, on the other hand, had comfortably fallen asleep in my embrace during the latter half of the night, mumbling in her slumber about feeling warm. How could it not be warm? I thought, having channeled my energy to shield her from the chill. Once I managed to rise from the chessboard and stretch, she too awakened, thanking me in her characteristic huff. I smiled in response, deciding to forego any huffs of my own. After tidying our belongings, we hastily exited the stone tower. Initially, I had intended to search for the serpent cauldron, yet it seemed her body was unable to withstand much more. It was wisest to return home for the time being. We emerged from the valley and retraced our steps to the parking area. Li Shuang opened the trunk, tossed me a bottle of soda, and then uncapped one for herself, rinsing her mouth repeatedly before gulping it down. Be careful, spit it out, I exclaimed, snatching the bottle from her, concerned that such a drinking method might harm her insides. She did not glare at me this time, instead taking the bottle back and continuing to rinse her mouth. I too opened my bottle and indulged in a vigorous rinse, as the sensation of a stiff tongue was exceedingly uncomfortable. Throughout our journey, we exchanged no words, both awaiting the moment when our tongues could be straightened out before speaking. I thought to myself, at worst they would scold me. I was acting for the greater good, and thus felt entirely justified in my actions. After exiting the mountainous region and passing through a small town, we parked and dashed into a dumpling restaurant. Li Shuang produced 200 yuan and tossed it to the proprietor, pointing at the menu on the wall and ordering several dishes. We endured the meal in silence, occasionally exchanging soft huffs. The proprietress, observing our disheveled appearances, brought over a small bowl of hot and sour soup, remarking, "You young couple truly have it tough. Unable to speak a word, yet out here working without a relative by your side. When you have children, who will teach them to talk?" She sighed as she returned to tally the accounts. I nearly burst into laughter, while Li Shuang's face flushed crimson from the embarrassment. After dinner, we sought refuge in a modest inn, not for the sake of lodging, but merely to bathe. Upon returning to the Marriott, I finally found my tongue, able to speak once more. She escorted me to the lobby, saying, "You should rest. I shall return later to treat you to dinner." Remarkably, she refrained from scolding me, as if nothing had transpired. Nodding, I turned and ascended the elevator. Once back in my suite, I took another shower and dried my hair. Just as I was about to lie down, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Upon opening it, I was surprised to find not Li Shuang, but Uncle Lu. "Everything goes smoothly?" he inquired directly after sitting down. "It was all right. I had a look," I replied. "Is it feasible? We shall see." Since yesterday, my sentiments towards Uncle Lu had not been particularly favorable. "Little Jie, you appear troubled," he observed. "Speak to your uncle. What weighs on your mind?" After some contemplation, I responded, "Uncle Lu, I need to find an assistant. Do you know anyone suitable?" "Oh, that's easy," he declared confidently. "In the city, I still have a few acquaintances." "What kind of person do you require?" I specified, "Someone who enjoys good food and drink, can handle themselves in a fight, and is reliable and diligent. I have a few friends in the underworld who fit that description. Courage is essential. They must not fear the supernatural," I added. "Evil men frighten the spirits. Those who navigate the underworld often carry a certain aura." "No problem there," he assured me. "And one last thing," I paused. "This person must possess a pure heart and come from a noble lineage." As I anticipated, this request posed a challenge for him. "If one is pure of heart and noble in ancestry, how can they become a villain?" he questioned. "It's a dilemma. If something goes awry, who will take responsibility?" Adjusting his glasses, he said, "I will see what I can do. Await my news." "What about other matters?" "Nothing much. By the way, Uncle Lu, I've been meaning to ask, what line of work are you in now?" I inched closer. "Are you questioning me?" He raised an eyebrow. "Certainly not. It's simply been over 20 years since we last met. I'm merely curious," I replied. He removed his glasses, wiped them with a cloth, and put them back on. "My father once associated with old Master Qi, and I learned a few things by osmosis. I have always admired old Master Qi's prowess. But alas, he never took me on as a disciple, claiming the family's skill should not be divulged. Nevertheless, he has guided me for many years. Our families have been intertwined for generations. I cradled you in my arms when you were but a month old. Do you truly doubt me?" "Of course not. It's only that there is a hint of suspicion. We have finally found time to converse deeply," I said. "Is it not that I am overly cautious, but rather you who are being secretive? What doubts do you harbor?" he inquired. "Uncle, what is your connection to the Li family? Are you familiar with the intricacies of their dealings? Our relationship is neither scant nor substantial. It's merely business. As for the details, your uncle does not grasp them all." He scrutinized me, sensing my unease. "I believe you should be cognizant of the gravity of their tale. It is fraught with complications. It would take at least a decade of immense wealth to establish such a scheme." I asked Li Shuang, and she explained that this endeavor was originally orchestrated by old Master Qi for a high-ranking official. "I merely wish to inquire if such a matter exists," I stated, gazing intently at him. "Regarding that, I too have harbored doubts." He paused for a moment, adopting a tone of earnestness. "Nevertheless, it must be said, this is business. He seeks our assistance, and we shall provide it. As for anything else, it is perhaps unwise to inquire further. Wouldn't you agree?" "Uncle, what do you take me for? A mere street magician who performs tasks for money?" I scoffed. "Whether a street magician or a reclusive sage, in the eyes of the affluent, they are all the same, mere facilitators of transactions. As long as we are aware of this reality, there is no need to expose their shortcomings." He patted my hand. "Don't you think? Since I have been learning from Master Qi, I have not truly contemplated this matter." I closed my eyes in reflection. Am I indeed meddling where I should not? "Young lad, Master Qi has entrusted this challenge to you. Do you not grasp his intentions? Firstly, it is to elevate your reputation, and secondly, to provide you with sustenance. Do not take this matter too seriously. It is not worth your concern, and ultimately, it is you who will suffer for it. They respect you only because they need something from you. You must understand the rules of this game. Do not ask what should remain unasked, nor speak what should remain unspoken. After completing our task, we take our payment and depart." Has Master Qi not imparted this wisdom to you? What he said held merit. It appears I had been unnecessarily troubled. My objective is to unravel this predicament. And even if doubts linger, they stem from the overarching premise. The secrets of the Li family are best kept at a distance. A clear stream harbors no fish. I opened my eyes, rest assured. That evening, Li Shuang changed into a casual outfit, radiating a refreshing demeanor. How long will it take to resolve this situation? She inquired. Perhaps another week. I shall strive to conclude it before the end of the month. My cold drink shop is thriving, and I must return afterward, I responded. She fell silent for a moment. Zeng Jie, do you trust me? Have those misunderstandings not been forgotten? I took a sip of beer. All right, you have your unspoken burdens. I shall not pry. I am here solely to fulfill a task, as long as your concealed secrets do not hinder our progress. Otherwise, you will be responsible for tarnishing our illustrious reputation. She chuckled. Illustrious reputation? I have heard that the young master of the Zeng family has only recently made his debut. Yet he already boasts an illustrious reputation? Though my debut was recent, we have been golden for millennia. She set down her chopsticks, gazing at me. I met her gaze. And in that shared smile, many subtle relationships unraveled, while new ones were woven. I must find an assistant. Are you not taking me with you? She asked. Dear young lady, do you wish to spend an entire evening seated on the chessboard with me? Her face flushed. What nonsense, how improper. You are but a girl. What purpose would it serve to bring you along? I knew that the more I insisted, the more determined she would be to accompany me. That is not acceptable. I must follow for the sake of my family's affairs. This is non-negotiable. Her expression was fervent. Feigning resignation, I replied, very well. You should focus on your health for the next few days, while I seek out assistance. Once we have a complete team, we shall tackle the challenge. Shall I not inspect my family's assets? Not necessary. I have already confirmed certain matters, and there is no need for that formality. She nodded. What else do you require? I will prepare it. Please send someone to gather ancient coins, at least those from the Song dynasty or earlier, and they must be authentic. I contemplated for a moment. Since you are on your monthly cycle, you must not handle these coins. They need to be exposed to sunlight for at least 2 days. In addition, I need to prepare 6 koi, ensuring they are of uniform size and not too small. After 5 days, we shall break the impasse. You should arrange some food, drinks, and tools. How did you know about my cycle? Upon uttering the words, she shrugged her shoulders in a self-aware manner, saying, All right, leave it to me. What tools are required? Just make sure to gather the essentials for outdoor survival, keeping them as lightweight as possible. Furthermore, could you lend me a house? I require a peaceful place to stay for a few days to make preparations. No problem. I have a villa in Xiatation. I'll take you there tonight. She glanced at me, and I added, It hasn't been occupied by anyone else. Let's go tomorrow. I wish to rest well tonight. I stretched leisurely. Upon returning to the hotel, ensuring that I would not be disturbed, I took out a small box wrapped in red cloth from my pocket. The box was elegantly sealed with golden thread, exuding an exquisite appearance. I meticulously used a nail clipper to unravel the golden thread, laboring for over half an hour until it was completely severed. My heart raced with anticipation, as if I were uncovering a mysterious treasure from a novel. I cautiously opened the box, releasing a delightful fragrance. Under the light, I examined it closely. The box was splendidly crafted, with a golden interior lining, enveloped in a layer of fragrant wood, encased in sturdy hardwood, and finally, housed in a stone exterior. Just the box itself must be worth a considerable sum. Inside lay a roll of yellow silk. As I slowly unfurled it, I was taken aback to find it covered in seal script, unable to decipher the characters. I recalled a high school classmate named Su Jing, who had studied archaeology in college. I retrieved her number and called. She answered promptly. I explained that I had an ancient artifact, a manuscript, and sought her expertise to authenticate it, primarily to translate the text and determine if it was from the Tang dynasty. No problem, just send me a photo on your phone. I'm a bit busy these days, but will translate it for you as soon as possible, Su Jing replied, as straightforward as ever. After hanging up, I carefully unfolded the silk manuscript, capturing images of the text with my phone and sending them to her. Relying on those I trust is essential. I always feel a sense of unease when delegating to Li Shuang. Thinking of my acquaintances, I dialed another number. Hello, Zeng, are you missing me? I heard a cacophony on the other end, likely indicative of another barbecue gathering. Old donkey, among your acquaintances, do you know anyone who is bold, lecherous, fights well, yet possesses a kind heart? I inquired. Well, old donkey paused thoughtfully. I do know someone who fits that description, daring and meticulous, chivalrous yet not debauched, with commendable character. As for skills, he could take on 10 at once without issue. What do you need him for? Surprised, I replied, you know such a person? How come I was unaware? He asked quite low-key, discreet in his ways. What's the matter? I need an assistant. If he is interested, please invite him to Beijing. That's no problem. I'll speak to him since you're not well acquainted. Be ready to meet him at Beijing Station the day after tomorrow. I'll bring him directly. With that, he abruptly ended the call, as he was amidst a gathering with friends. Despite old donkey's carefree nature, I still trust him to get things done. After all, he is a reliable comrade. 2 days later, when Li Shuang and I arrived at Beijing Station to pick up our guest, I spotted the old donkey from afar, squatting with a cigarette, but in his mouth. Engrossed in his phone. Where's the person? I inquired. The old donkey stood up, looking at me with a face of innocence mixed with confidence. Right here. It can't be you, can it? I asked, to which he smiled and nodded, then glanced at Li Shuang. Master Zeng. Who is this? I pulled him aside. What brings you here? Do you think this is some sort of romantic escapade? This is a matter of life and death. Well, since we are here. If you don't want me along, then you can support me for a few days, he replied with a mischievous grin. Rest assured. I've been trained since childhood by my grandfather in the arts of geomancy and formations. It's only natural for us to be together now. Nonsense. Do you think a few stories will suffice? Go back, I'll find someone else. I insisted, trying to shoo him away. Since we're already here. I had no intention of leaving. If you don't take me, then support me for a few days. Tomorrow, I'm meeting an online friend from the East City. We've been chatting for half a year and still haven't dined together. He was quite persistent. Truth be told, he was indeed quite suitable. But our camaraderie made me hesitant to involve him in this risky venture. Since he was adamant, I decided to leave it to fate. Hey, Master Zeng. That girl is quite something. Isn't she? He whispered, pointing at Li Shuang. What are you thinking? She is our boss. I shot him a glance. And he was right. She was indeed impressive. I gave my hotel room to the old donkey and relocated to Shaotang Mountain. Uncle Lu wished to stay with me, but the old donkey insisted on having him guide him through the various delicacies of Beijing. This allowed me some peace and quiet to delve deeply into the methods of unraveling the formation and make necessary preparations at Li Shuang's villa. The principle of the Azure Dragon's ascendance lies in harnessing the essence of the Tingsha water in the valley to establish the Xuanwu formation, thereby drawing spiritual energy from a 30-mile radius to empower the Tingsha. One must first reach the transformation dragon pool, ascend to the floating cloud cauldron, and then, with the power of the dragon pearl, climb the heavenly ladder to obtain the celestial script, ultimately reporting back to the 9 heavens to transform into a dragon. This reporting to the 9 heavens has a time limit. The grand cycle spans 426 years, the medium cycle 123 years, and the final cycle 40 years. It appears that the old master had set up a final cycle back in the day. Once the time limit is reached, the Azure Dragon returns, and the formation either collapses or undergoes a new cycle. The one who takes charge of the Azure Dragon's ascendants will see their family transform from serpents to dragons, with wealth and fame ascending to the heavens like the Azure Dragon itself. However, once the time limit is reached, everything will cascade downward. Considering the current fortunes of the Li family, it seems the Azure Dragon is nearing its return. The crux of breaking the formation lies in calculating the dragon's current position, determining where to begin the unraveling. One must not only obstruct it and diffuse its wrath, but also strive to preserve the integrity of the layout. Only then can a new formation be crafted for the dragon family. As I diligently researched the trajectory of the Azure Dragon, I also focused on refining talismans and nurturing the tokens. The formation is a blend of geomancy and Taoist arts, regardless of the approach taken to break it. These elements are essential. After 2 days of exhaustive study, my mind was in turmoil, and I still had not deduced the breakthrough point. Setting up a formation is effortless, but unraveling it is a formidable challenge, especially when trying to decipher a map indoors. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, the old donkey arrived, carrying a bag of goodies, with Li Shuang trailing behind him. Master Zeng, come, look at the delicious treats we've brought for you. The old donkey called out. I find myself disinterested in food, as well as in acknowledging him. He, however, remains unfazed, casually placing the items on the sofa before turning to Li Shuang and saying, Make yourself at home. I'll just step into the restroom. This fellow truly lacks decorum, forgetting that this is Li Shuang's abode. And he behaves as if he were the host. Li Shuang approaches my side, stating, I have prepared everything. Here is the list for you to review and see if anything else is needed. I take the list from her, which details 2 tents, a box of compressed biscuits, a box of luncheon meat, 3 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of sports drinks, 30 meters of rope, 20 candles, 6 powerful flashlights, 3 entrenching shovels, 3 military knives, 3 riot guns, 20 cold fireworks, and 300 copper coins for electric shock devices. Miss, we are not embarking on a tomb raiding expedition, surely. We can forego the rope, candles, and entrenching shovels. Aside from the tents, we only need to carry some food, drink, and defensive items. And what about the guns and cold fireworks? Let us take those as well. While we may not be tomb raiders, one can never be too cautious. I hear from those specters that tomb raiding is quite prevalent in that valley. She nods in agreement. What about the rope? I suddenly have a clever idea. Let us keep it. I'll modify it to create a longer dragon head rope. Subsequent events would prove that this decision was indeed sagacious, as it saved everyone's lives in a critical moment. Let us have Xiao Tang bring it down shortly. Li Shuang pulls a chair and sits down. Xiao Tang. Who is that? I inquire. Li Shuang gazes at me in disbelief. You don't know? Goodness. Zeng Jie, you haven't forgotten our surname, have you? The old donkey shouts from the restroom. I pause. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I've been calling you old donkey for over a decade. The name Tang Bin feels unfamiliar. Tang Bin is old donkey. Li Shuang stifles a laugh. So, how do you find my residence, young Master Qi? To a person accustomed to the mountains, I am not particularly discerning about my dwelling. In the face of poor conditions, a dilapidated abode appears to me as a picturesque pavilion or an ethereal palace. Li Shuang narrows her eyes. Speak properly. It's quite pleasant, indeed. The old donkey emerges and surveys the densely packed drawings and symbols on my table. Zeng Jie, what is all this? With nothing else to occupy my mind, I divulge my concerns to the two of them. After squinting thoughtfully and absorbing my woes, the old donkey remarks, is this truly what is troubling you? Do you have a solution? You are a disciple of old Master Qi, and he devised this scheme. I refuse to believe he never instructed you on how to unravel it. Indeed, he never did. The one who devises a scheme seldom reveals how to dismantle their own trap, for it is a living entity. Circumstances shift dramatically when attempting to break the scheme. Once the method is handed down, the chances of success become exceedingly slim, with great peril involved. Thus, historically, those who understand how to break a scheme only impart the principles of how to do so, not the specific techniques. The old donkey blinks, fear not, Zeng Jie. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Since old Master Qi has left a message, he surely knows you will be fine. Besides, with us by your side, we are blessed and fortunate. Worrying excessively is futile. Come what may, with us around, you can rest assured. We will ensure your safety and fortune. I couldn't help but sigh, pondering how to navigate this predicament with such a simpleton by my side. Where should I invest my myriad of concerns? Li Shuang contemplated for a moment and remarked, your divination seems remarkably accurate. Why not calculate a fortune for us? How did I not think of that? It appears that a woman's wisdom can indeed prove valuable. I calculated mentally, and my mind suddenly cleared, prompting an involuntary smile. What do you think? The two of us echoed in unison. Let us embark in 2 days, I declared, rising to pat the old donkey's shoulder. Xiao Tang. With you here, I feel reassured. Indeed. The old donkey chuckled, then suddenly remembered, I forgot to ask, boss lady. How much will I receive if the matter is successfully resolved? True to form, he posed the question I felt hesitant to ask. Li Shuang furrowed her brow. Mr. Lu hasn't informed you? I had already given him the deposit. How much did you give him? The old donkey feigned seriousness while pulling out a cigarette. 2 million. 2. The old donkey exclaimed, nearly singeing his beard with excitement. Yes, the deposit was 2 million. He assured me he would transfer it to you. Haven't you received it yet? We haven't checked the account yet. We've been quite busy these past few days. I interjected. Xiao Tang. Do you still doubt Uncle Lu? Of course not. How could I? I felt a bit stifled and decided to step outside for some fresh air. The old donkey, sensing my discomfort, hurriedly exited. Li Shuang, being exceptionally astute, reassured me. You need not worry. Even if Mr. Lu has ulterior motives, I will ensure you are well compensated. I will provide you with an additional share. That would be against protocol. Let us discuss that later. My focus is solely on this matter. Based on my calculations, the Azure Dragon has already begun its return. I paused, fearing it would not exceed a month. Are you suggesting that if we cannot resolve this within a month, the Li family's enterprises will be jeopardized? It is likely that not only the enterprises but, more critically, the people involved will be at stake. I understand. I entrust this to you. Her gaze was complex, filled with fear, desolation, and, perplexingly, a hint of excitement. I will do my utmost. But can you inform me what was used to craft the dragon pearl? Is there any documentation regarding that? I am not certain. If you lack sincerity, I cannot guarantee much, I replied coldly. The dragon pearl is pivotal to the layout. How can you possess no information whatsoever? Is it truly so entertaining to keep everything concealed? If you do not trust me, seek someone else. I am not at your service. I scoffed. I genuinely do not know, she admitted, appearing troubled. All my grandfather left were that painting, the purple gold incense burner, and the jade link bracelet, which you have seen. Moreover, even if there were documents, my father would never divulge them. What can I do? So you expect us to recklessly gamble without any clarity? I at least need to know what the dragon pearl is. Li Shuang retrieved a small box from her bag and placed it before me. All I can do is secretly offer you this. Do you still not trust me? I recognized the box. It contained the purple gold incense burner. Suddenly, I felt a bit embarrassed. You truly do not know? Is the dragon pearl that crucial? Regardless of what it is, it will eventually manifest, will it not? Why must you insist on knowing what it is? How can you be so certain it will materialize? I fixed my gaze on her. It's merely my conjecture, she replied, equally unyielding. After a brief silence, my phone buzzed, and upon checking, I saw 2 messages from Su Jing. The first message is a translated manuscript. The second message expresses her recent busyness and asks for my understanding. She mentioned that the text does not resemble that of the Tang dynasty and cautioned me not to be deceived, suggesting that the item could be a counterfeit. I disregarded Li Shuang and opened the first message, which contained, in the 3rd year of Bingxiu, entering the palace, encountering Jia entering Wu. The 6 harmonies of Chou and Yin soaring into the limitless, returning the secrets of the 3 talents, the true essence of Jiajing, 3 waters forming a deluge. I closed my eyes in contemplation. Could this be the incantation left behind by the old 7th Master regarding the 8 gates of the underground palace? The image of the underground palace of the Spirit Stone Tower surfaced in my mind, and I began to traverse through the palace based on the incantation. Li Shuang, noticing my silence, stood behind me, murmuring to herself while occasionally drawing symbols on the paper that she could not comprehend, mistakenly believing I was genuinely upset. She quietly approached me, saying, I cannot deceive you, nor do I wish to. There are secrets I truly cannot reveal. I hope you understand. I was too preoccupied to respond, fearing her interruption. I wandered through the underground palace in my mind until I finally halted at a door, the stone gate through which the black snake had slithered. Whether she spoke or not was irrelevant. The delay in solving the matter was the Li family's affair, not mine. I felt a sense of clarity and relief. Please don't say that. How can you not care about me at all after everything we've been through? She said, her voice thick with emotion. I dreaded such displays from women. Don't be like this. I haven't done anything to warrant your distress, I retorted, feeling warmth rush to my face. She wiped her eyes and smiled, and I knew that the young 7th Master would not be so heartless. I remained noncommittal, unsure of what to say, as any words might silence her. To elicit a response, I resolved to maintain an aloof demeanor. Indeed, after a brief silence, she sighed, asking, Is the dragon pearl truly so significant? Even if I were unaware, it would eventually reveal itself. But your caution towards me is uninteresting. Forget it, miss, say no more. I will uncover the truth myself. Have you given any thought to the dragon pattern on my grandfather's table? She asked quietly. There is no dragon pearl there. Only a moon, which confuses me. Where could the dragon pearl be? Why not consider why it is a moon? She hesitated, adding, I can only say so much. Her words invigorated my spirit. Indeed, I had pondered this but had not delved deeper. The moon, a name associated with the moon, suddenly sprang to mind, illuminating my heart like a crescent moon over the sea, the tiny pearl. I recalled the old 7th Master once pointing at the moon and saying, Child, do you not find that moon beautiful? I replied, Not particularly. He was taken aback, laughing as he patted my head. There exists a pearl called the tiny pearl. More exquisite than the moon, a rare treasure, alas, unseen by many. Your fortune will determine your fate. By substituting the dragon pearl with the moon. The moon as tine clearly indicated to me that the dragon pearl was indeed the tine pearl. How could my mind have wandered so? Is it the tine pearl? I gazed at Li Shuang. She neither confirmed nor denied it, merely giving me a thumbs up. Then why did you not mention this earlier? I inquired. I do not know if this is the dragon pearl. I merely heard my grandfather mention this name in my childhood while gazing at the dragon pattern. I did not intend to deceive you. Will you trust me? She said softly. There is no need for me to be overly concerned. I am now quite assured. I suspect that the stone door through which the black serpent entered conceals numerous secrets. If I had been a bit more astute that day and had opened the door following the black serpent's passage, alas, there is no point in lamenting what could have been. Whether to speak or remain silent is entirely your choice. I bear you no ill will. As per our plan, we shall dismantle the situation in 2 days, and may the ancestral spirits bless our endeavor. Suddenly, I pondered whether her reluctance to reveal that the dragon ball was, in fact, the lunar pearl stemmed from the Li family's fear of my avarice. If that were the case, they would truly underestimate me. While I do have a penchant for wealth, I would never resort to acquiring ill-gotten gains. Upon further reflection, if this scheme is to be returned to the Long family, then the pearl must also be intended for their involvement. Could it be that the Li family harbors ulterior motives? What are you thinking? She inquired. Nothing much, I replied, shaking my head. What does it matter to me? Why am I overthinking? At that moment, the door swung open with a crash, and Lao Lu, brimming with energy, burst in. Zeng, that old scoundrel Lao Lu is trying to deceive us, claiming the boss promised him 500,000, and after the success, he would share 400,000 with us, only taking 100,000 for himself. And what did you say? Both I and Li Shuang asked in unison. Lao Lu glanced at us, and I replied, understood, I was merely inquiring. Thankfully, he did not act rashly, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Li Shuang slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, how greedy of you, Lao Daji. I'm going to confront him. All right, my lady, that is a minor issue. We shall discuss it after we resolve the situation. I mused to myself that 400,000 would indeed suffice for quite a number of iced milk teas. I will handle it, Li Shuang asserted. Though he is your uncle, if he intends to deceive you, I shall not agree to it. I felt a surge of emotion at her words. Lao Lu, equally indignant, declared, I shall not agree either. I sighed internally, deciding to focus on preparing the dragon's rope instead. 2 days later, we arrived once more at the valley's entrance in a large van. Is this valley named? I wondered aloud. I don't think so. There isn't even a village within dozens of miles, Li Shuang replied. I organized our supplies, concealing the tent outside the valley, carrying biscuits, luncheon meat, and water with me, while I shouldered the dragon's rope, leaving Lao Lu to carry the tools, and allowing Li Shuang, being a lady, to bear some smaller items. I personally carried 6 koi fish in a large plastic bag. The morning sun shone brightly as we stood at the valley's mouth, gazing inward at the solitary stone tower rising amidst a desolate landscape. In stark contrast, the distant peaks and the ridges on either side were lush and verdant, creating an intense juxtaposition, as if the valley had been sprayed with herbicide or bombarded with a small atomic device. We were poised to enter this barren wasteland. Awaiting us were intricate formations invisible to ordinary eyes, along with the personnel tasked with guarding the tomb, led by the 8 nightmares. At this moment, an inexplicable exhilaration filled my mind. For those orchestrating the scheme, perhaps the greatest pleasure in life, aside from intimacy, is dismantling a meticulously crafted feng shui arrangement. The 3 of us first made our way to the spirit-nurturing stone tower, ascending to the 2nd floor, where we placed our belongings in a room at the southeastern corner. This room was not occupied by the 8 nightmares, allowing us a brief respite. After resting for a few minutes, we prepared to descend into the underground palace. I instructed Lao Lu and Li Shuang to remain behind to guard our equipment, but Li Shuang objected, insisting, I must accompany you. There are snakes inside. And what if danger arises? The serpent poses no threat to me. I shall proceed swiftly on my own, and besides, it would be inconvenient for you to follow, I remarked. Li Shuang was about to argue further when the old mule waved his hand decisively. Zeng Jie, hurry back. We shall await your return here. I glanced at Li Shuang. Her cheeks puffed up. Should you continue to fume, you will end up resembling a toad. Just wait for me, dear. Taking her flashlight, I turned and descended the stairs, cautiously opening the chessboard and making my way into the secret passage. To claim that one is unafraid while traversing the underground palace would be a falsehood. Yet, I would rather face my fears alone than have her accompany me. I was determined to uncover the secrets concealed beyond the stone door, and her presence would only complicate matters. Upon reaching the 2nd level, I observed my surroundings carefully. Nothing appeared to have changed. For safety's sake, I recited the incantation from the silk manuscript and retraced my steps, finally pausing before the stone door where the black serpent had entered. Lacking the skill of bone contraction, I could not slip through like the black serpent. And even if I could, I would not dare to. The Bagua lock on the door guarded the secrets within with utmost precision. The cryptic phrase, Three waters converge into a torrent, suggested that the preceding incantation pertained to locating the stone door, implying that this line served as the key to unlocking it. I scrutinized the bagua, noting a stone ring encircling it, marked with 3 positions. The arrangement of the bagua on the stone lock adhered to the postnatal configuration. Thus, the lowest position on the stone ring represented the kin position. I exerted myself to rotate the bagua, directing the kin hexagram to turn left and then right. Adhering to the primordial sequence, passing through the kin position twice before halting. I patiently awaited the outcome. This method of rotation was a favored technique of old Master Qi. I doubted he would deliberately obfuscate matters for future generations. After a brief interval, the stone lock remained silent. Clenching the flashlight in my mouth, I pressed my hands firmly against the stone lock and shoved it inward. The lock yielded with a creaking sound, indicating it had unlocked. Testing my strength, I grasped the stone ring and pulled with vigor. The stone door slowly opened a narrow gap. This door was far heavier than the one I had encountered previously. It took me a full 3 minutes of exertion to open it halfway, just enough for me to enter. I retrieved the Northern Dipper Star flag, extending it into the darkness and shaking it to confirm there was space, then illuminated the interior with my flashlight. The stone chamber contained no blood altar, merely a stone table. Upon closer inspection of the table, a chill coursed down my spine, and the hairs on my neck stood on end. There coiled 3 serpents. The black serpent was familiar to me, while the other 2 appeared to have perished long ago, their bodies desiccated. The spirit serpents, we meet again, old friends, I mused. This time, it seems I have truly overstepped. Oddly enough, the black serpent remained utterly still as I approached, and I discovered it had succumbed. Entwined with the other 2 serpents around a chest, 3 waters converge into a torrent, I pondered. This must be the torrent? I understood then that the word torrent referred to the 3 serpents, now devoid of their bodies. Placing the flashlight on the ground, I performed a gesture of respect towards the 3 guardian spirit serpents, acknowledging their vigil over this secret for this very moment. You have dutifully protected this secret for 40 years. May you soon attain the fruits of your labor and transform into dragons. Upon completing my prayer, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing a shiver to run through me. The stone table emitted a series of delicate cracking sounds as the bones of the 2 desiccated serpents shattered and fell to the ground, while the black serpent's body softened, releasing its grip. In the darkness, the beam of the flashlight, cast obliquely upon the ground, resembled a crescent moon. The eerie sound of cracking snake bones, accompanied by a chilling wind, was sufficient to keep Li Shuang from descending. Otherwise, the sight might have elicited a scream from her. I approached the stone table. Discovering that the box was unlocked, I cautiously circled to the side and slowly opened it. Although old Master Qi disdainfully avoided using concealed arrows and similar traps, having read numerous novels, I deemed it prudent to exercise caution. The box opened without incident, revealing no hidden arrows. Turning to face the front, I illuminated the contents with my flashlight and found a book inside, intriguingly titled "Only After Breaking the Game Can One See." The handwriting was unmistakably that of old Master Qi, a script I was intimately familiar with. A surge of excitement welled within me as I set down the flashlight and cradled the book in my hands. Discovering the master's handwriting here stirred memories of the old man. This was not a place for nostalgia. So I retrieved 2 talismans from my pocket and wrapped the book lightly, for it had been sealed away for 40 years, inevitably harboring some malevolent energy. After securing the book, I picked up the flashlight and noticed an envelope within the box. The letter was not written on rice paper. It was crafted from treated sheepskin. As I opened it, I recognized the familiar handwriting of old Master Qi once more. The letter contained a few succinct sentences to the descendants of the Zeng family. This game is the final stage of the Azure Dragon's report. The Dragon Pearl is a rare treasure, the Tying Pearl. This pearl is born of heaven and earth, possessing a unique nature. It must be broken on the night of the full moon. Otherwise, the precious pearl will be destroyed, the dragon god will be enraged, and calamity will befall all living beings. In the world, good and evil are bound by destiny. Success and failure cannot evade heavenly principles. Only by maintaining righteousness within can one align with the heavens in the game. Remember this well. Signed, Zeng Jie. Master, your disciple will remember. I carefully folded the letter, placed it alongside the book upon the table, and bowed thrice before putting them away. Old Donkey and Li Shuang, waiting anxiously outside the chessboard, immediately surrounded me as I emerged. What is the verdict? Li Shuang inquired with concern. Did you find anything valuable? Old Donkey echoed her curiosity. There are indeed treasures. The dragon pearl is, without a doubt, the tine pearl, and old Master Qi has left me a letter. I glanced at Li Shuang, relieved that she had not descended. For there were many snakes below. Is the tine pearl down there? She asked, showing little concern for the snakes. No, fortunately, I did not act rashly. Today is the 13th. In 2 days, it will be the 15th. We must stay in this valley for the next few days, as I intend to break the game on the night of the full moon. Then we should return and come back on the morning of the 15th. Old Donkey suggested. No, for the next 3 days, we must explore the game. If fortune smiles upon us, we might uncover the truth early and then rest in the tent. After some contemplation, I proposed, let us first head to the eastern ridge. The eastern ridge was comparatively low. After exiting the stone tower, we ascended the ridge over the course of an hour. While I oriented myself by the sun, I searched for a suitable spot. With Li Shuang and Old Donkey trailing behind me, Li Shuang was relatively composed, displaying remarkable patience, while Old Donkey chattered incessantly. Master Zeng, where exactly is it? Nearby. Is there any certainty? Indeed. Why do you keep watching the sun? To determine direction, why not use a compass? I turned to look at him, bemused by his incessant prattling and wondering how he did not feel fatigued. Check if your phone has a signal. He fished out his phone and saw there was none. Are there no signal towers nearby? The magnetic field here is peculiar. Your phone won't work, but a compass will. I resumed my pace. Is relying on the sun trustworthy? It is, but I am nearly exhausted. Zeng Jie, shall we take a break before continuing? Li Shuang is also weary. I paused, exclaiming, here we are. Look. I pointed towards a large stone not far away. It was a massive boulder, standing approximately 2 meters tall. Is this the stone you were searching for? The old donkey inquired. I remained silent, hastening a few steps closer to the stone, which resembled a large tree stump, climbable from its base. Xiao Tang, go up and see if there's a fish tank on top, I instructed, without hesitation. The old donkey set down his burden and nimbly ascended, confirming, indeed, there is a nest up there. Li Shuang, you wait here, don't come up. With that, I climbed onto the stone. The stone's top had a depression about 40 centimeters deep, taking on an irregular oval shape. Widest at approximately 1 meter and narrowest at least 30 centimeters. How much water do we have left? I inquired. I have 11 bottles. Li Shuang shouted. 8 bottles. The old donkey counted. Leave 2 bottles. Pour the rest in. I glanced at the old donkey, who appeared dazed. What are you daydreaming about? Did you hear me? Pour it in. Reluctantly, the old donkey accepted the water from Li Shuang, combining it with his own, ultimately pouring a total of 17 bottles of purified water into the stone depression. The stone basin filled with water, and I opened the fish bag, pouring both the fish and water into it. The koi splashed joyfully upon entering the water. Zeng Jie, what are we doing? This is the transforming dragon pool. Let us rest for a while and check back in an hour, I replied, jumping down from the stone first. Quite entertaining. You all rest. I'll observe how the fish transform. The old donkey refused to descend. Li Shuang and I sat on the backside of the massive stone to rest. Li Shuang opened a bottle of water, took a few sips, and offered it to me. Have a drink. I hesitated, then accepted it, taking a small sip. Why is it called the transforming dragon pool? Li Shuang asked, patting the immense stone behind her. This stone is situated in the eastern part of the valley, brimming with vitality. This stone basin is naturally formed. You can see that the entire spiritual energy of the eastern mountain ridge converges here. Otherwise, if you were to take it home, it would merely be a natural treasure trove. Is there a connection between the treasure trove and the transforming dragon pool? Certainly. The east corresponds to the wood element, represented by the azure dragon. Thus, the treasure trove atop this mountain transforms into the transforming dragon pool. By placing the fish in the transforming dragon pool, we can ascertain the current state of our situation within an hour. No wonder we need koi, she nodded. We will first observe the flow of the situation and then decide our next destination. I gazed down at the valley, realizing this was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Do you have the stamina for this? Whether I can or not, you'll find out when you try. Noticing her expression, I quickly added, I'll give it a go, and you'll know. All right, stop talking. She snatched the water bottle and gulped down a few swigs. I looked towards the northern peaks of the valley, their heights piercing the clouds. The steep section was the ladder to heaven. The relatively gentle hill where the eastern mountain ridge met the northern peak was the location of the floating cloud cauldron. I speculated that the serpent cauldron mentioned by the witch referred to the floating cloud cauldron. When the azure dragon returned, the floating cloud cauldron showed no signs of abnormalities. So once we understand the situation at the transforming dragon pool, We should head directly to the foot of the northern peak to seek the Xuanwu array. Look at the fish, Old Donkey exclaimed. I hurriedly climbed onto the rocks and noticed that out of the 6 koi, 2 had already perished, while the remaining ones appeared lethargic. Could these rocks be toxic? I wondered aloud, as Old Donkey's expression turned grave. It's not the rocks that are poisonous. It's the impending return of the Azure Dragon. The dragon's aura has permeated the transforming dragon pool, and these koi could not withstand it, I explained. Li Shuang also climbed up and asked, should we retrieve the fish? No need, I replied, jumping down to retrieve a small bowl from my bag, along with 2 talismans. I ignited them with a lighter and placed them into the bowl. After the talismans had burned away, I returned to the rocks, where all the fish in the pool had flipped over. I gently lowered the bowl into the water and scooped out a bowlful. Drink this, I urged Li Shuang. Why should I drink this? She protested, sticking out her tongue. Fine, I'll pretend you didn't say that, I replied, and I drank it, savoring it slowly like medicine. I repeated the process, preparing another bowl of talisman water. Before I could say anything, Old Donkey took it from me and downed it in one go, smacking his lips afterward. Not bad, quite fresh, he remarked. I jumped down from the rocks and instructed Li Shuang, take out the snacks. We'll have lunch here and then head to North Mountain Peak. Li Shuang produced biscuits, bread, and luncheon meat, and the 3 of us hastily consumed our meal before tidying up and continuing on our way. Boss, why are you still carrying that trash? Old Donkey pointed at the garbage bag in Li Shuang's hand. Leave it here. If tomb raiders come, they might discover our whereabouts, Li Shuang replied casually. As we descended from East Mountain Ridge, Old Donkey complained of thirst and insisted on returning for water, so I went ahead with Li Shuang. The stone tower was roughly positioned in the valley's center. From the tower to the north, it was approximately 3 kilometers to the foot of North Mountain Peak. It appeared to be close, yet the journey felt long. The saying about the mountains and horses was indeed no exaggeration. I estimated the 3 kilometers would take about 40 minutes, yet we seemed to have barely covered half the distance. My stamina began to wane, though my expression remained unchanged. However, the young lady behind me was struggling, gasping for breath. Why is it so far? It just keeps getting farther, she lamented. It's a psychological effect. We're nearly there. Just hang in there. I couldn't help but chuckle. Could we be caught in a ghost wall? I halted. You jinx, you really hit the nail on the head. Before us lay a deep sand gully, and just a few minutes prior, we had passed through here. Did we not come through this way earlier? I distinctly remember that tree. Li Shuang pointed at a distant withered tree. You jinxed it, what now? I plopped down onto the ground. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Li Shuang nudged me. Let's rest for a moment, then take off your pants. Can you be serious for once? I retorted. I am serious. Haven't you heard that when faced with a ghost wall, taking off your pants can help you pass through? I quipped. That's just common folk. She exclaimed. Am I not common folk? Fine. She nodded. I'll tell others that the esteemed descendant of the Zeng family, Zeng Jie, truly lives up to the legacy of the 7th Master, stripping down at the sight of a ghost wall. Whatever, in this vast city of Beijing. Who knows my last name is Zeng? Your provocation won't work on me. I pulled out a cigarette and lit one. Why is it that you become so irreverent the moment you step out? Li Shuang stomped her foot. I disregarded her. My mind was preoccupied with devising a strategy. The phenomenon of getting lost in a maze is not terrifying. Rather, I pondered a more daunting possibility, the quicksand passage. This place harbors no ancient tombs, and the 8 nightmares of the Guardian Tomb do not frighten me even in broad daylight. However, the occurrence of a maze-like phenomenon at this moment suggests either an illusion or some hidden intricacies beneath the ground. Old Master Qi would not set any illusory traps on the surface. That is not his style. The valley floor may conceal a quicksand tunnel, and if we could leverage that and implement some enhancements, it would render us nearly impervious to tomb raiders. Yet, for us at this moment, it posed a substantial dilemma. Li Shuang sat beside me. Have you come up with a plan? Why the rush? I'm merely teasing you, I replied, extinguishing my cigarette and rising to brush off the dirt. Let's cross this ravine first. I pulled Li Shuang up, and we descended into the gorge. Just then, a fierce whirlwind swept in from the southeast, quickly engulfing the gorge where we happened to be standing at the bottom. The yellow earth was lifted into the air, and the sand swirled, stinging our faces like 1,000 tiny blades. Once the wind subsided, we clambered up and resumed our trek toward the northern peak. After a short while, another ravine appeared before us, and at its edge stood a gnarled, dead tree, its branches clawing at the air. Here we go again, Li Shuang exclaimed in exasperation. Zeng Jie, where are you? Came a shout from the bottom of the gorge. Old Donkey's voice echoed. How did he get ahead of us? I glanced at Li Shuang, who was equally perplexed. What are you staring at? Hurry down here. He beckoned us. Li Shuang started to descend, but I stopped her. Wait. Something feels off. What's wrong? I'll go down first. You wait here. With that, I sprinted down into the gorge, halting about 10 meters from Old Donkey. Zeng Jie, why didn't I see you earlier? You were moving so slowly. He called out cheerfully. I remained silent, scrutinizing him. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me? Old Donkey placed his hands on his hips. Come out. Come over here. We still need to climb back up. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. I turned around and began to walk away. Hey, Zeng Jie, what's wrong with you? Come back. Old Donkey shouted. I paid him no heed, quickening my pace. His voice faded into the distance until it vanished completely. He remained motionless. Li Shuang caught up to me, grabbing my arm. You scared me to death. What are you afraid of? After you turned around, a large snake emerged behind Xiao Tang and followed you for quite a distance. I wanted to scream, but my voice failed me. Her fear was palpable. And the snake? It didn't catch up. It just left. Li Shuang glanced into the gorge. Where is Xiao Tang? I turned back, scanning the gorge for any sign of her, but it was empty. At that moment, a figure surged toward us through the dust. And as it drew closer, I realized it was Old Donkey. Finally caught up with you. Wait for me. He panted, breathless from running. As he approached, about 50 meters away, he could no longer continue, leaning over to catch his breath. Why are you running? Can't you hear me shouting? Hey, I'm not a wolf. Did you follow us? I called out. He nodded. Yes, I've been chasing you through 3 ravines. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over me. I seized Li Shuang's hand and sprinted toward the dead tree, shouting, Old Donkey, hurry to the tree, quickly. Why are you still running? Look behind you. Li Shuang cried out. The Old Donkey turned to glance back, and a powerful whirlwind howled towards him. With a sudden leap, he dashed ahead, swiftly surpassing both of us, and reached the tree first. I dared not look back, as the wind swept against my back, compelling me to sprint alongside Li Shuang. Fortunately, we arrived at the base of the tree just before the wind caught up with us. The whirlwind swirled around the tree and dissipated into the gully below. What just happened? What is with that wind? Li Shuang panted, regaining her breath. This is the true serpent cauldron. We have entered the serpent cauldron, I remarked, glancing into the distance where several whirlwinds began to form, gradually advancing towards us. What serpent cauldron? The Old Donkey surveyed the surroundings, bewildered. Where is the cauldron? I pointed to the gully behind us. This gully is the center. Within a kilometer on either side lies the serpent cauldron, just as the shaman described. But where are the snakes? Li Shuang queried. I watched the whirlwinds approaching and took out the Big Dipper star banner, marking 3 symbols on the ground at the southeast, northeast, and due north, centered around the tree. Then I retrieved the yin-yang lions, placing the yang lion to guard the qian position and the yin lion at the kuan position, and scattered a handful of beans around us. The whirlwind seemed to possess a consciousness. Upon witnessing our formation, they hesitated and lingered at a distance. The Old Donkey pulled out an anti-riot gun, lit 3 cigarettes, and exclaimed, Come on, snakes fear smoke. Let us all have a puff. Save your cigarettes. These snakes are not afraid. But where are the snakes? I glanced at Li Shuang, who had consumed the talisman water and could see spiritual entities. However, it was broad daylight, with the sun high above, making it difficult for them to discern. Focus your minds and watch the whirlwind closely. See what lies within. There are snakes. My goodness, they are enormous. The Old Donkey shouted. Li Shuang also spotted them. So many. What shall we do? No worries, they dare not approach us. However, we cannot leave either, so let us take a moment to rest. Ah, Zeng Jie, how could you have been so careless? You should have realized that the serpent cauldron is the core of the Xuanwu formation. The formation I is the most crucial core of a feng shui array. Akin to the bearing of a clock, the Xuanwu represents the union of turtle and serpent, designed to gather spiritual energy within the Azure Dragon's celestial arrangement. I had mistakenly thought the serpent cauldron was merely a floating cloud cauldron. I was far too complacent. We can't just wait here indefinitely, can we? Li Shuang instinctively clung to my arm. You need to think of a solution quickly. Let us rest for a bit. Once we are rejuvenated, solutions will naturally present themselves. I, at least, am exhausted. The gentle softness emanating from her arm stirred my thoughts, prompting me to gently push her away. The serpent cauldron is quite alluring. Do not tempt me too much, or you shall bear the consequences. Me? Who is tempting you? Li Shuang retorted assertively, though her eyes sparkled enticingly. I say, boss. Have you taken a liking to Zeng Jie? The Old Donkey interjected. Don't rush. Once we break free, you will have plenty of time. This place is neither convenient nor romantic, is it? What nonsense are you spouting? Li Shuang shot a glare at the old donkey, simultaneously playfully squeezing my hand. Don't say such things about me. Who is tempting you? How annoying. Miss, do not fidget. I embraced her and whispered the calming heart incantation in her ear. Gradually, Li Shuang lost control, wrapping around me like an octopus, her ear brushing against mine as she incessantly showered kisses upon me. The elderly donkey beside us blushed and stammered. Boss, should I perhaps retreat into the ditch for a moment? Or would you prefer to go there? With a commanding presence, I intoned, 9 heavens, too pure. Quell the heart and subdue the demons. Let the wicked tremble and retreat from the universe, swiftly as the law demands. I gently patted her back, and Li Shuang instantly regained her senses. She shoved me away, exclaiming, "What are you doing holding on to me?" I managed a wry smile. Look, you've already finished, and now pretend it didn't happen. You're talking nonsense, so frivolous. She muttered. Curious, I inquired about the situation between the two of them. The donkey had already smoked 2 cigarettes and offered me a third. Are you all right? I took the cigarette. What is the matter? Is your desire insatiable? Do we appear to be in distress? It seemed the snake cauldron had little effect on him. Indeed, he replied proudly, as such charming men. Young ladies flock around us incessantly, and our romantic endeavors are plentiful in both quality and quantity. We can handle those little vixens. What do we have to fear from a few small serpents? It appeared that bringing this imbecile along was indeed a wise decision. I inhaled deeply. Then it shall be manageable. As long as we are undaunted, we can traverse the snake cauldron after nightfall. Let us return for now. And tomorrow we shall circumvent East Mountain Ridge and ascend the northern peak from Floating Cloud Cauldron. That's quite a distance, Li Shuang interjected. Can't you just brave the snake cauldron? I can, and so can the donkey. But dear lady, you cannot. Boss, if you wish to pass through, we could use the sleeping bags from the car. Tomorrow we can confront the formation with them, the donkey suggested. Get lost. We retorted in unison. The donkey, realizing he was out of favor, scoffed. How hypocritical you both are. Li Shuang, feeling awkward, paused before asking, why didn't you foresee the snake cauldron? How could I have anticipated the snake cauldron? I lamented. This is my first time breaking through. I am little 7th master, not old 7th master. She chuckled lightly, followed by a resigned sigh. Regardless, I hired you, and you must execute this task splendidly. Otherwise, I shall withhold the final payment. Rest assured. The reputation of the Zeng family is impeccable. We have endured for over 1,000 years, I remarked, observing a massive whirlwind gathering in the distance. By the way, my grandfather once brought a Feng Shui Master here, who also fainted not far from the stone tower. Could that be related? Li Shuang inquired. If he was truly a master, then most likely. If he were merely ordinary, it could have been the guardian of the tomb's doing, I replied, as the distant whirlwind dissipated. For an entire afternoon, we were enveloped in a whirlwind of dust and sand. Yet, no matter how fierce the whirlwind, it dared not approach within 30 meters of us. Around 3 o'clock, the whirlwinds began to diminish, and by nightfall, they had nearly vanished, leaving the ground to heat up. Scientifically speaking, it is normal for the sand to warm after being exposed to the sun all day. However, the warmth beneath our feet felt somewhat unusual. It invigorated our spirits while simultaneously clouding our minds. The moment to depart had arrived, as the hour of Shin began. The next 2 hours marked the time for the transformation of the Xuanwu array. During this period, the snake cauldron would temporarily subside, and we needed to seize this opportunity. Simultaneously, the 8 super laborers residing within the stone tower would likely emerge to conduct their rounds. Although they had already consumed the talisman water, I inscribed a symbol on each of their backs and cautioned them, do not utter a word. You are forbidden to speak. You may only breathe through your noses. And all actions must heed my command. If I do not instruct you to move, no one shall move. Do you understand? The 2 of them nodded in acknowledgement. I led the way while they followed closely behind. We traversed 2 ditches without incident and soon beheld the stone tower in the distance. In the evening valley, a solitary black silhouette stood against the dark backdrop. The sight tempted me to merge with the shadows, to become invisible to all. As we approached the stone tower, roughly a kilometer away, a tall figure emerged ahead, obstructing our path. It was the guardian deity. I signaled for them to crouch down and observe the movements ahead closely. Li Shuang had encountered the deity before, so he remained composed. The old donkey, however, was different. He hurried to my side and was about to speak when I covered his mouth. The deity patrolled for a while, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he vanished in a flash, so swift that I could scarcely discern where he had gone. The old donkey forcefully pushed my hand away, exclaiming, "Are you trying to suffocate me? Serves you right. Didn't I tell you not to speak? What were you about to do? Is this not the first time we've encountered a ghost? Can one not be excited?" Indeed, the old donkey bore an expression of exhilaration. He did not appear fearsome at all, resembling a celestial being. I felt helpless. This fool might have been destined for this line of work. Finding not terror but excitement in the presence of spirits. Just ensure you do not soil your trousers when faced with something truly frightening. We continued onward, having just passed the stone tower when several dark figures flickered ahead. I focused my gaze and saw the deity and a figure named Swanshan observing them. There was even a steward present. "That's him," I exclaimed, promptly covering the donkey's mouth again. This must be the band of tomb raiders, fervently digging at that moment. "Mr. Zhao, are you certain?" A middle-aged voice inquired. "Indeed, this valley contains the finest burial site. There must be a passageway to the tomb nearby." The voice struck a familiar chord. I exchanged glances with Li Shuang Zhao Yuan. We were too far away to see clearly, and we dared not approach. We could only wait for an opportunity. After approximately a quarter of an hour, faint whispers of spiritual language reached my ears. I strained to listen, though I could not discern the words. The deity and Swanshan, having heard it, turned and departed, quickly vanishing from sight. "Can we go now?" The old donkey nudged me. "Let us wait a bit longer. It could be a trap," I replied. After a short while, seeing no sign of their return, I gestured for them to advance stealthily, crawling to a position about 7 or 8 meters away from the tomb raiders. The night sky was clear, and by the moonlight, I confirmed it was indeed Zhao Yuang standing beside a stout middle-aged man, not tall in stature, while 2 young men were laboring profusely, having already dug quite deep. To my astonishment, a young girl stood behind Zhao Yuang, and upon closer inspection, I noticed she was missing an arm. "Keep digging," Zhao Yuang exclaimed, his voice flowing confidently. "Fear not. If we continue like this, we shall soon uncover the passageway to the tomb. I have studied the feng shui of this valley for 20 years. There is no mistake. When we retrieve the artifacts, they shall belong to you. I only desire that orb." The middle-aged man declared with certainty, "This is indisputable. The Tan family speaks without any pretense." "Ah, that young fellow, you are misguided. Your direction is to the left," he continued. Yes, good lad, dig well." I couldn't help but smile wryly at these tomb raiders. How could they not sense something amiss? Would modern individuals refer to you as young fellow? Dui Wu was directing Zhao Yuang, who in turn was instructing the young ones. If they continued this way, the consequences would be dire. Li Shuang gestured to me, her signs suggesting a question. What should we do? Should we intervene? I pondered for a moment, mimicking her gestures. At that moment, a foul odor wafted towards us from behind. My heart sank, and I turned to glare at old donkey, who remained unfazed, moving his lips silently. Unable to contain himself, he finally exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Li Shuar gently covered her nose, glancing at me, suspecting I was the source. Old donkey quickly pulled her back, still silent, insisting, "It wasn't me." Li Shuang managed an awkward smile. I signaled old donkey to cease his movements. Though silent, this behavior was perilous. Had Dui Wu not been entirely focused on guiding Zhao Yuang, she would have likely noticed us by now. Li Shuang shivered and clutched my arm. I quickly looked ahead. Dui Wu had one hand on Zhao Yuang's shoulder, but her head was turned towards us, her dark, gleaming eyes fixed upon us. Her face, already pale, appeared ghostly in the moonlight, her eyes shining like obsidian, hair resembling dry straw, and lips even lighter than her face. Her bony fingers gripped Zhao Yuang's shoulder, casting a look that was both mocking and menacing. Li Shuang trembled again, yet I found a sense of calm. If she discovered us, so be it. Who was to fear whom? I pried Li Shuang's icy fingers away and produced a few talismans. Do not fear, with these talismans. She will not dare to harm you easily. I will confront her. To be honest, I was not afraid of her in a one-on-one encounter. It was merely that I had too many considerations. The directive from the Li family was to restore order after breaking the current situation, ensuring the least cost in doing so. If we offended the 8 nightmares of the tomb too deeply or disrupted their balance, any future endeavors would be compromised. For instance, concerning Dui Wu, if I were to incapacitate her today, I would first need to identify her essence when attempting to reconstruct the situation later, and then reforge her form. Because of these considerations, I refrained from using the star-shifting banner and instead opted for incantations. If we could negotiate, we would. If not, we would engage in battle. I calculated that my talismans might intimidate her. Dui Wu, I am a descendant of Zeng Jie. here to explore the situation with no ill intent. Please allow us to pass. I hoped she would comprehend my clumsy spiritual language. Diyu regarded me with a blank expression, remaining silent. Do you understand? We harbor no malice. Please let us pass. You come to disrupt the order? She retorted coldly. No. We are here to explore the situation. Miss Diyu has misunderstood. If you do not intend to disrupt, why explore? Diyui's fierce glare intensified. Establishing or dismantling is all within the heavens' design. Why force it? Before I could finish my sentence, Diyu let out a sinister smile, threw her head back, and howled. That little earth-shaking thing has returned. Quickly. Surround them. With that, she exerted force, and Zhao Yuang screamed, collapsing to the ground, while Diyu vanished. The long howl from the tomb raiders went unheard by them. Yet the three of us were left with a throbbing headache. The old donkey, in a fit of excitement, exclaimed, "Who dares approach us? Show yourselves." A middle-aged man brandished a knife in one hand, while clutching a pouch of glutinous rice in the other. I turned to the old donkey. Aren't you the one who can take on 10 at once? Do you truly believe that? The old donkey remained unfazed. Fear not. Watch closely. We shall see if we cannot handle these rascals. Slowly rising, he bellowed. Who are you? The middle-aged man's voice trembled. For the old donkey's declaration coincided with the fall of Zhao Yuang, who lay unconscious at that moment. How could he not be afraid? Damn it. I've had my eyes on you for quite some time. Will you face me, or shall I strike first? The old donkey's chilling tone sent shivers down my spine. Why you? Are you human, or ghost? The middle-aged man's legs quivered. I am a spirit of the mortal realm, a denizen of the netherworld. All manner of devilry and demons flee in my presence. What do you think I am? The middle-aged man, in a moment of desperation, knelt down. I am but a lowly man, blinded by my own ignorance. In these hard times, I sought your aid, hoping for a loan. You think I have no use for it? The old donkey scoffed. Have you ever been there? I have not, the middle-aged man whimpered. Then how do you know I have no need for it? Come, I shall take you down to sea. With that, the old donkey strode forward. Spare me. I shall not dare again. Please grant me my life. The middle-aged man bowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground. At that moment, a pouch of glutinous rice and 2 black hooves came hurtling toward the old donkey from the darkness. He could not evade in time, the rice scattered across the ground. And while he caught one hoof, the other struck him squarely on the forehead. How dare you throw that useless thing at me? Have you lost your senses? I will make you regret this. The old donkey roared, seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it, only for it to land in a pit, eliciting a cry of agony. Xiao San, run. This big rice dumpling has come to life, and is not afraid of hooves. The middle-aged man exclaimed in horror. Think you can escape? After years of solitude, I have had enough. You shall remain to keep me company for a game of mahjong. Just the right number. The old donkey, armed with a stone in one hand and a black hoof in the other, had a strap from his pack break, causing it to jangle ominously behind him, creating quite the intimidating sight. Master, please treat us as mere trifles and let us go. The middle-aged man pleaded. Witnessing the old donkey's growing fury. I have already let one go. There's not enough to spare. Wait until I've had my fun. At last. Li Shuang could not contain her laughter. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man abruptly stood. A woman? Who are you all? Who do you think you're scaring with your theatrics? His confidence surged again. Boss, do you fancy these fellows? Very well, I shall serve them up with your drinks. The old donkey grinned ominously. You are brimming with spirit. My lady hasn't tasted blood in centuries. You'll be perfect for revitalizing her. You are human, the middle-aged man retorted, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his voice. Li Shuang, swaying slightly, rose and mimicked the old donkey's tone. Boss Tang, do as you see fit. Then she kicked me. Get up. It's time for dinner. Well, I suppose there's a portion for me too. I had no choice but to rise unsteadily, as I had been lying prone for too long, leaving my body numb. Upon glancing around, I noticed another figure, a middle-aged man, utterly distraught. My lord, no, Boss Tang, where's my cane? Find it for me. I am determined to strike down these 3 vermin. To my surprise, I spotted another body on the ground. 4 in total, sufficient indeed. I mimicked the old man's voice, and the 3 grave robbers were so terrified that they momentarily forgot to flee. My heart raced as I urged them. If you don't run now, we'll be exposed. When the guardians of the tomb arrive, we'll all be finished. Just then, I caught sight of Aunt Yi standing at the edge of the excavation, grinning at us before she leaped into the pit. Instantly, 2 young individuals began to frantically dig, casting a torrent of earth from the hole. This is bad. Run. I abandoned all pretense, grabbing the old donkey and Li Shuang, turning to make our escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted behind us, and the ground seemed to give way beneath our feet, burying us in sand. After an indeterminate amount of time, I was jolted awake. As I opened my eyes, a blinding light revealed two faces, one elongated, the other oval. Stop shaking me, or I might fall apart. My head throbbed, and I couldn't discern whether it was from the fall or the old donkey shaking. My mouth and nose were filled with sand, and I hastily spat and blew my nose until I felt a semblance of calm. It's good that you're awake, Li Shuang said, gently touching my forehead. Does it still hurt? Yes. What happened to my head? I gazed at them. When we fell, the boss's elbow struck your head, the old donkey remarked, scrutinizing my scalp. It's just a bump. Does your arm hurt? I inquired of Li Shuang. She nodded slightly. It hurts a bit. If you hadn't been underneath me, I can't imagine how badly I would have fallen. Thank you. Don't mention it. We're all in this together. I supported the old donkey's arm as I sat up. Where are we? Who knows? Let us hope it's not the underworld, he replied. I took the flashlight and examined our surroundings, realizing we were in a cave filled with sand, sitting atop a vast sea of it. A bitter smile crept across my face as I thought, this can't be the infamous quicksand path, can it? Such rare karst topography formed billions of years ago, concealing a labyrinth of tunnels beneath what appears to be a flat valley. The sand here possesses a flow, and I have no idea where it might carry us. Was this also part of old Master Chi's design? The old donkey mused as he lit 3 cigarettes, offering 2 to us. Li Shuang frowned. Go ahead and smoke. There are likely snakes and insects here, and a hint of smoke might do us good, I suggested. Upon hearing this, her expression softened. She took a couple of puffs from the cigarette I had just lit and then placed it in my mouth, handing me her own. Great, next time you light it. The old donkey looked at me in resignation. I chuckled softly. Old Master Chi could not have created such a quicksand path. This is undoubtedly a natural formation. Yet, it serves as an advantageous trap. We are fortunate indeed that we were not buried alive. I wonder how long we were swept along before arriving here. Before long. Perhaps 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and we had not lost consciousness. It was merely the impact of our fall that had rattled us. Had I not cleared the sand from your faces just in time, you both would have suffocated. Thank goodness I had you two with me. Hee, as I said. With me by your side, you can rest assured that calamities will turn into blessings. The old donkey, quite pleased with himself, replied, though I possess considerable prowess. It is still you who must devise our escape. This is not my forte. I had nearly recovered, standing up and feeling the dampness on my body. I crouched down and scooped a handful of sand, which was quite moist. This sand had been propelled by water. We were not far from the waterway. The river in the valley seemed merely a fade. Perhaps the true source of the serpent's water lay beneath the ground. Discarding the sand, I shone my flashlight around, observing that one end of the cave was nearly sealed by a torrent of quicksand, while the other end was quite spacious. The ceiling was densely packed with numerous solution caves, from which sand occasionally cascaded down. It seemed we had descended from those very caves, although I couldn't recall which one. My bag is lost, but yours remain, said Li Shuang. Mine contain water and food. Zeng Jie, you must devise a plan, for our provisions are scant. Given that there was space ahead, we decided to proceed in that direction. The 3 of us traversed the cave, stepping on the quicksand, occasionally sinking with each step, while sand and stones frequently tumbled from above. After approximately an hour, we encountered 2 cave openings. Which one should we choose? Li Shuang inquired. Approaching the entrance, I listened intently and heard the sound of water, indicating we were close to the waterway. I scooped a handful of sand from the ground, releasing it slowly to observe the pattern it formed. Let us take the left path. The old donkey decisively ventured into the left cave, with Li Shuang closely following, leaving me as the last in line. As we proceeded, the left cave became increasingly narrow, and soon even the old donkey struggled to pass through. Zeng Jie, is this truly reliable? I questioned. It should be. If not, I can tie a rope around your waist, and you can enter first. Li Shuang and I will wait here. If you can make it through, we shall follow. If it leads to a dead end, we can pull you back. Buddy, how can you even suggest such a thing? The old donkey exclaimed. You were the first to dive in. I had intended to lead the way. I retrieved the lead rope, insisting, no, you go first. I will enter afterward. What are you cursing me for? Can we truly do that? He hesitated. Silence ensued. After a long wait, I called out, old donkey, respond. Still, there was no answer. And I felt a surge of anxiety as I quickly secured the rope around my waist. Zeng Jie, this path is correct. Come quickly. There is something marvelous. The old donkey shouted with excitement. I promptly tucked away the lead rope and instructed Li Shuang, I will go through first. Follow closely behind me. Li Shuang nodded in agreement. After squeezing through a narrow passage that was both oppressive and difficult to breathe in, the space opened up before us. The cave ahead was evidently vast, with a figure crouched, peering down at something. I hurriedly approached the old donkey's side, noting that we were still about 15 or 16 meters above the sandy sea below. Zeng Jie, what do you see? Following the old donkey's gaze, I discerned a flickering glow amidst the sands. Could it be a luminous pearl? A moonlight orb? How could such a treasure be so easily found? I squinted and scrutinized for a long while, and indeed, there it was, a large, radiant pearl, captivatingly beautiful. At this moment, Li Shuang had climbed behind me, her excitement palpable. Could that be the tying pearl? She exclaimed. No, something feels amiss. The tying pearl cannot possibly appear here. How could a dragon ball be buried underground? How would the azure dragon ascend to the heavens? A distant sound grew increasingly closer and louder, resembling a thunderous roar. It's water, I declared. And as soon as the words left my lips, a torrent surged into the cavern from afar, transforming the ground beneath us into an expansive sea. The water level rose swiftly, prompting us to scramble backward, but the cave entrance was too narrow for a timely escape. Zeng, my lifelong comrade, old donkey cannot protect you. Perishing together is worth it. Old donkey cried out in despair. Li Shuang, frightened, shrieked, Save me. Zeng Jie, quiet down. It's not that easy to meet our end. Wait a moment, I urged as I pushed them aside, straining to listen intently. Outside, a series of mournful sounds echoed, reminiscent of a bestiary wail. Prehistoric behemoths. Li Shuang clung to my arm once more. Enough with the movies. There aren't that many monstrous creatures. This is the sound of water flooding the subterranean cavern. I pushed Li Shuang away and cautiously crawled to the cave entrance. The water level halted about a meter from us, remaining still for a moment before a series of bubbling sounds erupted as enormous bubbles began to surface and the water level plummeted rapidly. It seemed a hidden sand chamber had been breached, allowing the water to flood in. Before long, the water stabilized, revealing the sand below, where numerous small animal carcasses lay beneath the shallow layer. I realized that there must be a waterlogged cavern beneath the river above, which connected to this underground maze. Whenever the water accumulated sufficiently in the waterlogged cavern, it would reopen the adjacent chamber of sand, resulting in the earlier flood, a phenomenon I termed the quicksand passage. Formed by the impact of such floods, the water below calmed, and the luminous object vanished. That was not the tying pearl. The tying pearl would not be found underground. I reassured Li Shuang. But how do we get out? We won't be trapped here, will we? She gazed at me helplessly. Certainly not. Our fate is intertwined. It won't be so easy for us to perish, I replied with a smile. Zeng, should we retreat? Old donkey inquired. The divination I performed earlier indicated that we should forge ahead, encountering benefactors along the way, discovering treasures, and that daring to face death brings life. Fear not. We can only move forward, I declared. But there's no path ahead, Li Shuang protested. Beneath us is a slope. If we proceed cautiously, clinging to the cavern walls, we will be fine, I assured them. What about the water? What if it returns? We can't swim, old donkey insisted. I believe it won't return anytime soon. The water level in the cavern is insufficient to breach the sand, I replied before leading the way, carefully descending the rocky formations of the cavern. Our descent was smooth, and before long, we found ourselves in the shallow waters below. The sand was soft, yielding about 10 centimeters with each step, yet we could move, supporting each other. We followed the direction of the incoming water for about half an hour until a glimmer of light appeared ahead. What is that? An exit? Li Shuang asked. It's a powerful flashlight. There are people over there, and they have spotted us too. Uncle, isn't that the trickster? A shadow shouted. The path of adversaries converges. And I find myself observing the old donkey and Li Shuang. The old donkey appears utterly indifferent, while Li Shuang is visibly anxious. Fear not, in terms of brawn. My brother and I can easily handle the three of them, I reassure her. At this moment, she resembles a small bird nestled behind me. Hey, you scoundrel, are you still pretending? Comes a shout from across the way, emanating from a middle-aged man. Have you encountered a ghost as well? The old donkey feigns innocence, claiming we were possessed by spirits and stumbled into this place. Could you be experiencing the same? Nonsense. You little brat, stop playing dumb. It was you just now. The man retorts angrily. What else with the insults? It's unbecoming. How could anyone stoop to such vile actions? Brother Zeng, do vouch for them. My irritation surges at this foolishness, and I am nearly overwhelmed by the urge to grit my teeth. Indeed, how could our little mule ever insult anyone? You must have encountered some misfortune. We merely came to tour the vicinity and inexplicably ended up here. This place is too cursed. We shall never return. Li Shuang interjects with an air reminiscent of a character from a historical drama. What on earth, uncle, is this for real? The middle-aged man ponders for a moment, then points at me. You? What do you have to say? You're addressing me? I know I must alter my tone, otherwise. I want to be able to evade this situation. My goodness, I've had my fill. Just ask you. I wrap my arm around Li Shuang's waist. Relishing the moment, I finally have her close. I had merely sought a scenic spot for a self-driving adventure, yet this cursed place has led me astray. Why are you asking me? If my grandfather cannot find me, he would likely turn the entire city upside down. If my wife discovers this, I cannot fathom the consequences. You ask me, but who should I inquire? After a ruckus, silence falls on the opposing side. Have you truly encountered a misfortune? You genuinely came for a tour? 3 shadowy figures approach us, the middle-aged man in front, flanked by 2 younger men. It seems that Master Zhao Yuang has lost his way, or rather, they were scattered. Fortunately, he is absent. Otherwise, everything would be exposed. So, you didn't come for a tour, but rather to plunder tombs? I sneer. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, sizes me up warily. What is your name? I am your elder. I charge forward, ready to strike, but the old donkey quickly restrains me. Calm down. Let us not provoke anger. We are all in this cursed place together, and should support one another. Young man, you 2 have come to rob graves. Haven to you? The middle-aged man sneers. How dare you? I hurl a handful of sand at him. Who are you insulting? We don't need to resort to grave robbing. The middle-aged man seems genuinely taken aback, falling silent for a moment. You've only been questioning us. What about you? What is your purpose? The old donkey inquires. We exchange glances. We came for a tour as well. A grown man bringing 2 youngsters on a tour? I scoff. The van and tent at the valley's mouth belong to you, correct? Asks the middle-aged man. They are mine, so what? We thought the stone building inside was a themed hotel, intending to bring the girl for some fun, only to find it a haunted place with nothing at all. Li Shuang did not voice his thoughts, but secretly pinched me. So that is how it is. The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging our situation. Since we are here, let us assist one another. Once we are out, we shall part ways. Am I supposed to follow your path? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, dear uncle, do not take offense. Our second master has a rather bad temper, but he is a good person at heart. The old donkey hurriedly smoothed things over. Li Shuang leaned closer to me and whispered, impressive. Thus, our 2 factions merged into one. Is there a way for you to come from that side? The middle-aged man inquired. If there were, I would have left long ago. I retorted, young man, I do not care about your status outside. But could you show some respect here? The middle-aged man replied indignantly. Oh, very well then. Just a moment ago, you were calling me a grandson. I'm not pleased about that. After all, I have received a higher education, and I do not speak in such crude terms, do I, my dear? Li Shuang nodded obediently. My surname is Tan, and I have studied a bit of Feng Shui. If you trust me, join us. I thought to myself. The more he knows about such things, the less useful he is in this valley. Our second master has also participated in a Buddhist club and studied some I Ching. If you trust him, follow him, and you will surely be fine. I could no longer tolerate this foolishness. Then let us part ways, as you wish. Tan shot me a disdainful glance and led the 2 young men back the way we came. We hastily quickened our pace, fearing they might realize and pursue us. Second master, get lost. Speak plainly. I whispered sharply. The old donkey cleared his throat, used to my way of speaking. I asked you, second master. Do you have any idea? It seems there is no way forward. If you trust them, go with them. We will take our own path. I replied impatiently. After walking for about half an hour, we indeed found no way forward, just like the place we had come from, resembling a stone wall, densely packed with numerous caves. Old man, which one shall we enter? The old donkey asked helplessly. I do not know. Let's first find a place to rest. Do you have any other options? Li Shuang asked in despair. The only option is to rest first, and then I will think. I replied, grabbing onto a rock and began to climb. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuang followed behind me. Climbing over 3 meters high, I decided to stop and entered a cave filled with sand and water. Lacking even a dry spot to rest, I wanted to catch my breath before continuing the ascent. Soon, Li Shuang and the old donkey also crawled into the cave. Are you cold? I asked. A bit. Li Shuang replied. We do not feel it. Our bodies are strong, Just a little hungry. I inquired, old man. Do you have any food in your bag? The old donkey responded. Li Shuang opened her bag and took out a box of luncheon meat to hand to him. The old donkey, not being polite, hurriedly opened the box and began to eat. I am hungry too. Do you have anything else? I asked. Would you prefer luncheon meat or biscuits? She inquired. All right, save some for me. I patted the old donkey. Leave me a bite. Zeng Jie, what is that behind you? Li Shuang suddenly asked. I turned around and, beneath the sand, noticed a faint glow. Instinctively, I reached out and opened my palm, revealing a translucent emerald bead wrapped in sand. As I cleared the sand away, the cave was instantly illuminated in a vibrant green hue. The moon pearl. Li Shuang let out a loud cry and suddenly glanced behind me, immediately covering her mouth. A chill ran down my spine as I turned to see a large python, more than 2 meters away, staring at me with its small, green eyes. The python was about the width of a bowl, its crimson tongue flickering in and out, fixated on me, more precisely, on the bead in my hand. The old donkey pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took several deep puffs, exhaling smoke towards the python, which quickly filled the narrow cave with a haze. Don't move. It's not afraid of smoke. It desires that bead. Li Shuang inquired. I gestured for them to remain still and slowly turned to face the snake directly. This bead was not the Yin bead, but it was undoubtedly a treasure. How could I relinquish it? The python and I locked gazes for a moment, then it suddenly lunged forward, only to retract before making contact, an intimidation tactic. My heart raced, but I maintained a calm facade. The earlier divination suggested that encountering a great treasure could lead to life or death. If I showed fear now, it was likely that none of us would survive. They had consumed my talisman water, which would imbue them with a trace of dragon energy. Typically, even a large snake would avoid us. It seemed this particular serpent was truly determined to obtain the bead, relentlessly pursuing it. I was confident it would not dare to attack us. It was merely attempting to outlast us. The talisman water had a potency of only 12 hours, and over 10 hours had already elapsed. If we continued this standoff, we would surely be at a disadvantage. Snakes excel at enduring and waiting out their prey. Boss, where's your riot gun and stun gun? Li Shuang asked, nodding as she slowly removed her backpack, glancing at the snake while retrieving the stun gun. Don't use the riot gun, I instructed. The old donkey took the stun gun, grinning. Hey, big worm, today I'll turn you into electric grilled snake. The device crackled and sparked with blue fire as he boldly approached the snake, which didn't even glance in his direction. Xiao Tang, don't go closer. Li Shuang pulled him back. It's fine. We have fate on our side. It wouldn't dare to harm me. The snake indeed began to retreat. And the old donkey, emboldened, proclaimed, See? I told you we were right. Haha, grilled snake is as good as ours. What a fool. Did he think the snake feared his little stun gun? It was actually intimidated by the faint trace of dragon energy emanating from him. He naively believed himself to be a formidable presence, recklessly advancing on the snake. Though the python retreated, it remained fixated on me, ignoring the old donkey entirely. As the old donkey pressed forward, a glint of malice flickered in the python's eyes. Stop, I shouted. Almost simultaneously, the python leaped, its enormous mouth wide open, aiming for the old donkey's throat. Startled, he instinctively shielded himself, and the blue electric discharge struck the snake's head. I lunged forward, tackling the snake, which instinctively coiled around me in response to the shock. Zeng Jie, Li Shuang screamed. Boss, grab the knife. The old donkey rushed up to pin the snake's head, shoving the stun gun into its mouth and pressing the trigger repeatedly. The snake twitched violently, tightening its grip further. I struggled to breathe. Thankful I had protected my chest with my elbows. Otherwise, my ribs might have been crushed. Li Shuang frantically rummaged through her bag, finally producing a military knife. Whether it was out of fear or anxiety, her hands trembled as she held the blade, inching closer yet too intimidated to strike. The old donkey was preoccupied with the electric prod, issuing urgent commands to her. Sever the snake's body, or else Zeng's life would be in jeopardy. Gritting her teeth, Li Shuang barely grazed the snake with the knife when it stirred, prompting a shrill scream from her as the blade slipped from her grasp. Curse it. Either kill the snake or give me a cut. Spare me this torment, I exclaimed. Old donkey, cease your actions, or I shall be suffocated by it. I gritted my teeth. The old donkey promptly halted, handed the electric prod to Li Shuang, seized the knife from the ground, and thrust it between my elbows, blade facing outward, delivering a swift and forceful cut. The python's blood gushed forth, painting the cave in a gruesome crimson. Gradually, the pressure above eased, and the old donkey executed a decisive stroke, cleaving the snake cleanly in two. At that moment, Li Shuang regained her composure, crawling over to untangle the lifeless serpent from around me. "Are you all right?" she asked. "My legs have gone numb." Upon hearing this, she began to massage my legs fervently. The water in the cave had turned a deep shade of red from the snake's blood. "We're drenched in snake blood. Soon, many more will come." Li Shuang expressed her concern while continuing to massage. "That isn't a problem," I reassured her. "You both have consumed talisman water. Now that you're smeared in snake blood, the snakes will be deterred from approaching you. However, once we exit, the apparitions will almost immediately detect the scent of blood." I chuckled bitterly. If not for the talisman water's diminishing effectiveness, this subterranean labyrinth would be relatively safer than the outside world. Rest assured, together, we can easily handle those little fiends. "Even if you lack confidence, you should still trust us," I said, gesturing to the blood on my body. "Was it not to save you that we stirred this chaos?" The old donkey chuckled heartily. "Brothers aid brothers. It's only right." "I apologize. I have a profound fear of snakes," Li Shuang admitted, her face reflecting regret. "It's nothing. We faced danger yet emerged unscathed," I replied, sitting up. "However, I must apologize to this snake. It was unfortunate to encounter the old donkey. Indeed, in this cave, we are restricted in our actions, but outside, I would have kicked it to a pulp." The old donkey brandished the prod again, unleashing another barrage of electricity upon the snake's head. "Conserve your energy. What about the bead?" I asked. "Still intact," I replied, opening my palm to reveal the bead, which remained unblemished, casting an eerie green glow throughout the cave. "Is this the Tian bead?" Li Shuang inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon it. "I can assure you, it is not," I replied. "Then what is it?" Li Shuang's eyes seemed to yearn to devour the bead. Realizing this, I quickly tucked it away into my pocket for safekeeping, intending to study it later. For now, our priority was to escape, as the talisman water on your bodies would soon lose its potency. "Zeng, look, another one is approaching," the old donkey pointed out. We turned to see a larger creature, a massive white python with fiery red eyes. As the flashlight's beam struck it, the snake responded with a furious hiss, agitated by the light. "Are you still roasting snakes? Curse it, roasting snakes consumes too much power. Let us deal with it this time." The old donkey appeared unfazed, his face alight with excitement. "Stay back. I shall confront it," I declared, advancing toward the python like a cat poised to pounce on its prey. The white python displayed its aggression, attempting to intimidate me, warning me to keep my distance. I did not cease my pursuit, not from a lack of desire, but rather from an instinctual drive to move forward. As if I had truly transformed into a cat, my eyes gleaming with ferocity. I was less than a meter away from the white serpent. "Zeng Jie, Zeng Jie, be cautious." I fixed my gaze on the creature, parting my lips and extending my tongue, perceiving it as a delectable morsel. Upon noticing my demeanor, the serpent flicked its tongue and swiftly retreated. I felt as though a feline deity had taken possession of me. A pang of disappointment washed over me as I gave chase. It moved with remarkable speed, and being unaccustomed to traversing on four limbs, the distance between us widened. The old donkey and Li Shuang followed closely behind, repeatedly urging me to halt, yet I was unable to comply. The cavern expanded increasingly until I could run upright. Thus I pursued the serpent while they pursued me. After approximately 100 meters, the serpent swiftly darted into a small crevice and vanished. I crouched before the entrance, observing intently. At that moment, the old donkey and Li Shuang caught up with me, panting heavily. "Zeng Jie, have you encountered a spirit?" the old donkey inquired, patting my shoulder. "The exit is here," I exclaimed, pointing to the small opening with a smile that had reverted to my human form. "What a jest! That must be a serpent's den," Li Shuang remarked. "You were acting like a cat just now. What was that all about?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely felt as though I had transformed into a cat and wished to consume it." The two exchanged bewildered glances. Li Shuang grasped my hand urgently. "Zeng Jie, look at me. I am Li Shuang. Do you remember me?" The old donkey held on to my other hand. "I am Brother Donkey. What are you both doing?" "I am perfectly fine," I reassured them. "How did you come to feel like a cat?" "Ah, if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. The Taoists understand the transformation of spirit through contemplation. I merely momentarily embody the essence of a cat-human. In any case, I am completely normal, so do not worry." "Do you recall? My divination foretold an encounter with a treasure where daring leads to survival. Logically, we should not enter this serpent's den. Yet we shall venture forth and surely find an exit." Li Shuang hesitated. The old donkey waved his hand decisively. "I trust you. I will lead the way." I shall go first, with the boss in the center and you bringing up the rear, I declared before crawling into the crevice. The entrance was narrow, but after crawling 2 or 3 meters, it began to widen, ultimately leading to a spacious chamber filled with dry sand. I scooped a handful of sand to inhale its scent, detecting a fishy odor. Given the dryness, it did not seem to be frequently submerged in water. Li Shuang and the old donkey soon followed me into the large cavern. Is there a way forward? Li Shuang inquired. Indeed, over there. The old donkey pointed to a stone opening above us. Is that so? Li Shuang asked me. After observing for a while, it appeared that this was the only opening, and given its elevation, it could lead to the outside. The entrance was high, inaccessible to a single person. I pondered for a moment. Old donkey, let us form a human ladder. I will ascend first, and then use a rope to hoist you both up. Good. We approached the base of the opening. Fortunate that it was a gentle incline. The old donkey steadied himself against the wall as I stowed my flashlight in my bag and climbed up him, my hands nearly reaching the entrance. With a vigorous effort, I sprang upward, grasping the rocky edge of the opening, causing the old donkey to tumble backward onto the ground. With determination, I managed to pull myself into the opening. I retrieved my flashlight to assess the situation. The cave slanted upwards, confirming my initial suspicions. I took out a rope, securing one end around my waist, spreading my legs to brace against the sides of the opening, and tossed the other end down. Ladies and children first, I shouted. All right, ladies, come on up. I harmonized with the old mule, imagining the expression on Li Shuang's face below. Before long, the rope tightened, and Li Shuang began to ascend, while I firmly gripped the rope. Don't touch me, she screamed. I'm just pushing you. I replied. Thank you. I can manage on my own. Soon, she climbed up, struggling to reach me. Half of her body emerged first, collapsing onto me and gasping for breath. This girl was clearly exhausted. In our current position, we were innocent, despite her face being pressed against my lower body. Once she regained her breath, she looked up and glared at me. What else with this position? What else could I do? If I hadn't held on, you would have pulled me down. You. Li Shuang fell silent, clutching my clothing as she crawled over me. Her soft form exuded a faint fragrance, and before I could savor the moment, her belt buckle roughly grazed my face, sending a wave of heat through me, followed by her lower abdomen. She climbed to a relatively flat area about 2 meters above me. You come up here, and we'll pull Xiaotang up. Before I could respond, she let out a sharp scream. A snake. I pushed off with my legs, flipping over and swiftly crawling to her side. Where is it? That, a huge snake. She dove into my embrace. With the beam of the flashlight, I inspected the area and discovered it was not a snake, but a snake's shed skin. Don't be afraid. I comforted her, though my heart raced. I had never seen such a large snake as shed, its width at least half a meter. How enormous must the snake have been? Such a creature must be nearby. You jinx. She quickly covered her mouth. I looked at the girl in my arms, trembling like a frightened bird, evoking my sympathy. Boss, you keep diving into my arms and then scold me for being a rogue. That's rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Li Shuang pushed me away. You're incorrigible. Rogue. Is there a snake? Is anyone there? Voices called from below. It's just the snake's skin. Pull me up first. You two can flirt later. The old mule shouted. Together, we strained to hoist him up. Where's the snake? I want to see how big it is. I looked at Li Shuang, who pointed at the shed skin. Wow. The old mule exclaimed, quickly bowing. Such a thick snake must have become a dragon. Incredible. He marveled. Save your admiration for later. We need to hurry up. We don't know what else lies ahead. I glanced at Li Shuang. Stay close to me. The further we ascended, the smoother the cave walls became, evidently worn down by the massive serpent. As I climbed, I prayed, may the ancestors protect us. Please don't let us stumble upon the serpent's south resting place. After climbing for several minutes, we reached another level area. Narrow and tight. I shone my flashlight and spotted stone steps leading to the exit. We found the way out. I whispered. At this moment, even excitement had to be restrained, lest we disturb something and invite trouble. I managed to contain my enthusiasm, but the two behind me could not. Li Shuang was somewhat better, letting out a sob of relief. Thank heavens. The old donkey erupted into a frenzied shout. Long live, great ancestor. His voice reverberated greatly within the stone cave, echoing in waves. Amidst this resonance, I detected a faint, unusual sound coming from behind. This was dire. I hastened to climb upward, urging to keep close. After scaling another 3 to 4 meters, I found myself at an impasse. A smooth stone slab sealed the exit of the stone steps. With a firm push, I managed to dislodge the slab. only to be met with a wave of foul odor. Ignoring the discomfort in my nostrils, I scrambled upward, and upon emerging, I discovered the surroundings were composed entirely of flat stone slabs. A glance revealed I had arrived at the stone chamber of the spirit-nurturing Tower 2. This was the very chamber where I had received the letter. I quickly climbed out and pulled Li Shuang and the old donkey to safety. Black Snake, I knew you would call out. Once the old donkey emerged, I covered the exit with the stone slab. Hurry, there is something behind us. I yanked at Li Shuang, who was frozen in fear at the sight of the Black Snake. The stone door was still ajar, and just as we were about to flee, the stone slab beneath us opened. A middle-aged tomb raider emerged, sprinting past us in a frenzy, dashing out the door, followed closely by two young men, equally agitated, shouting, "Snake! Snake! Snake!" They had barely exited when a series of shrieks erupted from outside, followed by an eerie silence. Li Shuang burrowed into my embrace, her face drained of color. The old donkey retrieved a riot gun from her bag, contemplating whether to venture out. There are the 8 nightmares guarding the tomb. It's perilous both inside and out. Let me think. Before I could formulate a plan, a massive snake, about half a meter in diameter, slithered ghost-like from the cave entrance, its eyes glowing like 2 green lanterns, lowering its head to scrutinize us, its tongue flicking out nearly 30 centimeters. We stood frozen, captivated by the sight. Such a creature could only be seen in films or heard of in the tales of the elders, yet here it was, inspecting us from such an intimate proximity. I realized that the large bead we had initially perceived was not the one on my person, but rather the snake's eye, which had been concealed beneath the sand. I don't want to die, Zeng Jie, I don't want to die. My parents, Li Shuang, sobbed uncontrollably. Brother Snake, we just paid our respects to you. We may have spoken carelessly, but those are merely our habitual expressions. We share a bond. Surely you wouldn't be so ungrateful? Remember, we praised your magnificence. This rather foolish one seemed undeterred by fear and was attempting to negotiate with the great serpent. I halted the old donkey, pushing Li Shuang behind him, and with my right hand, I drew forth the Northern Dipper S-Star flag, while with my left, I retrieved the jade bead. Raising both offerings before the creature, the snake instinctively recoiled slightly. If it belongs to you, take it. Should you feel anger, do not involve this girl and this fool. The bead is mine. It is unrelated to them. I am Zeng Jie, a descendant of the Zeng family. At the mention of my lineage, the snake retreated further, keeping a vigilant watch on us. There was no choice but to steel myself and attempt a bold move. I returned the bead to my bosom and slowly drew out the token from my inner pocket, advancing cautiously toward it. The snake lowered its head closer to me. I felt frozen in place. It was nearly at eye level, its green gaze sending a chill through my heart. After a brief moment of observation, it began to burrow outward, swiftly filling the stone chamber, forcing us into a small corner. The old donkey and I stood back to back, desperately shielding the corner where Li Shuang was nestled. Eventually, it cast a glance in my direction and emerged through the stone door. We remained frozen in disbelief until the old donkey nudged me, assuring me that it had departed and all was well. It turned out it merely wished to exit as well. Regaining my composure, I slipped to the doorway to survey the surroundings. The outside was desolate, devoid of anything, and the dust on the ground had been significantly swept clean, courtesy of the snake. What time is it? I inquired. It's 4:15, replied the old donkey. The air down here is stifling. We must ascend quickly. Dawn is approaching, and I suspect the 8 nightmares will soon depart. Let us make our way up. If we encounter them, we will fight. Fear not. With us here, they would not dare to act recklessly. The old donkey declared confidently, leading the charge once more. Our journey was uneventful as we emerged from the chessboard. The sky was beginning to brighten, and based on our previous experiences, it seemed the 8 nightmares would not be present here. I pondered the whereabouts of the 3 individuals from earlier. Had they fled, or were they hiding? Li Shuang was severely fatigued, so I suggested she rest on the chessboard while I set up a protective formation around her. You should accompany me. We must search for those 3. They might be hiding above, I urged. If they are above, they must be too frightened to act. Why not rest a while and wait for dawn to return to the base? She retorted. It appeared they had been trailing us from a distance. I mused on their resilience. They were indeed seasoned wanderers of the world. By all means, let us search for them. We wouldn't want them following us back to the base at daybreak, the old donkey agreed. He retrieved a riot gun and a stun baton from his pack. You rest here. Do not be afraid of anything you see. We will return shortly, I instructed Li Shuang. She nodded. Do I still need the talisman? Not today. The old donkey and I cautiously ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, remaining vigilant and thoroughly inspecting each room. After completing our search without discovering anything, we breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the old donkey glanced down and suddenly slapped my shoulder. Upon looking, I saw the figures of Swanshan, the warrior general, the ghost king, and the curse witch, all gathered around a slumberingly Shuang, eagerly anticipating their opportunity. You draw 2 of them away, I'll handle the other 2. Then come to assist you. What do you think? I'll take the 2 with the neat appearances. What are their names? The warrior general and Swanshan. Keep this talisman safe. Wait for the right moment to affix it to them. Damn it. I'll treat them as scrap metal to be reforged later. I handed him a talisman. The old donkey rolled up his sleeves, accepted the talisman, and dashed a few steps to the stairway, shouting down, "Hey, warrior general, and you, the shopkeeper, I'm up here. Show your heads. I swear I'll slap you down." The warrior general and Swanshan glanced at him but paid him no mind. The ghost king, however, was incensed, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you to challenge me? I'll kill you." He darted towards the old donkey, reaching out to grab him. The old donkey, quick as a flash, slipped into a stone chamber like an eel, with the ghost king hot on his heels. I drew out the star-shifting banner and the bagua mirror, shouting, "Do not bully the young girl. Come at me if you dare." "This kid is formidable," Swanshan remarked. "I shall engage him," replied the curse witch, ascending the stairs closely followed by the warrior general. After a moment of hesitation, Swanshan decided to follow, first dealing with him before confronting that fool. My eyes brightened as I unfurled the star-transferring banner. When the bagua mirror reflected upon the approaching Duowu, he staggered back. "Surround him," the warrior bellowed. As 3 night spirits closed in on me, ready to strike, a sudden scream echoed from the stone chamber. It was the cry of the ghost king. Upon hearing this, Duowu hastily floated away to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, I directed the bagua mirror at the warrior while using the star-transferring banner to strike at Swanshan. The warrior, undeterred by my bagua mirror, charged at me. My arm went numb, causing the bagua mirror to slip from my grasp and clatter to the ground. Swanshan was forced to retreat under my pressure, and I swiftly turned to strike the warrior again. Although the warrior was quite formidable, he could do little against the star-transferring banner, hastily dodging my attack. I reached into my pocket to retrieve a spirit talisman, accidentally pulling out another object. My reflexes kicked in, and I quickly caught it. As I opened my palm, a greenish glow emanated from the object, causing both Swanshan and the warrior to turn pale with fear and flee. I was still processing what had just happened when the Ghost King emerged, and upon seeing the orb in my hand, was equally startled, vanishing in an instant. Why was everyone so afraid of this orb? It suddenly dawned on me that this was no ordinary orb, it was the illusion pearl. Within the Azure Dragon's heavenly scheme, there were 2 dragon pearls, one genuine and one counterfeit. The counterfeit, known as the illusion pearl, was used to lure dragons during the initial setup. Though a false dragon pearl, it must possess extraordinary rarity. It became clear that the enormous serpent I had encountered earlier was the guardian of the illusion pearl. As long as the pearl lay buried underground, it could not emerge. Now that the time had come for the illusion pearl to reappear, the serpent could finally fulfill its purpose and leave the shifting sands of the labyrinth. The 8 night spirits, unaware of the distinction between genuine and false dragon pearls, mistook the illusion pearl for the real thing. Believing a dragon pearl was present, they assumed the divine dragon was nearby, which explained their hasty retreat. I let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to this precious object, even if I had managed to escape, the future schemes would have been troublesome, necessitating a complete reforging. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the stone chamber as Duowu, in a panic, fled for the door. Upon seeing the illusion pearl in my hand, she dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. "Damn it, why are you running away?" The old donkey shouted angrily as he emerged, adjusting his trousers. "What did you do to her?" I inquired, observing the old donkey's bewildered expression. I had just subdued that ugly hag when this female ghost barged in, and she immediately tried to grab my chest. Could I possibly be afraid of her? I mean, after all, I've had my share of encounters. I've never faced anything quite like this. So, if she is grabbing me, I might as well take off my pants. Who's afraid of whom? But just as I had gotten halfway, she bolted like she'd seen a ghost. Damn it, what a waste of my feelings. The old donkey fumed. I was utterly speechless. This guy had a rather peculiar taste. The old donkey tightened his belt. "What about your 3? Did you scare them off?" "I suppose you could say they were frightened away." "Well done, Zeng. Had I known you were this formidable, I wouldn't have needed to sacrifice my appearance." "Impressive," the old donkey exclaimed, giving me a thumbs up. I could only manage a wry smile and shake my head. "All right, let us head back. Dawn is breaking." and we ought to get some proper rest. We descended the stairs, and I helped Li Shuang, who was on the chessboard, while glancing at the old donkey. Carry her. Why don't you carry her? That's an order. The old donkey remained silent as it carried Li Shuang, while I held her bag and exited the Yangling pavilion, making a beeline for the valley's mouth. The sun had already risen, and I took a deep breath of the fresh air, relishing the sensation of being alive. After a day and night of exertion, my stamina had waned. It took us an hour and a half, with 2 changes of duty, before we finally reached the van. Setting Li Shuang down, the old donkey lingered, evidently reluctant to part with the experience, soft yet sturdy, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Ah, Zeng Jie, you truly are fortunate. I whispered enviously. If you wish to stay alive, refrain from claiming you carried her. Rest assured, we understand the significance of such matters. The credit is undoubtedly his. I quickly turned around, only to receive a solid slap from Li Shuang across my face. Why did you let him carry me? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Boss, Zeng Jie is genuinely concerned about you. Don't misjudge him. He risked himself in that building to save you. Perhaps I should just go to sleep. Upon noticing Li Shuang's sullen expression, the old donkey hastily slipped away. Give me a reason. My face stung from the slap, and I was weary. Is it acceptable for him to carry me if I'm tired? Fine, Your Highness. May I take a short rest? You've already slept for over 2 hours. I am not made of iron. With a sigh and a wave of her hand, she conceded. All right, go ahead. As I emerged from her tent, the sunlight was glaring. Rubbing my eyes, I realized sleep would have to wait. With so many belongings and 3 people, it would be perilous if any ill-intentioned individuals approached. It seemed necessary to borrow some protection from the valley. After arranging a formation with agate, red threads, and talisman cloth around the tents and vehicle, I crawled into another tent and fell asleep beside the old donkey. I descended into a deep slumber, one that lasted until midday the following day. In my dreams, I ran through the valley with Li Shuang, pursued by a massive serpent, while thunder rumbled ominously above and torrential rain poured down. As we sprinted, a gigantic bolt of lightning struck, killing the serpent behind us. While more lightning relentlessly struck its remains, the rain blurred my vision, and the only sound was the thunderous roar of the storm. I awoke to the sound of the old donkey snoring. Zeng Jie, are you awake? I crawled out of the tent to find Li Shuang wearing a fresh set of outdoor clothes, sitting outside our tent. What's up? Shouldn't we be setting off? No rush. We can discuss it tonight. I climbed out and settled on the opposite side of the tent's entrance. I didn't hit you on purpose yesterday. Did you hit me? I was aware. I instinctively touched my face. She chuckled. Look, your face is still flushed. What's so funny? I'm letting it go. And you still feel triumphant? You didn't do it on purpose. You were having a nightmare, right? Why didn't you carry me? Who said I didn't carry you? It was a long way. We simply switched off a few times. What do you take me for? Switching off a few times. She shot me a glare. You couldn't even carry me back that short distance. How can you claim to have good stamina? Am I really that heavy? You're not heavy. It's just that we trekked through the mountains all day and crawled through the tunnels all night, barely making it out before battling 4 nightmare spirits. It's said that the strongest bow cannot shoot when it's at its end. Enough of your nonsense. She paused. Just don't be angry with me. Rest assured, I will definitely be angry with you. Boss, Zeng Jie, I'm about to soil my pants. Can I step out for a moment? Old donkey exclaimed. Everything was tidied up, provisions and various tools were replenished, and both old donkey and I donned new outdoor attire. The girl, being meticulous, had prepared our clothing early in the morning. Now, let us divide the money. I divided the 300 copper coins into 3 portions, 70 for each of them, and 160 for myself. Zeng Jie, why do you have more while we have less? You keep it for self-defense. I take it for breaking the situation. Shall we swap? I have no objections. I retorted. What do you think, boss? Get lost. They replied in unison. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, a large python seemed to await us. Li Shuang tugged at my sleeve. Look at that. I formed a hand gesture and chanted a few incantations, causing the python to slither away. Impressive, Zeng Jie. Why didn't you do that underground yesterday? Had I known you could do this, we wouldn't have made the grilled snake. When we rest, I set up an array to invite the spirits in the vicinity for protection. I didn't expect the big snake to arrive. It broke the array. And after expressing my gratitude, it naturally departed. I elucidated. Now I understand. Li Shuang nodded. Old donkey clasped his fists. Thank you, brother snake. Today's journey was relatively smooth. We traversed East Mountain Ridge, passed through Floating Cloud Cauldron, and skirted around the Black Tortoise Array, reaching the foot of North Mountain Peak before nightfall. So, Is that not the Tying Pearl? Li Shuang inquired. Certainly not, if I am not mistaken. The Tying Pearl should be atop North Mountain Peak. Tonight is the 15th. The moon is beginning to wax. If we ascend the heavenly ladder to ascertain the situation, I can deduce the trajectory of the Azure Dragon. Perhaps tonight, we will break the stalemate. Once the stalemate is broken, the Tying Pearl will emerge? Not quite. First, we must break the stalemate, then dissipate the Azure Dragon's fury. After 7 days, the Dragon Pearl will naturally appear, and then we can locate the Tying Pearl. We conversed as we ascended the mountain, reaching the upper part of the heavenly ladder on North Mountain Peak, estimating its height to be over 300 meters. The sun was already dipping in the west. We needed to hurry, as climbing in the dark is perilous. Zeng Jie, does this mean we will be staying on the mountain tonight? You may lodge in the stone dwelling. By the time we reached the heavenly ladder, it was entirely dark. The heavenly ladder was not a literal ladder, but a long, slanting giant stone that appeared like a ladder from afar. During the setup, such elongated stones or steep mountain paths could serve as the heavenly ladder. The key lies in the meticulously arranged star and mountain array nearby. The star and mountain array, a secret transmission from Longhu Mountain, functions through the arrangement of the 9-star array to attract celestial bodies, placed at elevated locations. It can connect the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, mimicking the effect of a heavenly ladder. We found a spacious stone near the heavenly ladder and sat upon it, waiting. The stone was heated by the sun, and I routinely set up a protective array around it to ensure our safety. What shall we do next? Li Shuang inquired. Rest, a good rest. We shall witness the performance at midnight, I replied. Is there a performance? Old Donkey asked excitedly. What kind of performance? It won't be a fox spirit dance troupe, will it? You foul mouth. What offense have the fox spirits committed against you? I scolded him. This is not the city. Mind your words. What exactly is it then? The stone ladder, also known as the moon worship platform, serves as a sacred site where spiritual beings with cultivation practices gather to pay homage to the moon on nights of the full moon. We shall remain concealed beneath, eagerly listening to their discourse. However, when the divine dragon returns, they will cease their worship here, for it presents a rare opportunity for them to cultivate. Thus, we shall patiently bide our time, gleaning tidbits of information to discern how to breach their formation. I elucidated this, and both individuals nodded in understanding. Ensure you safeguard your copper coins. You have not consumed the talisman water today, which means they can perceive your presence. Therefore, do not venture out from behind this great stone. What about nature's call? The old donkey inquired. Hold it in. Are we to wait here until dawn? Li Shuang asked. We shall cross that bridge if we must. Otherwise, we will remain here. I reclined against the stone, its warmth pleasantly soothing my back. I shall rest for a while. Awaken me at the end of the high hour. Is it permissible to converse? The old donkey asked. Speak less. What about snoring? Try to minimize it. Then let us forego sleep and instead accompany the master in stargazing. The old donkey sighed in resignation. Li Shuang smiled gently. Little Tang, you may watch alone. I shall also take a brief rest. In the dead of night, the old donkey gently roused me. Master Zeng, awaken quickly. It is the hour of the rat. I sat up abruptly, glancing at the watch. It was merely 10:30, with still half an hour remaining. Why awaken me? Did you not mention the end of the high hour? The old donkey, brimming with excitement, pointed towards the stone ladder. Quickly look. Has anyone arrived? I peered up, finding the stone empty and desolate. Far too early. Let us prepare some talisman water, so we may witness it as well. Where do we procure water from the dragon transformation pool? He smiled faintly. You refer to this? He raised a mineral water bottle, filled to the brim. I passed by East Mountain Ridge this afternoon. While you two rested, I stealthily ascended that great stone and discovered the water level had not only remained but increased significantly. So I took a bit. Can the dragon transformation pool replenish its own waters? This we do not know, merely ascertain if this water is effective. I grasped the implication. Evidently, the river beneath the valley is merely an illusion. The true dragon snake water lies underground, coursing through the Xuanwu formation, then rising through concealed passages to the dragon pool, and subsequently flowing through the floating cloud cauldron. Unless one considers the reverse waterway, if that is the case, the dragon pearl must be concealed within some watercourse behind the northern mountain peak. However, what formidable force could propel water upward to create a reverse waterway? What power is this? Will it work ultimately? Oh, it shall. As I pondered, I prepared the talisman water. This question merits thorough investigation. Once the talisman water was prepared, the old donkey eagerly snatched it and consumed it in one gulp, closing his eyes in concentration. I placed the remaining portion beside Li Shuang, continuing to contemplate the reverse waterway conundrum. The old donkey slowly opened his eyes. Let us see who is the first to ascend the platform. After glancing at him, I remarked, "Hey, why is it her?" Following his pointing finger, I observed a slender figure swaying upon the stone ladder. It was Dui Wu. The spirit beings have come to pay homage to the moon? What is the situation? Generally, spirit beings remain dutiful to their posts. Moon worship is an act reserved for cultivating spirits. Why is she mingling in this affair? Moreover, she does not appear to be worshipping but is merely swaying back and forth. What kind of dance is this girl performing? The old donkey watched with rapt attention. Uncertain. My understanding of dance is rather limited. Observing her graceful form, slender and captivating, the old donkey couldn't help but smirk. Are you still yearning for more? I remarked to Zeng Jie, I am merely expressing admiration for her performance. It is an art form. Can you not keep your heart pure? Li Shuang, at an unknown moment, sat up. Why does this talisman water have such a fishy odor? Fishy? That is freshness, is it not, Zeng Jie? What kind of water is this? Water from the dragon transformation pool. But there are dead fish there. Li Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless, we did not notice anything unusual while fetching the water. Who knows where it went? The old donkey focused intently on Dui Wu. Li Shuang gently nudged me. What is wrong with Xiao Tang? Why is he gazing at that nightmare spirit so lecherously? It is nothing, I replied, on the day you fell asleep. They had a brief encounter. I pondered for a moment. Indeed, what happened to the fish? At that moment, Dui Wu let out a long wail, akin to a lamentation, and slowly knelt, continuously praying to the moon. I listened closely. The sound was faint, yet discernible enough to grasp its essence. Dui Wu extended her solitary arm and performed 9 full prostrations toward the moon, murmuring, Dragon God, I am guilty. We have failed in our duties. Dragon God, grant us forgiveness. Dragon God, return. Dragon God, have mercy. She was not paying homage to the moon. She was beseeching the Dragon God for mercy. Perhaps the nightmare spirits, upon seeing the illusion pearl, believed the Dragon God had returned, and in their negligence, they sent Dui Wu to plead for clemency. No, if she were to plead, what purpose would her coming serve? It is likely she realized the illusion pearl was lost, and by Shiokai sent Dui Wu to report this. What is she murmuring about? The old donkey inquired, pleading, fearing the Dragon God would blame them. Is there really a Dragon God? Li Shuang expressed both excitement and apprehension. Of course, it is not a real dragon. It is the dragon energy formed by this situation. Yet, in their eyes, it is indeed the Dragon God. They cannot see beyond it. This is both their achievement and their bondage. How insincere. The old donkey remarked. If she is pleading, at the very least, offerings must be made. What use are mere words? A few plates of fresh fruits, pastries, and roast chicken, along with some fine wine, after feasting. How could the Dragon God still blame them? They truly do not know how to manage such matters. If you keep talking, she might just make you an offering. Dui Wu performed another round of bows before vanishing from the stage. Zeng Jie, who do you suppose will be next? If you cannot sit still, perhaps you should go up and pay your respects? After waiting for about an hour, no spirit appeared. The usually gentle moonlight tonight seemed cold, as if casting a sinister aura over the North Mountain Peak and the heavenly ladder. You claimed there would be a performance, but where are the actors? The old donkey could no longer contain his grumbling. They are not absent. They are all down below, Li Shuang whispered. I looked down and saw dozens of white figures surrounding our great stone, scrutinizing us. Zeng Jie, what do they intend to do? The old donkey drew out his riot gun. You should have kept quiet. Find a way to handle it yourself. Huh, if you are not anxious. Then there is nothing to worry about. If they wish to watch, let them. If they cannot enter, so be it. Such is his nature. Had it been someone else, they would have been frightened to the point of wetting their pants. I recalled a classmate from university always boasting of his bravery. Once, during an outing, we came across a dilapidated coffin lid, and he insisted on posing with it. A female classmate, wishing to frighten him, said, "Excuse me, sir, could you please step aside? My classmate wishes to take a photograph with the coffin board." Indeed, thank you. Upon glancing back at that fellow, I noticed his entire body had stiffened, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and his trousers were soaked. Many who are deemed courageous are often simply ignorant or akin to the mythical dragon enthusiast. Individuals like the old donkey are truly rare gems, encountered only by chance. Though they cannot enter, should they regard us as mere monkeys? What shall we do if the moon is not venerated throughout the night? I urged him, lie down. Li Shuang promptly followed suit. As long as we lay there, They would not see us, and we could proceed with our affairs. I reclined on the stone and observed. Indeed, moments later, spirits began to ascend and pay homage to the moon, one of whom was an elderly man. After performing several bows, he turned to address the gathering spirits, saying, "Dear nephews and nieces, the moon god has decreed that the azure dragon shall return at the hour of you tomorrow. All my kin are to vacate this place, retreating at least 200 miles for safety. Prepare yourselves for immediate departure. We shall reconvene in half a year." Upon hearing this, the spirits fell silent, bowed respectfully to the elder, and dispersed. Tomorrow at the hour of you, the azure dragon returns. I felt an immense sense of relief. We could truly commence our endeavor now. Strictly speaking, the moment I extracted the illusion pearl from the flowing sand maze, our journey had already begun. The return of the azure dragon is pivotal. If it were to revert to its former state, the significance of our undertaking would dissipate. Zeng Jie, can we succeed? We can. Do not forget, you have me. The old donkey interjected. Li Shuai shot him a glance, asking, "Did I inquire?" I gestured for silence as the elder descended the heavenly ladder and approached us. Stopping a few meters away, he clasped his fist and said, "Take care, fellow cultivator." I promptly returned the gesture, replying, "Take care, and thank you, venerable practitioner." The elder nodded, glanced behind me, exchanged a knowing look, and vanished. Turning back, I saw the ghostly figure standing on another stone not far from us, quietly observing. The old donkey, having noticed the apparition, sat up abruptly and gestured to me, inquiring whether he could speak. I nodded. "Sister, your brother is here," he exclaimed, causing the specter to display a moment of panic. Her previously forlorn and mournful expression now replaced with anxiety. "Hey, darling, look at your donkey brother. Have you missed me?" Truly, he was quite absurd. The apparition, with a resigned glance, sighed and drifted away. Why did she leave? So heartless. The old donkey lamented. "Buddy, are you in a sound state of mind?" "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, you seem a tad off." Li Shuang chimed in. "Why are you so familiar with that specter? She is not human." "Pfft. If I don't tease her, she would surely come after us," the old donkey replied with a cool demeanor. "When it comes to dealing with a female rogue, brute strength is futile. One must employ cunning charm. Men, not a single one is good. Let us make haste before she returns." After some contemplation, I declared, "Our next destination is the Heavenly Book Terrace." The Heavenly Book Terrace lies approximately 100 meters above the Heavenly Ladder, a relatively level hilltop where the celestial texts are concealed. The so-called Heavenly Book refers to a compilation of two documents, an ancient scripture dating back around 600 years and a memorial presented to the celestial court. Placing these two items within the transmutation array will create the celestial manuscript. Our current task is to dismantle the transmutation array and uncover the celestial manuscript. Tomorrow, when the azure dragon returns, it cannot descend from the celestial manuscript platform without it. They have already consumed the talisman water, and to ensure their safety, I have provided each of them with an additional spiritual talisman. Unfortunately, my bag became soaked in the sands of confusion, rendering many of my talismans unusable. These were hastily prepared before our departure in the daylight. As we ascended the mountain during the night, our progress was excruciatingly slow. We barely traversed a mere 100 meters in under 2 hours. The old donkey was the first to reach the celestial manuscript platform, followed by Li Shuang, and I brought up the rear. The platform was spacious, devoid of anything but the decaying leaves accumulated over the years, not even a sizable stone in sight. "Master, where is the celestial manuscript?" The old donkey kicked at the leaves underfoot. "These things have covered the ground entirely. Can we even find it?" "Shall we clear the leaves first?" suggested Li Shuang. Although the area was not vast, it spanned several acres. Without tools, can we really clear it by hand? Let us just set it ablaze. Are you out of your mind? You'd turn into donkey meat stew. With leaves this thick, could there be snakes beneath? Li Shuang inquired. Not likely. Ordinary snakes would have been disturbed. Reassured, Li Shuang walked ahead, asking, "Why?" Just as I prepared to retrieve the dragon head rope, Li Shuang suddenly collapsed onto the ground. "What happened to the boss?" The old donkey hurried over to assist her. "Don't move." No sooner had he spoken than the old donkey himself fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Li Shuang was in an even worse state, convulsing incessantly. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Entering the transmutation array can disorient one's spirit, and I had not realized we were standing right at its edge. I had to rescue them. Within moments, their lives would be in jeopardy. I glanced around, but there was a single tree sturdy enough to secure a rope. I was entirely unable to reach them. Li Shuang had begun to foam at the mouth, writhing in agony, desperately trying to crawl back, but her body would not cooperate. I steadied my mind, performed a series of hand seals, and summoned my protective energy. Hoisting the dragon head rope onto my back, I grasped the bagua mirror, closed my eyes, and plunged forward into the array. Entering the transmutation array, please close your eyes. Li signifies fire. The transmutation array, as the name suggests, can diminish one's true fiery essence. Thus, one must enter with eyes shut and a clear mind, lest they become lost in confusion. Guided by instinct, I took several steps, crouched down, and felt around, eventually grasping a hand. I secured it with the dragon head rope, turned, and hastily exited the array, pulling the person out with my eyes still shut, then releasing the rope to go back in. All my actions were conducted in darkness, with no opportunity to open my eyes. Upon my second entry into the array, I began to struggle for breath, my head spinning. I couldn't afford to stop. I had to swiftly navigate forward, yet I could not locate Li Shuang. Stay calm, don't panic, or I won't make it out either. Suddenly, a hand brushed against my ankle. Surely, it was Li Shuang. I turned to search, feeling only leaves, and more leaves. What was this? Soft and plump. This must be Li Shuang. I quickly bound her hand with the rope and began to crawl outward. A wave of nausea washed over me. My consciousness began to blur, yet I persevered, crawling out of the transmutation array with all my might to pull the rope. It was only when Li Shuang's hand touched my foot that I allowed myself to relax, releasing the rope and reclining against the leaves. The scent of decaying leaves mingled with that of fresh grass as I gradually regained my composure. The overall situation surprisingly unscathed. Upon opening my eyes, I did not behold a starlit sky, but rather the pallid visage of Li Shuang, her eyes glinting with malevolent intensity. However, she was not Li Shuang. She was the witch. Instinctively, I rolled away and sprang to my feet, fleeing. She hesitated for a brief moment, then let out a strange cry and lunged at me with lightning speed. My talismans and other tools were in my bag, and the bagua mirror lay on the ground. All I possessed were the star-turning flag and the illusion pearl clutched in my arms. Fearing for Li Shuang's safety, I dared not employ them, resorting instead to a contest of martial prowess. I ceased evading. As the witch lunged, I executed a swift side kick to her abdomen, akin to striking a 300-pound sandbag, sending a jolt through my foot. Staggering from my blow but undeterred, she swung her right hand in a fierce arc aimed at my head. I narrowly dodged and retaliated with another kick to her leg. Enduring several strikes, her fury escalated, her right arm whirling like a wheel as she unleashed a barrage of blows upon me. Seizing an opportunity, I maneuvered behind her, clasped her tightly, and pressed my palms against her heart and back, channeling my vital energy to exorcise her. Li Shuang screamed in anguish, her body trembling uncontrollably before she slumped into my embrace. A white shadow burst forth, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily while casting glances in my direction. Witch, you are no match for me. Cease your interference. I fixed my gaze upon her. You have shattered the balance. Why do you force me in a conflict when I hold no grudge against you? This is fate. If I do not intervene, after the Azure Dragon's return, your fate will be no better. Thus, let us resolve this together. The witch rose again, poised for attack. Miss Witch, please heed my words. I called out with urgency. She halted, inquiring, speak. It was my master who orchestrated this scheme, and I am here to dismantle it at his behest. This trap has persisted for 40 years. Even if I do not dismantle it, once the Azure Dragon returns, the Li clan will be unable to maintain control. Should the heavens intervene, you will fare no better. If you allow me to dismantle it smoothly, I shall intercept the Azure Dragon, and in a month's time, I will re-establish the balance, ensuring decades of tranquility for you. If you persist in your obstinacy, you will find no resolution when the Azure Dragon returns. Consider this. Can I trust you? Do you possess any alternatives now? The witch sighed, conceding, very well. If you betray my trust, we shall fight. The Zeng family values trust above all. Rest assured, Miss Witch. Brother Zeng is awaiting you. I shall inform him to facilitate your meeting. Young one from the Zeng family, take care. With those words, the witch turned and glided away. I exhaled in relief. If I could persuade the witch, I need not worry about the spirit's interference. Li Shuang awakened. What are you doing? I saved you. I replied, my expression earnest. One hand pressed firmly against her chest. You rogue. She struggled to push me away. You always seize opportunities to bully me. Who has bullied you? You were just possessed by the witch. I was only trying to save you. How can I know if that was true? Though she feigned toughness, her expression softened. I felt dizzy for a moment and then lost all awareness. What transpired? With her unharmed, I felt a sense of relief and hurried to check on the old donkey, who was snoring away. Goodness, you sleep so soundly. Wake up. I nudged him. Did I fall asleep? He half opened his eyes. You were sleeping quite soundly, I remarked. Are you all right? Feeling dizzy? The old donkey rubbed his eyes and sat up, feeling less dizzy now. Ah, I remember not having slept, he said. I was dizzy when you first pulled me out. I saw you fighting with the boss, and then you held her close. He glanced at Li Shuang. Let us speak frankly. Boss, don't feel embarrassed. Stop babbling. Get up. There is work to be done. We must seize the moment. I insisted. He got up, brushing off the leaves from his clothes while grumbling. Wait a minute. I distinctly remember not sleeping. I said, Zeng Jie, could it be that someone has possessed me? Who would dare with our exorcism efforts? Xiao Tang, if you keep spouting nonsense, I want to pay you. Li Shuang exclaimed in frustration. Don't be like that, boss. What have we said wrong? The old donkey asked innocently. Just shut up. Women have their off days. Why provoke her? I whispered. The old donkey nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us not hold it against her. I gathered the necessary talismans, fastening the dragon head rope around my waist and handing the other end to the old donkey. You hold on tight. I'll go in to break the formation. Remember, do not let go, or I'll be trapped. Don't worry, buddy. The old donkey secured the rope around his wrist. I took out the money sword and handed it to Li Shuang. Stay back. Don't look this way. Women shouldn't gaze upon this. Otherwise, you may never marry. Oh, all right. I want to look. Li Shuang nodded vigorously. Girls are superstitious about such things. Don't blame me for deceiving you. I merely fear you might get possessed and cause chaos again. If you see me trembling or sitting on the ground, pull me out. If the formation is broken smoothly, a strong wind will arise shortly. Stay put until the wind calms down before pulling me out. The old donkey nodded. Even if a snake emerges in the wind, we shall remain still. I turned and stepped into the formation, my steps growing heavier. In my early years, I had heard stories from Old Seventh about the formidable power of the turning away formation, but I never imagined it would be this intense. I had observed earlier. And through my calculations, I estimated that the formation's core was not far from us, approximately 20 meters away. Thankfully, Li Shuang had prepared a sufficiently long rope. Otherwise, it would have been perilous for me to enter alone. As I trudged along, I discovered the remains of several animals, victims of the turning away formation. Animals, being more sensitive than humans, typically sense the abnormal energy in the vicinity and avoid it unless chased by other creatures. Upon reaching the core of the formation, I focused my mind, preparing to break the formation. I wrapped a red thread around my right palm, positioned myself facing the direction of the heavenly ladder, and established a Tai Chi stance, delineating the 8 trigrams. Then, I arranged the locking palace formation using the money sword. With the formation set, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The critical moment had arrived. I retrieved the well-cultivated token to break the formation, chanted the incantation, and accurately threw it towards the southeast direction, approximately 7 or 8 meters away. A faint sound of leaves rustling in the distance reached my ears. I then took out a handful of ancient coins, scattering them towards the Jin and Li positions while firmly planting myself in place. A gentle breeze began to blow from afar, gradually intensifying until it transformed into a howling gale. The sky above the heavenly book platform was filled with swirling leaves. Enveloped in darkness, as a damp, decaying odor permeated the surroundings, soon to be swept away, with the area cleared and the wind subsiding. I had just finished collecting the locking palace formation when I felt a sudden tug at my waist, swiftly drawing me back to the old donkey's side. Have we succeeded? The old donkey inquired. Indeed, let us go find the heavenly book. I unfastened the dragon head rope. Can I look now? Li Shuang shouted. Come on. Li Shuang hurried over, asking, where is the heavenly book? There was a stone at the eye of the formation, and correspondingly, there would surely be a heavenly book in the southeast direction. Let's turn on our flashlights and search diligently. We 3 made our way to the eye of the formation and then proceeded southeast, scrutinizing every inch. After several dozen meters, we spotted a stone. Let's work together and move it aside. I instructed the old donkey. The stone was not large and was easily displaced, revealing a massive centipede that crawled out, prompting us to exclaim in astonishment. This creature looked exceptionally repulsive, especially with its vibrant colors, which was utterly nauseating. Ignoring us, the centipede leisurely slithered away. Casting the stone aside, we discovered a hole underneath, and in the beam of our flashlights, we could see a stone coffin. The old donkey jumped down and tested it. The lid of the coffin could be moved. With a heave, he pushed it open. Inside lay an exquisite small wooden box, its copper exterior rusted, with wax sealing the seams. I retrieved the small box and carefully wrapped it in a talisman, placing it in my bag. Li Shuang stared wide-eyed, swallowing nervously. Is this real? So easy? Do you think this is tomb raiding? Is it too simple for you? I replied. What could the heavenly book inside be? A valuable ancient text? Your concern is futile. It now belongs to the Long family. How much could it be worth? The old donkey inquired eagerly. Li Shuang looked displeased, asserting, it belongs to our family. We'll need to use it again for the setup. What is the point of disputing this? I patted her shoulder. That must be made clear. It indeed belongs to us. Regardless, it is ours. I was reluctant to argue with her further. All right, it's all yours. We've accomplished more than half our mission. In about 20 hours, the Azure Dragon will return. We should descend the mountain swiftly. We gathered our belongings and began our slow descent. As the saying goes, it's easy to ascend a mountain, but hard to descend, especially at night. In the latter half of the night, the path became quite slippery, and we supported each other carefully as we made our way down. At this pace, reaching the foot of the mountain by dawn would be a feat. Suddenly, rustling noises emerged from the bushes and leaves nearby, prompting me to tug at the old donkey and Li Shuang. What was that sound? I suspect it's a snake. It doesn't want us to leave the mountain. The old donkey remarked. It's not a snake. They don't make such noise. It's the wind. Li Shuang, having encountered snakes frequently in recent days, was no longer as fearful. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind us, reminiscent of a dragon or some wild beast's growl, echoing for several minutes. Crap. What if the dragon has returned early? I exclaimed, feeling anxious. The Azure Dragon's return is timed, and it's not as if a dragon falls from the sky. I pondered, unable to grasp the oddity of the sound. Don't worry, boss. We, along with Master Zeng, will protect you. Li Shuang, accustomed to tension, clung to my arm, a habit I had grown used to. It was indeed comforting amidst the cool mountain night breeze. Once again, the roar resumed, intermittent and varying in intensity. Regardless of the source of the sound, our priority was to descend the mountain swiftly. It was surely safer below. After a bumpy journey, we finally reached the base of the mountain. Checking my watch, it was 3:30 in the morning. Upon descending from the North Mountain peak, we felt a considerable sense of safety. Our next endeavor involved navigating around the East Mountain Ridge to exit the valley, allowing us to rest before returning to Beijing, with plans to seek the Dragon Pearl once more after 7 days. As we ascended the East Mountain Ridge, we first encountered the floating cloud summit. This summit, a modest protrusion on the hillside, bears resemblance to the celestial book platform, albeit on a much smaller scale. In our context, it is referred to as the floating cloud summit, yet it is merely a small hillock, hardly qualifying as a true mound. In the past, when the scheme was devised, a heavily infused spiritual cauldron was placed here, which became redundant once the layout was completed. A sudden thought struck me regarding the purple gold incense burner from the Li family. Could it have been the treasured cauldron used in the past? Through the experiences of recent days, I've come to realize that my reasoning can be rather whimsical at times. Being oblivious to circumstances when executing plans can be perilous for unraveling schemes. Fortunately, no significant mishaps occurred, and everything proceeded smoothly. The floating cloud summit was now before us. Once we crossed it and passed the transforming dragon pool, we would be entirely safe. At that moment, Li Shuang tightened her grip on my arm. What were those shadows? Atop the hillock, there were hundreds of silhouettes, both dark and light. They were the wandering spirits from the vicinity. How did they come to be here? After some contemplation, I understood. The beggars from the 8 nightmares, responsible for pacifying wandering spirits, had retreated, given that the Azure Dragon's return was imminent and the scheme had unraveled. They needed to remain within the safety of the spirit-nurturing building's underground palace. With the overseer hidden away, the spirits emerged for their gathering. Such a respite for the 8 nightmares would inevitably stir disturbances in the valley's celestial and terrestrial energies, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. This was simply the way of fate. At this juncture, we faced 2 choices, to forge ahead or to traverse the Serpent Cauldron. Boss, old donkey, shall we charge through or take the Serpent Cauldron route? The Serpent Cauldron was likely compromised, its power diminished, at least temporarily. You decide. We are amenable to either option. You take the lead, Zeng. The old donkey, with a carefree demeanor, observed the wandering spirits with intrigue. Li Shuang, do you have the purple gold incense burner in your bag? It's been with me all along. All right then, let us not complicate matters. Let us charge straight through. You've consumed the talisman water, so they won't be able to see you. Just remember not to speak. They are heavily shrouded in yin energy during this gathering. Although they cannot see us, the dragon energy emanating from you will instill fear in them. If they become frightened, chaos may ensue. We must hold hands tightly and not let go. Understood. Li Shuang grasped my left hand first. The old donkey pondered for a moment before taking my right hand, ensuring we had a secure grip. The three of us joined hands and began to cross the floating cloud summit. Remember, they may yield, but we must not. Yielding to the living is yielding to the spirits. If they do not make way, we shall proceed unimpeded. Initially, our passage was smooth. The wandering spirits sensed a threat before we even approached and began to part. After traversing about a third of the way, a cluster of spirits formed ahead, blocking our path. As we approached, this group showed no signs of yielding, and Li Shuang's palms began to sweat. The old donkey glanced at me, and I gestured for him to charge forward. With renewed vigor, he boldly led us towards the spirits. We did not collide with any wandering spirits, they evaded us, allowing us to gradually enter the heart of their gathering. In the center, a male and female spirit were engaged in a dance of an intimate nature, stirring feelings of both embarrassment and excitement. The surrounding spirits were in high spirits, continuously cheering, making it unsurprising that they failed to evade us. These spirits, akin to humans, become less sensitive amidst their revelry. At this moment, two of the spirits began to engage in intimate affection, inciting further frenzy among the onlookers, who erupted in enthusiastic shouts of approval. This was a group of malevolent spirits. The spiritual entities are diverse, and the malevolent spirits are but one type. In simpler terms, they are rather wicked and unstable entities, often referred to as demons in certain narratives. The malevolent spirits are inherently free-spirited and uninhibited, reminiscent of a primitive society. The female spirit was already bare, while the male spirit clasped her in his embrace, indulging in passion. Such a scene would undoubtedly ignite fervor in the hearts of onlookers, leaving their mouths parched. Yet, I remained composed, seemingly unfazed, as the old donkey beside me appeared equally disinterested. He was far more experienced than this male spirit. However, the girl beside me, Li Shuang, reacted differently. She was evidently stimulated, her complexion flushed even under the moonlight, her breathing becoming rapid. How could she be so affected by such a trivial display? Had she not seen anything of this nature before? As we passed by the entwined spirits, I and the old donkey stepped over their bodies, but Li Shuang, distracted and shy, instinctively recoiled. This misstep proved unfortunate, as her hand grew icy and slipped from mine. Alarmed, I reached to grasp her hand, but it was already too late. Li Shuang unwittingly strayed into the realm of the malevolent spirits, becoming entranced and joining in their raucous celebrations, even shedding her garments alongside them. If she were to become entangled with one of those male spirits, she would be lost to them forever. With no time to spare, I abandoned the old donkey and rushed forward to grasp her waist. What should I do? The old donkey inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Call out to your old flame. Shout with all your might. I bellowed. Li Shuang, in a daze, possessed surprising strength, turning to embrace me fiercely, biting at me. The outdoor attire I wore was sturdy, but her teeth could not tear through it. However, my body was not made of such resilient fabric, and her bite sent chills coursing through me. I had no choice but to firmly grasp her chin. Feng Tao. Feng Tao. The old donkey called out twice, but upon realizing it bore no fruit, he pondered, Mabo. Mabo. The spirits, alerted by the sound, glanced around but, seeing no sign of the old donkey, resumed their wild festivities. Li Shuang's eyes glimmered with a green light, ignited by the flames of desire, as she ripped at my outdoor attire, tugging at my belt. Fool, hurry up, or I shall lose my virtue. I roared in frustration. The old donkey, deep in thought, began listing names. Xiao Yu, Huang Xiaohua, Morong Shuagao. Names tumbled from his lips. You were just bold moments ago. How could you forget now? Even your old lover's name escapes you. I struggled to voice my concerns, nearly silenced by Li Shuang's fervent grasp. Li Xiaohong, the old donkey, seeing the spirits still ignoring him, suddenly realized, damn it, call for the witch. Witch sister, come save your old donkey. Otherwise, I'll just find a little spirit for myself and forget about you. This outcry proved effective. Upon hearing the witch's name, the spirits scattered like startled birds. Grab her. The old donkey swiftly approached, embracing Li Shuang's waist from behind. I freed my hands to perform a gesture, concentrating my thoughts for a moment before pressing down on her crown. Slowly, Li Shuang began to calm, and I crouched down to massage her amidst the chaos. Then lifted her from the old donkey's grasp, pressing my hand to her back while quietly reciting a calming incantation. 9 heavens, great white. Quell the heart and subdue the demon. Instill fear in the malevolent. Retreat from the realms, swiftly as the law commands. She opened her eyes, surprised to find herself embracing me again. I released my hold, refusing to offer any explanations. Yet, she clung to me tighter, and a chill enveloped my heart. I yearned for her warmth a moment longer. Boss, look at you again. Let us go back, and I'll give you the tent, all right? Let us not linger here. The old donkey remarked, surveying our surroundings. Li Shuang remained silent, still wrapped around me. My dear young lady, we have matters to attend to. Please let go for now. I gently urged her. Reluctantly, I pushed her away, and I noticed a fleeting disappointment cross her face. The surrounding spirits had finally registered our presence, and one by one, they began to approach. Dui Wu, come here. The old donkey bellowed. At the sound of Dui Wu's name, the spirits trembled, glancing around cautiously before gathering the courage to draw closer. Though the old donkey's voice was losing its potency, there was no other choice. I had to deal with these spirits today. I'll take out the star-shifting banner and the ancient coins. Once they come near, we will strike with the coins, I commanded. We three stood back to back, bracing ourselves for the impending confrontation. Li Shuang appeared the weakest. Several spirits seized the opportunity and lunged toward her. Perhaps fueled by her earlier disappointment, she unleashed her frustration, flinging forth a handful of copper coins. Having been sun-drenched and infused with talismanic energy, these coins could strike at spiritual entities. Her pent-up rage significantly amplified their power, causing several spirits to howl in distress as they scurried away in panic. On our side, we too were not idle, managing to repel a few spirits. Soon, a multitude of wandering spirits encircled us, their numbers seemingly exceeding 100. By all that is holy, are they attempting to gang up on us? Do they think I am afraid? The old donkey scoffed. Enough of this. Let us not show mercy. I shall collect them today, I declared, reaching into Li Shuang's bag and retrieving a box. The purple gold incense burner. Had we used this burner initially, it could now serve as a magical artifact. With this, I could confine the 100 or so wandering spirits within it, allowing them to cultivate their minds for 100 or 80 years before addressing them again. I began to weave my spells as my true energy and incantations intensified. The incense burner began to radiate a soft golden glow, imperceptible to ordinary eyes but visible to the spirits, as well as to the old donkey and Li Shuang who had consumed the talismanic water. The golden light grew more intense, instilling fear in the spirits, who began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, one corner of the encirclement stirred, creating a broad path. 3 formidable spiritual entities approached. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them, by Xiaocai, followed by Xing Sifang, and finally, Dui Wu. Young man from the Zeng family, hold your actions. By Xiaocai called out, declaring it a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Esteemed elder, I apologize for any previous offenses. However, as you can see, these spirits do not harbor friendly intentions toward us. What misunderstanding could there be? I retorted with a cold smile. You dare to offend the young master of the Zeng family? Do you know his background? He is someone who can visit our spirit hall. Can you truly contain him? Xing Sifang jested, addressing the surrounding spirits. Spotting Dui Wu, the old donkey waved enthusiastically. Ah, Sister Wu, how considerate of you to come. We are right here. Dui Wu appeared quite displeased. Young man from the Zeng family. Should your friends speak ill of Dui Wu in the future, we shall not be so accommodating. Bai Xiaocai stated earnestly. He was a man of indulgence, yet not devoid of kindness. I apologize for any offense towards Miss Wu on his behalf. Let us focus on the matter at hand. My dear sir, what is the intent behind your refusal to allow me to collect them? The young masters of the Zeng family have been under our care for decades, behaving with utmost propriety. Now that you have disrupted this arrangement, once the divine dragon returns tomorrow, a great fury is surely to follow. We could take refuge in the spirit hall and await your new strategy, but what shall become of them? They gathered here moments ago to perform a ritual, seeking the blessing of the moon goddess and the grace of the divine dragon. You have thrown them into disarray. How do you propose we address this? Oh, I see now. It appears the spirits were engaged in their sacred rites, and we have inadvertently interrupted them. This was unintentional. Had we known they were in the midst of a ritual, we would have refrained from intruding. I pondered the situation. What do you suggest we do? Might I trouble the young master of the Zeng family to use your treasured cauldron to provide them with a shelter, only to reclaim it once your new strategy is in place? How does that sound to you? Scholar Bai, with his refined demeanor, had entirely shed his earlier imposing presence. If I were to refuse, it would seem rather unkind. Very well, let us proceed as you wish, my esteemed sir. I stepped forward and placed down the purple gold incense burner. Dear spirits, why do you not express your gratitude to the young master of the Zeng family? Quickly, seek refuge within. The spirits bowed deeply, hastily approaching the purple gold incense burner, and upon nearing it, they were enveloped in golden light, leaving only the three of us atop the floating cloud cauldron. Where have they gone? And what of our witch sister? Inquired the old donkey. They have departed. In the future, be more courteous towards the witch. Do not take advantage of her. The leader has already protested. If you continue to speak recklessly and cause trouble, you shall bear the consequences, I warned him. Does she even have a leader? We have our own leader. The old donkey retorted, patting my shoulder. What do you say? My leader? I chose to ignore him. Bury the purple gold incense burner, and once we have completed our new strategy, I shall retrieve it and return it to you. I said to Li Shuang. After passing the floating cloud cauldron, we arrived at the dragon transformation pool. At first glance, I instantly understood the reason behind the disappearance of the koi within. A gigantic serpent lay coiled there, gazing at us with an eerie intensity. It was indeed the great serpent from the underground palace. Under the moonlight, it was tightly coiled around the dragon transformation pool, continuously opening its mouth towards us and slowly exhaling. Its glowing eyes, combined with the sound of the wind rustling through the dry grass on the mountain peaks, sent a chill down my spine, causing me to forget what I should do. Brother Serpent, is it you? The old donkey inquired. The great serpent remained unresponsive. Would it allow us to pass this time? Li Shuang drew closer to me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was not observing us but rather the moon. In a ritual of its own, my anxious heart settled. As long as we did not approach too closely, we should be safe. Having disrupted the spirit's ritual earlier, we must be cautious now. The great serpent is in its moon worship. Let us rest here until it departs. Ensuring we speak in hushed tones so as not to disturb it, we settled down, silently watching the great serpent as it continuously ingested and exhaled towards the moon, a sight rarely witnessed in a century. Master Zeng, does its method of worship resemble that of the fox's alchemical practices? The old donkey mused, eager for a smoke. I snatched it away from him. The smoke will startle it. Are you seeking death? We merely wish to indulge without lighting it. You have yet to answer my question. Does it resemble the fox's alchemy? If it were an ordinary day, perhaps not. But today I have my doubts. This great serpent, like the ethereal beings, is not engaged in cultivation. Rather, it is seeking refuge. Is it also in need of sanctuary? Who would dare confront it? Li Shuang inquired. You do not understand. Beings in cultivation are swayed by spiritual energy. Despite its massive size, it ultimately cannot escape this constraint. Tomorrow, the Azure Dragon will return, and the valley will be engulfed in chaotic spiritual energy, akin to a tempest. Those with cultivation must find ways to take cover, lest their primordial spirits be scattered. My goodness, that formidable! I shall certainly come to witness it tomorrow. We aren't considered entities of cultivation, are we? The old donkey exclaimed with great excitement. Not only can we not observe, but we must retreat 30 miles. Otherwise what? Li Shuang questioned. Otherwise, we shall never behold the Tying Pearl again. I gazed at her. Her eyes dimmed momentarily before returning to normal. Where will the Tying Pearl appear? I do not know now, but we shall find out in 7 days. Might it be seized by others? She suddenly asked. I scrutinized her. Who would come to snatch it? I am merely hypothesizing. What if someone attempts to take it? She feigned nonchalance, yet her expression betrayed her anxiety. In that fleeting moment, I realized her unease regarding the Tying Pearl was rather unusual. It seemed to transcend mere trust issues. The Tying Pearl must be intertwined with a significant secret, one that is closely related to her. Fear not. Aside from the one who can break the situation, no one else will locate the Tying Pearl. I gazed at the moon. Li Shuang fell silent, inching closer to me, wrapping her arms around mine, resting her head on my shoulder. Through her body language, she conveyed her vulnerability, yearning for my protection. I inhaled the fragrance of her hair. Casting my eyes upon the moon, at this moment, it felt akin to a scene from a fantasy game. If only it were a dream. The old donkey's snoring jolted me from this reverie, and I promptly nudged him, urging, "Come on, buddy, stay awake. We cannot afford to sleep now." "I'm not asleep. I'm just resting my eyes," he replied without opening his eyes. I chuckled, turning to see a colossal serpent's head within a meter of us, coldly fixated on our presence. My body tensed, and a chill coursed through me, my skin prickling with sweat. Li Shuang and the old donkey remained oblivious, thankfully. Sensing my stiffness, Li Shuang rubbed against my shoulder, asking, "What's wrong?" "Just sleep. It's nothing." I was astonished at how those words escaped my lips. She happily nestled against me a few more times before drifting back to sleep. The serpent's eerie green eyes held my gaze for what felt like half a minute before it slithered past us, moving silently. Its presence lost among the sounds of the rustling grass. Once it had sufficiently distanced itself, I gradually regained my composure, realizing my clothes were soaked. I moved my body, and finding it functional again, I hastily nudged Li Shuang. "Wake up. We must leave." Li Shuang, still half asleep, murmured, "Did I truly fall asleep?" By the time we returned to the base, dawn was breaking. "Old donkey, hurry and pack your things. We must depart," I instructed while dismantling the tent. "Can't we catch a quick nap?" The old donkey yawned. "No, we must leave immediately. We'll find a place to rest 30 miles away. Otherwise, it will be challenging for you to leave later." Upon hearing Li Shuang, I promptly rose to assist in tidying up, while the old donkey also mustered the energy to dismantle the tent. We gathered all our belongings, including the refuse, and hastily loaded them into the vehicle, departing swiftly from the valley's entrance. "Why the urgency? Aren't we returning to one only at night?" Li Shuang inquired. "Just look ahead and you will understand." I pointed towards the road, which was teeming with animals, snakes, roe deer, and foxes, while the sky was filled with birds. "What are they doing?" "Fleeing from the great azure dragon," the old donkey interjected. "If we don't hurry, we won't be able to pass through shortly, unless you wish to trample over them." Contemplating this, I realized that our leisurely pace was not feasible. I decided to cast a minor spell to clear our path, instructing them to refrain from speaking to me. The two nodded vigorously. I formed a hand gesture and recited an incantation, exhaling a breath towards the front. The animals on the road graciously parted, creating a passage wide enough for our vehicle to traverse. Li Shuang pressed the accelerator, and we sped away, eventually arriving at the small inn where we had previously stayed by the afternoon. This location was over 30 miles from the valley, and we no longer encountered those animals on the road. We booked 3 rooms to settle down. Once everything was arranged, the old donkey, utterly exhausted, retired to rest. After taking a shower, Li Shuang entered my room and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Not particularly. If you are, please fetch me something to eat." The window faced the direction of the valley, and I sat by it, gazing into the distance. "Let us go down to eat. I'll treat you to something nice." She sat beside me, mentioning she would bring back something for Xiao Tang. "Isn't it inappropriate for us to sneak off together?" "What is wrong with that? You've worked the hardest. It's only right to reward you. You, a young lady, have truly endured much these past few days." I looked at her and suggested, "Why don't you take a nap? I'm waiting for a signal. Without it, I can't eat." "A signal? Are you waiting for the Azure Dragon to return to Luan?" Li Shuang asked. I glanced at the clock. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, and in just over half an hour, it would be you time. "I'll wait with you. Then you can wait. I'll take a short rest." I chuckled, lying down on the bed and pulling the covers over myself. "Don't you think you're being excessive?" Li Shuang exclaimed, irritated. "Should we sleep together, then?" "Sleep on your own." She pulled a chair over and sat, gazing out the window. I was truly fatigued. My eyelids felt heavy, and soon I could hardly keep them open. Just as I felt on the brink of slumber, a tremendous sound echoed from outside, akin to distant fireworks or perhaps the rumble of a landslide. I sprang awake, leaping from the bed to the window and grasping Li Shuang's shoulders. "Did you hear that? The Azure Dragon has returned to Luan," Li Shuang exclaimed excitedly. I pressed my fingers to her lips, listening intently. Indeed, it was the return of the Azure Dragon. "My dear, we have succeeded." I lifted her and spun around the room, the exhaustion and tension of the past few days suddenly feeling worthwhile. We laughed joyously as we twirled, but suddenly I felt dizzy and collapsed onto the bed, with Li Shuang landing atop me. My vision blurred, and my body grew tense, causing my breathing to quicken. Li Shuang cradled my head, gazing at me with fiery eyes. Sensing something amiss, I attempted to rise, but she firmly held me down, cradled my head, and leaned down to kiss my lips. I feebly resisted for a moment. My body felt pleasantly relaxed, yet my head throbbed painfully, engulfing me in a haze. Let her kiss me as I gradually drift into a haze of consciousness. "Zeng Jie, what is wrong? Wake up." When I regained consciousness, it was already midnight, and the moonlight outside was gentle and bright. The moon of the 15th is round, yet it will soon show flaws. Tonight marks the night of the broken cycle. My awareness flickered in and out. "You are awake." Li Shuang finally felt relieved. "What have you done to me?" My head throbbed with pain. "What could I possibly do to you?" Li Shuang's cheeks flushed. "You are ill, burning with fever. And you fainted just now. I hope I don't catch your illness." "Zeng Jie, can you not see me?" An old donkey chewed on a large pancake while watching me. Are you watching me eat? You fainted, and the boss called for me. We hurried to find a doctor and fetch medicine. It's only now that I have time to eat. I said, my friend, the boss is treating you quite well. He hasn't even had his meal yet. Li Shuang, go eat something. I'm just too tired. I caught a chill yesterday. After a night's rest, I will be fine. You all should stop watching over me and go back to rest. A warm rush surged through my heart. Xiao Tang, you should rest. I'll stay here to watch over him. Li Shuang brought over the warm milk. Zeng Jie, drink a little. Don't worry about me. Once you fall asleep, I will return to my rest. I won't disturb you two any longer. We shall take our leave. The old donkey picked up a few more pieces of pancake and left. Only the two of us remained in the room. The quiet filled solely with our breaths and the sound of her stirring the milk. I couldn't drink. You should go back. No way. Be obedient. You don't happen to like me, do you? I'm afraid that if you collapse, there will be no one to do the work. The task is not yet complete. She fed me the milk. I reluctantly drank a few sips, but when she saw I truly could not continue, she took the cup and drank slowly herself. What if I infect you? Enough nonsense. I'm willing. After saying this, she took the last sip, leaned down, and fed me mouth to mouth. After wiping her mouth, as if savoring the moment, I went to wash up, telling her to wait for me. Can we not speak so ambiguously? I'm already sick. You cannot take advantage of me. I looked at her. She leaned down, her breath warm against my ear. Little seventh master, today I will indeed rob you of your virtue. How about it? Are you still at a loss? I wouldn't like that. You wouldn't be able to pull it off either. I chuckled. She shot me a glare and turned to wash up in the bathroom. I was not concerned about her taking liberties. She simply wouldn't dare. On the windowsill sat a glass of water, its surface reflecting the luminous moon outside, gently rippling. The moon remains still. It is the water that shifts. When the heart stirs, the shadow follows suit. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from the bathroom. It hurts. Zeng Jie. My heart raced, clarity returning to my mind as I swiftly got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom door. Li Shuang was writhing on the floor, clutching her lower abdomen in agony. What's wrong? I hurried to support her. It hurts. Her face was pale, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, her hand pressing tightly against her right lower abdomen. Is this where it hurts? I pressed down on her hand. She nodded, her lips devoid of color. I pulled her hand away, lifted her shirt, revealing a small black dragon tattoo on her right lower abdomen, its eyes glowing a sinister red. Just as I had feared. The dragon tattoo was indeed well concealed, half on her abdomen and half on her thigh, near the groin. Black dragon nightmare, I exclaimed instinctively. Li Shuang gazed at me in anguish, her expression revealing her confusion. There was no time for explanations, so I embraced her. Placing my left hand on the small black dragon, silently reciting incantations to channel my vital energy and suppress the black dragon nightmare. Gradually, she began to calm, her breath becoming more even. I had deduced that the Li family lacked dragon energy, rendering them unable to tame the Azure Dragon's heavenly report. Consequently, while the Azure Dragon brought them immense wealth and prestige, it also weighed heavily upon their bodies. One method to counteract this was to tattoo a red dragon on the left shoulder of a man and the right shoulder of a woman. However, since Li Shuang was not a biological member of the Li family, her position was undoubtedly different. I was merely surprised to discover that she bore the black dragon nightmare. The eyes of the black dragon tattoo were marked with a special vermilion that had been infused with human blood, honeysuckle, saffron, white atractylodes powder, red talisman ash, and red sand, cultivated through secret techniques over 49 days to yield even a minuscule amount. Thus transformed, the black dragon tattoo morphed into the black dragon nightmare. From a young age, the Li family had allowed her to sleep alongside Li Fei, with the black dragon nightmare drawing upon her vital energy to nourish him. If I was not mistaken, Li Fei bore not a red dragon, but rather a single-horned azure dragon. After a while, Li Shuang had completely quieted. The intense pain seemed to have exhausted her strength, and she leaned weakly against my shoulder. Does it still hurt? I inquired. She shook her head. Is there a blue dragon on your brother Li Fei's shoulder? She opened her eyes, looking at me weakly. You know? With great effort. I lifted her and laid her down on the bed in the bedroom. It's all right, just sleep well. She reached out and grasped my hand. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep in your room. I'm scared. Be obedient. You must sleep alone tonight, or the pain will return. After coaxing and gently scaring her, I finally managed to lull her to sleep before I turned to leave. The corridor was eerily quiet. At that moment, I recalled that I was also a patient. Having used my vital energy earlier, I now felt quite weak. Upon reaching Li Shuang's room, I collapsed onto the bed, feeling drowsy as I slipped into slumber. The following morning, I awoke early, my spirits restored. Habitually, I instinctively checked my person. Fortunately, my valuables were still intact. This had been my long-standing practice to keep essential items close. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on whether I had been overly suspicious. Considering Li Shuang had not rummaged through my clothes when I had fainted, I rose to stretch and headed to the bathroom to wash my face. Just as I turned on the water and was about to wash, I noticed a necklace beside the sink. It was a delicate platinum chain, adorned with a large gold-inlaid jade pendant. Picking it up for inspection, I realized it belonged to Li Shuang. Perhaps she had forgotten it after her shower. How careless of her to leave such a precious item in a small inn. The gold-inlaid jade pendant was beautiful, but upon flipping it over, I saw the character Yuan engraved on the back. What could that signify? A gift from someone? It seemed to carry sentimental value. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. I tucked the necklace away and went to answer it. Outside stood the old donkey, holding 2 bags of steamed buns. His previously cordial smile now transformed into one of surprise upon seeing me. What is going on? Did you sleep together? He quickly glanced behind me. Yes, I replied, smoothing my hair. I slept in her room, and she slept in mine. The old donkey stomped his foot in disappointment. Is this what you call sleeping? Can't you be more of a man? Why have I become less manly? All right, I'll educate you when I return. The old donkey pushed me inside the room. Is the boss in your room? I knocked just now, but there was no response. Oh no. I hurried to the door of the room I occupied yesterday, knocking and calling out, Li Shuang, open the door. Are you all right? Hurry up. After a while, the door opened, and Li Shuang, still drowsy, said, Could you be a little quieter? You haven't gotten up yet? Well, I am now, feeling unwell all over. Come in. She turned and entered the room. The old donkey silently appeared behind me, tapping my shoulder. What happened to the boss? I'll tell you in detail when we go back. I took the bun from his hand and followed Li Shuang into the room, closing the door behind us. Does your stomach still hurt? It's fine now. Just a bit warm inside. What happened yesterday? She looked at me. Someone placed a black dragon nightmare on your lower abdomen. And this person must have been to the valley. The trap was broken yesterday, and the black dragon nightmare reacted, which is why you felt uncomfortable, I explained. She smiled bitterly. What do you mean? You know? It's nothing, she sighed. Will it flare up again? Not for the time being, but it has only been suppressed. If it is not fundamentally resolved, that person can still use it to harm you, I replied, gazing at her. She fell silent. You know who that person is, right? I asked. What does it matter if I know? She smiled bitterly again. Zeng Jie, can you help me unravel this? Let me guess. This person is a close friend of your father, over 50 years old, with thick hair, large eyes, a prominent nose, and well-versed in Feng Shui. I looked at her. Yes, it must be this person who fainted in the valley, right? It is. And it was also his idea for the Li family to adopt you? Li Shuang remained non-committal, gazing out the window. Just tell me if you can help me and how much it will cost. I shook my head. I'm not worried about whether you can afford it. I never even considered that. Don't ask me too much. Just tell me if you can save me. A hint of despair flickered in her eyes. We locked gazes for a moment, and I nodded. I can help, but to unravel this black dragon nightmare, we need the Tying Pearl. Li Shuang's body seemed to be jolted by an electric shock. The Tying Pearl. Is that why you were so anxious about it? No. I just learned about this matter. Li Shuang appeared deeply insulted. Do you think I'm doing this for myself? Then for whom? Her gaze was filled with anger as she stared at me. Don't you think you were asking too much? Oh, right. I nodded. Uncle Lu is right. In the eyes of wealthy people like you, we are just doing business for money. I'm just meddling. What does your matter have to do with me? Upon hearing this, the anger in her eyes gradually subsided. I'm sorry, I never meant to look down on you. This afternoon, when we return to Beijing, I will transfer the remaining payment to you directly, without going through Lu Dachi. I smiled but said nothing. Is it impossible to unravel the black dragon nightmare without the Tying Pearl? Even if he comes to help you, he must use the Tying Pearl. For when he employs his secret technique for this, it is linked to the dragon energy in that trap. I am speaking the truth. Whoever comes to unravel, it must use the Tying Pearl. I paused for a moment, contemplating that in 6 days we would locate the Tying Pearl. First, we would unravel the mysteries of the black dragon nightmare, and then devise our strategy. There was no need for you to worry. She pondered for a while, then nodded. I trust you. You must assist me. After our midday meal, we packed our belongings and returned to Beijing, arriving at Xiatangshan as dusk fell. Once we had unloaded our various gear, Li Shuang pulled me aside. Zeng Jie, Tomorrow my father and brother will come to see you. That individual may also arrive. So you must be alert. He is not easy to deal with. What? Is he planning to challenge me in a battle of wits? I chuckled. In any case, just be cautious. Primarily, do not let them discern our relationship. What relationship do we have? She blushed, taken aback. What do you mean by relationship? Well, I would say it is an alliance, wouldn't you? I replied. Perhaps so. However, I warn you, if you betray my trust, I shall not forgive you. She cast a complex glance my way before turning to greet the old donkey and departing in the vehicle. Zeng Jie, why do you seem so troubled? The old donkey inquired, placing a hand on my shoulder. Just a bit preoccupied, I replied, watching the van drive away. The trap had been set. What further concerns could there be? We would simply enjoy ourselves for a few days and continue to assist her family with their plans. Hey, if there is nothing urgent, let us take a couple of days off. We ought to visit the Eastern District. I murmured to myself, I fear that some matters are only just beginning. The following afternoon, Li Jincheng indeed arrived with Li Fei and Li Shuang. Young Master Qi, you have worked hard. The old man's voice boomed. Sounding far from the frail figure I had seen previously, he stood tall and robust. Mr. Li, you appear to be in much better health. I quickly rose to greet him. This is thanks to you. Li Fei chimed in, exuding an air of arrogance mixed with mischief. I frowned, preferring his previous reticent demeanor. It is truly remarkable. In just 2 or 3 days, both my father and brother have improved significantly. Young Master Qi, you are indeed extraordinary. Li Shuang's words were music to my ears, albeit tinged with playful sarcasm. This is not my doing. I dare not claim credit for the blessings of heaven. After some pleasantries, we all took our seats. I haven't visited you in the past few days. Are you comfortable here? Li Jincheng inquired. Quite well. This house is very cozy. Do you like it? Then I shall gift you this one. The old man chuckled, glancing at Li Shuang. My dear, I shall give you my suite number 17, and this one will belong to young Master Qi. Li Shuang looked momentarily stunned. Father, you are being too generous. She shot me a look. All right, I have no objections. Don't be ridiculous. I quickly stood up. Mr. Li, I cannot accept such a heavy gift. Besides, my family does not reside in Beijing. What would I do with a house? I appreciate your kindness, but this cannot be arranged. The old man insisted for a while, but I continued to decline. Li Fei, observing our exchange, interjected, What is the matter, young Master Qi? Are you dismissing it because you find the house too small and desire a larger one? His words instantly created an awkward silence. Both Li Jincheng and Li Shuang appeared uncomfortable, while I shot a cold smile at Li Fei. With an exaggerated cough, the old donkey emerged from behind. Having just woken from a midday nap, I must say, my friend, your words may have misled young Master Zeng. Oh, and you must be Xiao Tang? Li Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am Tang Bin. Everyone in the community affectionately refers to me as Donkey Brother, the old donkey replied, taking a few hearty puffs from his cigarette. Oh, Donkey Brother. Li Fei chuckled playfully. The old donkey did not take offense. You must be young Master Li. Your earlier remarks were indeed a gross underestimation of our esteemed Zeng. He is a man of integrity, a truly honest individual who would never speak falsely. His aversion to this house is not due to its size. Rather, he genuinely does not require it. Oh, what does young Master Qi desire? Speak freely. Li Shuang kept signaling me with his eyes, urging me not to take offense. Is this your assertion? Is it binding? The old donkey eagerly approached Li Fei. It is binding. Though Zeng is too shy to articulate it, I will speak on his behalf. He does not want this house. He desires its owner. The old donkey whispered, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Xiaotang, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Shuang glared at him. Well, Li Fei felt a bit awkward. This depends on whether my sister agrees. Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss something else. Our esteemed Zeng has many friends. Yet the only true brother he has is our donkey brother. He has always wished to gift my girlfriend and me each a Maserati. Young Master Li. He is too bashful to mention it to you. Before Li Fei could respond, he continued, Furthermore, our mother-in-law looks down upon our donkey brother. Why is that? You see, he is a fine gentleman, upright and respectable. Her disdain stems solely from his lack of a house, does it not? Last month, she mentioned that if I could purchase a property near Dengshiku, she would approve of our marriage. Young Master Li, Zeng does not wish to buy a house in Beijing. Yet we do. He has always wanted to gift me one. I am his close comrade, and it is clear he does not truly need it, right? Let us set aside the matter of him and your sister for now. First, ensure he acquires a house near Dengshiku, and then procure 2 Maseratis. This gesture would adequately convey his intentions, would it not? Given your wealth, such a modest sum should pose no challenge for you. Li Fei's expression shifted between crimson and pale. Donkey brother, I admire your audacity. Certainly. The old donkey grinned provocatively. Old donkey, cease your frivolities. I shot him a glance. He chuckled, not speaking nor laughing. And Mr. Li, I hope you do not mind? Li Jinqing offered an awkward smile. Not at all, young man. Mr. Li. No reward without merit. Let us refrain from this topic and discuss serious matters. Very well. Li Jinqing appeared relieved. Young Master Qi, the situation has already unraveled. What is needed to reconstruct it? I pondered for a moment, recognizing that while the grand scheme remained intact, it was necessary to facilitate a new arrangement. After a few days of locating the Dragon Pearl, we could refine it anew before reintegrating it into the new scheme. Yet the celestial manuscript must be new. How shall we prepare that? A tome over 600 years old. I shall select an auspicious date to repair the clock. In due time, we will synthesize the celestial manuscript. Li Jinqing nodded. Acquiring the ancient text should not be difficult. I continued, since we are returning it to the Long family. We must invite their descendants to participate. When might I meet this descendant of the Long family? Well, naturally, before the arrangement is made, young Master Qi will be introduced. Li Jinqing smiled. As our health has improved, henceforth we shall allow Li Fei to cooperate with you. Simply instruct him as needed. And what of Miss Li? I glanced at Li Shuang, who was also looking at me, her expression complex. As for the young lady, it is better for her not to be overly involved in such matters. It would not be beneficial for her. Her brother can handle it. Li Jinqing regarded me. Oh, that is agreeable. I nodded, but it would be wise to wait until we locate the Dragon Ball. Changing personnel at this juncture would be detrimental to our quest. It seemed rather suspicious to alter our team now. I intended to free her from the Black Dragon nightmare once we found the Dragon Ball. Then there would be little to worry about. Is this absolutely necessary? Li Jinqing furrowed his brow. It is indeed essential. I replied firmly, meeting his gaze. Li Shuang understood my intent and cast a grateful look in my direction. At that moment, a figure entered, speaking elegantly, brotherly. I apologize for my tardiness. I turned to see a man in his 50s, with large eyes, a prominent nose, and a fair complexion devoid of facial hair. He was dressed in an exquisite Tang suit, holding a string of large prayer beads in his left hand, and a fragrant breeze followed him. Li Jinqing and his son promptly rose to greet him. I glanced at Li Shuang, who nodded. This was indeed the person. Li Jinqing introduced me. Xiaozong, allow me to present this esteemed individual, a master of Feng Shui, with whom you share some connections. He is Qiu Ji. Ji as an ambition. He extended a large hand towards me. We shook hands. Qiu Ji, we have connections? Could it be? I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, young Master 7. I am Qiu Ji, a descendant of the Qiu family. He introduced himself. Ah, an elder. Please, do not refer to me as young Master 7 in your presence. I dare not. I responded. Qiu Ji smiled with a scholarly demeanor. Not at all. The Qiu family and the Zeng family are indeed old friends. Let us speak only of our cultivation and not of seniority. Young Master 7. There is no need for such humility. You have shattered the celestial dragon's barrier. The title of 7 Master is most deserved. South Zeng, North Qiu, and the Transcendent Ling, these 3 families are indeed of equal renown. I was surprised to meet a descendant of the Qiu family so swiftly. Given the prowess that lay behind the Li family, it was no wonder that Li Shuang bore the Black Dragon nightmare. Yet, the methods employed were rather dubious. Despite his refined demeanor, I could not help but regard him with a hint of skepticism. Master Qiu earlier, Xiaozing mentioned that we must take Li Shuang along to retrieve the Dragon Ball. What do you think? With Qiu Ji's arrival, I had become Xiaozing in Li Jinqing's words, which I found rather amusing. It revealed the nature of the Li family. Qiu Ji furrowed his brow slightly and calculated with his fingers. This may pose a challenge. The date for the Dragon Ball's emergence conflicts with Miss Li's birth chart. Young Master 7, it may be inappropriate for you to accompany her. He looked at me, awaiting my response. She carries my spirit talisman. Her birth chart will not be adversely affected, I replied, meeting his gaze. We are in this together. To break the barrier and establish a new one requires continuity. Miss Li is a person of great fortune. How can an ordinary birth chart dictate her fate? Xiaozang, you must show respect to Master Qiu. He is quite formidable and your elder. Li Jinqing spoke with a hint of admonition. If Master Qiu is so capable, then why should we concern ourselves with this trivial matter? I retorted. Master Zeng, please settle our account. We were just about to take a few days for leisure. In 10 days or so, our home's wheat will be ripe, and we plan to bring our cousin along for fishing. Old Lu glared at Li Jinsheng. You see, youth is indeed youthful. Li Jinsheng chuckled awkwardly. That is not what I meant. Do not attempt to justify yourself. We can see through that. Anyway, the barrier has been broken. Let Master Chiu handle the rest. Xiao Tang, my father did not mean it that way. Do not overthink it. Li Shuang addressed him. Yet her gaze remained fixed on me. The Dragon Ball has not yet been retrieved. How can we claim to have broken the barrier? Xiao Ji smiled and remarked, moreover, only the Zeng family can arrange for the Qing Long to report to the heavens. Brotherly, what you just said is quite incorrect. Although I am 20 years older than young Master Qi, when it comes to skill, I fear he surpasses me. Upon meeting a master, one must not be mundane. Look, this young brother seems displeased, does he not? Do not hold it against him for being particular. Turning again, he grasped Old Donkey's hand. Brotherly speaks bluntly. I ask for your understanding, young brother. Old Donkey disdainfully shook his hand, saying, we are not being particular. Since our arrival in Beijing, it has been a near-death experience to break the deadlock. Miss Li understands this better than anyone, yet to this day, we have seen not a penny. What does this mean? It seems they wish to discard us once they have gained what they want. Damn it, do they think we are so easily bullied? Li Fei, why are you glaring? Just because you have money does not make you formidable. When I am pleased, I may help you, but when I am displeased, I can leave at any moment. Li Shuang hurried over. What is happening? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Young Tang, do not act this way. Would I ever shortchange you? My father spoke out of turn. Do not take it to heart. I am well aware of how we have been these past few days. Old Donkey interjected, let us not quarrel. If Mr. Li truly means that, we shall take our leave. I chuckled coldly. Zeng Jie, can't you see? They're already calling you Little Zeng, can you bear it? What is this? Old Donkey shouted. No, young Tang, young Master Qi, it was merely a slip of the tongue. Please, do not take it to heart. Li Jinsheng quickly corrected himself, repeatedly offering kind words. Old Donkey was responsible for stirring the pot, while I took on the role of peacemaker. Look at what you are saying. I am but a child, and it is your kindness that merits such titles. How could I possibly care? This was the truth. I truly did not mind. Xiaoji interjected, it is merely a misunderstanding. Let us not quarrel. Young brother, for my sake, do not hold it against brotherly. It is crucial that we discuss the matter at hand. Shall we? Old Donkey shot me a knowing glance, inquiring if I would continue the ruckus. I remained impassive, and the dim-witted one understood, waving his hand dismissively. Let it go. We are just straightforward and blunt. How could we truly be angry? An elder speaks, and can the youth still be particular? That would be most uncouth. After the commotion subsided, we resumed our discussion. Since young Master Qi insists on bringing Miss Li along, then so be it, Xiaoji stated. I have ties with the Li family. Brotherly invited me here not for any other reason, but to assist young Master Qi. When you set up the arrangement, I shall provide protection and assistance. What do you think? How could I accept such a thing? I responded, your cultivation is above mine. How could I have you as my assistant? Practitioners do not concern themselves with such matters. If you continue to be modest, it would be to my disgrace. We are family friends. This bond has persisted for hundreds of years, Qiuji said with utmost sincerity. Damn, I thought, I have known you for less than half an hour. What family friendship are you speaking of? Do you believe a few flattering words can ensnare me? Am I a child? Since it is a family friendship, I chuckled. Then I humbly accept your offer. Excellent, it is settled. Xiaoji remained impassive. Yet it was evident from his gaze that he had finally set down a heavy burden within. After a brief conversation, they all departed. As I entered the room, my phone buzzed with 2 messages. Upon opening them, a warmth surged through my chest, and my legs buckled, compelling me to grasp the old donkey's shoulder for support. I felt a flush envelop me, my mind momentarily clouded. The first message read, Dear Zeng Jie, a deposit of 2,000,000 yuan has been made to your account ending in 3376. I could hardly blame myself for feeling overwhelmed. It was simply too sudden. The old donkey, concerned for my well-being, quickly steadied me, exclaiming, Zeng, are you all right? I'm fine, I reassured him, gathering my composure to read the second message. Sent by Li Shuang. Zeng Jie, please don't take offense. You are my only support now. Do not abandon me. What was this? A bribe? I composed myself, recognizing that this was indeed what I deserved. Buddy, what is going on? We come into money. How much? The old donkey feigned nonchalance. I'll tell you later. To keep you focused on your work. Don't be coy. How much? The old donkey could no longer contain his curiosity. "Did you tell Li Shuang my account number?" I inquired. "I did not." She asked me. He replied. The entire afternoon was spent in a daze until nightfall when I finally regained my clarity. The old donkey had plans to meet a girl in the East City that evening and departed early, leaving me alone in the living room, aimlessly scribbling and doodling. Suddenly, I remembered something of great importance, the book left by old Seventh in the underground palace. I hurried to the bedroom, retrieved the book from my bag, closed the door, and placed it reverently on the table. I bowed 3 times and carefully opened it. The pages were moldy and delicate, requiring gentle handling. Yet the text remained legible and intact. I became engrossed, turning each page as the narrative gradually unfolded. 60 years ago, Zeng Jie was a prominent figure. In those tumultuous times, the young Zeng Jie had gained notoriety as a geomancer, thanks to his family's heritage. During the war, he fled to Chongqing, where he fell due to the unfamiliar climate and was aided by a benevolent Hunan merchant named Long Ziqing. Long Ziqing, kind-hearted and generous, paid for Zeng Jie's recovery and invited him to stay in his residence in Chongqing. The two quickly became inseparable friends. As their bond deepened, Long Ziqing confided a long-buried secret to Zeng Jie. During the Kangxi era, Long Ziqing's ancestor, Long Nan, served as a Han military leader under the grandson of Prince Su, Gaoge, during the invasion of Tibet. After stabilizing Tibet, Emperor Kangxi decided to station over 4,000 Manchu and Han troops there, led by Fu Abeo and Duding Wuge. Long Nan remained in Tibet, serving under Duding Wuge. On one occasion, while leading troops to quell bandits, Long Nan camped in a valley. That night, the air was filled with the sound of conch shells, and countless meteors fell from the sky, akin to a meteor shower of considerable magnitude. After the meteor shower, unable to sleep, Long Nan mounted his horse for a patrol. During his rounds, he suddenly spotted a faint glow atop a distant mountain peak. He promptly led a few trusted soldiers to investigate. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered that the source of the light was a stone the size of a pumpkin. This is an ordinary stone, cracked by a meteorite, from which emanates an ethereal bluish-green light. Long Nan found it peculiar and secretly had his trusted soldiers excavate the stone, bringing it back to the military camp, wrapped in cotton blankets and placed in a wooden box for transport to Lhasa. Subsequently, this box was kept in secret by Long Nan until his return to Beijing. Upon his arrival in the capital, he invited an elderly Taoist priest from Baiyun Temple to examine the stone. The priest had been a close friend of the Long family before his ascetic life. After inspecting the stone late at night, the priest was overjoyed and informed Long Nan that within the stone lay a rare celestial gem, the Taiyin pearl, born of heaven and earth, requiring no craftsmanship or polishing, but merely awaiting the opportune moment for extraction. Long Nan waited for a decade, and after 10 years, the old priest retrieved the pearl from the stone. The gem was roughly the size of an adult's fist, crystalline and translucent, smooth and round, emanating a gentle glow at night that illuminated the room, calming the hearts of those who beheld it, providing coolness in summer and warmth in winter. Elated by this extraordinary treasure, Long Nan learned from the priest that the pearl was the essence of the universe, not to be sold, but rather utilized for significant purposes. However, finding a worthy user for such a divine artifact would be a challenge, contingent upon the Long family's fortunes, as ordinary families were ill-suited for such a gift. To employ the pearl, the Long family would need to accumulate merits over 9 lifetimes. Fearing that a few of his soldiers might divulge the secret, Long Nan first bribed them handsomely, then resigned from his official duties, retreating with his family and the pearl to live a tranquil life away from the court, awaiting the so-called opportunity foretold by the old priest. Thus began a wait of nearly 2 centuries. During these 200 years, the Long family prospered in commerce and governance, quietly amassing immense wealth and a plethora of antique treasures. By the late Qing dynasty, Long Nan's 7th-generation descendant, Long Qianming, the father of Long Ziqing, accompanied an official from the Astronomical Bureau to select a royal tomb for Prince Qing, arriving at a small valley north of Shuani, nestled in the foothills of the Yanshan Mountains. The official, a friend of Long Qianming, remarked on the valley's auspicious dragon and tiger energy and its unusual geographical structure, suggesting that it was unsuitable for ordinary use. However, if a master capable of harnessing its potential were to arrive, it could yield great benefits, implying a sense of regret. Long Qianming took this to heart. When Long Ziqing became acquainted with Zeng Jie, learning that Zeng was the heir of the Zeng family, known for their prowess in the realm of divination, he shared everything with Zeng. Zeng Jie and Long Ziqing then secretly returned north, spending a month inspecting the valley. Ultimately, Zeng revealed to Long Ziqing that this valley was indeed a rare treasure, and with two such extraordinary pearls, they could arrange a QNGL Ingbi Odian formation. Entering this formation could lead to descendants becoming emperors, or at the very least, ensuring generations of wealth and prosperity for over 400 years. Long Ziqing remained noncommittal. Upon returning to Chongqing, he presented the family heirloom, the Tying Pearl, to Zeng Yin, inquiring if it would suffice. Zeng was deeply impressed by the Tying Pearl, declaring it a heavenly dragon pearl, perfect for setting up the formation. Consequently, Long Ziqing resolved to enlist Zeng Yin's expertise in creating the QNGL Ingbi Odian formation. In times of turmoil, antiques were often undervalued. He acquired 8 ancient jade pieces and began the intricate carving of the Guardian of the 8 Nightmares in a secluded valley in the north. A series of covert projects commenced, unfolding intermittently as the two individuals secretly prepared for 2 decades. Before the liberation, the Qingsong Reporting Bureau was largely established. Long Ziqing left his eldest son, Long Shaoqing, in Hunan and returned to Beijing with the rest of his family, opening a fabric store in Dashiler as a base. Zeng Yin once again ventured to Beijing under the pretext of assessing the store's feng shui for the Qingsong Reporting Bureau, during which he took in Li Jiu's family. Years passed, and as the Qingsong Reporting Bureau approached completion, when the Guardian of the 8 Nightmares was ready to enter the fray, Li Shun was already 15 years old. Within the Long family, there was a maid named Cui Qiao, who was 20 that year, 5 years older than Li Shun. When Li Shun first arrived at the Long household, she was merely a maid, but soon after, she was taken as a concubine by Long Ziqing. Li Shun was not one to abide by the rules, and as time went on, he began an affair with Cui Qiao. When Cui Qiao turned 20, Long Ziqing left to handle matters concerning the Guardian of the 8 Nightmares for over 2 months. Upon his return, he discovered that Cui Qiao was pregnant. She vehemently refused to reveal the child's father, leaving Long Ziqing with no choice but to provide her with a sum of money and expel her from the Long family. Under Cui Qiao's protection, Li Shun remained in the Long household. A year later, Cui Qiao gave birth to a boy but soon succumbed to weakness and passed away. At the tender age of 16, Li Shun became a father, and Cui Qiao's death plunged him into profound sorrow, directing all his pent-up hatred towards Long Ziqing. He secretly entrusted the child to rural guardians and returned to plot his revenge against Long Ziqing. One day, while eavesdropping beneath a window, he overheard Long Ziqing discussing matters related to the Qingsong Reporting Bureau. Although he did not fully grasp the details, the mention of the rare celestial pearl, the Tying Pearl, sparked his interest. He resolved to steal the Tying Pearl to thwart Long Ziqing's grand ambitions. After several months of waiting, an opportunity finally presented itself. The Long family's third daughter, Long Huan, was studying in Nanjing and returned to Beijing during the winter break to reunite with her family. Seizing the moment when everyone was gathered in the front hall to drink, Li Shun stealthily entered Long Ziqing's bedroom in search of the Tying Pearl, only to be caught off guard by Long Ziqing's unexpected return. Faced with the dire situation, Li Shun resolved to confront Long Ziqing. But he was no match for Long Ziqing's martial prowess and was promptly apprehended. Initially, the Long family contemplated reporting him to the authorities. But Li Shun leveraged the secrets of the Qingsong Reporting Bureau to instill doubt. Hesitation ensued, further compounded by the desperate pleas of Li Jiu and his wife, ultimately leading Long Ziqing to release him, albeit with a forceful expulsion from the Long household. This only fueled Li Shun's animosity towards Long Ziqing. Zeng Yin, upon visiting Long Ziqing, noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired about his troubles. Long Ziqing, feeling the familial disgrace should not be aired publicly, refrained from divulging the matter to Zeng Yin, leaving a potential future threat unaddressed. After being cast out, Li Shun wandered aimlessly, associating with a dubious crowd and becoming a petty rogue. While living a dissolute life, he meticulously awaited his chance to retaliate against the Long family. After years of patience, the opportunity finally arrived. At the onset of the Cultural Revolution, the Qingsong Reporting Bureau was nearly complete, awaiting its official entry. Zeng Yin once again journeyed to Beijing, urging Long Ziqing to leave the city promptly, lest disaster befall him. Torn between his attachment to the carefully constructed feng shui and his family's legacy, Long Ziqing ultimately resolved to return to the south after his father's entry into the bureau. Entering the fray requires waiting for the opportune moment. After a prolonged period of delay, just 5 days before my anticipated foray, Li Shun, accompanied by the rebels, descended upon the Long family estate, capturing Long Ziqing, his family, and Zeng Yin. Li Shun had long coveted the 2 treasures of the Zeng family, the Tying Pearl and Long Ziqing's third daughter, Long Huan. On the second night following the raid, Li Shun violated Long Huan, leaving her mentally shattered. During the struggle session, Li Jiao perished while attempting to save Long Ziqing. Yet Li Shun did not experience the epiphany he later fabricated. Instead, he laid the blame squarely upon Long Ziqing. He subjected Long Ziqing to relentless torture, leaving him on the brink of death, yet he refused to divulge the whereabouts of the Tying Pearl. Eventually, Li Shun shifted his tactics, threatening Zeng Jie, declaring that if Zeng Jie did not reveal the location of the Tying Pearl, he would take Long Ziqing's life. With no other options, Zeng Jie reluctantly confessed that the Tying Pearl was already in play and could not be retrieved until 400 years had passed. Upon hearing this, Li Shun demanded the Qinglong report heaven scheme. I closed the book and inhaled deeply, pondering how such heartless and ungrateful beings could exist. It was no wonder the Li family was devoid of good souls. Li Shun was truly despicable. I cursed him vehemently within my mind. How unjustly the Long family had suffered. What kind of world was this? Heaven, can you permit such scoundrels to prosper for 40 years? All of this must eventually be repaid to the Long family, or else there would be no justice. As I contemplated these thoughts, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? Young Master Qi, this is Zeng Jie. I am outside your door, and I wish to discuss something with you. Before I could respond, he hung up. I hastily gathered my belongings and descended to open the door. Outside stood Zeng Jie alongside a young man. Young Master Qi, I hope my late-night visit has not disturbed your rest? Not at all. I am accustomed to staying up late. Please, come in, Master Qi. We entered the living room. But the young man remained outside. And this young man? He is my driver. Let him remain outside, Zeng Jie said nonchalantly. Young Master Qi, I appreciate your efforts these past few days. You flatter me. It is my duty, and it has not been burdensome. He nodded and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Li Shuang has grown up under my watch, much like my own granddaughter. Young Master Qi, is there truly no alternative to the Tying Pearl for the Black Dragon's curse afflicting her? It seemed everyone was aware of the Tying Pearl. They just hadn't informed me in advance. I regret to say there is no other solution. The individual who inflicted the Black Dragon's curse on her has connected it to the dragon energy within the valley. While there may be other methods, they are fraught with peril, I replied. He looked at me intently. And what of the illusion pearl? Is that also not a possibility? The mention of the illusion pearl caught me off guard. It was clearly Shuang had divulged everything to him. I had been safeguarding the illusion pearl for our upcoming scheme. Had they begun to distrust me? I rose to my feet. Master Qin, my intention in safeguarding the illusion pearl was solely for the purpose of our scheme, nothing more. I shall retrieve it for you at once. He restrained me gently, urging me to sit. Young Master Qi, that was not my intention. I merely seek to ascertain whether the illusion pearl can alleviate the Black Dragon's curse. Using the illusion pearl might yield a possibility, yet the risks remain substantial, I replied candidly. He fell silent, contemplating for a moment, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The necklace she cherishes, is it in your possession? This inquiry sparked a realization within me. Amidst the flurry of recent days, I had forgotten to return it to her. Indeed, I had neglected it in my busyness. I shall return it to her tomorrow. That trinket held profound significance for her. A reflection of her sentiments. Do you not comprehend this yet? He gazed at me meaningfully. Young Master Qi, regardless of your feelings for her, I implore you to assist her. This child is remarkable. The past years have not been kind to her. I remained composed. She was not merely my employer but a friend. And I would exert every effort within my power to aid her, rest assured of that. He nodded. For 40 years, the Long family has endured hardship. I believe young Master Qi will align his heart rightly, restoring justice to the Long family and providing a lifeline to the Li family. Was this elder attempting to gauge my allegiance? Master Qi, I am but a child, naive to the intricacies of such matters. However, having accepted the Li family's trust, I shall endeavor to fulfill my obligations and ensure a favorable outcome for the Long family. I too resorted to formal language. He scrutinized me, exuding an air of authority. Young Master Qi, I beseech you. I returned his gaze, the atmosphere thick with tension. Master Qi, what is your relationship with Long Ziqing? I inquired. He hesitated for a moment. What? Your connection with Long Ziqing? I reiterated earnestly. What is it? He averted his gaze. I have no ties to the Long family. From the outset, too many secrets had been withheld from me. Do you still distrust me? If this is to be a game of riddles, what significance does my involvement hold? I offered a wry smile. If you do not trust me, then spare me the promises. Youthful Master Qi, many matters are beyond your grasp. Perhaps knowing less would serve you better, He paused. I do not press you for a promise. I believe in your integrity. Your visit today was solely for this purpose? Indeed, in essence, there are two matters. First, to request your assistance for Li Shuang. Second, to implore young Master Qi to aid the Long family. This is also for the sake of the Li family. Understood. You may rest assured. Well then, I shall take my leave and not intrude further upon your rest. He rose to depart. I accompanied him to the door. Does Long Xiaoqing not have a granddaughter? He halted, his back to me, pausing for a moment before responding. The Long Xiaoqing family has been reduced to naught. There is no longer a granddaughter. His voice suddenly aged. With labored steps, he entered the vehicle, and the young man behind the wheel initiated the engine, slowly driving away. I watched the car vanish from sight, a sense of emptiness enveloping me. The evening breeze brushed against my face, refreshing and pleasant. I glanced skyward. The bright moon remained unwavering. Upon returning upstairs, I sipped a glass of water and resumed my reading. Li Shun had threatened Zeng Yin with Long Ziqing's life, compelling Zeng Yin to acquiesce, albeit with the condition of meeting Long Ziqing. That very night, Zeng Yin encountered the ailing Long Ziqing, conveying the necessity of a scheme to save him. Long Ziqing, in a state of despair and fury, vehemently condemned Li Shun's lack of conscience. Zeng Yin inquired into the grievances between him and Li Shun, and with no alternative, Long Ziqing recounted the saga of Cui Qiao in its entirety. Having grasped the situation, Zeng Yin informed Long Ziqing that fate must not be defied. It appeared that the Long family's accumulated virtue was insufficient, requiring further time to rectify their fortunes. He assured Long Ziqing that, after 40 years, the descendants of the Long family would inherit the estate of the Li family, and the Li family would dutifully return the Qinglong Baodian Bureau to the Long family. 2 days later, Zeng Yin entered the Qinglong Baodian Bureau as Li Jiao. Due to a delay in the auspicious hour, Zeng Yin intentionally postponed for another hour, ultimately creating a scheme that spanned 40 years. While arranging the spirit-nurturing underground palace, Zeng Yin recorded these experiences for the descendants of the Zeng family. When the later generations of the Zeng family came across this tome, the Long family had already accumulated 9 generations of virtue, achieving a complete legacy, and was thus entitled to the blessings of the Dragon Pearl. The descendants who would break the scheme must proceed with caution, ensuring the scheme is returned intact to Zhao, to rectify the regrets of that bygone era. This was the directive left to me by old Master Qi. Even if the old man had not imparted this, I would still assist the Long family in reclaiming this justice. Suddenly, I recalled that old Master Qi had once told Long Ziqing that, after 40 years, the descendants of the Long family would take control of the Li family as estate. Currently, it was Li Shuang who held sway over the Li family. I smacked my forehead, realizing my speculation was correct. She must indeed be a descendant of the Long family. This would mean that Zeng Jie was likely Long Xiaoqing. Presently, the Li family's estate was under the control of Li Shuang, while the puppet master behind the scenes was Zeng Jie. Zeng Jie, which sounds like Ji Qin Ziqing when reversed. Some answers began to crystallize in my mind, illuminating my thoughts. This implies that the Li family might have known from the very beginning that Li Shuang was a child of the Long family. Thus, the Black Dragon Nightmare makes perfect sense. Qiao Ji intended to use the Black Dragon Nightmare to manipulate Li Shuang, coercing her into surrendering the Tying Pearl. Instinctively, I flipped through the book. There were a few pages left, and the subsequent content caught my eye, compelling me to cease my deductions. The remaining pages contained a detailed schematic of the entire scheme, noting the formations, locations, pivotal points, and critical elements, all written in code, comprehensible only to the descendants of the Zeng family. With this newfound knowledge, my confidence soared. Armed with these insights, executing the scheme would become far more manageable. I spent the entire night studying the material in the book, and by dawn, I had thoroughly grasped all its contents. It turned out that behind Beishan Peak lay a vast cavern, towering 75 zhang, spanning 123 zhang in width, with depths unfathomable, often resonating with the roars of tigers and the chants of dragons. This enormous cavern faced the windward side, inside Beishan Peak. Numerous secret passages and caves interlinked with the underground labyrinth of the valley. Each night, a powerful northern wind would descend, intercepted by Beishan Peak, creating an upward vortex. Upon entering the cavern, this tremendous wind transformed into the driving force for the waterways within the underground maze. Atop Beishan Peak lay a concealed lake, covering approximately 100 mu. The wind would draw water from the valley through a series of channels and caves to the summit, and once the wind ceased, it would flow out through another channel, cascading into a waterfall. Based on the timing of the Qilong returning to the court, the terrain, and this information, I ultimately deduced that the tying pearl should be located within the waterway where the lake's water emerges. Could it be that this waterway would undergo changes in a few days? Or would I need to seek out this waterway, or even the lake itself? Logically, the tying pearl would resurface 7 days after the scheme was broken. Thus, it would be prudent to await its natural reemergence. That lake might very well be an underground lake, with unknown treasures within. The critical factor was to accurately determine the position from which to await the tying pearl, for that was paramount. After further contemplation, I finally sighed with relief as noon approached. The most advantageous location lay within a grove of trees situated over 200 meters above the Tianshu Terrace. When the time comes, I shall visit that place, ensuring to guard the waterway diligently. I stretched lazily, descended the stairs to freshen up and prepare for sleep. Just then, the door creaked open, and the old donkey returned. "Good morning, Zeng Jie." He beamed. "Wait, you look tired. Did you not sleep well?" "I did not sleep," I replied. "Was last night pleasant?" "Ah, she was magnificent. You should have seen her. Though her appearance may be average, her figure was stunning, and her skin, oh, so delicate." The old donkey seemed lost in reverie. "Enough already. I am not interested. Hee. Are you worried about your sleep later? Why didn't you rest last night?" He glanced upstairs. "Has the boss arrived?" "Brother donkey." I bowed deeply to him. "Not everyone is like you. I apply myself to my studies. Is that not acceptable? Can't you see the boss's intentions towards you?" "I wish to sleep." I ambled upstairs and closed the bedroom door. Before I could drift off, the old donkey knocked on the door. "Zeng Jie, are you awake?" "What is it?" "Uncle Lou is here." Damn. I forced myself to muster some energy, dressed quickly, and made my way to the living room. Uncle Lou was seated there, watching television and sipping tea. "You've come." I slumped onto the sofa, utterly drained. "What's wrong, Xiaojie? Am I not welcome?" He set down his teacup. "I had a poor night's sleep. Don't take it personally. Is there something you need?" I rubbed my eyes. "Indeed," he replied, glancing upstairs to see if the old donkey had come down. "Go ahead and speak, then I shall return to sleep." I yawned. "Xiaojie, we've accomplished a significant portion of our task, and we ought to discuss the financial aspect." He lowered his voice. I suddenly felt more alert, straightened up, and said, "Go on." "Miss Li has already transferred a deposit of 2 million to me. That day, Tang Bin inquired, and I deceived him into believing it was 50,000. "Did he mention this to you?" He spoke with an air of mystery. "Oh, is that so?" I nodded, thinking to myself that he was full of bluster. "You needn't worry. I am sincere with you. I simply do not trust Tang Bin. After all, he is an outsider, is he not?" He glanced upstairs once more. "An outsider?" I scoffed. "A brother who has fought alongside me through thick and thin cannot be labeled as such. Do you think he is merely here for the money?" He looked embarrassed for a moment. "You see, you misunderstand me. What I meant to say is that there is no need for him to be privy to all the details regarding the finances. Your statement lacks substance," I retorted, rising to my feet. He quickly stood up, gesturing for me to sit back down, his expression growing even more enigmatic. "Why are you so agitated? Remain seated and allow me to share a secret with you, something I must disclose at this moment." "A secret?" I took my seat once more, curious. Uncle Lou habitually glanced upstairs again. "Tang Bin cannot overhear, correct? If you choose not to speak, then so be it." After a moment's hesitation, he clapped his thigh. "I shall tell you. Xiaojie, are you aware of Miss Li's origins? Is that truly a monumental secret?" I remained noncommittal. "I shall reveal it to you. She is a descendant of the Long family." "Is that so?" I feigned surprise. He chuckled. "You deduced she is not a biological member of the Li family. Did you not consider her connection to the Long family?" "That I had not." I stifled a yawn. "Please, continue." Seeing my indifference, he was somewhat annoyed, but that was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that she was not alone. There was another guiding her, and they aimed to reclaim the Qilong report for the Long family. "Oh, who could it be?" "It was the Feng Shui Master Zeng, the one you have encountered." He leaned closer to me, and I could see the surprise in his eyes. My interest piqued. I urged him to elaborate. This time, he took his time, lighting a cigarette. "This tale must begin from the very beginning. It was he who initially brought Li Shuang to seek my assistance. The Zeng family and the Chiu family share a long-standing friendship, a fact you're already familiar with, I presume. After the old 7th master laid the groundwork, he entrusted 2 individuals with the matter of the impending resolution in 40 years. One was myself, and the other was Zeng, the descendant of the Chiu family, who had long desired to become his disciple. What did he entrust you with?" The old 7th Master's arrangements were out of necessity. Hence he instructed us to aid the Long family in reclaiming this situation. At that time, I was merely a teenager. And the old 7th Master was aware that I lacked the aptitude for such matters. Thus he cautioned me that when the time was right, I should lead his successor into the world, and that journey would begin with assisting the Long family in reclaiming the situation. He squinted his eyes, lost in reminiscence. And what a Qiushi! Does this imply you have known each other for many years? I inquired. No, I did not know him prior. Last year. He approached me and shared this matter. Some things were communicated to me by the old 7th Master, which no one else could possibly know. And then? He glanced at me. Qiushi entered the situation but fell into a stupor upon reaching the Xuanwu formation. He realized he could not unravel it. Thus he consulted with me to invite you. Once you resolve the situation, he will assist you in re-establishing the formation for the Long family. Is it truly that simple? I regarded him skeptically. Do you doubt me, uncle? What of the Black Dragon Nightmare? If the intention is to assist the Long family, why employ the Black Dragon Nightmare to harm Li Shuang? I retorted with a cold laugh. He smiled calmly, explaining that it was a ruse to deceive the Li family. A ploy of self-infliction. You are still young. It is surprising you do not perceive this. A ruse of self-infliction? How so? The Li family has been on guard for years, fearing the Long family would seize the situation. How could they be unaware that Li Shuang is a descendant of the Long family? Thus, Qiushi feigned assistance to the Li family, using the Black Dragon Nightmare to control Li Shuang, thereby gaining the trust of the Li family. It was precisely for this reason that the Li family cooperated so readily in allowing you to resolve the situation. Otherwise, no matter your prowess, would you have even been able to enter that formation? So it was a matter of being in the enemy camp while harboring intentions for another. It seems I have misjudged them. You are still inexperienced. Such Machiavellian schemes abound, and you will come to understand in due course. I smiled slightly. So what you are conveying to me is... He glanced upstairs again, indicating that in collaboration with Qiushi, the subsequent matters could only be resolved through your joint efforts. Failure was not an option. I scrutinized Lu Daji before me. Which of his words could be deemed truthful? He spoke with such conviction. Should I trust him? I must consult Li Shuang. He looked at me, questioning whether I did not trust Uncle Lu. It is not that, but the matter is of great magnitude, and I require confirmation. You may inquire, but I fear she may not speak the truth. He chuckled, for the Long family harbors numerous secrets. Should you pose such questions, she would be compelled to provide a lengthy explanation. Young Jie, it would be prudent for us to refrain from prying into other secrets. Before I could utter a word, he continued, now that the situation is compromised, has Li Shuang mentioned anything to you regarding the blood talismans in the game? Blood talismans? I gasped, taken aback. Don't tell me you understand this less than your Uncle Lu does. He fixed his gaze upon me. Why is the Li family unable to control this game? Is it merely because it was arranged for the Long family? Because the items used belong to the Long family? You must realize that, under normal circumstances, even if the owner changes, the game should not be significantly affected, unless the blood talismans of the Long family were employed initially, in which case such a situation could indeed arise. He paused, and I reflected on his words. I had not delved deeply into this issue, instinctively believing that the items and formations within the game were tailored to the Long family's circumstances, making it unsustainable for the Li family. As any spiritually attuned objects recognize their rightful owner, it was perfectly reasonable that the Li family could not maintain control. Blood talismans are malevolent. How could the 7th Master, who uses the blood of 5 sacrificial animals in the spirit nurturing pavilion, resort to blood talismans? Are you suggesting that the 7th Master employed blood talismans when he devised the layout? I retorted incredulously. That is utterly impossible. He scrutinized me. Foolish child. When I was with the 7th Master, you were not even born. The 7th Master back then was not the same man you know today. After a brief pause, he added, using blood talismans is not inherently wrong, provided he did not tread upon sinister paths. I fell silent, contemplating his words. Yet I still found it hard to believe. Little Jie, if blood talismans were used, attempting to rearrange the game will be troublesome. You must collaborate with Qiushi to remove the blood talismans from the Dragon Pearl. Only then can this matter be resolved. Do you understand? Are you implying that the blood talismans are on the Tying Pearl? Otherwise, how could such an upheaval arise within the Long family just as the game was about to commence? He wore a look of regret. After a few minutes of contemplation, clarity began to dawn upon me. I understand your meaning. I will cooperate with Uncle Chiu. That is correct. As long as you two join forces, this matter will come to fruition. I will transfer the 2 million that Li Shuang sent to me in a few days. He sighed with relief. And what about you? When the time comes, just ensure you give your uncle a bit of hardship money. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn in the future. He chuckled as he rose to leave. I will take my leave now. Keep this in mind. As he departed, old Don strolled down. Old trickster. If it weren't for the mention of secrets, I would have come down to give you a piece of my mind. After all, he is our uncle. Show some restraint. I replied, gazing outside. Zeng Jie, you can't possibly believe him, can you? Between him and the seventh master, whom would I trust? I glanced at the upper floor. Does it really matter whom we trust? Aren't we merely seeking to retrieve the dragon pearl and rearrange the game? He patted my shoulder. If the tying pearl falls into Qiuji's hands, then how the game is laid out will become uncertain. I chuckled bitterly. What a predicament we find ourselves in. My friend, it feels more like a riddle than a resolution. You overthink things. Let's not dwell on such complexities. Old Don, if you were in my position, what would you do? Old Don, puffing on his cigarette, pondered. If it were me, I would trust no one but myself. After all, they cannot do without us. Why complicate matters? Just prepare for both scenarios, and let us turn their strategies against them. We shall not suffer losses either way. His reasoning resonated with me. Why had I been so earnest? By countering their schemes, the truth would eventually reveal itself. I stood and saluted him with a fist. Don, I admire your insight. Well said. He returned the gesture. But does this admiration imply I am merely thick-skinned? After a few hours of slumber, I awoke in the afternoon to make a phone call and arrange a meeting with Li Shuang. I am on my way to find you. Stay at home and wait for me. We shall meet soon. Her sweet voice carried a hint of anxiety. She arrived past 7 in the evening and immediately explained. There was traffic on the way. You must be hungry. Let us dine first, and let Xiao Tang join us. We still have to meet the lovely lady tonight. I want to intrude on your gathering, the old donkey remarked with a knowing smile, leaning towards me and whispering. The condoms are placed in the second drawer by the bedside. What are you mumbling about? Li Shuang, perceptive to the old donkey's lewd expression, asked loudly on purpose. Hee. Just reminding Zeng Jie to treat the boss well, eat heartily, drink merrily, and enjoy himself. He patted me on the back, adding, do your best. Get lost. I muttered under my breath. Li Shuang feigned calmness. Xiao Tang, what nonsense are you spouting now? Are you not afraid I might withhold your wages? How could that be? The old donkey chuckled. The lovely lady is waiting for us. Zeng Jie, see you bright and early tomorrow. The foolish one scampered away, leaving us in an awkward silence for a few seconds. Let us go, I'm hungry, she said nonchalantly. Not far from the villa area was a French restaurant, of which Li Shuang was a platinum member. Can you handle this wine? She inquired. It's tolerable. After all, they all taste somewhat similar. I replied. Did Grandpa Qin come to see you yesterday? She asked. I nodded. Has the black dragon nightmare flared up for you these past few days? Not painful, just a bit itchy. Does that count as a flare-up? It does. Endure for a couple more days, and once the tying pearl emerges, everything will be fine. She set down her knife and fork, wiping her lips. Qiuji remarked that the tying pearl should be delivered to him, and if he insisted on following you. Then you. Are you afraid I might fall short against him? I fear for your well-being. He possesses skills, but your health. What do you mean by that? You still think so, don't you? I felt displeased. I worry about you. Look at you. Why be so sensitive? I have been practicing martial arts since I was 12, so worry not. Can the old donkey and I not handle a mere old man? As long as you don't suffer any losses, that's all that matters, she smiled. Suddenly recalling Uncle Lu's words, I put down my knife and fork. Li Shuang. How about I give the tying pearl to him first? Her eyes flared with fury. What do you mean? Why give it to him? What will happen to me? What about our family? Let me explain. I want to listen. If you give it to him, it's like a sheep entering a tiger's den. How can you expect him to return it? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I meant to say, give it to him first, and it will eventually be reclaimed. I clarified. Naive. She smiled bitterly. What? You soften at his flattery? He is an old hand. Can you truly believe his compliments? After all our struggles, will you finally abandon me? Abandon our family? I never said I would abandon you. Moreover, I believe your father thinks the same. Otherwise, why would he ask us to seek the dragon pearl together? I deliberately probed. She glared at me coldly. Zeng Jie, are you being deliberate, or are you truly foolish? I pulled the necklace from my pocket and handed it to her. This is yours. I forgot to return it. What do you mean? She scoffed. Have you found your crew, young Master Key? Do not mock me. Returning it now. What does that even signify? Then I shall keep it. Before I could retract my hand, she seized it firmly. Who said it was given to you? Dream on. You are unworthy. Return it to me. I gazed at her, and she stared back at me. We remained locked in this stalemate for several seconds until her expression gradually softened. Do not worry, I said. Looking into her eyes, it's getting late. Let us return. On the 7th day after the resolution of our predicament, our group once again arrived at the valley's mouth. Within just a few days, it had transformed into a verdant paradise, with even the withered grass revived to a lush green. This time, we were not accompanied by a single van, but rather a grand convoy. Xiao Ji, the father and son from the Li family, and a frail young man named Long Xiaoming, who claimed to be a descendant of the Long family, had joined us, along with several workers. In the 3 closed cargo trucks behind us lay the coffins of Long family ancestors. Today, after locating the Tying Pearl, we would set our plan into motion. With only a few hours to spare, aside from the 3 of us and Xiao Ji, no one else was permitted to enter the valley. Mr. Li, once we find the Tying Pearl, we will exit. At the hour of high, you are to bury the Long family coffins at the location I have marked. Remember, it must be at the hour of high, not a moment earlier or later, I instructed. Li Jincheng nodded. Little 7th Master, Geomaster, your efforts are appreciated. Qiuji smiled and nodded in agreement. On the ground lay 3 large roosters, which I had specifically requested the Li family to prepare, now appearing rather lackluster. After digging the grave, these roosters must first be placed inside to stir the earth. Once they crow, they will be retrieved. At that point, the grave may sink. So do not panic. Wait for the opening to stabilize before interring the coffin. The grave must not be sealed with earth. Allow the coffin to settle on its own, as quicksand will seal the opening. Patience is essential. Remember this. I cautioned. Little 7th Master, I have never heard of this method of shaking the grave. Is there any particular significance? Xiao Ji inquired. The spirit-conserving building in this setup employs the 3 bodies of the golden crow to gather energy and stabilize the arrangement. After breaking the formation, it is necessary to use the golden crow to rattle the earth's essence, ensuring the true burial chamber appears. These 3 roosters serve as substitutes for the 3 bodies of the golden crow, I elucidated. Ah, I see. Xiao Ji nodded. Brotherly, let us proceed as little 7th Master has instructed. Very well, you can rely on me. I have it all noted down. Li Jincheng glanced at Li Shuang. I will trouble you once more. Listen to Master Qiu and little 7th Master inside. Old Donkey adjusted his backpack. Enough of this. The road is not short. Let us not dawdle onward. Within minutes after the Tying Pearl is unearthed, there will be a phenomenon. Once it occurs, you must prepare. And the matters inside will be managed by me and little 7th Master. Xiao Ji emphasized once more. Li Shuang gently tugged at my sleeve. Did you see that? Rest assured, there will be no issues, I whispered back. We began our journey along the eastern mountain ridge towards the northern peak, speaking little along the way, with only old Donkey occasionally interjecting with humorous remarks. Passing by the floating cloud cauldron, I casually stepped on the spot where the purple gold incense burner was buried to test its stability. All seemed normal, and I continued guiding them forward. Little 7th Master, why did you step on that stone earlier? Xiao Ji asked. My feet were weary. It felt good to tread on it, I replied. Did it help? Old Donkey queried. Indeed. I shot him a look. Then let us go back and step on it too. With that, he turned and dashed back, stomping vigorously on that stone. Xiao Ji smirked derisively. This young Tang is truly a free-spirited individual. Indeed, a simpler life often brings greater joy, I responded. Li Shuang remained silent by my side, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Xiao Ji, observing her demeanor, offered a gentle smile. Miss Li, fret not. Once we locate the Tying Pearl, the rest will be manageable. Li Shuang managed a faint smile but uttered no words. As dusk approached, we arrived at the Tianshu Terrace, the clock striking 6 in the evening. With merely an hour left, the 200-meter elevation, though not excessively daunting, felt interminable to us. By the time we reached the grove I had surmised, merely 10 minutes remained until the hour of you. The old donkey set down his pack and began to meander thoughtfully. Zeng Jie, are you certain there is a water source here? He inquired. There should be. The Tying Pearl will emerge from this location, flowing through a waterway. Hence there must be a source, I replied. If there is indeed a water source, we ought to be able to see it, right? The ground is merely covered with leaves and grass. Where could there be a waterway? Li Shuang interjected. Qiu Ji, unperturbed, remarked, this waterway may be concealed. Let us not rush, for time is still on our side. We should split up and search. There has to be some defined area, no? The old donkey queried. I kicked aside the leaves, revealing a patch of red earth beneath. affirmatively stating, "This red soil indicates we are within the range. It must be here. Let us search diligently." Thus, the four of us commenced kicking through the leaves. However, this method proved exceedingly inefficient, rendering even a couple of hours insufficient. "It's getting dark. Soon we won't be able to see," the old donkey hollered. Ignoring his protest, the three of us continued our search. While rummaging, I stumbled upon a stone cave beneath a large tree, roughly the width of a water barrel, filled with leaves. I set down my pack and began to clear the leaves, delving approximately a meter deep, where the foliage thinned out and a cool breeze wafted from within, tinged with moisture. "Here," I shouted. The three quickly gathered around, peering into the opening. With its dampness, this cave must connect to an underground waterway. This is it. Qiuji nodded in agreement. "Damn it, Zeng Jie, are you sure? I hope a large serpent doesn't emerge." The old donkey fretted. "Why don't you go in and take a look?" I suggested, glancing between him and Li Shuang. "Rest assured, I can confidently say there are no snakes left in this valley, save for those at the mouth." Li Shuang nodded in agreement. 3 minutes remaining. Qiuji checked his watch. "All right, everyone, don't cluster too closely. Spread out a bit. Water may soon flow," I instructed. Positioning myself optimally on the slope above the cave entrance, embracing a sturdy tree. This way, I would be the first to see the tiny pearl when it emerged. Li Shuang, though anxious, stationed herself less than a meter from the cave entrance, her body coiled like a sprinter ready to take off. The old donkey distanced himself, settling 5 or 6 meters away to smoke. Contrary to our expectations, Qiuji did not appear anxious. Instead, he ambled 4 or 5 meters away, fixated on the cave entrance. The ensuing minutes felt excruciatingly long, as if we could hear each other's heartbeats. The twilight that had lingered moments ago seemed to plunge into the depths of night. Yet, in our intense concentration, I remained aware of my surroundings, as did Qiuji. As the final minute ticked away, we entered the hour of you, our hearts racing in our throats. A few moments passed in silence. "What is happening?" the old donkey inquired. "Wait," I responded, glancing at Li Shuang, who, feeling the strain in her waist, reluctantly stood to stretch. "You are too close. There will be danger soon. Come over here," I called to her. "All right." The old donkey stood up, patted his backside, and scampered over to sit beside me. After all, he is a good buddy. I glanced at him and said, "I didn't call you." Li Shuang couldn't help but chuckle, just as she laughed a few times. She suddenly covered her mouth and hurried a few steps to lean against a large tree trunk, retching. The old donkey, seeing this, excitedly patted me on the back and exclaimed, "See, I told you. No wonder you didn't react. It turns out you two are straightforward. You sly fellow, look. The boss is probably expecting." I smacked his head and retorted, "Nonsense. How many times have I told you? We are not. Everyone has their reactions. And you still won't admit it?" The old donkey looked at me with disdain. "This is unlike you. Are you afraid to take responsibility for your actions? Damn. What time is it? Can't you be serious for once? Moreover, even if she were pregnant, could she possibly be throwing up in just 2 days? Wait a minute." The old donkey pondered. "No, I'm telling you, Xiaotang, you scoundrel." Li Shuang clutched her stomach. "You are the one who is pregnant. No more wages for you if you keep babbling nonsense." Hey, hey, hey. Before the old donkey could finish, a slight rustling came from the cave, and I quickly covered his mouth. Qiuji, agile as a cat, darted to the mouth of the cave. A gust of wind surged from the entrance, blowing out numerous leaves mixed with decaying branches, accompanied by the eerie howls of a beast, as if a dragon lurked within the cave. "Here it comes, here it comes," Qiuji murmured to himself, brimming with excitement. Li Shuang instinctively ran to my side, tightly gripping my arm. "Is it? Don't panic. We still have to wait," I said, casting a knowing glance at the old donkey. He understood and quickly returned to his previous position. The roars from within the cave grew louder, reverberating in our ears, causing Li Shuang to instinctively cover her ears. After a series of roars, the sounds quickly diminished and vanished, followed by a powerful jet of water bursting forth. Qiuji reacted swiftly, darting aside. The water column was immensely forceful, shooting out over 20 meters, quickly washing away the leaves beneath and exposing a clean patch of red soil. "Where's the tiny pearl?" Li Shuang asked me. "Wait for the water to recede. The tiny pearl is behind it." At that moment, I felt a wave of dizziness, as if a train was passing beneath us, with rumblings and vibrations beneath my seat. An earthquake. Indeed, a phenomenon. Qiuji was ecstatic. "After 40 years, I am finally going to see the tiny pearl." It was only a mild tremor, which soon subsided, and the water diminished to a gentle stream. The sky had turned completely dark, and we all stared intently at the cave entrance. What if it was washed away just now? The old donkey worried. Be quiet. Qiu Ji snapped, his eyes blazing with intensity. Damn. Just as the old donkey was about to erupt, I shot him a glance, and he held back, kicking a nearby stone in frustration. We waited for a long time, only hearing the soft sound of the stream and the rustling wind. The night was eerily quiet, enveloped in tranquility. Yet we all understood the complexity of human hearts lying in wait beneath this serene night, preparing for what was to come. Suddenly, a faint glow flickered at the dark cave entrance, bioluminescence. It's here. Both Qiu Ji and I exclaimed in unison. The three of us hurriedly gathered at the cave entrance, jostling for the most advantageous position. The fluorescence intensified, ultimately illuminating the entire cave entrance, resembling a grand spotlight. At that moment, Qiu Ji suddenly ceased pushing forward and stepped back 2 paces, exclaiming, "Little seventh master, it is time for you to retrieve the tying pearl." I was momentarily taken aback, pondering his intentions. Suddenly, Li Shuang let out a piercing cry, clutching her abdomen and collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, her body muddy with dirt, water, and leaves. The black dragon nightmare had struck. I shot an incredulous glance at Qiu Ji, intending to assist her, but she steadfastly pushed me away, insisting, "Don't mind me. Just take the tying pearl." I glanced between her and the glowing cave entrance, caught in a dilemma. Qiu Ji nonchalantly approached, suggesting, "Why don't you tend to her first while I retrieve the pearl?" I could have slapped that insincerely smiling face. But this was not the time for confrontation. An old donkey rushed over to help Li Shuang, and just then, the fluorescence surged dramatically. The old donkey froze, pointing towards the cave entrance. "Master Zeng, look, the moon." I turned around and indeed saw a small moon, a crystalline orb slowly emerging from the water. Its gentle glow reminiscent of a crescent moon, refreshing to the mind and spirit. This was the remarkable tying pearl, as beautiful as the moon itself. The cave entrance sloped down about a meter, allowing the tying pearl to float within the water, unable to escape. Qiu Ji's eyes widened as he reached out to grasp it, but I instinctively halted him. "Wait." Behind us, Li Shuang continued to groan in agony. I glanced at Qiu Ji, formulating a plan. I feigned meticulous observation of the tying pearl, nodding thoughtfully before turning to Qiu Ji. "Uncle Qiu, I now believe, indeed. Uncle Lu did not deceive me. Although I am reluctant to accept it, the blood curse has indeed been placed upon the tying pearl by old seventh master. I am young and my abilities pale in comparison to yours, so it would be safer for you to retrieve it." I gazed at him with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing my words, Qiu Ji hesitated. The blood curse was not something just anyone would dare approach if one lacked sufficient power or knowledge to dispel it. The consequences could be dire. In truth, there was no blood curse on the tying pearl. I suspected Uncle Lu had been bribed by Qiu Ji to convey this to me. With that in mind, I decided to turn the tables on him, asserting that the blood curse was indeed present and was a unique curse used by our family, challenging him to retrieve it if he had the skill. Intelligent individuals often harbor doubts, and it became evident that Qiu Ji was quite astute. His hand wavered back and forth several times before he finally gritted his teeth, preparing to plunge into the water. "Uncle Qiu, hurry," I shouted excitedly. At my exclamation, his hand withdrew once more. "Are you certain it was old seventh master who placed the blood curse?" I sighed. I am reluctant to believe, yet the truth is what it is. When Uncle Lu spoke of your affairs, I remained skeptical. It seems everything you said is true. I never imagined old seventh master would resort to a blood curse to protect the Long family. No wonder the Li family could not endure it. Surely, old seventh master would not hold it against me. After all, I was merely adhering to his instructions. Qiu Ji's reasoning was both logical and persuasive. Yet he remained unaware that the tying pearl had belonged to the Long family for over 2 centuries. As a naturally occurring treasure that could gather spiritual energy, it had absorbed the essence of generations of the Long family. How could it possibly fail to recognize its own kin? With such a dragon pearl at play, would employing a blood curse not be an exercise in futility? Ah, young Master Qi, perhaps it is better if you retrieve it. I lack absolute confidence in breaking the blood talisman, and Qiu Ji seems to be sweating a bit. "Zeng Jie, my voice has changed due to the pain. Since you choose not to take action, allow me to give it a try." I swallowed hard, closed my eyes, formed a mudra, and recited the incantation. After a moment of concentration, I decisively plunged my hand into the water and grasped the tying pearl, a refreshing chill coursing through me. Slowly, I drew the tying pearl from the water. As it emerged, its hue transformed into a pale blue with a hint of yellow. I cradled it in both hands, lifting it cautiously as waves of warmth and coolness alternated across my body. Indeed, it was a peerless treasure, rendering the illusion pearl a mere imitation in comparison. Holding it, I could not help but tremble with excitement, anticipation, and anxiety. "Young Master Qi, what is this?" Qiu Ji inquired, noticing my unusual demeanor. "The blood talisman," I croaked. "You all stay back. I must break it." "What?" Before Qiu Ji could respond, the old donkey intervened, pulling him aside. "We should retreat, lest we hinder him." Qiu Ji remained steadfast, waving his hand and causing the old donkey to stumble. "Do you doubt my capabilities? Then you take over." I glared at him. He glanced back at me, then stepped away. "Young Master Qi, please be cautious." I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly settled into a cross-legged position, lifting Li Shuang's garment, with my left hand supporting the tying pearl and my right pressing against her lower abdomen. I felt the smoothness of her skin and the softness of her touch. I disregarded my distractions, closing my eyes in concentration, channeling the essence of the tying pearl into my body, directing it through my right hand and dispersing it within Li Shuang to dispel the black dragon nightmare. The black dragon beneath my hand began to writhe. I pressed down firmly, kneading it repeatedly. Unintentionally, my hand brushed against her lower body. And as she was now in excruciating pain, I dared not lose focus and continued to knead. Soon, the black dragon tattoo began to cool, icy energy spreading outward. In another half-minute, it would be broken. Qiu Ji seemed to sense something amiss, and, upon turning to see my hand on Li Shuang's abdomen, was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Before he could rush towards us, the old donkey seized him and forcefully threw him to the ground. I kept my eyes shut, hearing their struggle, thinking to myself, "Come on, you can take on 10 men, can't you? Show me what you've got." The old donkey cried out repeatedly, managing to hold him off for a full minute without letting him approach us. I successfully unraveled the black dragon nightmare, yet Li Shuang remained unconscious. I lifted her garment to examine the black dragon thoroughly. Its color had faded significantly, and her eyes were no longer red. In time, it would vanish completely. My gaze inadvertently fell upon her silk undergarments, which were quite alluring, and I hurriedly adjusted her clothing. "Zeng Jie, have you finished yet?" The old donkey croaked, his voice hoarse. I took a moment to regulate my breath and stood, preparing to assist. In that instant, Qiu Ji emitted a muffled groan and lay motionless on the ground. The old donkey stood up and kicked him, exclaiming, "Damn it, you really hit hard. Get up." He waved a stone the size of a brick menacingly. "Why didn't you bring that out sooner? Damn it, I forgot." He cursed as he continued to kick. All right. We still need him later. Don't break him." I approached to check on Qiu Ji, and thankfully he was unharmed, merely knocked out and bleeding a bit, but not seriously injured. "Why did it take you so long? Have you completed it?" the old donkey asked. I frowned. "Could you perhaps phrase that differently?" "What do you mean by completed?" Accustomed to directness, it is easily comprehensible. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his face marred with bruises. "How's the boss?" "He will be fine after a brief rest, but what will we say when this old man wakes?" "We shall act. With us here, you need not worry. Everything will be all right." The old donkey patted his chest assertively, but struck it too hard, prompting a fit of coughs. He kicked Qiu Ji, exclaiming, "Damn it. That was quite a blow. Where did you get this stone?" I took the stone, weighing it in my hand, finding its heft quite suitable. "I found it while smoking just now. We should prepare to intercept him, so let us be ready." "All right. I will awaken him with water. Be astute." I tossed the stone aside, removed my clothing, fetched some water from the cave entrance, and poured it over Qiu Ji's head. Qiu Ji jolted awake, slowly regaining his senses. And upon seeing the old donkey, he attempted to rise. "Master Qiu, please, do not be alarmed. It was a misunderstanding." The old donkey rushed forward to grasp his right hand, and I quickly took hold of his left. "It was truly a misunderstanding, Uncle Qiu. Please do not be angered. Allow us to explain. Master Qiu, during the ritual of the blood talisman, one cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, we may all meet dire fates. My grandfather once associated with old Master Qi and spoke of the potency of the blood talisman. We were merely acting as protectors, compelled to intervene without time for explanation." "Nonsense," Qiu Ji retorted. "We are not speaking falsely. Do you think he meant to intimidate Miss Li Shuang? If so, you have misjudged him. To break the blood talisman, he requires the assistance of a woman. Is that not correct, old Master Zeng?" "Indeed, I can only receive it. The blood talisman is laden with dark energy, causing discomfort. Thus I must use Li Shuang to alleviate it, not to threaten her." Do you take me for a fool? Qiuji scoffed. Your words are misguided. Look at my face, which you have struck. Does this seem like a mere triviality to you? The old donkey protested, his demeanor one of pitiable grievance. How difficult it is for us. Tomorrow I must meet a female acquaintance, and you have left me in this state. What chance do I have? Uncle Chiu. We are all in this profession. You surely comprehend such matters better than I. He acted out of sheer necessity. Very well. Speak plainly. Do you trust my words? Using flattery to deflect his anger proved effective, and he fell silent. All right, young Master Qi. I shall believe you. He grumbled, suppressing his fury. Thank you, Master Chiu, for your magnanimity. A great man does not hold grudges against the petty. The old donkey hastily assisted him to a seated position. From my bag, I retrieved the tine pearl. Uncle Chiu, this pearl is now cleansed. I entrust it to your care, for we must prepare for the upcoming scheme. You? Giving it to me. He appeared somewhat astonished. As an esteemed elder, it is fitting for you to orchestrate the plan. I willingly offer my assistance. I replied, Zeng Jie, you must not let Li Shuang awaken. Upon seeing me give the pearl to Qiuji, she, despite her weakness, strained to shout at me. Li Shuang, trust me, Uncle Chiu will handle it well. Li Shuang glared at me, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Upon seeing her distress, Qiuji seemed to relax somewhat. Very well, I shall keep it safe for now. Let us work in unison to execute the plan effectively. I nodded and turned to assist Li Shuang to her feet. She attempted to push me away but lacked the strength. Qiuji stood, declaring that the activities across the valley should be commencing. We must hasten, young Master Qi. The illusion pearl is with you, and the location of the true dragon pearl should be nearby. He spoke the truth. It indeed lay in close proximity. What we must do now is to place the tine pearl in the appropriate position. After the burial over there, we will insert the illusion pearl into the Xuanwu array. Arrange the Tian Shu platform, and revisit the spirit nurturing tower to reconfigure the formation, releasing the demon spirits from the floating cloud cauldron. This will complete our task. I have calculated that the position for the tine pearl should be in the upper left diagonal of the exit. Uncle Chiu, time is of the essence. I suggest we split our forces. You should place the tine pearl while we head to the Tian Shu platform. Once you insert the tine pearl, you must return to the valley entrance from the Shishan Ridge to oversee the significant matters there. Once we finish our tasks here, we will reunite with you. When we gather, you will be able to complete your part. Li Shuang was about to erupt in anger, but I shot her a glare, commanding her to listen to me. Qiuji looked at us with suspicion. Are you suggesting I go alone? The upper left diagonal is approximately 400 to 500 meters away. There must be a cave. It can only be accessed by one person. You should handle it while I go to the Tian Shu platform. If that is the case, so be it. We shall meet at the valley entrance. After Qiuji spoke, he pocketed the tine pearl and departed. Zeng Jie, you cannot let him go. Li Shuang exclaimed in frustration. I grasped her arm. Do you trust me? I will not betray your dragon family. Upon hearing the mention of the dragon family, she hesitated. You? Boss. Zeng Jie has his own clever plans. We should listen to him. The old donkey interjected. Li Shuang wrestled with her thoughts. Zeng Jie, you must not let me down. You cannot disappoint me. The old donkey gave me a mischievous wink. Hee. Zeng Jie. I quickly interrupted her. All right, miss, let us hurry. We must reach the Tian Shu platform before the rooster crows. A thin layer of leaves had settled on the Tian Shu platform. Li Shuang, feeling weak, walked slowly. So I simply carried her on my back. Upon arriving at the stone chest where the Tian Shu was placed, I set her down, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. Old donkey, you two stay here and do not move. I am going to set up the separation array. You must not look or listen. Remember that. I instructed. It's easy not to look, but hard not to hear, Li Shuang remarked. The less I want to hear, the more I can hear. What should we do? The old donkey chuckled and took out 2 pairs of headphones from his bag. The phone may not work, but listening to music is still fine. Here, one for each of you. Li Shuang glanced at me. Is this all right? Yes, just don't listen to me speaking. Stay here quietly. I retrieved 5 colored beans, agate, and 8 separation talismans from my bag, then stood up to gauge the distance. Centering on the stone, I took 27 steps to begin the formation. The separation array consists of 9 smaller formations, each corresponding to the 8 directions of the Bagua and the central earth element. Generally, the arrangement of the separation array is from the inside out. However, due to special circumstances today, I must do the opposite. First, I moved to the Sun position, sat cross-legged, and arranged the 5 colored beans and agate around the separation talismans to form a small gale array. then performed hand seals and recited incantations to activate the array's core with internal energy. Next was the Li position S hidden fire array, followed by the Qin position S Xuanwu array, and finally the Jun position S Qinglong array. After about an hour, I completed the external arrangement. Drenched in sweat and feeling slightly exhausted, I walked to the central position and tapped the two individuals who were listening to music. You two go outside and guard that small path. Do not let Xiao Ji come over to cause trouble, and do not look back at me. Li Shuang perked up at this. All right, leave it to me. The old donkey also pulled out a stone the size of a brick from his bag. Can we listen this time? Casually. If you can hear me, then listen closely. I wiped the beads of sweat from my forehead. Are you all right? Li Shuang expressed her concern, reaching out to touch my face. I gently recoiled. I was simply fatigued. Time was of the essence, just 5 more minutes, and we would accomplish our task. Li Shuang appeared embarrassed and reluctantly retrieved a tissue from her pocket, offering it to me while wiping her own face. Once we were both in position, I extracted the ancient tome and the official seal, carefully encased them in a yellow talisman box, sealed it within a stone casing, and placed a large rock atop it, restoring it to its original state. From my bag, I took out the soul-retrieving talisman crafted with Li Shuang's blood and the peachwood sword, preparing to perform the ritual. No matter what noise you hear, do not look back, I commanded. Li Shuang nodded, and the old donkey brayed. I formed a hand seal, focused my mind, and began to chant the incantation to activate the transmigration array. Soon, a gust of mountain wind swept through and began to swirl around us. The wind was fierce, almost howling. The 8 surrounding minor arrays were activated one by one. At that moment, I took out the final transmigration talisman, exhaled upon it, and stepped on it. A buzzing sensation enveloped my head. The transmigration array was complete. The critical moment had arrived. I grasped the soul-retrieving talisman and the peachwood sword, silently reciting the soul-calling spell, harnessing the power of the transmigration array. In no time, 2 indistinct figures materialized in the wind. Could it be the couple? Long Ziqing and his wife? I inquired. The figures remained silent, merely bowing in my direction. Indeed, it was them. Today, Zeng Yan, a descendant of the past, shall return the Qinglong report to the Long family. The grievances of the past were fated. The tying pearl requires the accumulation of 9 generations of merit to be utilized. Now that the merits have been fulfilled, I summon your 2 souls to this realm using the bloodline of the Long family, to ascend with the Qinglong and eternally enjoy heavenly blessings, bestowing fortune upon your descendants. The 2 figures knelt, visibly moved, and bowed deeply. A wave of emotions surged within me. The Long family had been loyal and honest for generations. If I did not restore justice to them, what would be the fate of righteousness? This was not the time for sentimentality. I continued with the ritual, channeling the transmigration array to directly send the souls of the Long couple to the grand rooster at the valley's entrance. According to my instructions, once they placed the rooster in the tomb, when it crowed, the Long couple would enter the realm, rendering any schemes they devised futile. From the moment Xiao Ji appeared, we both realized this was a battle for dominance, and the key to seizing control lay in which family entered the realm first. It was needless to guess. The 3 vehicles brought by the Li family surely contained Li Shun's coffin. Regardless of their intentions, once the rooster crowed, the Long family's claim to power would be irreversible. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, the rooster remained silent. Perhaps something had gone awry? At that moment, the old donkey shouted, "Master, you have arrived." I could not turn around, yet I heard 2 muffled groans behind me. This time, it was certainly not Xiao Ji who had been struck. "Young Master Qi, quite the strategist with your diversion." Xiao Ji scoffed. I remained silent. At this moment, there were no words left to say. Not speaking? Then he exclaimed in astonishment, "The transmigration array. Are you risking your life? You're reversing the layout of the transmigration array?" I anticipated that Mr. Qiu, with your unparalleled intellect, would undoubtedly return to seek me out. How could those 2 possibly stand against you? This transmigration array serves as my best safeguard. I chuckled coldly. Do you think I cannot break through? He withdrew the tying pearl, cradling it against his chest, intending to force his way through. By all means, feel free to attempt it. Do not forget, I have also handled the tying pearl. He staggered a couple of steps, feeling utterly disoriented, and quickly retreated. Have you resorted to underhanded tactics? How despicable. Are you not afraid of tarnishing your family's reputation? What kind of world is this, where the wicked audaciously accuse others of being vile? You are indeed my esteemed elder. Beneath the moonlight, his complexion was far from pleasant. One could discern his distress merely by the sound of his breath. Zeng Jie, The tying pearl is in my possession. Without my cooperation, your plans shall come to naught. Indeed, without my collaboration, your schemes will falter. At most, we could return the money to the parties involved. However, esteemed elder, if we do not proceed with this plan, the Long family may continue to prosper, but the Li family may not endure such fortune. I am capable of devising an even better scheme for the Li family. He sneered. If you could, why waste words with me? Why employ such cunning? I replied. Esteemed elder, if the tying pearl does not interplay within an hour, the Li family will run out of time. Contemplate this. Xiaozhi hesitated for a moment. Young Master Qi, our families share a long-standing friendship. Though we each have our own interests, there is no need to ruin our rapport. Let us each make a concession. What do you propose? I inquired. Let us create a dragon ascending to heaven scheme, where the Long family takes the lead and the Li family serves beneath them, sharing in the wealth. How does that sound? I could not help but chuckle. Dragon ascending to heaven? Do you wish for the Long family to become mere puppets? With you involved, you merely need to invest some effort into the tying pearl, and the Long family will not truly become puppets. This way, I can also provide an account to the Li family. I shall ensure that the Li family offers you an additional reward. This seems the most fitting for both of us. What do you think? I gazed at him. The tying pearl is in your grasp. Why not execute the dragon ascending to heaven scheme alone? There is no need to join forces with me. You have tampered with this pearl. Any unfavorable techniques against the Long family can no longer be employed. Do you think I am blind to this? Xiaozhi forced a bitter smile. I must either serve the Long family or return to seek you out, young Master Qi. Truly, you are a formidable youth. By heaven's conscience. I have not employed any underhanded tactics. Is this a ploy to lure me into a trap, to feign camaraderie and then deceive me out of the formation? I pondered, while my lips continued to move. Esteemed elder, your words are somewhat misplaced. When the old Master Qi refused to accept me, he claimed that the Zeng family's possessions were all family heirlooms. Young Master Qi, it appears you have inherited the true teachings of the old master. Xiaozhi, lacking in skill, has little else to say. I merely hope we do not damage our goodwill and can each have a satisfactory resolution. Is that too much to ask? Xiaozhi sighed. I understood. It was truly fate. After the Azure Dragon's return, the power of the tying pearl had intensified. Just moments ago, when a helped Li Shuang break the Black Dragon's illusion, the tying pearl sensed the bloodline aura of the Long family within Li Shuang, awakening its spirit. Once it sealed that aura, any technique employed thereafter would first require the removal of that essence. Now, the tying pearl was formidable, given Xiaozhi's capabilities. It would be a challenge to accomplish this. No wonder he stated, if you do not consent, Li Shuang and your brother may find themselves in my grasp. He changed his demeanor. Do not threaten me, esteemed elder. I am not easily intimidated. The lives of your entire family lie within my control. I fixed my gaze upon him. You are rather audacious. Before he could finish his sentence, the old donkey leaped forward, kicking him into the formation. The tying pearl slipped from his grasp, leaving Xiaozhi dazed and prostrate on the ground, foaming at the mouth, unable to rise again. Damn it. I was merely feigning dizziness. How could you not see through that? You call yourself a master? Bah. The old donkey spat with great force and pulled out a stone. Ready to strike. Stop. Why hit him? I shouted. Quickly toss me the lead rope so I can step out and discuss this. The old donkey glared at Xiaozhi with resentment, rummaged through his bag, retrieved the lead rope, tied it to the stone, and flung it into the shifting array. The stone landed right at my feet. I untied the rope, secured it around my waist, shielded my chest with the star flag, and closed my eyes as I stepped forward. It was a strenuous endeavor to emerge, and I leaned against the old donkey, retching. At that moment, Li Shuang also awoke, staggering over to support me. There has been a change. We must revise our plans. After I finished vomiting and regained my composure, I declared, I will go back in to retrieve the tying pearl. You're in no condition. Let me handle it. The old donkey insisted, rolling up his sleeves. I chuckled. My friend, it's far too perilous for you to enter. Fear not. My life is my own. I want to take unnecessary risks. Li Shuang embraced me. You cannot be harmed. What would I do if something happened to you? Miss, please don't be like this. Do you wish for others to misunderstand? I sighed. Damn. You two are exhausting. Just be open about it. The old donkey scoffed. Boss, once you've concluded your business, you two can indulge in your warmth. Time is of the essence. Li Shuang, feeling embarrassed, released her hold on me. I stood, took a few deep breaths, and instructed the old donkey. Once I secure the tying pearl, you must pull me out with all your strength. With that, I closed my eyes and approached the shifting array. Guided by memory, I found my position, crouched down, and began to search, successfully locating the tiny pearl. Its surface was remarkably smooth, a delightful sensation, far surpassing my previous encounter with the shuang. What was I thinking? At that moment, I felt a tight grip around my waist. The old donkey swiftly dragged me out. I opened my eyes to behold the radiant tiny pearl resting quietly in my hand, utterly exquisite. "Are you all right?" Li Shuan asked, seeing me gasp for air. And she embraced me once more. "Your tiny pearl is truly beautiful, even more so than you." I laughed. "Nonsense," she retorted, glaring at me. "Can you not be serious?" I pushed her hand away, stood up, and glanced at the still twitching Zeng Jie. "Old donkey, cooperate. I'm going to rescue him." "You still intend to save him?" the old donkey questioned, astonished. "Rescue him just to cause trouble? I'll disregard him. He cannot escape on his own." I reassured Li Shuang, "Do not worry. He will need a moment to recover." Her expression was unnatural, filled with hesitation. Without waiting for her to speak, I exchanged a knowing glance with the old donkey, seized the lead rope, and carefully navigated towards Zeng Jie's position with my eyes closed. At this point, Zeng Jie was utterly unconscious, his body convulsing uncontrollably. I felt around and used the rope extending from my waist to bind his hands. Testing it for security, it was quite firm. Seeing that I was prepared, the old donkey began to pull from outside. This time, we were dragging two individuals, so the pace noticeably slowed. After a few meters, our speed began to increase, and soon we emerged from the shifting array. I opened my eyes to find Li Shuang and the old donkey both panting heavily. "Thank you for your efforts," I expressed. "Damn, what about us?" the old donkey gasped. "That's your due," I replied. The old donkey shrugged helplessly, kicking the unconscious Zeng Jie. "Does this old man even need to be tied up?" "No need. He will need to sleep for a while. We must divide our tasks efficiently." I glanced at the watch. Less than an hour remained. "What do you suggest?" "I will follow your lead," Li Shuang said. "Old donkey, you and the boss will head to the floating cloud cauldron. Do you remember where to bury the incense burner?" "I do." I stood up, channeling my inner energy to draw a symbol on their backs, then paused to regulate my breath. With the symbol in hand, I instructed, "You must open the purple gold incense burner and release the spirit." The two of them echoed in unison. "Is that feasible?" "Once the spirit emerges, it will retreat to regain its strength and will not trouble you. You need not worry. After releasing the spirit, you shall wait for me at the spirit nurturing pavilion, where we shall convene," I remarked. I glanced at Zeng Jie. He would also arrive there upon awakening, once the tiny pearl enters the fray. If he arrives promptly to set up the formation at the spirit nurturing pavilion, we could still execute the celestial ascension formation. We must ensure he collaborates with the Li family. Otherwise, they will not permit us to exit the valley. What shall we do if he succeeds? I pondered. Li Shuang shifted her stance, now considering herself part of the Long family. "Miss Li, this is a calculated deception, a plan we devised in advance. Have you forgotten?" I smiled. Li Shuang's expression revealed discomfort. "When did you mention deception? You previously stated it was a feigned retreat." I lowered my voice, leading the two further away. "Initially, my plan was to have him incorporate the tiny pearl, allowing us to execute a clever substitution. Who would have thought this old fellow would be uncooperative? As it stands, your great-grandparents are already waiting at the valley's entrance, and once the tiny pearl is in play, the crowing of the rooster will signal our success. At that point, our formation will effectively be complete. Assisting him in the celestial ascension is merely a formality, a concession to the Li family. Why should we fuss over it?" Li Shuang regarded me with skepticism. "Is that true? Given our relationship, do you still doubt me?" I shot back. "Finally, you concede," the old mule exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Li Shuang blushed, retorting, "Nonsense. Enough chatter. Let us hurry." I slung my bag over my shoulder, clutching the tiny pearl, and descended from the celestial book platform. Upon locating the entrance to the formation, only 9 minutes remained. It was a remarkably concealed cave situated on a steep giant rock. I sat at the edge of the cave to rest briefly, illuminating the descent with my flashlight. To my surprise, beneath the water's surface, a beastly visage stared up at me. Gathering my courage, I scrutinized it closely. It was not a beast's face, but rather a stone's pattern that, when illuminated, appeared as such. I breathed a sigh of relief, rising to stretch my limbs, and settled into a cross-legged position, establishing a small formation around me. Being alone here with this rare treasure was quite perilous. Although most spiritual entities had retreated, should any linger behind with intentions to seize the pearl, it could lead to dire consequences. I gazed up at the sky. The moon shone brightly. I retrieved the illusion pearl, holding the tiny pearl in one hand and slowly raising them. The tiny pearl emanated a gentle glow, illuminating the surroundings with clarity, its warmth radiating from within. The illusion pearl emitted a similar luminescence, and at that moment, through my inner energy, the two pearls fused once more. Such a magnificent treasure. To be used in this formation seemed a pity, yet, not using it felt even more regrettable. After offering a prayer to the moon, I began to recite the incantation of the illusory body. The wheel of heavenly law turns, creation begins to separate. Within the law lies another law, and beyond the body exists another body. The tiny pearl grew increasingly radiant, my right hand cradling it as if it were a new moon, while the illusion pearl in my left hand shone like a miniature crescent. As the moment arrived, I leaned forward and gently placed the tiny pearl into the water, transforming the cave into a moonlit well in an instant. After the tiny pearl danced through the water a few times, it vanished along the waterway. I watched as the stone cave gradually darkened, my emotions seemingly frozen in time. Approximately a minute later, a thunderous rumble echoed beneath the ground. This time, it was not an earthquake, but rather the successful entry of the tiny pearl. Finally, I could exhale in relief, dismantle the formation, wrap the luminous pearl securely, and close my eyes to recuperate for a few moments. Everything had proceeded smoothly. As I rose to depart, a resounding crowing of roosters echoed from afar. Master, I have finally succeeded. Tears streamed down my face unexpectedly as I knelt upon the stone, performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations towards the moon. Old Seventh must be at ease now. I wiped my tears and slowly descended from the stone. I needed to hasten to the Xuanwu formation. Anyone who has traversed the mountains understands the peril of descending in darkness. I stumbled several times, yet managed to reach the foot of the mountain in under 2 hours. There was still a distance to the heart of the Xuanwu formation, and I must arrive at the spirit-nourishing tower before Zeng. Time was of the essence. The path ahead was smooth, and I soon located the withered tree. I secured the dragon head rope to the tree and slowly descended to the bottom of the gully. The sand at the bottom was exceedingly soft, posing a risk of sinking. This step was simple. I merely had to retrieve the illusion pearl and place it in the sand. The pearl gradually sank into the sand, and I quickly pulled myself up using the dragon head rope. Almost simultaneously, the sand below suddenly swirled into a sand vortex, through which the illusion pearl entered the underground labyrinth. After a while, the vortex calmed, and in another hour, the Xuanwu formation would reactivate. I stored the dragon head rope, sat down to rest, utterly drained and drenched in cold sweat. After a few minutes of recuperation, I mustered the strength to rise. I was just one step away from success and pressed on. Upon arriving at the spirit-nourishing tower, Old Donkey and Li Shuang were already there. Zeng Jie, are you all right? Old Donkey hurried over to assist me. Li Shuang also approached. Was it successful? Yes, successful. The chair was occupied by the nightmare spirit, so I sat on the chessboard. Old Xiao, hasn't he arrived yet? Perhaps he hasn't he awakened? Old Donkey inquired. It's best if he hasn't he come. We should complete all tasks before he arrives. That would be reassuring. What should we do? Li Shuang asked. We need to reconfigure the formation here. Old Donkey will accompany me below. You wait above. I want to go with you. I chuckled. It's fine for a man to go down. If you go, you'll never get married in this lifetime. Aren't you afraid? You're deceiving me. Li Shuang bit her lip. You always deceive me. This time I speak the truth. Then be careful. She hesitated. You should stay in the southeast room above. Qiu wouldn't he dare enter the stone chamber. Don't linger in the hall. I stood to prepare for the secret passage. Zeng Jie. As I turned, she embraced me tightly, kissing me passionately, leaving me bewildered. Old Donkey discreetly turned away to stifle a laugh. Li Shuang released me. You must return safely. Otherwise, have you fallen for me? I teased her. Less chatter. Hurry up. She pushed me away and dashed upstairs. I stood gazing at her retreating figure, lost in thought, when Old Donkey sidled over, grinning. Zeng Jie, there's plenty of time ahead. Let us attend to our business first. With a heart full of complex emotions, I arrived at the second floor. Initially, my mind was as tranquil as still water, but this girl's presence had thrown everything into disarray. To speak honestly, I had no feelings for her, and I always suspected that her intentions towards me were dubious. If that were the case, it would render everything meaningless. What a mess. What on earth does it all mean? This time, the Old Donkey was cautious and had hidden a stick by the staircase. If that old show came down, Brother Donkey would deliver a stunning blow with his formidable trickery. Just give me 10 minutes, and that will suffice. No problem. We are confident we can manage within 20 minutes. I need not that long. 10 minutes will be ample. The arrangement of this setup is not understood by the average person. There are 8 rooms, 7 trigram stone locks, and 1 interlocking lock. The crux of the formation lies with the trigram stone locks. I sequentially moved the 7 stone locks, adjusting the 8 locks trigrams according to the diagram of the Golden Crow Gathering Spirit formation. Once adjusted, I placed the Gathering Spirit talisman into the Blood Altar Stone room and sealed it with the interlocking lock. Upon opening the door to the Blood Altar Stone room, a foul stench surged forth. I tossed the Gathering Spirit talisman inside and hastily closed the stone door. The old donkey, with a nervous gaze fixed on the staircase, rubbed his stick incessantly. Old donkey, you go up first. I will follow shortly. I urged him. Is that feasible? He inquired, eyeing me. No problem, I replied, pinching my nose. The old donkey decisively signaled his readiness and ascended. Once he was up, I double-checked the stone locks, estimating that no one would come to disrupt the setup. I had no need to leave a note like Old Seventh for future disciples. Confident that all was well, I stood at the center of the Golden Crow statue, formed a mudra, and began to chant, activating the formation. This time, an unusual calm enveloped me. There were no anomalies. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over me, and I felt dizzy. By the time I managed to climb up, the world was spinning, and the old donkey still held his stick in vigilance. Li Shuang hurriedly pulled me aside. I gestured towards the doorway, and she understood, supporting me as we exited the spirit-nurturing building. I struggled to walk 100 steps away before I could no longer hold it in and vomited violently. In the end, there was nothing but clear water. It felt as though my very insides were being expelled. Li Shuang continuously patted my back. What's wrong? What happened? She asked repeatedly. I could not muster the strength to respond, and once I finished vomiting, I was too exhausted to speak. The surroundings gradually became hazy, and my consciousness began to fade. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Li Shuang suddenly released me, stepping in front of me with her arms outstretched. Uncle Chiu, you promised me you wouldn't make things difficult for him. Li Shuang and I collapsed onto the ground. In my blurred vision, I saw Qiu Ji approach, crouching down to look at me. Little Seventh, are you all right? I wanted to shout for the old donkey to run, but my throat could emit no sound. Li Shuang gazed at me with a complicated expression. Zeng Jie, he just saved my life. I will not harm him, as long as he cooperates with me. After Qiu Ji spoke, he gently patted my head, and in an instant, I was enveloped in darkness. When I awoke, dawn had already broken. Zeng Jie, are you all right? I was so worried. Li Shuang looked at me with concern. Seventh Master, hey, look, it's Brother Donkey. The old donkey was fervently waving his hands in front of my eyes. You all, I exclaimed, spotting Qiu Ji behind them. Little Seventh, still feeling faint? Qiu Ji asked with a smile. Li Shuang, Qiu Ji, are you all in cahoots? I scoffed as I struggled to rise. Li Shuang looked at me with a complex expression. Uncle Qiu is a good man. He promised me that as long as he accomplishes this scheme, he won't make things difficult for you. Enough. Do you take me for a fool? Is this some kind of game to you? I shouted in anger. The old donkey quickly came over to support me, signaling to me discreetly, the boss has his reasons. We are merely hired hands. Why must you act this way? Ah. Zeng Jie, you're a fine person, but you take things too seriously. Get lost. Are you two conspiring against me? Damn. I glared at Li Shuang, feeling a pang of pain in my heart. Seeing my reaction, Li Shuang simply let go of me and coldly laughed. Zeng Jie, do you think you hold any significance? I treat you as a person only because I must. Without that, you're merely a geomancer. What gives you the right to act so cocky? I have shown you kindness, haven't I? Are you really that afraid of Uncle Qiu? Do you think he can't handle a kid like you? I held back my curses, letting out a bitter laugh. All right, I admire your audacity. Zeng Jie, don't be like this. We are just doing our job for the boss. Why are you so anxious? The old donkey implored. Get away from me. I pushed him aside, unable to contain my tears. Master, I am sorry for bringing shame upon you. As I cried, Li Shuang's gaze grew even more complicated, her shoulders trembling involuntarily. Her reaction made me suddenly realize something. But the sorrow in my heart was indescribable, whether it was genuine pain or mere pretense. I cried uncontrollably. Look at this old donkey, shrugging his shoulders. I said, Master Qiu, you can't just stand by and watch. You must say something. Qiu Ji smiled elegantly and approached. Little Seventh, in terms of skill, I cannot compare to you. I merely prepared in advance. Moreover, what are you so sorrowful about? I have already set up the formation. Once we bring Mr. Li's coffin into the valley, the plan will be complete. You have not let the Li family down, nor the Long family. This will foster a close relationship between the two families for generations. Why must you cling to these trivial matters? As a cultivator, can you not see through such minor gains and losses? I wiped my tears and looked at Li Shuang and the old donkey. Are they helping you? I arrived at the spirit-nurturing building long before you did. Miss Li convinced your brother here. Little Tang is quite perceptive. You'll feel dizzy when you set up the formation because I had already arranged it beforehand. Surprised, aren't you? He said with considerable pride. Old senior, impressive. I shot an annoyed glance at the old donkey, Tang Bin. Do you even have the decency to treat me right? The old donkey looked anxious and shot back. We are doing this for your own good. You just don't understand. I thought to myself, of course, I understand. The stone lock of the spirit-nurturing building's tomb hadn't been disturbed before I set up the formation. How could he have arranged anything? Uncle Chiu. I don't feel ashamed to lose to you, but I want to understand how you set up the formation when I couldn't see a thing. I fixed my gaze on him. He smiled confidently. I naturally couldn't arrange the gathering spirit formation, but I set up a 6 barriers formation outside the spirit-nurturing building. This way, your gathering spirit formation is rendered useless, while the 6 barriers formation is sufficient to support the dragon ascending formation. Old Seventh uses the 8 nightmares to protect the tomb, while I replace the 8 nightmares with the 6 spirit beasts, sealing these specters within the spirit-nurturing tower. It seems they have reached their retirement. The 6 gates formation requires 6 hours to establish. Are you truly so confident? I scoffed. I must thank you. For you have disrupted the scheme, allowing the spirits in the valley to escape for refuge, with no spirits to cause chaos. What reason is there for the 6 gates formation to fail? He chuckled. Young Master Qi, only the 4 of us are privy to today's events. Your reputation remains unscathed. Upon returning to the capital, Miss Li will surely offer further rewards, will she not? He glanced at Li Shuang. As long as young Master Qi calms down, that is a given. Li Shuang regarded me with a complex expression. Enough, enough. We are all friends here. Haha. The old donkey hastily intervened. Zeng, look, our faces have been marred by Uncle Chiu, and we bear no grudge. Why must you make it difficult for us? Moreover, the boss has treated you well. Do not deny him a way out. I fell silent for a moment, since matters had progressed this far. Very well. All right. Since we've reached an understanding, let us not linger in this tower any longer. Qiuji glanced at the time. Let us head to the valley entrance. Once we've completed our business, we shall return to the capital and rest. Upon exiting the spirit-nurturing tower, Li Shuang was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Qiuji, while the old donkey supported me from behind. Damn it. I glared at Li Shuang resentfully. Buddy, do not misjudge her. We had negotiated this. Speak with some tact. If you were too harsh, how will she face you in the future? The old donkey advised me as if he were a confidant. Why didn't you inform me of the agreement? I suppressed my voice. There was no time. Besides, we are your comrades, and she is your woman. With both of us here, how could that old fool harm you? Get lost. What do you mean, my woman? I have nothing with her. I clarified. You still refuse to acknowledge it? Damn. Fine, if there is nothing, just rest well this time. Tomorrow night, it will all be settled. Want it? Why does it seem so easy when you say it? The old donkey chuckled. It's not that I find it easy. It's that you all are thinking too heavily. Upon reaching the valley entrance, the father and son of the Li family hurried to greet us. Li Jincheng grasped Qiuji. Master, how is it? Thanks to young Master Qi, our collaboration has yielded great results. Qiuji exchanged a meaningful glance with me. Young Master Qi, you've worked hard. Oh dear, what's wrong? Li Jincheng noticed my pallor and quickly approached. He is fatigued. I will assist him to rest. Li Shuang naturally took my arm from the old donkey. Approaching her off-road vehicle, she opened the door and nearly forced me inside, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Stay put. We will settle accounts later. Her eyes reddened, and she left with a curt remark. I leaned back in the seat, feeling comfortably warm and soft. Whatever happens, my task has been accomplished. The old donkey stealthily approached the car. Zeng, old Chiu is preparing to perform a ritual. Aren't you going to take a look? What is there to see? It's not uncommon. I closed my eyes, weary and in need of slumber. Just so you know, the boss was in tears. The old donkey lit a cigarette. What do I care? I frowned. You heartless wretch, do you doubt the boss has feelings for you? The old donkey opened the car door and exhaled smoke. I recalled something. How did the matters I entrusted you with turn out? Rest assured. The purple gold incense burner has been retrieved, and the demon spirits have been released. The old donkey inhaled deeply. I could not help but chuckle. Uncle Chiu, it seems to be fate. There is nothing we can do. Your 6 gates formation shall not come to fruition. How so? The old donkey hastily discarded his cigarette and closed the door. The ethereal spirits would regain their vitality within just an hour, after which they would roam the valley. Before the formation of the 6 gates, no spiritual entity must confront it. Is this not a sign of destiny? I knew it even without your words. It shall not succeed. The old donkey spoke with unwavering confidence. How so? Because he has encountered our donkey brother. The old donkey lit another cigarette. Outside, workers slowly transported 2 coffins, one large and one small, from 2 trucks. We disembarked and followed to witness the spectacle. Walking into the valley, approximately 300 meters in, a large pit had been excavated. Qiuji set up a ritual altar nearby, preparing to commence the incantation. With all preparations complete, Qiuji first incinerated a talisman, then commanded the workers to place the larger coffin into the pit, its head facing the northern mountain peak. Everyone except the Li and Long families swiftly retreated. Qiuji ordered in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, the workers hurriedly withdrew to the valley's edge. Li Shuang quietly approached me from behind. Can he succeed? I remained silent, merely smiling. The descendants of the Li family knelt down. I am about to commence the incantation. Qiuji bellowed once more. At that moment, the old donkey patted me, gesturing, look over there. Following his, Li Shuang and I gazed into the distance, where a cloud swiftly approached, hovering directly above the pit. Quickly, lie down. I instinctively pulled Li Shuang close, simultaneously kicking the old donkey. Just as Li Shuang was pinned beneath me, a colossal bolt of lightning struck from the cloud, crashing down upon the coffin. Thunder roared like a tempest, striking for over a minute, reducing the coffin to splinters and rendering the corpse within unrecognizable. Qiuji sat down, mouth agape in shock. Li Jincheng was rendered unconscious, while Li Fei lunged forward, seizing Qiuji by his collar, demanding, "What is happening? What is going on?" I helped Li Shuang to his feet. He glanced into the pit, shrieked in terror, and buried himself in my embrace. It is grandfather. No, it is Li Shan. It is Li Shan. I looked up at the sky. Oh heavens, you are just. Days later, I stealthily moved out from Li Shuang's home, taking refuge in a room at a budget hotel. Li Shuang was furious, but did not confront me. She simply secured a room next door. On the weekend, Qiuji came to visit. From the very beginning, you have been using me. He gazed at me, questioning, why, having acquired the tying pearl. Do you still seek to collaborate with me? You concealed that formation map. Only you know the optimal position for the coffin's placement. I replied, understood. He rose and walked to the door, expressing a hope that we could be friends in the future. Old elder, we have always been friends. I smiled. Once he departed, I finally felt a sense of relaxation, as though I had been awaiting his inquiry. I pondered if I was still too youthful. For the young are often reluctant to keep secrets buried within their hearts. Unsure of my own desires, I nonetheless confided in him. That night, deep in the night, there was a knock at the door. It was Li Shuang. Zeng Jie. She was clad in pajamas. Do you remember what I said that day? Tonight, I intend to settle the score with you. That evening, Li Shuang and I reckoned with our accounts. As dawn broke, she donned a rosy hue, slowly dressing herself. Last night, I experienced a profound happiness. Thank you. Thank you. I was taken aback. Zeng Jie. She turned to face me, confessing, I like you. But I cannot be with you. Oh, I understand. I managed to smile, acknowledging that we were not from the same world. Perhaps it was best to keep our lives separate. It is reassuring that you can think this way. She embraced me once more, whispering, I love you. I chuckled, though it was a forced laugh. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I have prepared a small gift for you, which Xiao Tang will bring shortly. You hardly slept last night. You should rest a bit longer. Li Shuang turned away, her voice choked with emotion. The moment she closed the door, tears streamed down my face. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my heart felt an overwhelming void. Some girls can be utterly frivolous. When your heart is at peace, they insist on intruding into your world for a glimpse of the chaos, and once they have stirred your tranquil waters, they elegantly dress and say, thank you, yet I do not harbor feelings for her. How is it that she could leave me feeling as though I had experienced a heartbreak? In the afternoon, the old donkey returned. Zeng Jie, the boss sent you something. Guess what it is? He exclaimed excitedly. A woman? I replied, lacking enthusiasm. Damn it, can't you keep your thoughts clean? He scoffed, looking at me with disdain. Behold, in his hand was a glimmering key. A key? She gifted you an apartment. I went to see it, fully furnished and decorated. I told you, Zeng Jie. She has been sincere for quite some time. The old donkey scrutinized me for a moment. What is wrong with you? Were you violated or abandoned? I could no longer contain myself and embraced the old donkey, weeping. After a month, everything gradually settled. I declined the apartment and rented a small courtyard near Nanluoguxiang with the old donkey. He thrived in the nightlife, reveling in the bustling bars and vibrant parties every night. Li Shuang often visited, sometimes staying over, yet perhaps due to my conservative nature, I ultimately felt unsettled by our undefined relationship. As she became increasingly busy, our opportunities to be together dwindled. I took some time to return to my hometown and check on my little shop. Xiaohong was quite capable, managing everything impeccably. After a few days, I still felt immersed in a lingering sense of heartbreak, prompting my return to Beijing. To rise from where one has fallen, the old donkey suggested I find a quaint CAF to encounter a beautiful woman. To be honest, I had little interest, as such a lure did not captivate me. However, succumbing to the old donkey's persistent encouragement, on a rainy Friday, I resolved to give it a try. I did not search near my residence, but took a taxi to the so-called arts district. After strolling about and growing weary, I randomly entered a small CAF. I ordered a pot of Brazilian coffee, casually picked up a magazine, and gazed at the gentle rain outside. The CAF was rather desolate, with only 2 patrons. Diagonally across from me sat a girl engrossed in a fashion magazine. In the cool air, the warmth of coffee wafted through the space, accompanied by the soft patter of rain outside and the graffiti on the walls. I stretched lazily, relishing this delightful feeling. About an hour later, the girl across from me closed her magazine and drained her cup of red tea. "Excuse me, could I have the bill?" She called out to the server at the bar. Her voice, crisp, elegant, and sweet, sent a refreshing chill through my heart, reminiscent of the sound of water droplets on a drowsy morning. Turning towards the sound, I beheld a girl of striking beauty, immaculate and poised. After settling her bill, she passed by me, and we exchanged a fleeting smile. Her eyes, like mirrors, held a captivating depth, revealing her mastery of the arcane arts. Such a young adept. She appeared even younger than I. "Will you be back?" I blurted out as she opened the door. She glanced back at me, offering a faint smile. "Tomorrow." I watched her graceful silhouette fade away, hastily rushing to the entrance. "Let us meet again." Her steps faltered momentarily, but she continued on her path. "I'll take that as a yes," I murmured to myself. The following day, I arrived at the CF early, greeted only by a few chattering foreign tourists. I settled into the same spot as the previous day and ordered a pot of tea, sipping it as I waited. Around 10, a well-dressed middle-aged woman entered, scanning the room before taking a seat at the same table as the girl from yesterday. A surge of indignation surged through me. How could she sit there? But then I reconsidered. Why shouldn't she? Several minutes later, the door swung open, and the girl appeared, impeccably dressed, her posture straight and agile, suggesting she possessed some martial skills. "Ms. Ling, you're here," the middle-aged woman exclaimed, rising to greet her. Her surname is Ling. A realization struck me. This young master was indeed remarkable. The girl smiled and sat down across from the woman. I repositioned myself closer, lifting my teapot as a pretext to change seats. She acknowledged me with a nod. I settled down at a distance, feigning interest in the window. "Ms. Ling, here is my sister's birth chart," the woman said, handing the girl a piece of red paper. The girl examined it and replied, "Sister Liu, your sister is not unwell. She merely faces a challenge in her fate. Do not confine her to the hospital. Is there a dead phoenix tree outside your family home?" "Yes, indeed. My hometown is in Shaanxi, and there is a large tree outside. It has been there for decades." Sister Liu's eyes brightened as if she had found a beacon of hope. "Invite your relatives to check. There's a nest of puppies in the tree hollow beneath the phoenix tree. If you can relocate them within 3 days to a family at least 100 miles away for adoption, your sister will recover." Sister Liu promptly pulled out her phone. "I'll make a call right away." The girl smiled and took a sip from her teacup. "Brother, did you see that clearly? Is there truly hope?" "Thank heavens," Sister Liu exclaimed after her call. "There is indeed a nest of puppies. My brother and the others will take care of it today. Black puppies are challenging to place." The girl chuckled. "You might need to search diligently for suitable families." "Did you discern they were black?" Sister Liu was even more excited. "You're absolutely right. No one in our area wants to adopt black dogs." "Very well, please keep your sister's birth information safe. She will recover soon," the girl said as she returned the red paper to Sister Liu. "Certainly, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your drink. I have settled the bill." Sister Liu expressed her gratitude and, upon rising, wished to inquire further. "Remember, do not take a life. Ensure they find a new home," the girl admonished. Sister Liu, feeling somewhat hesitant, nodded, and departed. The girl glanced at me, raised her glass in acknowledgement, and then resumed her reading of the magazine on the table. I gazed out the window, attentively observing her every movement. She exuded tranquility and elegance, her demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. After a while, she set down the magazine, stood, and walked past me. "Will you come again tomorrow?" I blurted out once more. The day after, she replied without pausing, "I will wait for you." I called after her, and she hesitated for a moment before exiting. The subsequent 2 days passed slowly. In truth, time did not decelerate. Rather, my heart raced. What was happening to me? Had I become entranced by an unfamiliar girl? "Master Zeng, you appear radiant these past few days, full of vigor, yet your gaze seems vacant. And your movements are swift. Could it be that someone has taken a fancy to you?" The old donkey jested. "Leave me be," I retorted irritably, lost in thought. "Come on, tell me, what is she like? Is she delightful?" he asked, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Delightful, indeed," I exclaimed, tossing a piece of watermelon at him. Upon reflection, I surmised that my feelings for the girl were not romantic. Rather, I was merely intrigued. She possessed an aura that felt familiar. Perhaps due to our shared pursuit of the spiritual path. Stop daydreaming. After finishing the watermelon, the old donkey tossed the rind aside. "If you possess the skill of divination, why not consult it yourself? Do you require my guidance?" I replied, biting into a juicy piece of watermelon and spitting the seeds into my palm. "Ah, so it is." I mused, uncertain whether to feel joy or trepidation. "What does it say?" the old donkey inquired eagerly. The reading indicated that I would encounter a tall, beautiful girl. Yet it seemed unlikely we would reach a lasting conclusion. My true partner would eventually arrive. I shook my head in resignation. It appeared that fate had decreed otherwise. "So, this girl is quite tall and beautiful?" the old donkey asked. "She's acceptable, not taller than I, perhaps around 170, I suddenly realized. Wait. Who said she had designs on me? Nonsense. It's only a matter of time. The old donkey smirked, smoking his cigarette. "It is destined. Since you are aware of it now, cease your futile pondering. What is meant to be will come to pass. Eventually, it's simply a matter of position. Whether she approaches you or you her. Donkey, please do not belittle her. I have never encountered such a pure and elegant girl." I gazed dreamily at the starry sky. Finally, the day arrived, and I found myself at the CAF early once more. I sat there all day, yet she did not appear. How could she deceive me? Cursing under my breath, I resolved to wait. Patience rewarded me. Around 8 in the evening, she finally arrived. The moment she appeared, a wave of relief washed over me. She gracefully walked past. "I'm sorry for the long wait." Just as I was about to speak, a young man with a bushy beard stood up from a nearby sofa. "I just arrived as well. Teacher Ling, please take a seat." Was she not addressing me? No matter, as long as she was here, that was enough. The young man with the bushy beard sought her counsel regarding his marriage. She examined his birth chart, took out her notebook, and wrote for a while before tearing out a page, folding it neatly, and handing it to him. "Do not open it now. Glance at it on your way," she instructed. "I have noted everything down. A friend awaits me, so I must take my leave." "Thank you, Teacher Ling," he replied, carefully stowing the note. From his bag, he produced a thick envelope. "Please accept this." The girl took it and placed it in her bag, wishing him happiness and encouragement. The bearded man left, profusely grateful. The girl then stood and sat across from me, akin to an old friend. "I am Zeng Jie." I suppressed my nervousness. "Oh, little seventh master?" She raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by my youth. "You know of me?" I inquired. "I have heard of you. One who can unravel the Azure Dragon's secrets is indeed quite young." She scrutinized me. "Your surname is Ling. Could you possibly be?" She nodded. "I am Ling's descendant, Ling Xiaoya." Indeed, I was thrilled. "May I ask you a question?" "Perhaps next time. You must leave now." She gazed at me quietly. At that moment, my phone buzzed. I glanced down to see a message from Lao Lu. "Zeng Jie, I am at the police station for tea. Hurry and come to my rescue." I took a taxi to the Sanlin police station, learning en route that Lao Lu had gotten into a brawl at a bar over a girl, prompting the owner to call the police. Anxious throughout the journey, I felt relieved upon seeing Lao Lu at the station. Though he had caused the ruckus, he was on the receiving end of the altercation, and the police had not troubled him. I paid the bail and completed the necessary paperwork, but he refused to leave. "My girl." He pointed to a girl squatting in the corner, her hair disheveled. "Lao Lu, what time is it? Why are you still causing trouble?" I glared at him. "Regardless, you must bail her out. I will not leave her here alone." Lao Lu adopted an expression reminiscent of a romantic lead in a melodrama. I was at my wit's end. Just as I was about to enter to secure the girl's release, a tall, stunning girl with a chic bob entered, exuding confidence. Wow, what a presence! Lao Lu exclaimed. Ah Dai, you just keep causing trouble. The girl shouted toward Lao Lu's companion. You didn't get hurt, did you? Guogua. It's not my fault. They started the fight. The girl looked at the other as if she had found a savior. Let us discuss this outside. Stay put. She admonished. You are simply asking for trouble. The girl, known as Guogua, spoke softly but with conviction. Your girl has someone to bail her out. Let's go, buddy. I suggested. No, I must see her come out myself. Lao Lu insisted, aggrieved. Enough already. I was just starting to converse with Xiaoya, and before I could even ask for her number, you summoned me here with your text. Come on, are you playing the innocent with me? You can wait for yourself. I am leaving. Ultimately, I felt uneasy about leaving him alone there. I was also vexed. Upon hearing he was in trouble, I rushed over without even securing Ling Xiaoya's number, unaware if she would return to the CAF the following day. After wandering for a few minutes without seeing Lao Lu, I decided to check on him, hoping he wouldn't stir up more trouble. Just then, the tall beauty emerged, leading Lao Lu's girl, with Lao Lu following behind. Mr. Tang, thank you for rescuing our Adai. You need not see us off. We shall return now. Where's your car? The tall beauty transformed into a gentle and graceful figure. I lack a car, huh? The old donkey continually scrutinized and compared the two ladies. Shall we give you a ride? The tall beauty inquired politely. Sure. By the way, that over there is my buddy, Zeng Jie. He just came to support me. A truly loyal friend who has even postponed his own matchmaking endeavors, the old donkey remarked, pointing at me. The tall beauty turned around, and I felt a rush of warmth across my face. What has been happening these past few days? I keep encountering beautiful women. Both possess exquisite features, charming allure, and captivating grace, yet this girl lacked the ethereal tranquility that Xiaoyu exuded, instead radiating a touch of earthly charm. Hello, my name is Sui Guogua. She approached me confidently to introduce herself. I am Zeng Jie. I hesitated briefly before taking her hand. In that fleeting moment of contact, a faint red glow flickered behind her, alerting my instincts. I instinctively tightened my grip. You're hurting me. Sui Guogua furrowed her brow. I remained silent, observing behind her as the red light flickered a few more times before vanishing. Something felt amiss with that red light. Surely, there must be some issue with her family's feng shui. However, after a careful examination, I found nothing unusual about her. Could you please let go of me? She gently inquired, unable to break free from my grasp. I apologize. I still did not release her hand. Beautiful lady, there's no need to escort me. I'll leave with Adai. You can see my buddy off. The old donkey chuckled, wrapping his arm around Adai as they departed. Guogua, I'm fine, don't worry. I reassured her. Hey you. Sui Guogua stomped her foot in frustration, turning to glare at me. Are you done yet? Let go. Young lady. You ought not to have come to support your friend today. You recently celebrated your birthday, and today marks a turning point in your fortune. Being here may disrupt your luck. I spoke calmly. How do you know? She asked, slightly taken aback. I glanced behind her, confirming the red light had not reappeared, then released her hand. It's all right now. I'm heading back. Just as I turned the corner, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. I looked back to see Sui Guogua catching up. Zeng Jie, she called, stopping beside me. Let me escort you. No, thank you, I replied. Then will you escort me instead? Her large, enchanting eyes captivated me. But I don't have a car. How could I possibly escort you? I do, she replied with a charmingly mischievous smile. Where shall I take you? I found myself momentarily entranced by the allure radiating from her gaze, feeling a bit dazed. Come with me. She beckoned, leading the way as I followed in a trance-like state. She entered a red Mercedes, and upon noticing I hesitated to join her, she rolled down the window. Get in. I hesitated, then opened the door and took a seat in the passenger seat, fastening my seatbelt with practiced ease. You're quite orderly. She glanced at me. Life is my own, I replied. The car did not travel fast but was rather vigorous, meandering around the third ring road for over half an hour without a word exchanged between us. I did not find the silence awkward. It felt as though we had stepped into a scene from a film. After a sufficient detour, she drove into a hotel parking lot, opening the door. She exited and pulled me inside, and before I could contemplate whether this was appropriate, I found myself unwittingly following her into the lobby. The lobby was eerily empty, with only 2 female receptionists present. She regarded me with a challenging gaze. I remained silent as I approached the front desk. Do you have any available rooms? In a lavish administrative suite costing over $1,800, I strolled leisurely ahead while she followed gracefully behind. My mind oscillated between blankness and hesitation. Was this appropriate? We remained silent throughout the journey until we entered the room, where she effortlessly locked the door before retreating to the bathroom. The room, befitting its price, exuded luxury. I cautiously settled onto the sofa, my inner turmoil intensifying. Should I stay or leave? Moments later, she emerged, and upon seeing me on the sofa, she appeared to exhale in relief. Sauntering over, she leaned down, her gaze intrigued as she appraised me. A gentle yet captivating scent wafted from her, penetrating my senses and igniting my consciousness. I should leave. I struggled to suppress my adrenaline, attempting to rise. Now you wish to depart? She inquired. No. I merely wanted to wait for you to emerge to bid you farewell. With a flirtatious gesture, she nodded, her alluring curves subtly shifting with emotion. I quickly closed my eyes, conjuring thoughts of Ling Xiaya to cool my heated thoughts, and prepared to stand. A sigh escaped her lips from behind me, disrupting my resolve. She approached slowly, embracing me gently, her cheek brushing against my shoulder. That was it. I turned to embrace her, capturing her lips in a kiss. It was a night of dreams. We exchanged scarce words, lost in a passionate embrace. That evening, through her beauty and allure, she imparted to me the essence of harmony and perfection. Thus began my journey with Guogua. As dawn broke, I awoke to find Guogua sitting upright beside me. What is going on? She exclaimed. Are you having regrets? I asked. She wrapped herself in the blanket, her flushed cheeks revealing her embarrassment, feigning indifference. But it was my first time. I'm sitting up too, I replied. Oh, come on, she scoffed, her voice diminishing. So skilled, so many tricks. And yet it's your first time? I meant my first one-night stand, I confessed, my face burning. Oh, she nodded. It's nothing. It's my first as well. Then, should I take responsibility? I probed cautiously. Oh no. She quickly shook her head. No need for that. Though I don't have a boyfriend. You need to feel responsible, nor will I be responsible for you. All right then, what shall we do next? I scratched my head. Next, let me take you home? She pondered. No need. I can return by myself. I swiftly climbed out of bed and dressed swiftly, her gaze fixed on me until I finished putting on my shoes. I'm leaving now. You should rest a bit more. I must admit, I'm reluctant to part. Last night was her cheeks flushed again. So, should I stay or go? Shall we have breakfast together? By 1:30 in the afternoon, we finished our meal. As we exited the hotel, a friendly embrace ensued, which seamlessly transformed into a passionate kiss, oblivious to the bustling crowd around us. After what felt like an eternity, she gently pushed me away. Let me take you back. No need. Don't you wish to linger a bit longer? It was at that moment her phone rang. She glanced at the number and said apologetically, I need to take this call. She walked some distance away, and while I couldn't hear her words clearly, her expression grew increasingly grave. After hanging up, she hesitated for a moment before returning. I'm sorry, my sister has had a little incident. I must return immediately. I truly cannot accompany you any longer. Did your sister fall again? I inquired. How did you know? She responded, visibly surprised. Go back. She will be all right soon. Take care. I shall head back first, and we will connect later. She seemed to want to say more but ultimately got into her car and drove away. Watching her vehicle fade into the distance, a twinge of melancholy washed over me, leaving me with an unwilling sense of longing. Upon returning home, I heard the soft sounds of a girl's sighs emanating from old Donkey's room. I retrieved a beer from the fridge, turned on the television, and began to sip while watching. After a while, silence enveloped old Donkey's room, and then a rather disheveled girl named Ada emerged, followed by the exuberant old Donkey. Did I interrupt something? I asked, turning off the television. I'll take a nap. You two carry on. Wait. Old Donkey quickly approached, pushing me back onto the sofa and sitting beside me. So, how was it with that beautiful girl last night? I glanced at Ada, then back at old Donkey. What nonsense are you spouting? We're all friends here. Why be shy? Seeing the look on my face, Ada chimed in. I'll go freshen up first. That cup with awesome written on it is ours. Don't mix it up. Oh, I replied as Ada hurried off to the bathroom. All right, spill it. Last night? Old Donkey's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Last night? Nothing much. Just slept. I felt like a guilty child, unable to meet his gaze. Who did you sleep with? With her. Did you sleep well? Not really. Hee, why not? She was too loud for me to sleep. Old Donkey laughed so hard his eyes almost closed. So, what was it that caused the noise? You know how it is. Hee, my friend, you've finally matured. Old Donkey exclaimed, slapping my thigh. Now that is more like it. Yet, I felt a bit disoriented. How could one not feel a bit attached to such a beautiful girl? I finally admitted. She's South, my close friend. If you like her, I can help you set something up, Ada said as she emerged from the bathroom, toothbrush in hand. Before I could respond, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. I opened it to find Uncle Lou standing there. Come with me. No time for pleasantries. We have a significant business opportunity. Since the matter involving Li Shuang's family, Uncle Lou had not made an appearance for some time, and our communication had dwindled to the occasional phone call. His sudden urgency today indicated something pressing. Don't be hasty. Come in for a glass of water and take your time. No time. They are waiting for us. Hurry, he insisted, dragging me into a brand new Toyota SUV. Is this a new purchase? Indeed. Thanks to you. Uncle Lou started the engine. Let me tell you, today's client is quite a figure. A well-known person in the capital. We must treat this with utmost seriousness. Who is it? You'll find out soon enough. After about an hour, we arrived at Uncle Lou's residence, a complex that had been established for over a decade, neither too old nor too new. His home had recently undergone renovations, exuding a lavish and impressive atmosphere. Uncle Lao Lu was once married and has a daughter, Shui Shui, who lives with her mother. As she grew up, she began to reside alternately with both parents. Upon our arrival at his home, we found Shui Shui entertaining a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s over tea. Oh, brother, you've come, Shui Shui exclaimed as she stood up. Dad, please continue your conversation. I'm off to have some fun. Once she departed, Uncle Lao Lu began his introductions. Teacher Huang, allow me to present my nephew, Zeng Jie. Young Jie, this esteemed individual is the renowned Feng Shui Master from the capital. Teacher Huang Miao, greetings, young Master Qi. It is indeed impressive to see such talent at such a young age. I am in awe. Teacher Huang interjected, his southern accent evident. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Teacher Huang. I cannot dare to claim such honor. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. I replied in kind. After exchanging pleasantries, we took our seats. Huang Miao spoke directly, young Master Qi, my visit today is primarily to forge a friendship. The name of the Zeng family's seventh master is quite illustrious, yet I have regrettably never had the opportunity to meet the esteemed elder in person. It is a fulfillment of a long-held wish to meet one of his direct descendants today. Your words are overly flattering. I cannot compare to the abilities of the seventh master. After spending a few years in service to the elder, I have only grasped the slightest essence of his wisdom. To break the azure dragon and announce the heavens is no small feat, Huang Miao chuckled. Young Master Qi, just a few days ago, a friend asked me to appraise a piece of jade, and I have brought it with me today for your assessment. Ah, yet another challenge. I smiled. Teacher Huang, how could a young person possibly understand jade? My uncle Lao Lu is a seasoned expert. It would be best if you let him take a look. Please. Young Master Qi, do not be so modest. Mr. Lu, you should also have a look. Huang Miao insisted, pulling a box from his pocket. He opened it, revealing a piece of exquisite mutton fat jade pendant, intricately carved into the shape of a seven treasures gourd. Uncle Lao Lu carefully examined it for a considerable time. The luster is superb, with a translucent quality, ample oiliness, and the craftsmanship is of the highest standard. Indeed, it is remarkable. Mr. Lu is truly an expert. Huang Miao smiled. Uncle Lao Lu beamed with pride. This is top-quality jade, sourced from the Kunlun Mountains. Coupled with such exquisite carving, it holds significant value, especially with this vibrant luster. It possesses an aura, having been polished using rare, high-quality silver carbon, and then infused with the essence derived from a young maiden of 18 or 19 years who is yet to marry. Huang Miao chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment. It does possess a certain aura, and not merely that. It also carries a hefty dose of yin energy. I remarked. They both echoed in unison. Everything you say is indeed correct, Uncle Lao Lu, but you seem to have overlooked a detail. This jade was first placed in the mouth of a dry corpse for 49 days before being soaked in the waters of the Yellow River for another 49 days. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Please, do continue. Huang Miao urged. Speak. Uncle Lao Lu listened intently. Find a girl without parents possessing an 8 characterine. And after she turns 18, during her first menstruation, place this object within her body, soak it in blood for 12 hours, then cleanse it. Next, take a virgin of 18 or 19 years and place it in her embrace for 108 days, and it will be complete. Teacher Huang, I am merely jesting. Please do not take offense. Huang Miao's expression grew grave as he nodded. You are not mistaken. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu hastily set down the jade and exclaimed, I need to visit the restroom. There is no need to rush into washing your hands. This artifact only begins to exert its influence after 6 months, I replied. I glanced at Huang Miao and remarked, Teacher Huang, it seems your friend did not acquire this jade for mere adornment. Such a dark jade is typically employed in the arrangement of Feng Shui formations, particularly intricate ones. If your friend has not been deceived, it suggests he is a connoisseur in this domain. Indeed, his reputation precedes him. Huang Miao nodded in acknowledgement and tucked away the 7-treasure jade gourd. You flatter me. Using this to test me, Huang Miao indeed demonstrates considerable prowess, far surpassing the likes of Feng Yinyang or Zhao Yuang. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but wonder about Zhao Yuang's fate. Had he managed to escape the quicksand formation? Many had examined this piece of jade, yet none discerned its secrets. Young Master Qi possesses remarkable insight, despite his youth and vigor. Last night, having depleted his vitality and indulged in spirits, his ability to perceive energy remains astonishing, truly a worthy descendant of the Zeng family. He was genuinely impressed. Mentioning last night made my cheeks flush. Teacher Huang, please don't elevate me. I am but an ordinary person, susceptible to human frailties. Haha, with fine wine and blooming romance, how could a youth not succumb to intoxication? No harm done. Huang Miao chuckled. I may not excel in couplets, yet in the realm of jade and fortune, your integrity shines bright. Your dedication to your predecessors is commendable, and for that, I, as a junior, hold deep admiration. Huang Miao's expression shifted momentarily before he regained composure. Very well, Mr. Liu. I have indeed found the right person. Ah, splendid. I knew my nephew must be the one you seek. Uncle Liu regained his composure with pride. I shall be straightforward, Huang Miao said, sipping his tea. Young Master Qi, I have a matter of great importance to entrust to you. Do not hesitate, Teacher Huang, whatever it is. I assure you, I shall see it through. Uncle Liu interjected. I found this habit of his rather irksome. Huang Miao contemplated for a moment, then continued. I have served the Guang Yuan group for over 20 years. Guang Yuan group? Uncle Liu's excitement was palpable. It is indeed a prominent conglomerate. Huang Miao nodded, Mr. Sui Guang Yuan has shown me great kindness. When I first arrived in Beijing, I was destitute, and he took me in. To repay his generosity, I arranged a Paixio wealth-attracting formation for him. I nodded in understanding, realizing that the 7-treasure gourd must belong to him. Following the completion of the formation, Mr. Sui's career flourished remarkably, achieving substantial growth in just 15 years. He continued, however, misfortune has befallen the Sui family in recent years. 2 years ago, due to familial issues, Mr. Sui and his wife divorced. Last year, their only son abruptly ended his engagement and followed a Japanese man to Japan. Could it be? Uncle Liu ventured cautiously. Huang Miao nodded gravely. Over 2 months ago, the Sui family's eldest daughter was suddenly afflicted with a peculiar illness, exhibiting erratic and violent behavior, and her condition has worsened. Despite consulting the finest hospitals in the country, no diagnosis has been reached. Could that be a feng shui issue? Uncle Liu interjected. Huang Miao regarded him thoughtfully. I had similar suspicions, yet I am intimately familiar with the Sui family's Yinyang residence, their company, and have meticulously examined each aspect, finding no discrepancies. The crux of the matter lies in the fluctuations of the Sui family's business. While operations are thriving, profits are dwindling, plunging into negative growth. Mr. Sui is beset by internal and external troubles, greatly distressed. What do you mean? I inquired, gazing at him. Young Master Qi, I suspect this is a deliberate scheme. It is beyond my comprehension. I must implore you to investigate, Huang Miao stated earnestly. Me? I hesitated. Following the events with the Li family, I was reluctant to engage in such matters again. I trust you can resolve this issue. Little Jie, you should take a look. Huang Laosher speaks so sincerely, why hesitate? Uncle Liu interjected. Since the last incident regarding the Li family's fortune, this individual had grown increasingly audacious and indiscreet, which I found quite irksome. Young Master Qi, do you harbor any reservations? Rest assured regarding the remuneration. Huang Miao looked intently at me. No, it's simply that I wish to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. My apologies, Huang Laosher. How can this be considered meddling? Look at how little Jie speaks. It is far from trivial. You pursued your studies for a purpose. Did you not? He incessantly gestured towards me. The more he insisted, the more I felt averse, my temper flaring. Very well, Huang Miao said, calculating with his fingers. Let us set aside the details of the scheme for now. Will you at least go and take a look? If you truly do not wish to intervene later, we can seek others. Why complicate matters twice? Little Jie can handle it, right? Uncle Liu chimed in. Uncle Lu, it is not that I wish to disregard your wishes. Once involved, it becomes difficult to extricate oneself. Then how about this? You go and take a look, and if you truly do not wish to intervene afterward, I will not press you. The situation is rather urgent, and there are few capable of breaking this deadlock in Beijing. Please assist us and grant me some leeway. Would that be agreeable? Huang Miao's expression was sincere. Having reached this point in the conversation, I found it impossible to refuse any longer. Very well. I shall take a look. Excellent. Let us not delay. We shall set forth immediately. Miss Sui is also at home. The mention of Miss Sui conjured images of the immense joy she had brought me the previous night. Then let us proceed. Uncle Lu began to rise. Wait. I must bring my assistant. I stopped him, needing to call Tang Bin first. Over an hour later, Huang Miao led us to the VIP lounge of a high-end business hotel under the Guangyuan Group. After making a phone call, the door opened, revealing a girl in her 20s and a man in his 50s. Mr. Sui, allow me to introduce. Huang Miao promptly stood to present us. The man was Sui Guangyuan, the head of the Guangyuan Group. Young Master Qi, Mr. Lu, thank you for your efforts. Please, take a seat. Sui Guangyuan's voice was resonant and authoritative, yet it bore signs of fatigue and anxiety. Once seated, Huang Miao spoke first. Mr. Sui, I have provided young Master Qi with a brief overview of the situation. We shall first visit the eldest lady. By the way, is the second miss at home? I just called her. She is on her way and should be arriving soon. Sui Guangyuan instructed the young woman beside him, Xiao Chang, please call the second miss and inquire about her whereabouts. The girl hurried outside to make a phone call and soon returned. Mr. Sui, I called 3 times, but the second miss hung up each time. Before Sui Guangyuan could finish speaking, the door swung open with a click, revealing a tall and stunning girl. Fool. She hung up on you because I had already entered the hall. What is the matter? Upon seeing me, she froze. You. I was equally taken aback. You. The girl who had entered was none other than Sui Guoguo, Sui Guangyuan's second daughter, with whom I had spent a delightful evening the previous night. Do you two know each other? Sui Guangyuan inquired. Yes, we are friends. Sui Guoguo replied with an awkward smile. Long time no see. How have you been? Long time no see? It truly has been a while. I quickly stood up. I'm doing well. I didn't expect to run into you here. Please, have a seat. We can reminisce later, Sui Guoguo said, feigning composure as she took a seat across from me. Old Donkey stepped on my foot and leaned closer to whisper in my ear. You were truly fortunate. Don't be ridiculous. I replied, lowering my voice. Look at that figure. She radiates youth and vitality. I'm envious of you. Old Donkey exclaimed, his excitement making him somewhat incoherent. Mind your language. I seized his wrist, applying pressure to his pulse point. His face turned a deep shade of purple, and he quickly fell silent. Speak another word, and I'll choke you, I said with a smile, forcing the words through my teeth. Come on, that's unfair. I've seen our little online friend in the nude. And now I can't even compliment her? Old Donkey huffed. I tightened my grip on his wrist again. All right, I was wrong. I'm happy for you. This sister-in-law seems promising. Make sure to cherish her. Young Master Qi, what about you too? Huang Miao asked. It's nothing, just personal matters, heh. Old Donkey quickly replied. Huang Miao glanced between me and Sui Guoguo, chuckling. As the saying goes, fate brings people together, doesn't it? The timing is neither early nor late. Mr. Sui, shall we proceed now? Sui Guangyuan first asked Sui Guoguo, how is your sister? When I arrived, she was fine and already asleep. What about you? She looked at us. Young Master Qi, I apologize for the trouble. Sui Guangyuan stood up. Sui Guoguo cast a glance at me. I stuck out my tongue at her, and she, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Let us set off. Huang Miao stood up as well. Miss, young Master Qi can ride in your car. The journey was silent. After more than an hour, we arrived at a villa area near Shangshan. After parking, just as I was about to get out, Sui Guoguo spoke up. Wait. What? About last night. You must not let my family know. She glanced outside at Sui Guangyuan. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. You're so young. Why do they call you young Master Qi? She looked at me inquisitively. Oh, it's nothing. They're just teasing me. Come on, you're the one being teased. She leaned on the steering wheel, staring outside. When they mentioned seeking a skilled person, it was you, wasn't it? If you don't get out soon, your father will start to worry. Let us go. I patted her shoulder, and she flinched as if shocked. What's wrong? I asked, concerned. It's nothing. Just get out. She maintained a calm expression. The Sui family's villa was significantly larger than the Li family's, simple in design without ostentatious decorations. The living room is spacious, adorned with several imposing Russian sofas, while above hangs an exquisite crystal chandelier crafted in France. Not far from the sofas, a grand piano stands alongside a small bar, showcasing an array of fine spirits. This is my home, and I invite you to take a closer look. Sui Guangyuan leads the way, guiding us through the various rooms. Finally, he comes to a halt outside a room on the second floor, which is my eldest daughter's bedroom. Just as he is about to open the door, I stop him, saying, "Mr. Sui, the young lady is not dressed. It would be inappropriate for us to enter. Perhaps let the second young lady go in first to assist her." Sui Guangyuan glances between Sui Guogua and me, asking, "Are you suggesting?" "Dad, please wait a moment. I'll check in first," Sui Guogua exclaims, pushing the door open slightly before quickly closing it again. "Please step aside." We return downstairs, and after a few minutes, Sui Guogua reemerges, calling out, "Dad, Master Zeng Jie, please come upstairs." Ascending the stairs and entering the room, we find another girl seated inside. She appears pale, her eyes devoid of life, yet possesses remarkable beauty. Even while seated, her graceful figure is evident. Both sisters are strikingly tall. I cannot help but appraise Sui Guangyuan. This old gentleman certainly knows how to produce fine offspring. "This is my sister, Sui Pingping," Sui Guogua introduces. "Another beauty," the old donkey exclaims. Sui Guangyuan beams with pride but soon dons a worried expression. "Master Jie, my daughter seems to be afflicted by some strange illness. She is usually fine, but when it strikes, she becomes disoriented and agitated. Could you please discern what is wrong?" I approach Sui Pingping, taking her hands in mine, while Sui Guogua bites her lip nervously. "Miss Sui, you were knocked down by someone, correct? It was about a week ago when these symptoms began?" I inquire. "Approximately," Sui Guogua replies. "Mr. Sui, please remain. Everyone else, kindly step aside." I close my eyes and concentrate. Huang Miao and the old donkey exit, and Sui Guogua prepares to leave as well. "Guogua, you stay." She acknowledges and returns. I begin to recite the cleansing heart incantation, channeling my internal energy to amplify the spell's power as it flows into Sui Pingping. "Nine heavens, Tai Bai, quell the heart and subdue the demon. Let the vial tremble and retreat. Hasten as the law commands." As I chant, Sui Pingping's eyes snap open, her body begins to tremble, and her gaze widens in intensity. Suddenly, she lunges at me, attempting to bite. "Sister, what is happening?" Sui Guogua rushes forward to restrain her. "Do not touch her," I bark, causing Sui Guogua to halt. At this moment, Sui Pingping possesses immense strength, making it difficult for me to breathe. I disregard her attempts to bite me, pressing my left hand against her chin while my right arm encircles her back, securing her heart center, and continuing to chant. Sui Pingping soon calms down, her body growing limp. I lift her gently and lay her flat on the bed, proceeding to press acupuncture points from head to toe, by Wei, Renzhong, Yutua, Tanzhong, and Xiadanshan. Chihai. Once I finish, Sui Pingping drifts into slumber. I close my eyes to gather my energy for a moment and beckon Sui Guangyuan. "Mr. Sui, please cover your eldest daughters by Wei point with your left palm." He promptly approaches, and I guide him to the precise location, instructing him on how to apply pressure. "Guogua, you come and cover your sister's Tanzhong." Finally, I concentrated my energy and directed it into the blood sea points in her knees, focusing intently as two faint wisps of black energy emerged from her feet, resembling slender ribbons that twisted and dissipated into the air. After a few minutes, the black energy had completely escaped, leaving me drenched in sweat. I settled onto her bed, sitting cross-legged to regulate my breath for about 10 minutes. Once I opened my eyes, I noticed that the father and daughter from the Sui family were still pressing on their acupuncture points. "Do you feel warm?" I inquired of Sui Guogua. "Yes, just a moment ago my hands felt frozen, but now they're pleasantly warm," she replied, beads of sweat trickling down her face. Instinctively, I reached for a tissue from the table to wipe her sweat, but she quickly gestured for me to stop. After a moment's hesitation, I wiped my own face instead. After a night of intimacy, a subtle shift had occurred between us. "All right, you can release her now," I instructed Sui Guangyuan. He too was dripping with sweat, and Sui Guogua hurriedly offered him a tissue. "Let's step outside and allow the young lady some rest," I suggested, just as I was about to rise. Suddenly, a surge of black energy rushed in from outside, heading straight for Sui Guogua. I leapt up, vaulting over Sui Pingping to push Sui Guogua aside, as the dark energy rushed into the cabinet behind her. "What are you doing, little seventh master?" Sui Guogua exclaimed, exasperated. I'm trying to save you, I replied, helping her to her feet and examining the cabinet. What's inside? That's my sister's cabinet. How would I know? Sui Guo mumbled. Mr. Sui, I think it's inappropriate for me to open it. Would you mind doing so? Oh, fine. Sui Guangyuan hesitated, then approached to open the small cabinet. Inside were various feminine items and trinkets. I observed closely, noting that the trinkets were shrouded in a layer of black energy. Please step aside. Allow me. I crouched down, exhaled onto my hands to imbue them with energy, and began to carefully remove the trinkets one by one, ensuring that the dark energy did not harm me. As the items diminished, a small black statue of a Tibetan Buddhist deity became visible, the black energy clinging to it. Where did this come from? I asked. It was given to her by the person who knocked my sister down, Sui Guo replied. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the one who knocked her down is a Tibetan Lama? Indeed. We went to Yonghe Temple to offer incense, and later, a few friends and I went out for a vegetarian meal. On the way, this person knocked my sister down. He kept apologizing and presented her with this statue, claiming it had been blessed by a Dharma king in Tibet and would protect her. This is not a blessed artifact. It is a cursed object from a dark cult. This small statue is carved from human bones. This Lama is infatuated with your sister and wishes to possess her. Hence the gift. Accepting it will subject her to his malevolent sorcery, step by step controlling and harming her. Has she been restless these past few days? Yes, increasingly agitated. This Lama will soon find her. He will present himself as a savior, claiming that your sister is his fated consort from a previous life, and that they must unite in this life to alleviate your family's tribulations, or else what should we do? Both father and daughter asked in unison. That can be easily resolved, Mr. Sui. Just make a call and have someone come over, I suggested. Sui Guangyuan nodded, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Xiao Kai, drop whatever you're doing and come here immediately. I instructed the Sui family father and daughter to step aside. Then I formed a hand seal and recited an incantation to subdue the dark aura enveloping the statue of the Buddha. Gradually, the malevolent energy was compelled to retreat into the statue's interior. Due to the urgency of the situation, I had come unprepared, so I took 3 pieces of tissue paper, arranged a minor formation upon them, and carefully wrapped the small Buddha statue. Moments later, Sui Guangyuan knocked on the door, announcing the arrival of guests. I opened the door to find a middle-aged man in his 40s standing beside him. I handed the wrapped paper to him, instructing him to proceed to the Shanin Hall in Beihai Park and take a leisurely stroll in front of the statue of the great Mitvajra. There, he was to wait for a well-dressed Lama accompanied by 2 beautiful women, present the wrapped offering to him, bow 3 times, and utter the phrase, compassionate Bodhi, before turning and leaving without looking back, regardless of what was said. If he followed these instructions, he would not lose a single game of mahjong for a week. Really? Sui Guo queried. With such a gambling enthusiast, would he go otherwise? I chuckled. Next week, he would not lose, perhaps due to this act of merit. You truly are something, Sui Guo remarked with a playful smile. Indeed, am I not? I replied. She did not continue the conversation, relieved that Uncle Huang had found me. Otherwise, trouble would have ensued. Who could have anticipated that the root of the issue lay here? The root is not here. It should be there. I pointed towards the piano in the living room below. You mean the piano? Sui Guo frowned. I had to admit, her occasional frown was quite charming. The piano stands there, posing a threat to your sister. It harbors something within. But it has been there for years. What could possibly be inside? You will find out once you investigate. I gently closed the door. Mr. Sui, let us examine the piano before proceeding to your secret chamber. Secret chamber? He paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. A few of us gathered by the piano, and Lao Lu, with his nimble fingers, struck a few keys. Tang Bin, do not touch, old Lu admonished. Would you like to learn? Adele inquired. Beauty, how do you know we cannot? Lao Lu retorted. Sui Guo ignored him. Inching closer to me, is there an issue? Teacher Huang, this layout is your handiwork, is it not? I glanced at Huang Miao. Yes. Does young Master Qi find the piano unsuitable? Huang Miao replied calmly. In terms of the piano itself, it poses no problem. It is quite fine. However, once a certain unwelcome guest took residence within, it transformed into an object imbued with heavy energy, directly endangering Miss Sui. I explained. Unwelcome guest? Several voices echoed in unison. I opened the piano's lid and, upon careful inspection, discovered a thumb-sized piece of jade deep within. Teacher Huang, is the jade piece from your town? I inquired. During the arrangement, Ping Ping was about to go abroad, and certain special circumstances prevailed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sui Guangyuan. This was intended for the good of the Sui family, as well as for Ping Ping. It has been arranged for many years. What of it? Is it the source of the problem? Huang Miao continued. Your approach is sound. It was indeed meant to benefit the Sui family. Once this jade piece has been stained with blood, it transforms entirely. If I am not mistaken, this is indeed a piece of Yin jade, is it not? I gazed at him, and he nodded awkwardly. Yin jade, when infused with malevolent energy, can reveal its sinister nature if it has been dried with blood, thus attracting misfortune. I closed the zither case. This jade piece has been tainted with blood. How could that be? Huang Miao grew agitated, for only I and Mr. Sui knew this. It may not have been intentional, but it certainly has encountered blood. I was quite certain. It shouldn't be possible, young Master Qi. This is quite concealed. It shouldn't be. Sui Guangyuan also shook his head. If you believe so, then consider my words mere folly. I scoffed. That was certainly not my intention. Sui Guangyuan hastily clarified. Just then, the door swung open, and a woman entered, appearing to be in her 30s, exceptionally well preserved, though her actual age might be greater. Brother-in-law, we have a guest. Sui Guangyuan cleared his throat. You're back. Please, go upstairs and rest. This is my aunt. Sui Guo was softly introduced from the side. We exchanged nods of acknowledgement. The Sui sisters bore a resemblance to her, leading me to surmise that Guoguo's mother must also be a great beauty. Huanga greeted her. Sister-in-law, how is Ping Ping? She is fine now. You may visit her once she wakes, Sui Guangyuan replied while glancing at me. All right, I will head upstairs first. The woman's voice was melodious and amiable. Watching her ascend the stairs, I suddenly comprehended it was her blood. Young Master Qi, could there be another reason? Sui Guangyuan turned to me. I smiled. Old donkey, come here. Old donkey approached. Leader, what are your orders? I instructed him to extend his right hand, upon which I inscribed a talisman, retrieving the jade piece with utmost caution. It must succeed on the first attempt. Understood. He gingerly maneuvered his hand around the zither strings. Attempting to grasp the jade piece, which was quite slippery, after several tries, he still could not hold it. Soon, beads of sweat began to form. Yet once his hand was inside, it could not be withdrawn. Could you help me wipe my sweat? He signaled to me. Sui Guoguo nearby took out a pack of tissues, but I stopped her. No one can touch him now. Old donkey, upon seeing this, vigorously shook his head, causing several drops of sweat to fall into the zither case. Do not panic. Hold your breath and concentrate. Gently, applying more force will only make it slip. I guided him from the side. Damn it, he exclaimed in frustration. Humph. Sui Guoguo looked disdainful. Beauty, we are not cursing. It's merely colloquial. Old donkey appeared embarrassed. Her disdain only deepened. Donkey, focus on your task. I attempted to mediate. Old donkey fell silent, taking several deep breaths, muttering incomprehensible words, gradually extracting his hand. Good. Almost there. Just a little more. All right, you've got it. Finally, he managed to pinch the jade piece out with his fingers. Where shall I place it? He sighed in relief. Guoguo, fetch a glass of water, I commanded. Moments later, the water arrived. I accepted the cup and placed it there. Once the jade piece was submerged, a faint crimson glow enveloped it, though most would not perceive it. Damn it, my hand is numb. Old donkey quickly began to move his fingers. Sui Guoguo frowned again, yet I felt a swell of delight. This girl was truly beautiful. Huang Miao approached and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it was stained with blood. Could it be that someone has tampered with it? I smiled softly as I took the cup, inscribing a symbol upon the surface of the water before placing it on the table in the living room. Then I turned to Sui Guangyuan. Mr. Sui, miss. You need not worry. Shall we take a look at your secret chamber? Sui Guangyuan glanced at Uncle Lao Lu, his expression troubled. Well, I suppose it's all right. Uncle Lao Lu, you shall remain here and wait for us. Upon hearing my words, Sui Guangyuan's demeanor softened. Very well, young Master Qi, please follow me. The so-called secret chamber was, in fact, his study. This study was quite concealed, hidden behind a large bookcase in his bedroom, which served as a secret door. Upon pushing aside the bookcase, we found a spacious and brightly lit room, much larger than the study at the Li family residence. In the center stood a long table accompanied by a Nanmu chair, and in the right front corner of the table rested a foot-tall jade picio with red eyes, surrounded by 8 fist-sized red crystal spheres. This is the wealth-attracting formation, Sui Guangyuan stated, glancing at Huang Miao. Could you please check if there are any issues with the formation? Huang Miao replied. I circled the red-eyed picio a few times. The formation appeared simple yet was challenging to arrange. The red-eyed picio was fierce, and the method of arranging it required special techniques for nurturing. The 8 crystal spheres exuded a strong aura and were well integrated, indicating considerable effort had been invested. Huang Miao favored using yin jade, suggesting he possessed some skill in nurturing items, and this formation was a testament to that. Mr. Huang, I am truly impressed, I remarked, giving a thumbs up. Each crystal sphere has been nurtured using the 9 Palace Gathering Spirit Talisman, seamlessly infused within, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to replicate. When the red-eyed Pishio enters the 9 Palace Gathering Spirit formation, its wealth-attracting efficacy will increase 100-fold. Mr. Huang has certainly received authentic teachings. A hint of surprise flickered across Huang Miao's calm face. Young Master Qi, can you truly discern this as the 9 Palace Gathering Spirit formation? I smiled. You have arranged the formation with 8 spheres, yet you are missing one. If I am not mistaken, there should be a purple crystal sphere within the Pishio's abdomen. Correct? After a moment of silence, Huang Miao nodded. Today has truly opened my eyes, Sui Guangyuan exclaimed repeatedly. Sui Guo looked at me. Her gaze filled with questions and astonishment, yet her expression remained composed as if everything were self-evident. I hesitated slightly. This is merely a portion. Shouldn't you also take me to see the other part of the formation? Huang Miao smiled. That is certainly the case. If you find no issues here, we shall proceed to the other part. The sky will soon darken. Let us head to Mr. Sui's office right away, I suggested. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Young Master Qi, today has truly been enlightening. Sui Guangyuan was as excited as if he had found a savior. Buddy, how do you know everything? Sui Guo could not help but ask as we stepped out. Of course, he possesses great capabilities. One night is insufficient to learn it all. Lao Lu boasted proudly. Sui Guo's face flushed as she hurried ahead. I kicked him lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Oh, it's nothing. They cannot hear. Lao Lu rubbed his backside. Watching Sui Guangyuan and Huang Miao ahead. By 6:30 in the evening, we arrived at Sui Guangyuan's office. The individual known as Xiaokai has already been waiting there. Upon our arrival, he hurried over, saying, Mr. Sui, Master, I have completed the tasks as instructed. Indeed, you were correct. There was a llama wandering about with 2 young ladies. I handed him the items, but he declined them. Following your advice, I swiftly returned. Though he pursued me for quite a while. However, who could blame him for being distracted by the 2 ladies? Ultimately, he could not catch up and returned. What a delightful turn of events, I remarked. So, I truly have a chance of not losing any money? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Enough of the chatter. We have important matters to attend to. You may leave now, Sui Guangyuan stated, his demeanor authoritative yet calm. Enjoy yourself. Ah, that is precisely what I awaited to hear. Xiaokai replied cheerfully. Mr. Sui, I shall take my leave now. If you need me, just give me a call. With that, Xiaokai left in a hurry. I began to survey the office, spacious, luxurious, and grand. The walls adorned with several paintings and calligraphy, likely crafted by esteemed masters. I held little interest in the artwork. My focus was on locating the Pai Yao. In the left front corner of his desk, behind a vase of fresh flowers, there resided a fist-sized amethyst Pai Yao. This was it. This Pai Yao belonged to the same lineage as the large one in the Sui family's secret chamber, one gathering energy in the shadows, the other attracting wealth in the light. Together, their combined effects could amplify severfold. The eyes of this Pai Yao were also red. What do you think of this area? Is there an issue? Sui Guangyuan's gaze and tone shifted to one of reverence. No issues. However, I find it curious that everything seems fine, yet there is a problem. What kind of problem? Several voices echoed in unison. Allow me to remain here alone for a moment. I would prefer you all step back, I replied. Sui Guo was the last to reach the door. Are you all right? She inquired, concern evident in her voice. Why do you ask? You appear rather pale, she noted. In truth, I was slightly fatigued, yet her inquiry invigorated me. Do not worry, I shall meditate for a while. Please, leave me be. She cautiously closed the door behind her. I settled into Sui Guangyuan's chair, closed my eyes, and focused on my breath, attuning myself to the energy surrounding me. The essence of Feng Shui ultimately revolves around adjusting energy fields. While problems may not be overtly visible, they can be sensed through these energies. I felt somewhat weary from the previous night spent with Guagua and the lack of rest during the day, compounded by drinking a bit of alcohol, which is ill-suited for internal energy work. Clearing my mind, I soon found tranquility, and a slow vortex of energy began to manifest around me. I sensed a tremendous force fluctuating, influencing the energy field here. Could it be that the critical focal point is neither here nor in the Sui family's secret chamber? Where, then, might it be? I regulated my breath, entering a state of calm and drawing in energy. Not here, nor in the Sui residence, could it be? My gaze flickered back to the Pai Yao in the left front corner, and in that instant, clarity dawned upon me. I should have anticipated this. This was not merely a wealth-attracting formation. It was the fire-eyed Pai Yao arrangement. The fire-eyed Pai Yao is a yang formation, which, in simple terms, refers to arrangements made within living spaces and upon individuals. Such formations are typically intricate and certainly involve a battle of wits with those secretly orchestrating them. The Pai Yao, a legendary beast of fortune, embodies the most ferocious and formidable aspect, a voracious entity, indiscriminate in its consumption. This situation typically endures for over 30 years. In the initial decade, one can rapidly amass wealth, leading to sudden prosperity. However, in the subsequent decade, fortunes begin to wane, resulting in both visible and hidden losses while the household becomes tumultuous. The final decade is marked by the most malevolent manifestation of the fire-eyed Pishio, wherein the individual may face utter ruin, with their lineage extinguished. The orchestrator of such a scheme often meets a similar fate. Hence, those who devise this arrangement are exceedingly rare, unless driven by profound enmity. I immediately thought of Huang Miao. Upon our first encounter, I discerned a simmering resentment within him, a grudge born from the actions of his predecessors. Did he harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Sui family? According to Huang Miao, the wealth of the Sui family flourished 15 years after the financial arrangement was established, only to begin its decline shortly thereafter. The Sui family's heir even ventured to Japan, leading to further complications. After some time spent in contemplation, I rose and pushed the door open. Upon my emergence, everyone stood up, with Sui Guangyuan being the first to approach. How did it go? He inquired eagerly. I hesitated, glancing at Sui Guogua, my heart heavy with unease. Did you uncover something? Huang Miao asked with concern. I struggled to articulate my thoughts, and Uncle Lu, unable to contain his anticipation, urged, Speak up. Everyone is waiting. It is the fire-eyed Pishio arrangement. While others appeared perplexed, Huang Miao and Uncle Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Huang Miao was taken aback, while Uncle Lu displayed a gleam of hope. Someone set this up? Huang Miao exclaimed in disbelief. I nodded, confirming that it had indeed been orchestrated from the outset. Like a deflated balloon, Huang Miao's demeanor turned despondent. How will I explain this? He lamented, turning to Sui Guangyuan. Mr. Sui, can you still trust me? What are you saying? You wouldn't harm me, would you? Sui Guangyuan's faith in him was evident. If we were to deduce a timeline, it appeared that someone had subsequently altered the financial arrangement, transforming it into the fire-eyed Pishio scheme. This individual must have a significant misunderstanding with the Sui family. I glanced at Huang Miao. Teacher Huang, among those with grievances against Mr. Sui, do you know who possesses the capability to enact such a scheme? Huang Miao seemed overwhelmed, collapsing onto the sofa. This young Master Qi, he certainly did not orchestrate this. I trust him. At that moment, Sui Guangyuan appeared anxious, yet his voice remained resolute. If you can discern this, surely you can aid us in resolving it? I offered a wry smile, apprehensive about making such a promise. He is capable. You need not worry, Mr. Sui. Uncle Lu interjected. Uncle Lu, will you not heed the words of young Master Qi? After the incident with the Li family, I had truly reached my limits and wished to avoid further risks, especially after the ordeal I had endured. However, young Master Qi, please say something. Sui Guangyuan pressed. I apologize, Mr. Sui, but I am reluctant to involve myself further. However, I have a friend who should be able to help. I thought of Ling Xiaya. Despite our brief interactions, my instinct suggested she possessed considerable prowess. Sui Guangyuan hesitated. One matter does not trouble two masters. If you could make an exception, it would be greatly appreciated. The fire-eyed Pishio is formidable. Young Master Qi, you must not decline, for it pertains to the fate of the entire Sui family. Huang Miao, slumped on the sofa, appeared utterly depleted. I truly cannot, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Young Jie, will you disregard Uncle Lu's counsel? I have the final say here. You will handle this. Uncle Lu was desperate not to let this opportunity slip away. I could only scoff. Ah, dear Uncle Lu, allow Master Zeng to speak for himself, rather than constantly issuing commands on our behalf. The old donkey's tone was rather brusque. Young Tang, your assertion is rather misplaced. Before Uncle Lu could finish his words, the old donkey interjected, stating that orchestrating a scheme is easy, but dismantling it is fraught with peril. This is a matter of life and death. You appear quite at ease, merely sitting in the back counting your coins. While we must tread carefully. Young Master Qi, please, share your thoughts. Sui Guangyuan seemed to age considerably in that moment. Mr. Sui, I apologize. But I find myself in a predicament. Father, please take a moment to rest. Sui Guoguo approached, supporting Sui Guangyuan as he sat down, then turned to me. Her gaze earnest. Tell me, if the scheme does not unravel, what dire consequences await my family? I could only remain silent. How could I articulate this? There exists but a singular opportunity. Should we fail, it would lead to our ruin. Huang Miao murmured softly. Sui Guoguo's body trembled slightly. Casting a glance at Huang Miao before looking back at me. The troubles my family has faced these past 2 years, are they due to this? I nodded in affirmation. She then forced a smile, her eyes wide, striving to suppress her tears. It is my turn now, is it not? I could only remain speechless. Since you are in such a quandary, I shall not press you further. Thank you. Blast it. The old donkey could no longer contain himself, rushing over to shove me, nearly sending me tumbling. How can you be so heartless? Such a wonderful girl, and you would allow her to suffer in this manner. Do not interfere. You do not understand. You all. Sui Guangyuan glanced between me and Sui Guoguo. Please do not overthink it. There is nothing amiss. She settled beside her father, wrapping her arms around Sui Guangyuan's. You are so cruel, I must tell you. Master Zeng, can we really stand by and witness the downfall of the Sui family? I know you have been wronged by Mr. Li, but that is all in the past. Can we not be so sentimental? Now, understand this clearly. You are confronting the Sui family, not the Li family. The old donkey shouted while casting me a meaningful glance. I did not say I would neglect the matter. I will enlist my friends for assistance. I clarified. The old donkey leaned closer, whispering in my ear, my friend. Must I act as an old man to extract the truth of your relationship with her? After all, you can manage it. Just enough to prevent such a lovely girl from shedding tears? It is best to know when to stop. We are running out of words. Young Tang. Neither of us owes the other anything. Do not pressure him. Sui Guoguo, observing my discomfort, calmly wiped her tears. Grant us a straightforward answer. The old donkey shouted. Young Jie, heed your uncle's advice. Young Master Qi, do not refuse. I was at a loss, waving my hand. Very well, everyone. I will do my utmost to resolve this matter. Rest assured. Now that is the spirit. Both the old donkey and Uncle Lu beamed with delight. Huang Miao rose, declaring that with young Master Qi present, this issue will surely be resolved. Thank you. Sui Guangyuan stood. Sui Guoguo also rose, looking at me with gratitude. Guoguo, may I have a moment to speak with you? After speaking, I entered Sui Guangyuan's office, and she obediently followed. Since Master Zeng has agreed, let us discuss the matter of compensation. The old donkey regarded Uncle Lu with a serious expression, stating that we are Master Zeng's loyal allies and representatives. Uncle Lu, shall we negotiate together with Mr. Sui? Uncle Lu could only smile awkwardly, asking, do you not trust your uncle? Sui Guoguo entered the room, and I closed the door, enveloping us in silence. Guoguo, it is because of you that I am aware. She does not look at me. Thank you. My face feels feverish. I merely wish to convey that whatever I have done for your family, the events of yesterday are now behind us. You, do not be agitated. I embraced her soft shoulders. Guoguo, promise me that regardless of how much I do for this matter in the future, if you do not harbor feelings for me, do not lead me on, do not. The rest of my words remained unspoken as she instinctively wrapped her arms around my waist, responding to me with a kiss. We kissed for a full minute before she gently pushed me away, and I promised you, during our meal. The old donkey pulled me outside, extending 5 fingers towards me, this number. Do not speak of that. It is our agreement. Ignore that old fellow. He is truly despicable. The old donkey wore a disdainful expression. You are not any better. I felt somewhat disoriented. Is this appropriate considering it concerns Guoguo's family? Precisely because it is her family's affair, it cannot be diminished. Otherwise, old Sui would suspect something, as they have likely already done their groundwork. Oh, do not mention this again. You handle it as you see fit. Refrain from discussing money. It is vulgar. I expressed my impatience. By the time I returned home, it was already midnight. I could not discern whether I was excited or fatigued. Breaking through the situation was perilous and arduous, yet it was also an addictive endeavor. I endeavored not to dwell on the reasons concerning Guoguo. I needed to maintain my composure. Just as Sui Guoguo's car departed, a thought struck me, and I hastily dialed her number. What is it? She inquired. There are a few words I wish to share with you. Why did you not say them earlier? Was it not forgotten? I paused. Today's cup of water used for soaking jade pieces. Do not dispose of it. It will be useful. Understood, she replied calmly. A silence followed. Have you missed me? She asked. No, I was contemplating what preparations to make. I corrected myself. She let out a light laugh. Well then, my friend. Just admit it. It is difficult to suppress such feelings. Do not tempt me. We had an agreement. I retorted. Can you refrain from using that term with me? She was displeased. My dear lady, I sighed. Who could resist your charm? I am compelled to be on guard. You truly know how to flatter, little seventh master. I have acquiesced to you, yet you must not tempt me so. I had digressed. I quickly gathered my thoughts. What was happening to me? I lacked any resolve. However, it is only natural. In the presence of such a woman, if I maintained my composure, I would either be a deity or not a man at all. Experience has proven that I am indeed a man. As long as I am not divine, it is inevitable to have distractions. Yet at this moment, I should not entertain such thoughts. While reflecting, I continued conversing with her, and before I realized it, over 50 minutes had elapsed. I arrived home, managing to drive back with one hand, fortunate not to have attracted the attention of the police. She said softly, "Sleep well, little seventh master. I must head upstairs." Oh. I too should return home. Good night. I reluctantly ended the call, taking several deep breaths. Just as I turned to enter, a figure strolled towards me from a distance. Finished? It has taken quite a while. Who is it? This voice and silhouette were familiar, stirring my inner turmoil. Why the silence? Li Shuang spoke with a hint of jealousy. Nothing much. It has been some time since we last met. I replied, come inside and sit. I just returned from Shanghai, since you were not home. I wandered there for a while. She paused. Who were you on the phone with just now? A new girl? A friend. I took out my keys to unlock the door. Where is Xiaotang? Oh, my girlfriend took me away. I opened the door and she said, come in. Let's go to my place. I smiled, intending to disrupt her plans. No, let us stay in and have some tea. She pondered for a moment and followed me inside. I brewed a pot of Tiguanyin tea and rummaged through the fridge for some snacks, all of which were prepared by the old donkey. I set the tea and snacks on the table, and when I looked up, I found Li Shuang gazing intently at me. What are you looking at? Didn't he get enough rest? I'm all right, but I need to turn in early today. So, how have you been? I poured her some tea. Thanks to you. I'm doing well. She thought for a moment and said, oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask. I'm negotiating something in Shanghai. Could you help me see if it's feasible? I scrutinized her for a moment and replied, it will succeed. That's good to hear, she sighed with relief. Your career will only flourish from here. I took a sip of tea. I believe what you say. She smiled, with you as my strategist. I feel secure in whatever I do. Is that all you wanted to discuss? After a brief silence, she inquired, the person you're helping with the negotiations. Is she a girl? It's her father. Does the girl like you? She asked, looking at me. No, we're just friends. After a moment of silence, she stood up and said, take care. I'll come back in a few days. I walked her to the door, and she turned around to embrace me. I'm sorry. She wept softly on my shoulder. I looked up, stunned, as a meteor shower streaked across the sky. The following day, I slept the entire day away, filled with dreams. In my slumber, a colossal creature, resembling a qilin yet akin to a pishio, circled around me, its eyes as large as lanterns. I approached it, and as it suddenly bolted away, I felt as if I could fly, swiftly catching up to it. I leaped onto its head, and it shrank smaller until it transformed into a girl. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Guogua. Why are you here? I exclaimed. Just as she was about to speak, a resounding voice echoed from the sky. Time to eat. This noise jolted me awake, and the old donkey was patting my face. Get up, eat, then you can sleep more. You've been asleep all day. Groggily, I sat up and rubbed my eyes. What? Is that you? Who did you expect? The old donkey asked in confusion. I was dreaming about Guogua. The old donkey chuckled. I knew it. Rolling around under the covers, no worries. You'll see her tomorrow. Come, let us eat. He handed me a steaming bowl of egg noodle soup from the bedside table. Not seeing food, I didn't feel hungry, but upon its arrival, I remembered I hadn't eaten all day. I grabbed the noodle soup and devoured it ravenously. This is delicious. Did you make it? I asked, puzzled. I made it. You know my cooking skills. The old donkey replied with pride. What time is it? I asked while eating. It's 1:30 in the morning. He glanced at his watch. You've slept all night and day. I need my rest to regain my strength for work. Zeng, you're acting strange. The old donkey shook his head. What else off? You weren't like this when we last worked together. Are you exhausted or in love? Nonsense. I'm obviously tired. I handed him the bowl. Enough chatter. I know what I'm doing. Tell your wife to make me another bowl. This isn't enough. The old donkey, delighted, shouted out, Wife, Another bowl, please. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. A voice called out from outside. I couldn't help but lament how such a serene girl had been led astray by you lot. The following morning, Huang Miao and Sui Guoguo arrived at my residence. One after the other. You seem to be in much better spirits, Huang Miao cheerfully remarked. Shall we begin? Of course, I replied. That day, I inquired about who might have orchestrated your financial arrangement. Have you deduced any possibilities? Well, she pondered, her expression growing serious, after contemplating for several days. Only one individual comes to mind. Prior to my arrival at the Sui household, Mr. Sui had a friend, an old Beijinger, who was knowledgeable in these matters. As a native of Jiangxi, it is only natural that he might harbor some resentment towards me for encroaching on his territory. Where is this person located? I asked. I had a friend investigate. He operates a tea house in the southern district, where he spends his days divining fortunes and casting hexes. I've heard he is doing quite well, she explained. Does Guoguo know this individual? I inquired, glancing at her. Yes, she nodded. His surname is Sheng, and he is called Sheng Ming. How fittingly named. Old Donkey exclaimed. Mr. Tang. Sui Guoguo scoffed at Old Donkey and Adai, in front of these two girls. Could you perhaps moderate your language? Am I being inappropriate? Old Donkey feigned innocence. Guoguo, don't be upset. He means no harm. His words may be coarse, but his heart is pure. Don't stoop to the level of a boorish man. Adai quickly interjected. Silence. I shot a glare at Old Donkey and turned back to Guoguo. Do not engage with such a common man. Please, continue. Hee, indeed. Please go on. We shall listen in silence. Old Donkey chuckled apologetically. Sui Guoguo collected her thoughts and continued. Shang Ming was once a dear friend of my father's. I was quite young back then and knew little, but he was undeniably talented. Especially in what regard? Both Old Donkey and Adai interjected in unison. She glanced at Adai. He is adept in the arts of mischief. What sort of mischief? I inquired. When my brother was in middle school, he was once bullied by a group of high school students who demanded money and even assaulted him. My father was furious and wanted to call the police. But Xing Ming intervened, claiming it was a trivial matter that he could handle. I nodded in understanding. She continued, 3 days later, those same bullies intercepted my brother again. Not only returning double the money, but also kneeling and slapping their own faces, begging for his forgiveness. It wasn't until later that we learned they had been haunted by a female ghost during those 3 days, warning them of their misdeeds. Shang Ming possesses many sinister arts, Huang Miao added. Mr. Sui sensed his malevolent intentions and distanced himself from him. Feeling aggrieved, he sought revenge on Mr. Sui. And it was at that juncture that Mr. Sui met me. I see, I nodded. Has he troubled you in recent years? Not at all. We have had no further contact, Sui Guoguo replied. Teacher Huang, I wish to pay a visit to Mr. Shang Ming. Would you accompany me? I glanced at Old Donkey. Let us go together. Excellent. With Brother Donkey present, he will have no power over us. Old Donkey declared, exhilarated. When do you wish to go? Huang Miao asked. I counted on my fingers and decided. Let us go now. In a secluded alley of the southern city lies a renowned tea house, modest in appearance. Adorned with a prominent sign of azure background and gilded characters, reading Shiyuan tea art. Accompanied by my companion, the Old Donkey. We entered this tea sanctuary under the guise of patrons. The exterior appeared unremarkable, yet within, a realm of wonder unfolded. The decor exuded an antique charm, elegant and exquisite. Featuring a guzheng, wall murals, and waitresses clad in Han and Miao attire. Upon entry, a grand wooden screen, meticulously carved from a single piece of agarwood, adorned with intricate Miao patterns, greeted us. A delicate young lady guided us to a private seating area, where the Old Donkey casually ordered a pot of tea and a selection of pastries. Once she departed, the Old Donkey surveyed the surroundings, remarking, Zeng Jie. With so many Miao artifacts, could this old fellow have learned some sorcery from the Miao people? A visual distraction, perhaps. Nodding, he inquired, what shall we do next? I smiled, let us enjoy our tea first. Before long, the young lady returned, accompanied by another waitress, to present our tea and pastries. Excuse me, is your boss available? I inquired. Our boss is not here. If you have any matters to discuss, you may address them with me, she replied, her accent distinctly southern. Ah. We were referred by a friend and wish to make the acquaintance of your boss. When might he arrive? I feigned indifference. Sir. Our boss is typically very busy and seldom comes to the establishment unless it is for special guests, she clarified. Might I trouble you for a piece of paper and a pen? I would like to write him a note. Certainly, please hold on. The girl turned and shortly returned with the requested items. I penned a few words, folded the note, and handed it back to her, instructing, "Please deliver this to your boss. We shall be leaving in an hour." She gazed at me with a perplexed expression. "Very well, please wait a moment." Once she departed, the old donkey eagerly asked, "What did you write?" "Patience, soon you shall be informed," I chuckled. "We have a performance to enact," I continued. "Your role is quite simple. Just play the dignitary, the more imposing, the better. I shall take care of the rest." "What should I say?" he queried. "You need not utter a word." In less than 10 minutes, a gentleman in his 60s hurriedly emerged from the back, approaching us with a cordial demeanor. "Gentlemen, what a pleasure to meet you." I rose and clasped my fists in greeting. "Honorable elder, I apologize for my abrupt visit and hope for your understanding." The old donkey, following my instructions, maintained a steady composure, barely lifting his eyelids. Observing this, the elder inquired, "And this young gentleman is?" I offered a faint smile that is rather inconvenient to disclose. "I trust you understand." The elder paused, then slapped his forehead. "Oh, I understand. Please, take a seat." He gestured toward the door, calling for the young lady. "How could we serve esteemed guests with this tea? Let me fetch something more suitable." "No need. Tea is tea, after all," I replied, settling into my seat. The elder, observing my demeanor, also pulled up a chair. "Is this note penned by you, young sir?" he asked, unfolding the paper on the table. The note bore 3 characters, geomantic. I nodded, confirming, "Indeed, it is my writing." "You are no ordinary young man," the elder remarked, tucking the note away. "I was unaware you esteemed gentlemen had come with counsel." "We seek tea and conversation," I stated. "You are Mr. Shiming, I presume?" The elder nodded. "That is I." "And you are?" "I am Zeng Jie." "Oh." With a moment's contemplation, Shiming, feeling slightly embarrassed by my ignorance over the past 2 years, inquired about my background. "What sort of lineage do you hail from, young brother?" "A mere elementary school student, reluctantly embarking on this journey," I replied, casting a glance at the old donkey, who wore an expression of disdain. "Ah," Shiming chuckled lightly, "the fact that you can inscribe these few characters indicates you are no ordinary student. In all of Beijing, few are aware of my lineage, and even fewer possess knowledge of this craft. Since you have come, feel free to speak your mind." "Splendid," I exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Our young master has just returned from abroad and wishes to attend to a minor matter. After much searching and consulting with esteemed individuals, we have yet to find a satisfactory solution. Yesterday, we heard that there are masters within Shenyuan, and today we have come to pay our respects." "In that case," Shiming remarked, turning to the old donkey, "might I request the birth date of this esteemed gentleman? Our young master is not an ordinary citizen." "It is not so simple to reveal his 8 characters," I interjected. "Moreover, given your expertise, relying solely on the 8 characters does not instill confidence, does it?" Xingming's countenance darkened as he pondered for a moment, then scrutinized the old donkey. "This gentleman exudes an aura akin to the ocean. He is not of common descent, nor does he hail from a family of officials or wealthy merchants. There is an air of martial prowess about him. I presume your father is a soldier?" The old donkey merely curled his lip, remaining silent. "A soldier?" I probed. "Indeed, I believe my judgment is sound. A naval officer, to be precise," he asserted confidently. It appeared that the performance was unnecessary. I was already well acquainted with the old donkey's background. It seemed Shiming was merely a practitioner of folk magic, and his abilities were hardly sufficient for intricate arrangements. "Your reputation precedes you, esteemed sir. Since you have discerned the truth, we shall not prolong this discussion. Our young master will reflect on this and may visit again in the future," I stated, rising to my feet. Shengming, being a seasoned figure, recognized our intentions and exhibited a hint of unease. Perhaps he was contemplating our motives, or perhaps he was questioning whether he had misjudged or miscommunicated. However, in an instant, he regained his composure. "Very well, I shall await your return at any time." Just as we were about to exit, he lightly tapped us on the back, bidding us farewell without escort. A chill ran down my spine as I sensed his insincerity. "Thank you for your kindness. We shall return before nightfall," I replied with a smile. Shengming's face twitched slightly before he turned and departed. Once outside the alley, I hurriedly pulled the old donkey to a nearby stall to purchase 2 bottles of ice-cold mineral water. Then we ducked into a secluded corner of another alley. "Keep an eye out for passers-by. I need a moment to sit," I instructed, settling cross-legged and pouring the water into my left hand. Without a word, the old donkey positioned himself with his back to me, ensuring no one would disturb us. Once the water was prepared, I began to close my eyes and regulate my breath, gradually channeling a malignant energy from my shoulder into my left arm. and then releasing it into the water in my palm. Before long, the water was depleted. I repeated this process 6 times before finally expelling the negativity. Releasing a long sigh, I called out, "Old donkey, come here." He quickly approached, asking, "What is it?" "Sit down and clear your mind. I shall inform you shortly." The old donkey obediently settled down as I stood, forming a hand gesture and reciting an incantation. I then placed my palm over his biwi acupoint, using my internal energy to drive away malevolent forces. The old donkey trembled as if jolted by electricity, exhaling cold breath from his mouth and nose. What is happening?" "Silence," I commanded. After a few minutes, he gradually settled down. I twisted open the water and drank it in one go. The old donkey promptly raised its neck and gulped down the water in a single breath. I instructed him to stand, drew a symbol on his back, murmured an incantation, and then patted him on the back. "What just happened?" I asked. "I drank so much water, it's overwhelming," he replied, rubbing his belly. "It won't be long before it eases up." As soon as I finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. He clutched his stomach and began to vomit copious amounts of dark water. Suddenly, a strong, nauseating odor filled the air, and the dark water that splattered on the ground emitted wisps of white steam. Eventually, the dark water transformed into green before he finally stopped, appearing somewhat exhausted from the ordeal. "What on earth is happening? Are you feeling better?" I chuckled. "That old fellow caused this. Congratulations, you got it right. I'm going to confront him." The old donkey fumed. I held him back. "Enough. I've already sent him back. Let's find Teacher Huang first." He got off easy. The old donkey grumbled. "Not really. That's just how geomantic operates. If we don't accept it, it's tantamount to a double return." I brushed off the dirt from my clothes. "Next time we meet, he'll be more sensible." As previously agreed upon, Sui Guogua and Huang Miao awaited us at a nearby CAF. After wandering for a bit, the old donkey had fully recovered, and we headed to meet them. "Zeng Jie, I still feel uneasy about this Huang fellow. Why are we involving him in our plan? It's necessary. We must include him regardless of his reliability. As long as we are aware, that suffices." It seemed I was not alone in my suspicions. I had initially been skeptical. With such a reputation, Huang Miao surely knew that those who practiced geomantic would have their intellect constrained, preventing them from reaching the pinnacle of Taoist arts. Why would he lead me to such a person? Was he on high alert, or did he have ulterior motives? Inside the CAF, Sui Guogua listened intently as the old donkey exaggeratedly recounted the earlier events. Upon seeing that we were unharmed, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. I was so anxious." "What were you afraid of?" The old donkey's eyes sparkled. "Do you not trust our Zeng Jie? I know you have your skills." Sui Guogua replied, looking at me. "So, does that mean he can be ruled out?" Huang Miao asked with a furrowed brow. "Then who could it be? You mentioned geomantic earlier. What is that? Some sort of spell?" Sui Guogua inquired with interest. "It is a rare and potent form of witchcraft," I explained, glancing at Huang Miao. "You should be aware of it, right?" "Oh, yes, I've heard of it. They say this witchcraft was passed down from a Miao woman during the Ming dynasty. It is deeply vengeful and immensely powerful." Huang Miao rubbed his hands together. "However, I am not familiar with Shang Ming's capabilities. Let us not digress. Who orchestrated this scheme is not crucial. Regardless, this plan cannot be dismantled, and the one who set it up will fare poorly. I just haven't yet figured out how to approach it. I'll gather more information first. But if we don't identify the one behind this, they will relentlessly seek revenge. If you disrupt their plans, they will keep creating new troubles. What shall we do then?" Huang Miao expressed his concerns. "Your worries are not unfounded, yet they are unnecessary." I stretched lazily. And unless he understands how to break the fiery eyes of the Pai Xiao himself, I fixed my gaze upon Huang Miao, who nodded anxiously. "My only concern is Mr. Sui." On the journey back, I shared a ride with Guogua. "Has your aunt been living with you all this time?" I inquired. "Yes, for many years," she replied. "What is her relationship with your mother like?" I asked. She found it peculiar, saying, "They are biological sisters. What do you think? Have they ever quarreled?" I probed. "No. They have always had a good relationship. Why?" She wondered. "What is her name?" I asked. "My mother is called Chi Na, and my aunt is Chi Hong." I chuckled. "I didn't ask about your mother." She glanced at me. "Why are you inquiring about my aunt?" "Just a casual question," I replied. "So what comes next? How do we break the impasse?" "I don't know. Let us play for a couple of days and think it through." I gazed out of the car window. "You wouldn't handle it like that, would you?" She exclaimed in surprise. "Perhaps. Right now, I am genuinely interested in your aunt." "Her? You can't be serious?" Guogua parked the car by the roadside. The blood on the jade piece is hers. Hers? She was taken aback. Invite her out tonight. I need to have a word with her. Chi Hong was a stunning woman, and as I glanced at her, and then at Guogua, I marveled at the abundance of beauty in this family. Mr. Zeng, would you like to discuss? In the evening. Chi Hong exuded an air of mystery under the night sky, complemented by the dignified beauty of a mature woman, which made the youthful Guogua appear almost childlike in comparison. Your demeanor is truly admirable. I couldn't help but praise. Chi Hong blushed slightly, while Guogua felt a bit awkward. One was a mature beauty, the other a youthful charm. Both possessed an elegance that made me feel fortunate as a man in their presence. I hastily added. The two beauties' eyes sparkled, one shy, the other demure. Thus, engaging in conversation with two beauties simultaneously requires a certain finesse. This young man certainly knows how to flatter, Chi Hong remarked, glancing at Guogua. You're not just trying to butter him up, are you? Guogua asked me softly, her cheeks flushed. Of course not. I merely have some questions to discuss with my aunt, I signaled discreetly. Reluctantly, Guogua stood up. Aunt, you two chat. I'll take a call. Once she left, Chi Hong turned back to me. Mr. Zeng, how long have you known Guogua? For a while now, I replied. Do you like her? This caught me off guard. Why are you silent? Chi Hong asked, looking at me. Aunt, today is not about that. I quickly organized my thoughts. I can see that she quite likes you. Chi Hong took a sip of cranberry juice. At this, I felt warmth rising within me. With a nuanced shift, she took the lead in our conversation, making me somewhat hesitant to ask anything further. I was raised by my sister and brother-in-law. Chi Hong set down her cup, appearing contemplative. Ping Ping and Guogua are like my own daughters. I love them as much as I love their mother. Are you implying I began? I apologize for my lapse. I was just reminded of her mother, and it stirs some sorrow within me, having not seen her for over a year, she explained. So, are you ensuring your sister's daughter's emotional well-being? I smiled and remarked. She appeared somewhat bashful. What do you mean by being protective? I have a deep fondness for Guogua, so naturally, I tend to pay more attention to her matters. I understand. I would do the same. I blurted out this remark absent-mindedly. Do you love her? She asked, gazing at me. Isn't it a bit early to discuss this? I felt a flush rise to my cheeks. If you love her, you should act sooner. There are some who, by hesitating, find themselves perpetually behind, she said. Her expression tinged with melancholy. For instance, you and your brother-in-law? Chi Hong's expression stiffened momentarily. And you? Forgive my candor, but you must be Mr. Sway's lover. Am I right? I looked at her intently. She sighed. I have fallen for my sister's man. I see. Thank you. Her demeanor was quite despondent. What about Ping Ping? She's fine, thanks to you. I nodded. This situation stems from the blood on the jade piece of the piano. It was your blood, wasn't it? Mine? She furrowed her brow. Could it be? Think back carefully. Chi Hong rested her chin in her hand, pondering. Was it that time? She forced a smile. If punishment is necessary, why not punish me instead of making the child suffer? Which time? I inquired. She paused. When my sister got married. Her husband gifted her a second-class military medal. For all these years, she has treasured it dearly. When she discovered my affair with her husband, she chose to divorce. I pleaded with her not to go to America, not even for the child's sake, but she wouldn't listen. Chi Hong's eyes glistened with tears, and I handed her a tissue. Thank you. She wiped her tears and continued. I feel remorse towards my sister and the child, but I truly love my brother-in-law, as well as my sister and her children. The night before her departure, she wanted to have a conversation with me. And then, we talked for a long time in the living room. She said she didn't blame me and wanted to give me a gift. The military medal? I asked. She looked at me. You know? And you didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to you, leading to a disagreement. Could I accept it? She smiled sadly. If I did, what would I become? You were injured? She extended her right hand, indicating a faint scar on her wrist, about 2 centimeters long. Was it caused by the medal? In a fit of emotion, I snatched the medal and made a cut on my own wrist. I didn't realize if blood had splattered onto the piano. I was only focused on seeking atonement, she sobbed. What happened next? My sister stopped me. Being a doctor, she took me to her room to dress the wound. As for the military medal, she never mentioned it again. She must have taken it to America. I began to understand, observing this graceful woman before me, a charming sister-in-law. It was no wonder that Sui Guanyin was captivated. You share a good rapport with Huang Miao, don't you? I asked. Him? Chi Hong's demeanor shifted with a hint of wariness. He pursued me, but I did not reciprocate. After that, we became ordinary friends, nothing more. She clarified. I smiled. I know there's nothing between you two. Your heart belongs solely to your brother-in-law. Over the years, you must have turned down many suitors, with teacher Huang being just one among them. She looked at me. I truly don't understand why Guogua is fond of boys like you. Is she fortunate? Or how should I interpret your words? You seem to possess a profound understanding of everything. Is there still meaning in love? Love, in essence, is the yearning to love despite knowing everything. It is an irresistible compulsion to embrace affection. It is precisely because one comprehends life so thoroughly that the need for love becomes even more pressing. I mused aloud. She smiled, which brought me solace. Guogua was indeed happier than I, free from the burden of desiring her sister's man. Thank you, Auntie. I shall cherish this. I shifted the conversation. Have you encountered the Pichio in the secret chamber? This remark extinguished Chi Hong's laughter, and she retorted, You dare to. I implored her forgiveness for my impertinence as a junior. My affection for Guogua compels me to take responsibility for the affairs of the Sui family. Auntie, please tell me. Have you indeed come across the Pichio in the secret chamber? I gazed intently at her. Her expression turned frosty. Do you suspect me? It would be inaccurate to label it suspicion. I merely sought clarification. Many years ago, I inadvertently brushed against it. Her demeanor softened somewhat. I sensed that there was far more to the story than mere contact. She seemed burdened by unspoken truths. In such circumstances, further inquiries were unwarranted. After all, she was Guogua's aunt, and I could not afford to offend her too gravely. Thus, I resolved to alter my approach. Auntie, the matters you address today are of great significance. Is the situation with the Sui family easily resolvable? Observing her expression revealed her genuine concern for the father and daughter of the Sui family. It is neither particularly easy nor exceedingly difficult, she replied. I glanced at my watch. Let us not linger here. How about we find a bar for a drink? She hesitated momentarily before nodding. We exited the restaurant. An quaint bar lay nearby. I deliberately slowed my pace, awaiting the opportune moment. Chi Hong walked with grace, exuding femininity. What a fortunate man Sui Guangyuan must be. A taxi halted before us, and a man stumbled out, inebriated. The driver, unhurried, rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. I focused intently on the vehicle. A chill enveloping me. I felt reassured. This was the moment I had been anticipating. I hastened a few steps forward and peered into the car, where a pale, hollow-eyed woman clad in white sat in the passenger seat. Oblivious, the man continued to smoke and chat on his phone. This was not merely a woman. She was a specter. Chi Hong approached, noticing my gaze fixed on the taxi, and instinctively glanced over. She seized my arm, urging, We must leave. What is the matter? I feigned ignorance. She remained silent, pulling me along for several dozen meters, breathless. Auntie, are you all right? In a state of trepidation, she disclosed. There is a woman in that car. Something is amiss. Yet, she maintained her composure. The ability to perceive spirits and remain unfazed confirmed she indeed possessed the yin-yang eyes. Thus, her connection to the Pichio was undoubtedly more profound than mere contact. Can you see those entities? Are you implying that it truly is that? I offered a non-committal smile. Then you must assist that individual. A female ghost sitting in a car late at night could lead to unforeseen troubles. There will be no trouble. Chi Hong remained unconvinced, frequently glancing back at the taxi. Very well, I sighed. This is a noble act for which I shall be reprimanded. I turned and approached the taxi again, tapping on the passenger window. The ghost in the passenger seat fixed me with an expressionless gaze, her lifeless eyes exuding an eerie chill. You should leave. Find another location. I spoke in a spiritual tongue, rapping on the window once more. Are you taking a taxi? The driver hastily discarded his cigarette and beckoned to me. I smiled and shook my head, for it was not the moment to converse with him. The female specter remained motionless, compelling me to tap on the car window once more. Excuse me, what is your intention? Are we leaving or not? The driver expressed his impatience. Observing this, the female ghost in the front passenger seat floated out and vanished. With the matter concluded, I turned to seek Chi Hong. Damn. What an idiot, came the driver's scornful voice from behind. Did you see that? I stuck out my tongue at Chi Hong. Why is he behaving like this? I must confront him. Chi Hong insisted on addressing the driver. It's not worth it. Let's not engage. I intercepted her, suggesting, how about we go for drinks instead? I'm quite accustomed to it. At the bar, we indulged until past 11 o'clock when Chi Hong received a call informing her that Sui Guangyuan had sent a car to pick her up shortly. We exited the bar and chatted for a while at the entrance. After a few drinks, Chi Hong appeared even more enchanting, her allure rivaling that of Guogua. No wonder Mr. Sui is fond of you, I remarked with a smile. She laughed, saying, Zeng Jie, I feel you're my friend, rather than merely my niece's boyfriend. I am not her boyfriend. Please don't say that, I replied, my face flushing once more. The car arrived, and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out. Addressing her, Miss Chi. I shall take my leave, she said, opening the car door, but then returned to my side, adding, be good to Guogua. And don't let her feel sad. With that, she entered the vehicle, and the middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement before driving away. Her constant mention of Guogua made me ponder whether her intentions were genuinely kind or merely to distract my thoughts. This was precisely why I hesitated to engage in such matters. Issues of feng shui allow no room for selfishness or distraction. Suddenly, I found myself feeling quite bored. Was tonight's validation truly necessary? I took a taxi home, and upon entering the alley, I alighted from the vehicle. The weather was pleasant and cool. A walk seemed more fitting. After a few steps, an elderly man abruptly appeared to block my path. Upon closer inspection, I recognized him as Sheng Ming. Mr. Sheng, what brings you here? I inquired deliberately. Sheng Ming appeared embarrassed. It was Jiogu who directed me here. Young Master Chi. I did not recognize your status and inadvertently offended you. Please forgive me. He clutched his left arm, the muscles in his face twitching, his complexion pale. Clearly enduring immense pain while forcing a smile. Mr. Sheng, your words leave me perplexed. Oh dear, young Master Chi, he lamented, his expression woeful. You are my lord. Please. Save me. If you do not show mercy, Jiogu will take my life. I understood my error. I should not have attempted to deceive you. I implore your compassion. A cold smile crossed my lips. Old man, I am young and may occasionally speak thoughtlessly, yet you cannot resort to heavy-handed tactics against us. Did Jiogu not advise you to afford our Zeng family some respect? Indeed, Jiogu has mentioned it. I can only blame my lack of skill and memory for not heeding her words. I did not realize you were a descendant of the Zeng family. Young Master Chi, my limited abilities cannot harm you, so I beg your forgiveness this once. In the future, should you have any commands, I will face mountains of knives or seas of fire without hesitation. As I prepared to respond, a shadow darted out from behind me, delivering a kick that sent Sheng Ming tumbling. How dare you return? The old donkey cursed while kicking, and I hurriedly rushed forward to restrain the fool. Don't pull me back. I must kick the crap out of him. Damn it. How dare he lay hands on me? I shouted, startling the foolish one behind me. Upon hearing my voice, the old donkey halted his assault. He treats us this way, and we are not to retaliate? It's all a misunderstanding. Why be so relentless? I said as I helped Sheng Ming to his feet. Old predecessor, are you all right? Oh dear, please don't be so polite. Your courtesy only makes me more uncomfortable, Sheng Ming replied. His expression a mix of laughter and tears. His left arm was swollen several times over, and his back resembled a lid of a pot. This was the power of the Nine Sisters curse. Once someone was afflicted, they would return to confront the one who cast the spell. Such sorcery was extraordinarily potent, and its backlash could indeed be shocking. I formed a hand seal, closed my eyes, and chanted an incantation, striking his swollen back 3 times with force. On the third strike, Sheming spat out a mouthful of black blood and crawled to the roadside, continuously retching. The foolish one was terrified, tightly clutching the old donkey's arm. The old donkey, too, felt a twinge of fear. He won't die from this, will he? After a while, the blood transformed into clear water, and the blood and water on the ground dissipated into white smoke, leaving no trace behind. Once he finished, Sheng Ming appeared much better, his back less swollen. He stood up and bowed to me. Thank you, 7th Master. From now on, should you require my assistance, I will come at your call without fail. Enough. Miss Nine will not hold it against you. You can return now. His face showed reluctance. 7th Master, I'm still not quite. Get lost. I bellowed. All right, thank you. 7th Master, I'm leaving right away. Sheng Ming exclaimed joyfully and hurriedly scurried off. Back at home, the foolish one approached me. Grandfather, who is Miss Nine? I glanced at her. Would you like to hear? Both the old donkey and the foolish one nodded eagerly. I stretched lazily. Then go fetch me a glass of water. After I drink, I will tell you the tale of Miss Nine. The foolish one hurriedly poured a glass of water and respectfully handed it to me. Grandfather, here is your water. Why is it so awkward? I felt uneasy. Please, don't feel uncomfortable. Do tell us the story. The foolish one smiled brightly. Enough with the nonsense. The old donkey shot me a glare, then grinned at me. Grandfather, please go on. I looked at the two of them, nestled together with eager anticipation, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake my head. They truly were quite the pair. I took a sip of water, cleared my throat, and began. Miss Nine is the deity of the Nine Sisters curse. Very few know of this Nine Sisters curse, and even fewer truly understand it. How do you know about it? The foolish one inquired. Because this Miss Nine has ties to our ancestral lineage, hence the descendants of the Zeng family are aware of the Nine Sisters curse. I took another sip of water. Why didn't my grandfather ever mention this to me? The old donkey wondered. You're not even surnamed Zeng. The foolish one shot him a glance. Grandfather, please continue. This tale is a lengthy one. It was told to me by the old seventh master. Chronicled in the Zeng family's ancestral records. In the early years of the Ming dynasty, a small Miao tribe migrated from Yunnan to Taiping Prefecture in Guangxi, where they settled and thrived. Under the leadership of their chief, a Jia, the tribe gradually flourished. A Jia later became a local official, gaining increasing influence in the region. The leader, Aya, had 20 sons and 9 daughters, among whom the youngest 2 daughters were twins of extraordinary beauty. The 8th daughter was named Atai, and the 9th daughter was known as Axia. As the daughters reached maturity, 7 of them married tribal nobles or other clan leaders, leaving Atai and Axia still waiting in their chambers. Atai, gentle and charming, was skilled in weaving and embroidery, her exquisite creations cherished as treasures by the locals. In contrast, Axia had little interest in such pursuits. She possessed an exceptional talent for sorcery, a skill inherited from her ancestors who were well-versed in the mystical arts. Thus, Aya nurtured her abilities from a young age. The Miao people have long been adept at magic and witchcraft, a passion that Axia embraced fervently, learning not only from her father but also from the clan's elder shaman. Due to her innate gifts and profound opportunities, she quickly became a sorceress. At the age of 16, she ventured into the city to sell her sister's embroidery. Atai's embroidery was in high demand and sold out swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, Axia decided to explore the city's wonders, for this was her first visit. Eager for adventure, she distanced herself from her kin and wandered alone. In the evening, she arrived at a grand house guarded by stone lions, where she witnessed an elderly Taoist being forcibly ejected from the door in a most undignified manner. With a fiery spirit, Axia intervened, confronting the assailants and rescuing the old man, whom she then urged to flee with her. In the ensuing chaos, they lost their way. And once the old man regained his composure, he expressed his gratitude before warning her that the master of the house was a high-ranking official. Offending him equated to offending the government. Axia insisted that the old man accompany her back to the tribe, but he cautioned that returning now would lead to capture. Instead, he proposed that they retreat into the mountains for safety. Trusting and naive, Axia followed him into the mountains, where he led her to a dilapidated temple. He instructed her to stay there until the situation calmed down. Each day, he would bring her meals, but soon he vanished, shrouded in mystery. Perplexed, Axia contemplated returning home, only to find herself ensnared in a labyrinthine forest surrounding the temple, unable to escape. One night, when the old man returned with food, Axia seized his hand, demanding to know his true identity and why she could not leave. The Taoist smiled and, with a gentle wave of his hand, freed himself from her grasp, assuring her that he meant her no harm. Axia pressed further, questioning why he would not allow her to descend the mountain. He explained that she bore a considerable amount of ominous energy and bloodshed. Should she return, her kin would face grave misfortune. He advised her to remain on the mountain for 10 years before returning, ensuring her safety. Furious, Axia retorted, challenging his audacity to confine her. Determined to return, she launched an attack against the old man. However, he was far more skilled than she had witnessed in the city, and her efforts were effortlessly thwarted. Defeated, she resorted to a feigned retreat and fled. The old man did not pursue her but called after her, questioning her resolve. Axia ran far, only to find herself lost once more, trapped in a fog-laden grove where direction was indistinguishable. For 2 days and nights, she wandered, weary and parched, descending into utter despair. At this moment, the old Taoist reappeared, leading the exhausted Asha back to the temple. He said to her, "You possess extraordinary talent and have a penchant for witchcraft. Thus, I shall take you as my disciple and teach you the arts of the Tao. In doing so, you will find peace here." Upon hearing the mention of magical arts, Asha's interest was piqued, and she immediately bowed her head in reverence to become his apprentice. From that day forth, Asha diligently studied under the old Taoist. Her background in witchcraft and her innate talent allowed her to progress rapidly in her studies. 3 years swiftly passed, and Asha was now 19. The old Taoist felt both joy for her advancement and a deep, unspoken sorrow. One day, he called Asha to his side and said, "Asha, our bond shall last but 3 years, and now I must depart. Remember my words. You must cultivate on this mountain for a full decade before descending, lest your kin face great calamity. Asha, reluctant to part with her master, felt helpless as he remained resolute in his decision. She accompanied him to the edge of a small grove, where he turned to her and said, "This grove can no longer shield you. From now on, you must rely on yourself. Should you encounter hardship in the future, return here, and a Taoist of the Zeng surname shall rescue you from suffering." With those words, he vanished into the mist, leaving Asha alone on the mountain. Those who pursue the path of cultivation are unafraid of solitude. Asha spent her days diligently refining her skills, gradually merging the Tao with her witchcraft. A year passed in this manner, and Asha began to dream of her kin. Visions of her tribe engulfed in flames, awakening her in terror each time. As the visions intensified, she saw the inferno consuming her village both in sleep and meditation. Initially, she heeded the old Taoist warning and remained unmoved, but as time wore on, the urge to return grew unbearable. Eventually, on a moonless night, after yet another awakening, she resolved to sneak back for a fleeting glimpse. Asha reassured herself that she would only take a brief look. As long as her village was unharmed, she would return. She dashed from the temple and into the grove, which, as the old Taoist had foretold, no longer hindered her. She easily traversed the woods and descended the mountain. The following evening, she arrived at her village, finding it tranquil and significantly expanded. Asha felt a sense of relief. Just as she planned to leave, a graceful young woman approached and exclaimed, "Is that you, Asha?" Recognizing her sister, Atai, Asha was overwhelmed with emotion. After years of separation, they embraced and wept. Asha exchanged a few words with her sister before intending to return to the mountain. However, Atai would not permit it, insisting on bringing her back home. At this time, Atai was already married to Achai, the most renowned warrior in the tribe, capable of snapping a water buffalo's horn with his bare hands. Atai and her husband welcomed Asha to stay for a night, and the next day, they took her to meet their father, Ajia. Thus, as days turned into weeks, Asha found herself lingering in the village, held back by her family's affection each time she considered leaving. Soon after, Achai accidentally killed a notorious ruffian in the city and fled back to the village. The ruffian's father held a position in the local authorities, and they sought to apprehend Achai. The villagers stood united to prevent any intrusion. Ajia stepped forward to defend his son-in-law, and the authorities, on the surface, assured that Achai would face no injustice as long as he appeared before them. Ajia, believing in his resolve, led Achai out of the village, preparing to venture into the city. However, not far from their departure, they were ambushed by soldiers set by the authorities. As Achai was a man of great strength, the soldiers could not capture him, so they resorted to using arrows, tragically taking Achai's life. This entire harrowing scene was witnessed by Asia, who, feeling an uneasy premonition as her father left, hurried after them only to stumble upon the grim sight of her father being captured and her brother-in-law being slain. Enraged, Asia summoned her magical powers, and dark clouds swiftly gathered, accompanied by a thunderous roar that struck down the archers. The few soldiers who charged forth were easily dispatched by Asia's swift actions, leaving the remaining soldiers terrified, who quickly released Asia and fled in disarray. 2 days later, a sudden wave of poisoning swept through the village, followed by a brutal onslaught from the soldiers, resulting in numerous casualties, while some survivors fled into the mountains. The soldiers captured Asia and his dozen sons, using them as leverage to compel Asia to surrender. Asia was taken to the authorities and imprisoned in a subterranean chamber. That night, the governor, accompanied by a lama and a chieftain, entered the chamber. Upon seeing Asia tightly bound, the lama burst into laughter, proclaiming that the shamaness had finally been captured, justifying his 5-year wait. Relieved, the chieftain urged, "Master, please proceed with your rituals." At that moment, Asia was restrained on a rack, her limbs bound to prevent her from casting spells, and her mouth stuffed with rags soaked in the blood of a black dog. Yet, it was deemed insufficient. The lama declared her resentment was not yet potent enough. He wished to explain the full circumstances so that she might comprehend her fate. Approaching Asia, the lama recounted the events in meticulous detail. It turned out that the governor and the chieftain conspired to rebel, enlisting the lama for guidance. During his arrival, the lama had passed through Asia's village and was struck by her aura while she was in the company of her kin. Upon divination, he realized that she was a rare magical spirit, a sorceress of exceptional potency and malevolence. The lama, seeing her as a treasure, sought to capture her, but found himself unable to act due to her many protectors. After entering the city, he remained fixated on her, informing the governor and the chieftain that once she turned 16, she could be transformed into a magical puppet. With such a puppet, rebellion would become exceedingly facile, rendering any imperial suppression futile. Thus, the trio conspired, constantly sending spies to monitor Asia's village, waiting for an opportunity. Eventually, Asia managed to leave the village but was led away by an old Taoist priest into the mountains, from which she subsequently vanished. Undeterred, the three continued their search at the mountain's base until they recently spotted Asia descending. The governor then devised a scheme, instigating a rogue to provoke Hi, who, in a fit of rage, accidentally killed the rogue. Elated, the governor promptly dispatched men to apprehend Hi, only for Hi and Asia to be rescued by Asia. Consequently, the chieftain first poisoned the water source in the village before assaulting it with soldiers to capture Asia. The Lama, with a sinister grin, remarked, "Child, do not blame the monk. Your demise serves as a means of salvation, and with so many kin to accompany you, it is time for you to rest in peace." Asia, filled with sorrow and fury, found herself powerless to voice her indignation or to move at all. The great Lama seized a sharp dagger from the hands of the chieftain, reciting sinister incantations. He approached Asha, touching her eyes. "Dear girl, the monk intends to extract your heart, infusing your lifeblood with greater sorcery. Open your eyes and observe closely." In that fleeting moment of astonishment, with a swift stab, the Lama tore open her bodice and plunged the blade into Asha's left chest. Asha emitted a muffled groan of agony. Unperturbed, the Lama hastily extracted Asha's still-beating heart. "Ah!" Adai cried out, clutching the old donkey in terror. "Are you frightened? Do you still wish to listen?" he questioned. With such formidable power, how could one so easily fall victim? The old donkey lamented. "Since you are afraid, let us cease this talk and return to our slumber. Please, continue your tale. I wish to hear it to the end. Otherwise, I shan't find rest." Adai timidly glanced at the old donkey. "What is there to fear, foolish girl? Do you not have your donkey brother?" The old donkey said with a sense of pride, though his own face had paled slightly. "Then I shall proceed." I steadied my thoughts and continued. Asha stared vacantly at the Lama, who held her heart in his grasp. The Lama received a human-shaped black root from the chieftain, placing it into Asha's chest wound while chanting fervently. He then opened her heart, pouring its blood into his palm and smearing it upon the black root. This was a once-in-a-millennium humanoid root, as rare as the girl herself. The chieftain leered at Asha's chest, lamenting, "What a pity. I should have deflowered her before her demise." The governor leaned in. "It must be a virgin. Once deflowered, the master cannot perform the ritual." As the Lama continued his incantations, Asha's consciousness, infused with tremendous resentment, drifted into the humanoid root, gradually merging into one. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed outside. A fierce wind surged into the chamber. Asha, blood-soaked, let out a long wail before perishing. The Lama, startled, relaxed only upon realizing Asha had succumbed. The governor and chieftain hurriedly approached. "Master, what now?" "Next, we must expose this wooden root to moonlight for 49 days to absorb the essence of the lunar energy," he replied, glancing at Asha's lifeless body. "We must remain vigilant. If this girl's corpse were to rise within 7 days, it would pose a grave problem." The monk had brought a corpse-restraining bell, which he would place upon her to ensure her stillness. As he spoke, he retrieved a string of golden bells, sacred relics of Tibetan esoteric Buddhism, and approached Asha's corpse, withdrawing the wooden root from her chest cavity. Suddenly, Asha spewed a torrent of blood onto the Lama's face, causing him to stumble back in fright, supported only by the chieftain. With her blood-red eyes wide open, she declared, "I will kill you all." "She has risen from the dead," the governor shouted in alarm. Asha smiled eerily, closing her eyes once more, her head drooping again. Seizing the moment of chaos among the three, her vengeful spirit floated away. The following night, the town's chickens, dogs, cattle, and horses cried out in madness throughout the night. At dawn, people discovered the courtyard filled with corpses. Over 100 souls lay lifeless, with neither the chieftain nor the governor alive, and the Lama had vanished without a trace. Was it Asha's doing? The old donkey could not help but inquire. "It was also Asha," I replied, taking a sip of water before continuing my tale. Asha possessed both witchcraft and Taoist arts, and when combined with the resentment ignited by the Lama at an exceptionally lean hour, she transformed not into a mere magical puppet but into a more formidable spirit entity known as a witch spirit. "Witch spirit? Pray explain." The old donkey appeared visibly anxious. "A witch spirit is somewhat akin to the Taoist ghostly immortals, yet possesses greater power, fueled by overwhelming resentment, malevolence, and a touch of demonic essence," I elucidated. Is this truly the case? Adai inquired. Enough with the trivialities. Listen. The old donkey shot a glare. Adai promptly nodded. Please, continue. The witch spirit, akin to ghostly immortals, possesses consciousness, the ability to act freely, and supernatural powers. After Asha transformed into a witch spirit, she sought out her twin sister, Atai, who was born on the same day and month, and bore an uncanny resemblance, making her the perfect vessel. Once the sisters united, they descended upon the city, slaying over 100 officials and reclaiming the Blackwood Root. Each night thereafter, Atai would ascend to the mountaintop, placing the Blackwood Root upon a massive stone, reverently worshipping the moon. After 49 days of devotion, the Blackwood Root became Asha's vessel. With this vessel, Asha's witch spirit could roam freely, even thousands of miles away, day or night, to exact vengeance. What of the Lama? Adai queried. Aware of the witch spirit's potency, he had fled at dawn to a Lama temple on Wutai Mountain, where he soon met a gruesome demise, his heart extracted. Delightful. Surely it was Miss Jio's doing? The old donkey exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Are you still listening? I interjected impatiently. Stop with the banter. Adai shot a glare at the old donkey. Please, continue. Following these events, many local officials met untimely ends, with their causes of death shrouded in mystery. A common thread among them was their previous mistreatment of the Miao people residing in Asha's village. After suffering at the hands of these officials, the Miao would seek solace from Atai in the mountains. Typically within 3 days, their tormentors would perish. This phenomenon escalated, with newly appointed governors either dying in office or resigning prematurely, and the scope of the matter widened considerably. When this reached the ears of the Guangxi governor, he erupted in fury and dispatched troops to eliminate Atai. The military scoured the mountains for a month, yet failed to locate her, suffering the loss of over 100 soldiers in the process. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Guangxi governor reported it to the capital, prompting the court to send numerous monks and Taoists to exorcise the demon. However, despite their efforts, Atai remained elusive, while the witch spirit manifested frequently, even as far as the capital, almost seeking an audience with the emperor. At this juncture, a young Taoist wandered into the scene. Surely it is our esteemed ancestor. The old donkey could not restrain his excitement once more. I ignored him and continued with my narrative. To evade the authorities, Atai, under Asha's guidance, descended to the small Taoist temple where Asha practiced. The witch spirit, possessing immense power, required a continual siphoning of spiritual or blood energy to sustain itself, prompting Asha to frequently reveal herself and commit acts of murder to bolster her strength. This young Taoist, who later entered the Astronomical Bureau, was Zeng Jie, my ancestor. At that time, Zeng Jie was merely in his 20s, wandering the land, and upon hearing of the rampant witch spirit in Guangxi, he ventured forth to investigate. Following the ethereal aura of the shaman spirit, he located a small grove, which could not hinder his passage, and soon he emerged before the temple. It was evening when he encountered Atai, who was engaged in moon worship. Zeng Jie found a place to sit quietly, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her rites. However, Asha had already noticed Zeng Jie and thus commenced a fierce battle of magic that reverberated profoundly. How did the conflict unfold? This time, Adai could not contain his curiosity. The text offers no clear account. Nevertheless, Asha ultimately yielded. Enough of this superfluous chatter. Let Zeng Jie narrate. The old donkey glanced at me, inquiring how our ancestor managed to subdue her. It remains uncertain whether she was vanquished or if it was due to Asha's master's prior prophecy. In any case, Asha did acquiesce in the end. According to the Xianpu, our esteemed ancestor Zeng Jie proclaimed, "You are a shaman spirit, and while your plight is understandable, your role as a shaman holds no future. Moreover, the necessity to take so many lives each month and inflict suffering upon the populace is indeed wrong. Thus, allow me to alleviate this grievance for you, guiding you to a place of tranquility, so that you may escape the depths of despair. And your sister shall no longer need to hide away in your shadow." After subduing Asha, Zeng Jie transported the black wooden root embodying her shaman spirit to the Zhongnan Mountains, concealing it within a dragon's mouth cave situated upon a dragon vein. It is said that above this cave stood a grand tree, whose roots penetrated the cavern, enveloping the black wooden root. Atai resided beneath that tree for over a year before departing. Among the surviving kin of Asha were also shamans who, utilizing Atai's teachings, ventured into the grove outside Asha's temple to procure wood, sculpting it into Asha-esque likeness, which proved to be remarkably effective. However, it is rumored that the statue crafted from the tree atop Zhongnan Mountain is even more potent, and undoubtedly, the most powerful is the essence of Asha's shaman spirit within the cave. This form of sorcery is generally unknown to the masses, as it amalgamates shamanistic, Taoist, and Asha's own spiritual energies into a singular force. All incantations are derived from Asha's shaman spirit, while the rituals are inherited from Atai. Asha, being the ninth daughter of Ajia, led to this sorcery being referred to as the blessing of the ninth sister. Is that all? The two queried in unison. Indeed. That is the extent of it. And what of Atai? Adai inquired. Did she end up with Zeng Jie? Certainly, I remarked. I wondered why Zeng Jie occasionally appeared to possess some traces of ethnic lineage. The old donkey slapped his forehead. It is evident that Atai eventually found companionship with our ancestor. Nonsense, I retorted. Our venerable ancestor was married to a woman of a prestigious Jiangnan family. Are you suggesting that our ancestor could not have had an extramarital affair? I think it's plausible, Adai asserted earnestly. Atai is so beautiful. And Asha is immensely grateful to Zeng Jie. Perhaps the two sisters collaborated to repay him. Enough, you two. I hastily interjected. Let us refrain from such wild conjectures. This is not mere fanciful talk. Adai quickly covered his mouth, nodding in agreement. At that moment, I received a text message from Guogua, asking if we needed to talk all night. Great. I had completely forgotten about her. I promptly dialed her number. Where are you? I'm sitting on the 3rd floor. How long have you been chatting? Are you not finished yet? Guogua replied with a hint of complaint in her calm tone. Have you eaten? I have already eaten. I had almost forgotten you, and now that I have returned, my sincerest apologies. Guogua, you are indeed bold, Jia. She gritted her teeth, declaring. Then I shall take my leave. No need. She hung up the phone before I could finish. What's wrong? Are you sulking? Adai inquired. I'll explain everything upon my return. I hurriedly made my way to the restaurant where we were to dine that evening. The establishment was quite pleasant, still aglow even at this late hour. I rushed up to the 3rd floor, scanning the area for any sign of Guogua, but she was nowhere to be found. Calming myself, I calculated that she was likely in the restroom. I intercepted a server to inquire about the location of the ladies' room, generously offering her 100 yuan and snatching the flower pinned to her chest before swiftly locating the restroom and waiting at the entrance. The ladies' room was bustling with activity. Numerous women entering and exiting, casting curious glances at me as though I were a spectacle. After about 20 minutes with no sign of Guogua, I enlisted the help of a young lady to check inside. Shortly after, the girl returned, reporting that no one had responded to her call. She must be upset with me, I thought, moving closer to the restroom and calling out, Guogua, it's me. I'm sorry. Are you in there? Suddenly, someone tapped my shoulder from behind. Hey, are you out of your mind? Why are you shouting? Turning around, I found Guogua, her face stoic yet barely suppressing a laugh, glaring at me. How did you sneak up on me? Weren't you in the restroom? Guogua glanced at the flower in my hand. I offered it to her, but she declined, saying, I went to the restroom on the 2nd floor. Will you forgive me? I asked. With a smirk, she snatched the flower from my hand, teasing. You're quite ridiculous, you know. Is this your idea of sincerity? Don't underestimate it. Though it's just one flower, it was quite expensive, 100 yuan. As if I've never seen a flower before. I pulled her into an embrace and kissed her passionately. Guogua made a soft whimpering sound, pushing me away. Could we change locations? Hand in hand, we exited the restaurant. But Guogua suddenly halted. I never said I forgave you. Remember that you stood me up. Wasn't it all for your sake? I countered. What did you discuss with my aunt? Let us talk somewhere else, she suggested. Glancing at her watch, she stated. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. I said little more, giving her a brief hug as I saw her to her car. Just as she was about to enter, a flash of red light appeared behind her, and instinctively, I pulled her back. What's wrong? She asked, bewildered. Didn't you sense something amiss? I gazed intently at the faint red glow behind her. No, don't scare me, she exclaimed, glancing over her shoulder. I positioned her behind me, gently brushing my hand along her back as the red light dissipated. It's so warm, she closed her eyes, appearing quite at ease. Warm on your back? I inquired. Yes, she opened her eyes. What's happening? I remained fixated on the distant red light, flickering and shifting, refusing to vanish. What are you looking at? She questioned. I remained silent, grasping her hand and subtly channeling my energy so she could perceive it as well. What is that red light? She gasped in astonishment. It has been following you. Is it a ghost? A spirit? She asked, alarmed. No, it's a fire-eyed Pichio. Then what about me? I cannot drive it away. It was born from within the bureau. I turned to embrace Guogua. From now on, you shall remain by my side. It could pose a threat at any moment. Will you protect me? She asked. Guogwa rested her head on my shoulder, gazing at the crimson light. With my presence, none would dare to harm you. The distant red glow circled around us for a while before dissipating like mist. From this moment until the resolution of our predicament, you must remain by my side. We cannot part. I looked at her, forbidding any misuse of authority. As she spoke, her eyes scanned the surroundings. Around 3 in the morning, Guogwa and I returned to my residence. We shall stay here for now, and in a day or two, we will change locations. I opened the door, and upon entering the living room, I was greeted by the enticing sounds of Adai's breathing, causing my face to flush. I quickly explained that Adai had been living with Old Donkey for some time now, and they had grown accustomed to such habits. This girl, she truly revels in it, Guogwa muttered. Where will I stay? In my room, of course. And you? She looked at me. Suddenly, I felt rather awkward. Perhaps I shall sleep in the living room? She let out a soft laugh, taking my hand. I wish to sleep now, let us go. The next morning, as we stepped out, Adai was brushing her teeth with Old Donkey's impressive cup. Upon seeing Guogwa, she was so startled that she swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste, leading to a fit of coughing. Is it really that surprising? Guogwa nonchalantly walked past her into the bathroom. Adai quickly approached me, exclaiming, Master, you are truly remarkable. You managed to bring her home. We were childhood friends, and she used to look down upon cohabitation. Oh, it's nothing, I feigned calmness. Old Donkey was equally excited to see Guogwa. Seizing the opportunity while she and Adai went out to buy breakfast, he eagerly pulled me aside, overflowing with enthusiasm. Finally, you've acted like a man. You brought her back. We are now closer, almost family. Get lost. Why stretch it so far? I paused, stating, I am here to protect her. You do not understand. The situation has reached a critical juncture. Something is following Guogwa. Is that so? Old Donkey became serious at this revelation. We must act swiftly. What are your plans? I have not yet devised a strategy. Is it really that complicated? More so than the Qilong report? I chuckled softly. It is fundamentally different. The Qilong report is a covert scheme, and typically, outsiders cannot infiltrate it, so we need not fear interference. However, the Huiyin Pixio is an overt game, where those orchestrating it might be watching our every move from the shadows. They dwell in the dark while we are in the light. Thus, we must engage in a battle of wits and courage. To unravel the Huiyin Pixio is not overly difficult, as long as we grasp the lines of the scheme. Dismantling the 3 minor formations of the Pixio in one go will lead to success. Currently, the first minor formation is at the Sui family, the second in the office, and the location of the third remains unclear. Moreover, one only has a single chance to dismantle such a scheme. Any misstep that provokes the Pixio's wrath would lead to a rapid escalation of the situation, eliminating any further opportunities for resolution. I must exercise utmost caution. This scheme primarily manifests through women, exerting influence over the principal subject. The first line of the scheme is Qi Hong, whom I tested yesterday. She possesses an eye for the yin and yang, which is not innate. Given her fate, despite being a woman, her vitality is remarkably vigorous. Such a person is suitable for orchestrating a scheme. Hence, she must have nourished the Sui family's Pixio formation with blood, granting her the ability to perceive the yin and yang. Master Zeng, what does that mean? Nourishment? Using blood to offer tribute to the Pixio? This is the remarkable aspect of the fire-eyed Pixio. If Qi Hong's blood has nourished the Pixio, then she becomes a vessel for it in the external world. In a certain sense, she is akin to a living Pixio. Thus, as she sleeps beside Sui Guangyuan, one must ponder the implications. Will it attract wealth? The Pixio only brings fortune to its master, but the crucial question remains, who is the master of this Pixio? I fix my gaze upon him. Are you referring to the orchestrator? The Old Donkey smacks his forehead. Precisely. Therefore, we must investigate the women around Sui Guangyuan, unravel the threads of the scheme, and locate the third minor formation, after which we can act decisively. Excellent. The Old Donkey slaps his thigh, and it is settled. I smiled. His affirmation brought me a sense of reassurance. Sometimes, having a companion who is oblivious to the nuances yet clear-headed about significant matters is indeed a blessing. However, in the vast expanse of Beijing, where shall we find this third minor formation? The 3 minor formations must align in a triangular configuration to maximize their efficacy. Thus, I can roughly deduce the approximate location of the third formation. Yet, pinpointing the exact location will require some ingenuity. Hence, we must first gather information from Sui's women. How shall we proceed? Qi Hong has only one man, so she cannot be the main orchestrator. It must be a woman who shares Sui's bed while maintaining long-term relations with others. Who else could it be? The old donkey scratched his head, suggesting we inquire with old Sui. If you ask him, the orchestrator might catch wind of it. How do we avoid alarming the snake? Don't ask openly. Do so discreetly. Given the magnitude of this affair, I refuse to believe he would speak falsely. The old donkey appeared resolute. The old man has numerous women. Could he possibly remember each mistress? I chuckled. Just inquire about his long-term relations. That would certainly raise suspicions. Let us not underestimate our hidden adversaries. As I suggest, we ought to search for clues gradually. What do you need me to do? The old donkey leaned in. For the next few days, nothing is required. After some contemplation, I instructed him to pressure the Sui family and Uncle Lu for funds, without delving into further details. When I require your assistance in a few days, I shall inform you. We excel at this. The old donkey beamed with pride. At that moment, Guogua and Adai returned with breakfast, and not far behind her, a flicker of crimson light emerged. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. I gazed at the delightful Guogua, my heart tinged with melancholy. At noon, Huang Miao's assistant called to inform us of his hospitalization. Guogua and I promptly rushed to the hospital, where we learned that Huang Miao had fainted and, as of now, the cause remains undetermined as he is under observation. What a coincidence. Just this morning, I had pondered how inappropriate it was for him to constantly follow us. And I had always sensed something peculiar about the celebrity aspect. Now he has fallen ill. He has been unconscious and unable to speak, so we conversed with his assistant. His assistant, Feng Shui, received polite treatment from Guogua. Upon exiting the hospital, I asked Guogua why she was so courteous to him. His brother, Feng Shui, is my father's trusted confidant, having served diligently over the years. What is wrong with being polite to his brother? She looked at me. Trusted confidant? His brother is Huang Miao's assistant? I inquired, puzzled. Yes, is there something amiss? After graduating from university, Feng Shui arranged for him to work alongside Uncle Huang, who was in need of an assistant at that time. Are you familiar with the relationship between him and Huang Miao? Their rapport is quite amicable. Let us pay a visit to Mr. Feng Shui. Around 3 in the afternoon, we arrived at the headquarters of Guang Yuan Group. Feng Shui, the director of the operations department, is a person of considerable influence. He greeted us warmly in his office. In his 50s, he displayed a familial kindness towards Guogua, clearly indicating a close connection with the Sui family. Mr. Zeng, I have always enjoyed befriending remarkable individuals like you. It is truly an honor for you to visit me today. Feng Shui was exceedingly courteous. Guogua mentioned to me that Mr. Feng is a pillar of Guang Yuan Group, and I had come to pay my respects to his esteemed reputation. I reciprocated his courtesy. After some polite exchanges and small talk, Guogua signaled that it might be time to depart. I glanced at my watch, calculated, and realized that waiting a bit longer would yield rewards. Thus, I continued our conversation, discussing his brother and then Huang Miao. It was evident that he held Huang Miao in high regard, despite his deliberately aloof tone. The fleeting excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. After a few moments, a young woman entered the room. Upon seeing us, she briefly panicked and exclaimed, "Miss, you are here." I couldn't help but smile. The assistant had finally arrived. Her name was Wen Xian, a senior secretary in the public relations department. Guogua introduced us. "Hello, Mr. Zeng." She greeted me, placing a document on Feng Shui's desk. "Mr. Feng, this requires your signature." Feng Shui signed, and when Xian reviewed the document before saying, "All right. You carry on, Mr. Zeng. I will take my leave now." Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't suppress a grin. This girl had connections with both Sui Guang Yuan and Feng Shui. Is she attractive? Guogua inquired softly while refilling my teacup. I disregarded her question and turned back to Feng Shui for a few more casual exchanges before taking my leave. Once outside the office, numerous individuals greeted Guogua. She seemed to be quite well liked within the company. We found a tea table in the lounge and sat down, while Guogua poured us both a cup of tea. "What have you discerned from Mr. Feng?" she asked as she handed me my cup. "He has been doing quite well in recent years. What might his annual bonus, dividends, and stock options amount to altogether?" I queried Guogua. She pondered for a moment. "Do you need an exact figure?" "An estimate will suffice. It should be around 2 million. That seems inaccurate. Based on his demeanor, complexion, and the feng shui of his office, I would estimate his annual income to be at least 50 to 60 million. Guogua nearly spat out her tea, setting her cup down. "That is implausible. Believe it or not, perhaps you should report him to the prosecutor's office for an investigation." Guogua hesitated. "He is an old subordinate of my father. I have not heard of him having any external enterprises, but that seems unlikely. The girl we just saw is involved with him." I paused, and not only with him. That's quite normal. Office romances occur everywhere. Guogua shrugged nonchalantly. I'm used to myself. If only you knew that one of them is your father, I wonder how composed you would remain. Where is her office? I would like to have a word with her. It would not be appropriate to chat in their working area. I can have someone call her over. How does that sound? Guogua lifted her teacup. I will go find her myself. With a slight frown and a mischievous smile, Guogua remarked, with such remarkable abilities. It should not be difficult for little Seven to find someone, right? Then why not seek them out yourself? All right, wait for me here, I declared, raising my teacup and draining it in one go. The office area of Guan Yuan Group was quite expansive. As I was not an employee, wandering about without an ID badge was out of the question. However, this minor obstacle did not deter me. I made my way directly to the front desk. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The receptionist inquired, her demeanor delicate and refined. I need to place a call to Feng Shui. Could you kindly relay my name? I am Zeng Jie, I responded. Mr. Zeng, certainly. Please hold on a moment, she replied, her eyes brightening as she quickly dialed Feng Shui's number, sneaking glances at me in between. Mr. Zeng, I have Mr. Feng on the line, she announced, handing me the phone. Hello, Brother Feng, this is Zeng Jie, I said. Mr. Zeng, are you jesting with me? Feng Shui chuckled. Not at all. I was just thinking of you, heh. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention. You'd best avoid going anywhere after 10 tonight, especially the hospital, or it may lead to some complications. Feng Shui paused. Understood. Thank you. I returned the phone to the receptionist, who appeared quite excited. You are the renowned geomancer Mr. Sui invited, Mr. Zeng? Could you perhaps provide some insight into my marriage? I studied the young lady for a moment. Dear girl, do not dwell on that distant one. The one beside you is not to be taken seriously either. Your true partner will not appear for another 5 months. Cherish yourself, and do not overextend your health. Her cheeks flushed. Are you saying that my relationship with the one abroad has no future? You two have merely a 2-year span. And it seems today marks the end of that, I replied. Indeed, this is our 3rd year. And he suddenly became quite distant, hardly answering my calls, she lamented. The one beside you treats you well, but enough, dear girl, I have other matters to attend to. Could you please connect me with Secretary Wen Xian of the Public Relations Department? I need to speak with her. Of course. Just a moment. She quickly picked up the phone again. Secretary Wen? This is the front desk. Mr. Zeng wishes to speak with you. Mr. Zeng? Certainly. She confirmed. The receptionist handed me the phone. Ms. Wen, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Could you come down for a brief chat? I'm afraid I'm quite busy. Mr. Zeng, perhaps just 10 minutes will suffice. I'll be here waiting. After a moment of silence, Wen Xian replied, All right, I'll be right down. Please hold on. I returned the phone to the receptionist, who eagerly continued. So, what about the one beside me? Is he a viable option? I chuckled. Didn't I mention? He is not your true partner. You must take care of yourself and avoid overexerting. I understand, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. I will wait for Ms. When over there, we can discuss your situation later, if you don't mind. She nodded in agreement. I settled onto a nearby sofa and picked up a newspaper from the coffee table, flipping through its pages. A few minutes later, Wen Xian emerged from the elevator, spotting me immediately and making her way to the sofa. Mr. Zeng, I apologize for the wait, she said. Please, take a seat. Let us converse for a while. I invited. Wen Xian's posture was impeccable, her figure graceful, and the fragrance of her perfume was utterly captivating. Although I may not fully comprehend this, it is evident that this is undoubtedly a luxurious French perfume. What brings you to me? Just a casual chat. Wen Xian gazed at me in bewilderment, her expression seemingly questioning whether I had summoned her merely for idle conversation. Miss Wen is truly beautiful, possessing a remarkable grace that is utterly captivating. I marvel at her. In truth, she pales in comparison to Guogua, yet compliments her timeless in the presence of a lady, and she indeed qualifies as a beauty. Thank you. Wen Xian replied graciously, without any hesitation. I engaged in light banter, all the while attentively observing her demeanor. There was an elusive, rosy glow surrounding her. Distinct from the aura of Guogua, to be precise, it was a pink luminescence. A girl adorned with such a radiance could either be flourishing in romantic pursuits, possess a formidable man behind her, or be influenced by external spiritual forces. I discreetly calculated that she had experienced 5 men since her first encounter at the tender age of 19, with the first 2 before her 21st year. May I inquire your age, Miss One? I asked. I am 26, she replied, slightly uneasy. I nodded. Thus, it seems she must currently be entangled with 3 men. How long have you been with Guangyuan? I joined Guangyuan right after graduating from university. This is my first job, and I have been here for over 7 years. Starting from the front desk, I would like to befriend you. Could you share your mobile number with me? I extended my phone toward her. She nodded, took my phone, and input her number, saying, please call me shortly so that I can save your number as well. Upon receiving my phone back and glancing at her number, I cast a divination and discerned that 3 men were supporting her. This girl possesses an undeniable charm. 3 men, besides Sui Guangyuan and Feng Igua. Who could the third be? Miss Wen, you must have many admirers, I remarked with a smile. They are all unfruitful pursuits, she replied with a wry smile. Some are those you love. Others are born of necessity, and some are tangled in complexity. I gazed at her as she returned my look. You know, don't you? She queried. She smiled but said nothing further. I noticed a string of red agate adorning her right hand, featuring a paixio made of agate. Is it blessed? I inquired, pointing to the paixio. Yes, a friend gifted it to me. It was brought from the south, she replied, glancing at her wrist. You possess another treasure. May I see it? She seemed not to understand. Treasure? I do not have anything valuable. Around your neck. Oh, this? She gently retrieved a small pendant from beneath her professional attire, hidden from casual view. May I have a look? I asked. She nodded, removing it from her neck and handing it to me. The pendant was smooth to the touch, imbued with her warmth. The long red thread meant it was ideally nestled between her bosom, nourished by her essence. The material was neither gold nor jade, nor agate, but rather a rare blue stone. Etched upon the pendant was a diminutive beast, an uncommon 6-horned qilin, also known as a celestial stone beast. The qilin is one of the 4 sacred creatures of antiquity, traditionally believed to be the steed of deities. The 6-horned qilin is seldom seen, typically only appearing as a protective charm. Carving the hexagonal qilin onto the celestial stone would significantly enhance its power, even capable of subduing the paixio. I focused intently, observing the pendant of the celestial stone beast, which shimmered with a luminous glow, embodying an extraordinary vitality, a testament to the cultivation by a master, something beyond mere enlightenment. Who gifted you this celestial stone beast? I inquired, gazing at her. A relative, she replied. I refrained from further conversation, returning the pendant to her. Wear this. It will bring you immense fortune, ward off evil, and improve your complexion, but you must ensure adequate nourishment. Otherwise, your body may struggle to cope. Indeed. I often experienced dizziness lately. She regarded me with admiration, confirming the reputation of Mr. Zeng was well-deserved. Have you heard of me? I asked, intrigued. Many in the company are aware of you, she responded. In her eyes, I perceived a ripple of recognition. She had not merely heard of me through the company, but someone had specifically informed her about me. Let us become friends and find time to dine together. I wish to converse more with Miss Wan. Very well. Shall we leave it at that for today? When Xin discerned my intent and stood to take her leave, I must trouble you to show me upstairs. Your second young lady awaits me. Guo was a remarkably patient girl, her tea untouched as she quietly gazed out the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing an infinite vista. See, I have not forgotten you today. I have made progress, haven't I? I smiled as I settled across from her. What is that? Am I so easily forgotten by you? She teased. Oh, come now. Such a stunning beauty ought not to be so calculating. It lacks grace. Hey, you haven't even mentioned me. Yet you're already taking issue with a lady about grace. She playfully glared at me, straightening up. You truly found her. Why not invite her to join us for a while? She is still busy, and besides, it wouldn't be prudent for her to sit too close to us. It might raise suspicions. Zeng Jie, I have carefully considered your words. Do you mean to imply that the troubles our family faces are orchestrated by someone within? She looked at me earnestly. Those within our circle would not act against us, yet outsiders would also refrain. Flies do not alight on an unbroken egg. There must be collusion between insiders and outsiders, I explained. My parents have never been known to offend anyone. Who could possibly wish us ill? She sighed. How much longer do we have? Time is of the essence, though I have not calculated precisely, I replied. Oh dear, she exclaimed, tapping the table. Is this how you treat me? 1 week to solve this predicament. I fixed my gaze upon her. Are you confident? It's hard to say. I can only promise to do my utmost. I trust in your abilities, so let us expedite our efforts. Guo raised her teacup, mirroring my gesture. I just made a significant discovery. She possesses both the paixio and the celestial stone beast. I do not comprehend. Please, just share the outcome. Guo listened intently, using her body to nurture the celestial stone beast. and in turn using the celestial stone beast to subdue the Pishio. These are not the methods of an ordinary Feng Shui master. I suspect she has connections with the orchestrators of this scheme, and her dealings are likely related to your family's situation. I elucidated. What shall we do next? We shall return home and rest. Rest? Guogwa said in exasperation. Can you be serious for once? I just contacted Uncle Lu. He will deliver supplies to us tonight. It seems we shall have no sleep this evening, so it would be best for us to catch up on rest this afternoon. What were you thinking? I stated. Late in the evening, Uncle Lu arrived, bearing a large box. Upon opening it, I discovered over 30 pieces of various celestial stones alongside a delicate smaller box. Is this here? I inquired, pointing at the box. Indeed. Have a look and see if it meets your expectations, Uncle Lu responded, unveiling the contents. Inside were 3 exquisite jade pieces, 1 black jade, 1 Lantian jade, and 1 Hetian jade, each intricately carved with a celestial beast. I examined each in turn. Finding them largely satisfactory, Uncle Lu had executed this task quite well. Very well, I commend your efforts, I declared, setting the jade aside. Oh, why be so formal among friends? If you find these items satisfactory, I must tell you that I have risked my entire savings on this venture. Fearing you might be displeased, Uncle Lu wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank you for your hard work. Please return to rest early. We shall handle the remaining matters. Wait a moment, little Jie, there is something I must discuss with you. He pulled me aside. What is going on with Xiao Tang? He has been incessantly calling me for money. What is his urgency? Is that so? I feigned surprise. I will inquire upon my return. Do not take it to heart. No, it's just that the funds from the Sui family have yet to reach my account. This has only been a matter of days. You need to keep him in check. He has been calling me 10 times a day or showing up unannounced. One might think I owe him a fortune. Just this morning, he blocked me at my shop while I was engaged with a client. His demand for money led the customer to suspect I was a fraud. And now I have lost that business. What am I to do about this loss? Uncle Lu grew increasingly agitated. Do not let it weigh on you. He is merely a reckless individual. I will certainly speak to him and ensure he does not trouble you, I reassured him. He glanced at Guogwa. You have even taken liberties with his daughter, yet you worry about this money slipping away? Do you not trust your Uncle Lu? The last incident with the Li family was a misunderstanding. Could I truly benefit at the expense of my own nephew? You know well my integrity. Rest assured. I am fully aware of your character. Please return home to rest. I will certainly speak to Xiao Tang upon his return. I managed to soothe him until he finally departed. Once he left, the old donkey emerged from the room, exclaiming, That old trickster is still trying to cast blame on us. You've done well. Well, what now? Should I lay low for a couple of days or continue with the ruckus? The old donkey chuckled. We have much to accomplish tonight. You all shall take a day off tomorrow, and the day after we will resume our collection efforts. Understood. The old donkey glanced at Guogwa in the living room and pulled me aside. With siblings around, should we really worry about collecting the money? I patted his shoulder. You need not comprehend everything. Just follow the plan. Securing the funds will mark a significant achievement. With all preparations in place, I retrieved a map I had meticulously prepared, where I had marked over 20 locations surrounding the headquarters of Guang Yuan Group. Old donkey. You and Adai must hide the 20 celestial stones at these marked locations before dawn tomorrow. Precision is not paramount, but they must be concealed well enough that they cannot be easily found at first light. Rest assured, we will handle this. The old donkey surveyed the room. Perhaps Adai need not accompany us. It is late, and you alone might attract the attention of patrolling plainclothes armed police. You accompany a girl. And when others see you together, they naturally assume you're a couple, thus sparing any suspicion. Moreover, even if they were to suspect, she is a local girl from Beijing, and with your status as an unacknowledged Oscar-winning actor, extricating yourself from any situation would be effortless. I explained, all right then. I shall bring my wife along. The old donkey carefully secured the stones and proceeded to count the celestial stones. Guogwa, let us visit your home and arrange the other celestial stones around your vicinity. Guogwa nodded in agreement. Great. We must be swift. I must personally arrange the 3 jade pieces, but tonight we only have 2, with 1 reserved for later. I contemplated, determining that this matter should remain a secret. I won't even inform my father. That should suffice, Guogwa stated. The old donkey counted 20 celestial stones and packed them into his bag, lamenting. If the armed police were to see this, they would surely think I am a street vendor. Do not pack them yet. Place them on the table. I need to handle something, he said, hastily emptying the contents. You both step away. I will call you when it's time. The 2 quickly retreated to their rooms and closed the doors. I gazed at the clear sky, the stars twinkling above, facing the celestial expanse. I performed a hand gesture and silently recited, "Master, today I am reluctantly compelled to employ the hexagonal Qilin formation, though it may be somewhat detrimental. It poses no grave harm. I do not seek personal gain, but rather aim to assist others in breaking their predicaments. I implore your understanding." After concluding my silent incantation, I approached the table, grasped a piece of jade, crossed my hands, and pressed it into my palm, invoking the 7 stars transformation technique for cultivation. It took a full half-hour to refine the 3 jade pieces, after which I placed 5 spirit talismans upon the celestial stones and inscribed spells upon the talismans using the turning stars flag. Once everything was completed, I was drenched in sweat. "You may come out now," I called out. Guogua, Adai, and the old donkey hurriedly emerged from their rooms and gathered around me. "You've worked hard," Guogua said, tenderly wiping the sweat from my brow. "Master, you truly are remarkable." I could hear the wind from inside. Adai exclaimed. "Nonsense. Just moments ago, you were nearly asleep. Were you dreaming?" The old donkey playfully slapped her lightly on the rear. "I really did hear it," Adai replied, feeling embarrassed. Guogua shot the old donkey a disapproving glance. "How crass. We're accustomed to this banter. He may speak poorly, but he has a good heart." Adai quickly defended the old donkey. "Hee, dear sister-in-law, please do not take offense," the old donkey said, hastening to my side. "Buddy, your complexion seems off. Is everything all right?" "I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest. Please, no more teasing. I am indeed a bit fatigued." "Old donkey, Adai. You two should head out first. Once you've completed your tasks, return to rest. We'll handle the rest." Around 2 o'clock, we arrived outside the Sui family's villa. By this time, I had nearly regained my strength, and Guogua, who had been worried about me, felt relieved when she noticed my color had returned. Just as I was about to exit the vehicle, Guogua grabbed my arm. "The money I owe you has been settled yet? Are you certain you want to begin now? Could it be harmful to you?" "It's all right. Given our relationship, I am not afraid to endure some hardship for you." I smiled and gently brushed her hand aside. "No. Wait," she insisted, still holding on to me as she retrieved her phone. "Give me your account information." "What for?" "Just give it to me." "No need. Your family will provide it." "Look at you, I'm serious." "Hand it over." She glared at me with a sense of resignation. I took out my phone and handed it to her, expressing my frustration that she had distracted me with this matter, and if I were to falter, she would be responsible. "Why all the unnecessary chatter? You should have given it to me earlier," she murmured as she accepted my phone. Observing her earnest demeanor stirred a bittersweet feeling within me. "Well, I only have this much on my card. Let my sister call you first. I will urge them to process the rest tomorrow. I can't fathom why it's taking so long this time." She returned my phone to me. "Guogua, you need not act this way." I gazed at her. "I do not wish for you to encounter trouble. Who else would protect me?" She gently touched my face. "Don't be so sentimental. Go and get to work." As we stepped out of the car, my phone rang. It was a notification from the bank, revealing a deposit of 600,000 in my account. I could not afford to dwell on it. I set my phone aside and focused on the task at hand. We had to place a total of 10 celestial stones within 100 meters of the Sui residence, and it took us nearly an hour to complete the arrangement. Next, we needed to enter the secret chamber, which required Guogua's cooperation. "Your family must be asleep by now, right?" I inquired. "Except for my sister," she replied. "Your sister?" "Yes. She has a habit of napping in the afternoon and seldom sleeps at night, especially recently." Guogua pointed to a brightly lit window, indicating her sister's room. "What about your father? Where is he sleeping?" "In the bedroom. Where else would he be?" She looked at me, puzzled. "We need to access the secret chamber, which is located in his bedroom. We must devise a way to ensure he does not discover us." "Is your father a light sleeper?" "My father is ex-military." "What do you think?" I pondered quietly, needing a strategy. "Shouldn't we keep this from him?" she asked. "I worry he might let something slip. He knows the stakes." "He wouldn't disclose this to anyone," Guogua replied, her expression displeased. "I will speak to him. It's settled." Before I could respond, she swiftly approached the door, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and pushed it open. Reluctantly, I followed her into the villa. We crept up the stairs to Sui Guang Yuan's bedroom door. Guogua gently knocked, calling out softly, "Dad, wake up." There was no response. She knocked again, still no sound. "Is the door locked?" I asked. She tried the handle. "I have the key." She produced the key and unlocked the door, carefully pushing it open just a crack. She peered inside and then emerged. "He is not in there." "Let's go in first," I insisted, stepping into the room. The bed was neatly made, indicating that Sui Guangyuan had not returned home that night. I gestured for Guogua to enter the secret chamber. We approached the bookshelf together and began to push. Just then, a scroll fell from the shelf, striking me on the forehead. "Are you all right?" Guogua asked softly. I disregarded the pain, quickly picking up the scroll. "I'm fine. Let us go in." Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. What if Sui Guangyuan was in the secret chamber? I could not dwell on that now. If he were indeed there, I would simply explain that his daughter and I were together, ensuring he understood that I was not there to steal. With trepidation, I cautiously pushed aside the bookshelf. And to my relief, the secret chamber was empty. The jade Pichio emitted a soft glow, surrounded by 8 crystal spheres that radiated a faint red light, creating a stunning sight at first glance. This is caused by an object of luminescence resting upon the base of the Pichio and jade, exuding an exquisite luster and unparalleled magnificence. I entrusted the scroll to Guogua, instructing her to keep watch outside, while I approached the Pichio. First, I retrieved the star-transforming flag to shield the Pichio's eyes, then took out the ink jade, silently reciting the incantation. I pressed the ink jade 3 times upon the Pichio's head, subsequently withdrawing the star-transforming flag. In an instant, the Pichio quivered slightly. I sighed in relief. All was well here. It was time to check on the old donkey. Exiting the secret chamber, I gently returned the bookshelf to its original position, relieved that no mishap had occurred. "Let us go, Guogua," I called. "Wait." She unrolled the scroll, gazing intently at the painting, which seemed amiss. I took the painting from her, illuminated by the moonlight outside. It depicted an ancient ginkgo tree amidst snow, its roots entwined around the head of a white dragon. Sister Jio's blessing. I quickly rubbed my eyes and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was an expressive dragon, a white dragon, a snow dragon. "Look closely. Why are there plum blossom petals all over beneath the pine tree?" Guogua pointed out. Indeed, the ground beneath the pine was strewn with plum petals. This painting must be connected to Sister Jio's blessing. It undoubtedly concealed some secret, but it was not the moment for revelations. I could only commit its contents to memory. I rolled up the scroll. Regardless of the enigmas within, the moment the secret chamber door struck my head was a clear indication. "Does your father have an intimate friend named Shui?" I inquired. Guogua pondered for a moment. "Yang Shui. What sort of person is that?" "The assistant sales director at Guangyuan, whom my father personally promoted. Their relationship must be quite significant, no?" I observed her closely. "You can investigate it yourself." Guogua mumbled as she placed the scroll back on the bookshelf. I placed my hand on her shoulder. "Guogua, while we are on a mission, I cannot afford to be overly considerate. Otherwise, I will be easily distracted. Please understand." She sighed. "He is my father. How can I, as his daughter, comment on his affairs outside? As long as you comprehend, share what you can, and refrain from mentioning what you cannot, that would suffice." "All right, darling." I gently caressed her back. "Let us proceed to find the old donkey and the others." Following our conversation with the old donkey, we ultimately agreed to meet at a quaint CAF near Guangyuan. Upon our arrival, we found the old donkey sprawled on the table, snoring thunderously, while Adai beside him rested his chin on his hand, struggling to stay awake. We settled across from them, and Guogua gently roused Adai. You're back so soon." Adai awakened, rubbing his eyes, and nudged the old donkey. "Boss, wake up. Our esteemed guests have arrived." The old donkey, still dazed, glanced at us, stretched, and yawned. "You've just arrived, and we've already had a nap. All matters are settled, I trust?" "Indeed. Rest assured, we have hidden everything securely. It would be quite the challenge to find it. Heh. All right, then you both return to rest." I noted as I checked the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. "Not heading back. I'll book a room. It's too troublesome to return. Would you like me to reserve one for you two as well?" The old donkey yawned again. I glanced at Guogua, who remained impassive. "No need. We'll manage on our own shortly. You both sleep well. And don't forget the items I asked you to prepare for this afternoon. Rest assured, I won't forget. We shall discuss it later." The old donkey embraced the foolish one and staggered away. What shall we do? Guogua couldn't help but yawn. "To the headquarters of Guangyuan, second miss. It is up to you." Observing her drowsy appearance stirred an impulse within me, which I quickly suppressed, with Guogua leading the way. Entering Guangyuan's headquarters felt like stepping into a deserted realm. It was still early, and apart from the security personnel, there was virtually no one around. We arrived at Sui Guangyuan's office without incident. Upon opening the door, a familiar fragrance of perfume wafted through the air. The scent of a person is the most sensitive of memories, perhaps a trait rooted in our animal instincts. The moment I caught a whiff of that fragrance, Thoughts of one person filled my mind when She had been here, having just left not long ago. Instinctively, I turned my attention to the Pai Yao formation on the desk. After a thorough examination, I found no abnormalities, which allowed me to breathe a sigh of relief. We must prioritize our tasks. Other matters can wait. As usual, I instructed Guogua to remain outside, using the Zhuanxing banner to cover the eyes of the Pai Yao. Then, I pressed the Lantian jade beast 3 times atop the Pai Yao's head before retracting the banner. The first phase was successfully completed. I closed my eyes and took several deep breaths, sensing a faint trace of worldly dust. It appeared that some romantic escapades had transpired here yesterday. Looking around, I spotted a few used tissues in the trash bin beside the desk. A subtle hint of feminine fragrance wafted from them, causing me to chuckle. Could it be that yesterday, the old master had been here with Wen Xian? Now was not the time for such thoughts. I stood up to stretch, feeling a tingling sensation throughout my body. Upon exiting, I found Guogua nearly asleep on the sofa. Guogua, let us go sleep, I urged, pulling her up. Have you finished? She perked up. The first phase went smoothly. I need to activate the formation tonight, so I must get a good rest during the day. Unable to resist, I embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek. Once we reached the hotel, no tempting me, I declared. Let us sleep separately to avoid temptation. We slept soundly until after 6 in the afternoon, during which I dreamed of 2 colossal beasts entwined in battle, one a fiery-eyed Pai Yao, the other a 6-pointed Qilin. It was a jarring noise that abruptly roused me, and upon opening my eyes, I found nothing amiss. I needed to perform the ritual to activate the 6-pointed Qilin array at 9 o'clock. It was time to rise. Guogua slept peacefully beside me, her hair veiling her face, revealing glimpses of her creamy, alluring shoulders, igniting a warmth within me. Finally, I could no longer resist leaning down to kiss her shoulder. Gritting my teeth, I slowly descended from the bed to wash up in the bathroom. It was not yet time to be distracted. When I emerged dressed, Guogua was awake, rubbing her eyes. You're up early? We have business to attend to at 9. Have you had enough sleep? She nodded. Let us get up and find something to eat. Then we'll head home. After leaving the hotel, the sky had turned completely dark. We found a fast food restaurant and had some porridge, returning home just after 8. The old donkey had already prepared copper coins, agate, crystal shards, and red cloth with red thread. I arranged the agate into a 7 stars formation, encircled it with copper coins in a 9 palaces arrangement, and placed 3 piles of crystal shards in an equilateral triangle around the outer perimeter. Sitting within the 7 stars formation, I positioned the yin-yang lions on either side, binding my left big toe with red thread, the other end tied to the old donkey's wrist. Master Zeng, it's almost 9. Shall we not begin? The old donkey glanced at the clock. Wait. The dark clouds obscure the Big Dipper. I gaze at the sky, patiently awaiting the gradual dispersal of the clouds. Today, there are quite a few clouds lingering, and more are on their way. The old donkey remarks, do not speak out of turn, nor be anxious. There are still 10 minutes. The clouds are moving. The clouds in the sky drift lazily, seemingly in no rush, and I glance at my watch. Only 2 minutes remain. Old donkey. Soon the wind will rise and disperse these clouds. You mustn't make a fuss or curse. All right, we shall remain silent. Just as the final minute approaches, a sudden gust of wind erupts, and a gap is torn open in the clouds, revealing the brilliant Big Dipper. It is time. I raise the star flag, my left hand grasping the jade celestial beast from Hetien, silently reciting the 4 spirits incantation. Then, I sweep the star flag across the celestial beast and chant the body together spell. The wind intensifies, and the trailing clouds threaten to obscure the Big Dipper once more. At that moment, my incantation concludes, and I leap to my feet, raising the celestial beast high. Hexagonal spirit Qilin, 3 bodies in 1, mysterious heaven in unity, radiate with brilliance. Almost simultaneously with the last words of my incantation, a colossal bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating the courtyard, followed by a thunderous clap that resonates deafeningly. The fierce wind abruptly ceases, and the clouds grow heavier. The great task is accomplished. The hexagonal Qilin formation is established. What are you dawdling for? I call to the old donkey, hurry and gather the items. We hurriedly collect our belongings, and just as we finish, a torrential downpour begins, flooding the courtyard in moments. The girls can come out now, I shout, and Adai and Guogua rush out. How are you? Guogua gently touches my face, relieved to see my complexion normal. Grandfather, you are truly magnificent, Adai exclaims, as if encountering a celebrity, excitedly clenching her tiny fist and bouncing. You can summon the wind and rain. It's like watching a movie. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! I chuckle. Old Seventh has said that the success of the hexagonal Chilan formation can be gauged by whether there are any unusual phenomena. This formation is difficult to establish. When successful, it will be accompanied by thunder and torrential rain. Whether by chance or not, this formation has undoubtedly succeeded. Grandfather, you are so humble. I am nearly in love with you. Adai gazes at me with uncontainable excitement. At this, Gua Gua and the old donkey simultaneously glare at her. What? I said I'm nearly in love with him. Adai replies, still thrilled. Come on, take a look at yourself. How could a venerable one like him possibly be interested in someone like you? Only our donkey treats you as a treasure. You didn't cultivate this fortune in your past life. Don't waste your life in vain. Gua Gua is the one worthy of him, not you. The old donkey scolds. Adai stomps her foot in response. Hey, what's wrong with admiring grandfather? I didn't think of anything else. Isn't admiration allowed? Then do you admire us? The old donkey asks, putting his arm around her shoulder. I admire you to death. Adai exclaims, even more animated. You two are quite a match. I wipe the sweat from my brow, relieved it's the old donkey. Had it been someone else, they might have taken it the wrong way. You two are truly nauseating. Gua Gua laughs. The heavy rain poured for half the night, and by the latter half, it ceased, leaving the outside world clear and bright. I took out the Hetian Jade celestial stone beast under the moonlight. As I gazed intently, the celestial stone beast emitted a gentle, soft glow. At that moment, not only this piece, but the other two displayed the same luminous quality. However, those two were sealed away and could not bask in the light. Upon returning indoors, I found Gua Gua awake. Where have you been? She inquired. Nothing much, just sleep. I replied, planting a kiss on her forehead. For the past 3 days, I had refrained from touching her. Can this formation break the fiery-eyed Pichio? She asked. No. It can only temporarily restrain it, but it can assist us in uncovering some crucial clues. How will we do that? For the next few days? Keep an eye on the company and observe which female employees from headquarters take a leave of absence starting tomorrow, especially those who request 3 consecutive days off. Didn't you say we shouldn't be apart? With the hexagonal Chilan formation in place, being apart for a short while during the day poses no issue. Then you should take the opportunity to rest. You've been quite fatigued these past few days. I've grown accustomed to it. Compared to the last time we broke that trap, this is relatively easy. As I looked out at the moonlight, I couldn't help but reminisce about the moon atop Beishan Peak. Are you thinking of her? She asked softly. I am thinking of the moon. The next day, with little on my agenda, I awoke early, recalling the painting from the Sui family. Gua Gua had left for work, and I took a taxi straight to Nancheng, planning a return visit to Shenyuan. As I entered the alley, I noticed a group of beautiful young women dressed in traditional Miao attire, standing in 2 lines, seemingly poised to welcome distinguished guests. I hesitated, pondering whether their esteemed visitors would be disturbed by my presence. Lost in thought, I paused, pacing back and forth, indecision clouding my mind. At that moment, the gentle yet powerful female voice resonated in my ear. Do not linger. I await you ahead. My mind snapped to attention. After a brief moment of hesitation, I continued forward. As I approached Shenyuan, about 20 meters away, Shengming cheerfully dashed out. 7th Master, welcome, welcome. 9th Aunt mentioned you would come, and indeed you have. Please, come inside. Did 9th Aunt tell you this? I inquired. Yes. She dreamed of it early this morning and said you would definitely arrive. 7th Master, I owe you so much from last time. I am fully recovered now. Today, I have prepared fine tea, exquisite wine, and delightful dishes to serve you well. Shiming said, signaling to the young women nearby. 7th Master, please, they exclaimed in unison, bowing to me. Faced with this enthusiastic reception, I felt compelled to enter. Shiyuan was far more magnificent than my previous visit. It was a grand estate with 3 courtyards. Growing more resplendent the deeper I ventured, Shiming guided me to the innermost courtyard, which was remarkably tranquil, featuring a large tree, stone tables, and benches beneath its shade. The external clamor faded away, rendering this place unlike Beijing, reminiscent of a serene courtyard nestled in the mountains, quiet and elegant. Shiming ushered me into a room where a grand eight immortals table was lavishly set with a sumptuous feast. He directed me to the seat of honor and took a seat beside me. Isn't this courtyard rather agreeable? Indeed, it is quite nice, even quieter than the countryside. I acknowledged. In the bustling city of Beijing, a moment of peace is priceless. I only invite the most distinguished guests to this courtyard. Ordinary guests do not gain entry. He filled my cup, set down the wine jug, and clapped his hands. 2 beautiful young women entered, one carrying a wine jug and the other standing beside me. Who are they? I asked, puzzled. They will attend to you during your meal. With a flourish, Shengming raised his wine cup and said, Seventh Master, regarding our previous misunderstanding. You have repaid grievance with virtue by saving the old man's life. Let us toast to burying the hatchet. I sincerely ask for your grace. He continued, It is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. Friends can be found across the vast seas. I clinked my cup against his and downed the contents in one gulp. The girl beside him approached, intending to pour more wine, but he stopped her, taking the wine jug himself. The first 3 cups are mine to pour. He filled my cup again and raised it, declaring, as for the second cup, our revered ancestor, Zhugu, shared a bond with the Zeng family, who have shown kindness to our sect. This cup is a gesture of gratitude from Zhugu to the Zeng family. Such a lofty sentiment, I cannot dare to drink this. I quickly set down my cup. Seventh Master, you can handle it. Please don't put it down. Shengming urged. A familiar voice echoed in my ear. Drink this cup. Reluctantly, I lifted my cup once more and drank it all. Soon, Shengming filled my cup for a 3rd time. This cup symbolizes friendship, Seventh Master. If you do not mind my humble status, allow me the honor of befriending you over this drink. How could I refuse? After 3 cups, we took our seats. Shengming handed the wine jug to the girl beside him, while the girl near me poured me a cup of tea. After exchanging pleasantries and finishing our meal, Shengming dismissed the 2 girls and led me into a different room to the east. This room was markedly different from the outside. It was remarkably ancient and simple, featuring an offering table, 3 meditation cushions, and 2 large bamboo chairs. The offering table was dedicated to the 3 pure ones. I quickly rubbed my hands together and bowed respectfully to the ancestral spirits. Esteemed elder, since this room is dedicated to the Taoist ancestors, you should have guided me in to pay my respects. It was disrespectful to drink and feast beforehand. Seventh Master, this was Jiogu's instruction. Besides, reverence resides in the heart, not merely in form. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? You do not strike me as one who is bound by such conventions. I smiled. Your words are indeed persuasive. And I apologize for my earlier formality. Shengming chuckled awkwardly. Jiogu has instructed me to ensure you rest in this room after your meal. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Please, take your time to rest. Before I could respond, he swiftly departed. What is the purpose of this? Resting is no burden. I am hardly daunted by your absence. I settled into the large bamboo chair, closing my eyes to rejuvenate. Gradually, I began to feel lightheaded, drifting into a state of semi-consciousness. In a hazy moment, a young girl entered and approached me. Do you recognize me? Who are you? I scrutinized the girl. She was strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure adorned in traditional Miao attire, her eyes sparkling. I am Asha. Zhugu, is that truly you? I exclaimed in surprise. The girl sat down on the chair beside me. Please, take a seat. In your presence, how could I occupy a seat? I shall stand. I insisted. There is no need for such formality. I have a matter to entrust to you. Reluctance would only be pretentious, so I slowly took a seat beside her. Please, speak. I will do my utmost to assist. The girl smiled softly. I share a deep connection with your ancestor. At your age, he once rescued me from dire straits. And I am eternally grateful. It is thanks to your ancestors' virtues that I stand before you today, and I feel a sense of shame. This is the truth. Since your ancestor introduced me to the Longmai of Zhongnan, nearly 6 centuries have passed. I am a spirit of the shaman, burdened with great resentment, making it difficult for me to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Every 550 years, the spiritual beings have the opportunity to reincarnate. 20 years ago, my incarnation entered this cycle. Congratulations! After several reincarnations, you may transcend the ocean of suffering and ascend to a higher realm, achieving enlightenment. These matters were recounted to me by old Master Qi. The spiritual beings have a chance to reincarnate every 550 years. If in this life they can accumulate great merits or attain a certain level of cultivation, even if they cannot become immortal, this practice or merit can assist them in escaping the cycle of suffering. With favorable circumstances, if they cultivate to a certain extent, the original spiritual being may even directly attain immortality. The young woman sighed, lamenting that in her past life, she harbored too much resentment and took many lives. Her incarnation carried her lingering grievances, and although she has been reincarnated for 20 years, she remains in a state of confusion, her mind clouded by bitterness. What do you mean? I beseech you, when you encounter my incarnation in the future, please take her as your disciple, allowing her to serve by your side and teach her the path of cultivation as a gesture of our past connection. I earnestly hope you will fulfill this request. Me? A sudden pang of disbelief struck me. Isn't that absurd? I have yet to fully comprehend my own cultivation, and now I am asked to take on a disciple? A female disciple, no less? Do not be modest, do not worry. In time, she will undoubtedly lend you a helping hand, repaying the kindness of your ancestors. How will I find her? The young woman smiled faintly, stating that when the time is right, you will surely encounter her. At that moment, her visage became remarkably distinct, her exquisite features seemingly etched into my memory. If one day she requires my assistance, it will be no trouble. Yet, as I contemplated, her figure began to fade into obscurity. I abruptly opened my eyes, realizing it was merely a dream. Do not forget your promise today, nor my vow. The young woman's voice resonated once more in my ears. This was not a mere dream. The ninth lady truly visited me. I closed my eyes in deep contemplation. Such miraculous occurrences are commonplace for cultivators, especially with old Master Chi's tales as a foundation. These matters are nothing extraordinary. However, a promise is a promise. If I truly encounter her incarnation in the future, I shall do my utmost to offer assistance. Stepping out of that room, I walked into the courtyard, where Xingming had just arrived. Master Chi, you have come out. Just in time, I have prepared a little something for you. Please see if you like it. No merit, no reward. There is no need for such formality, I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Please, take a look first. Come. He nearly pulled me into the front courtyard, where exquisite Wui cinnamon tea was already prepared. Xingming urged me to sit, then turned to retrieve an exquisite box from a cabinet. Upon opening it, I beheld a palm-sized jade bagua. I instantly stood in astonishment. This was a jade disc, half emerald, half jade, naturally divided into yin and yang, intricately carved into a bagua. Such an item is exceedingly rare, a creation of celestial craftsmanship, worth its weight in gold. Please accept this small token. You are an expert. So I need not elaborate. Xingming smiled apologetically. Such a treasure, how could an ordinary person like me possibly accept it? Do not jest. I cannot take it. I hastily replied. It was not mere modesty. I felt uneasy accepting such a lavish gift without cause. After a brief pause, Xingming, seeing my reluctance, finally revealed the truth, saying, Master Chi, this is not a gift from me. The item is not mine. A few days ago, a fellow disciple from the south specially delivered this to me. We were previously unacquainted, but she mentioned that it was sent by Aunt Gio, so I accepted it. Upon receiving it, I found myself puzzled. That evening, Aunt Gio appeared in my dreams and informed me that this was meant to be gifted to someone. Just yesterday, during another dream visit, she specifically highlighted this jade, stating it was a present for you and insisted that you must accept it. I felt uneasy, thinking I could not accept it. At that moment, I heard Aunt Gio's voice again, urging, this is a relic of your ancestors. Today it returns to its rightful owner. Do not refuse it. With great insistence, she continued. Seventh Master, do not put me in a difficult position. You are aware of Aunt Gio's temperament. Reluctantly, I agreed. All right, I will accept it. Excellent, exclaimed Xingming, who promptly retrieved a leather bag and gingerly placed the jade bagua inside before handing it to me. Seventh Master, you are a straightforward person. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall be at your service. Naturally, I hope you will also extend some kindness towards me when I require it. Of course, I responded, my mind in a whirl, a blend of anxiety and excitement coursing through me. The weight of the jade bagua was substantial. Once seated again with tea, I quickly regained my composure. Elder, I have grasped the situation regarding Aunt Gio. Let us discuss other matters. Very well, Seventh Master. Xingming leaned in closer. Do you have an old friendship with Mr. Suiguang Yuan? Upon mentioning this name, Xingming's temper flared. Seventh Master, please do not bring up that individual. It saddens me. We were once good friends, like brothers. I went to great lengths for him, even severing ties with childhood friends to protect him. And what did he do? He brought in some pretty boy from the south and cast me aside. Can you blame me for being furious? Wang Miao? I inquired. Yes, that very pretty boy. Let me tell you, I see him as scum, utterly duplicitous, speaking as if reciting poetry, but filled with deceit and ulterior motives. His anger intensified. Do you still have any dealings with the Sui family? None. Why would I foolishly associate with him again? I looked at him closely. He understood my implication, shrugging his shoulders. Seventh Master, do you doubt my integrity? Though I, Sheng, may possess some cunning, I am not so low as to deceive the Sui family. Besides, he has that pretty boy to rely on. With such abilities, could I possibly deceive him? I see. It appears it is not him. I paused. Elder, do you remember the second daughter of the Sui family, Guagua? I remember. That girl is quite clever and beautiful. Why do you ask? We are on good terms now. So regardless of past misunderstandings, let us strive to maintain amicable relations, at least to keep things cordial and avoid any animosity. Would you not agree? You have reconciled with her? Sheng Ming was silent for a moment. Very well, for your sake. I shall let bygones be bygones. I will not hold it against you. But I will not have further dealings with the Sui family. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave for now, and let us grow closer in the future. Sheng Ming stood to see me off. Seventh Master, do visit often. I wish to remind you to be cautious when dealing with that pretty boy of the Sui family. I smiled, knowing well what I was doing. Stepping out of Sheng Yuan, I felt as though I had just awoken from a dream. Glancing at the leather bag in my hand, realizing that all of this was indeed real. Looking back at the vibrant circle of friends, it appears that distancing myself from this community is an impossibility. If that is the case, I shall embrace the opportunity to cultivate more friendships, as it can only yield positive outcomes. Suddenly, I am reminded of Ling Xiaoya. Our last encounter was so hurried that I did not even procure her phone number. With all that has transpired lately, I wonder if I would still feel the same upon seeing her again. With this thought in mind, I resolved to seek her out. I returned to the CAF where we last met. Outside, the street bustled with life, yet inside, the atmosphere remained rather desolate, with only a handful of patrons. I find solace in this environment, choosing a seat by the window, ordering a pot of red tea. Although the tea may not be of the finest quality, it still offers its own unique flavor to savor. After sitting for a little over half an hour, I noticed that Ling Xiaoya had yet to arrive. I pondered whether she still frequented the CAF. My intuition tells me that our connection should not be limited to that fleeting moment. Our narrative is far from complete, and our bond still holds promise. A girl wearing glasses approached my table. "Excuse me, are you teacher Zeng Jie?" She inquired. "Indeed, I am. And you are?" I replied. "My name is Li Fong, and I was sent by teacher Ling to find you. May I join you?" Her tone bore the earnestness of a student. "Ling Xiaoya?" I asked. "Yes, please have a seat." After she settled in, she retrieved a brown paper envelope from her bag and handed it to me. "This is for you." "For me?" I was taken aback. Teacher Ling said she is currently unavailable and that I should seek your assistance. "Assist you with what?" I inquired. "This is the situation." She began, adjusting her glasses. "I am in my 3rd year, and my boyfriend is in his 4th. He is about to graduate, and his family in Guangdong has arranged a job for him, pressuring him to break up with me. My family in Shaanxi hopes I will remain in Beijing. He is caught in the middle, and we have been arguing constantly. Could you possibly help me determine if we can make it through this?" "Young lady, is this the reason you sought out Teacher Ling?" I asked, somewhat incredulous. "Yes, it is indeed," she replied earnestly. "You believe this matter is significant enough to consult with Teacher Ling? Perhaps it may seem trivial to you, but for me, it is the most pressing concern at present. Could you assist me?" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Very well, do not cry. I shall help you." I conceded, albeit reluctantly. "Thank you, Teacher Zeng." Li Fong expressed her gratitude, quickly rummaging through her bag. "No need for a fortune-telling. Stop searching." I cleared my throat. "Your boyfriend will initially separate from you to work in Guangdong, but you will soon meet another suitor, one who has pursued you for 2 years. Yet you have never given him a chance. You will not graduate this year. It will be the following year before you receive your diploma. At that time, you will part ways with your boyfriend, and the one from Guangdong will also end his relationship and return to seek you out. Ultimately, you two will be together." I delivered this forecast in rapid succession, leaving Li Fong astounded. "What is the matter?" I asked. "I cannot fully believe what you say. Will it truly unfold this way? How could I possibly end up with someone else? Do you doubt my words?" I inquired. "I apologize, Teacher Zeng, but I struggle to trust your predictions. You see, you did not even require a fortune-telling. How could you discern all of this?" "Ah, such a sharp retort," I responded, taking a sip of tea. "If you do not believe me, then allow me to share something else." "Please do," she replied, her tone still tinged with skepticism. "You have 3 moles on your left breast and a scar on your perineum, which was caused when your boyfriend, inebriated, burned you with a cigarette, correct?" I lowered my voice. Her face flushed instantly. "Your boyfriend, originally a homosexual, became bisexual upon meeting you, yet you seem unfazed, am I correct?" "Please, Teacher Zeng, refrain from saying more. I believe you. Everything you say is right. It was my fault earlier. Please do not take offense." She hastily apologized to me. "All right then. Let us leave it at that. I must continue my tea," I said impatiently. Li Fong quickly stood up. "Teacher Zeng, could you share your phone number with me? I would like to consult you in the future." "Let us skip the phone. You can just ask Teacher Ling, I replied, harboring an unfavorable impression of the girl. She appeared embarrassed. Well then, I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your tea. I will cover the bill. You forgot your things. I nudged the paper back. That's yours, not mine. She chuckled awkwardly and hurried to the front desk, leaving 100 yuan before swiftly departing. I resumed gazing at the scenery outside. The earlier scene felt like a mere interlude, not disturbing my main theme. Until evening, Ling Xiaoya still had not arrived, so I decided to return home, knowing I had time over the next few days to wait for her again tomorrow. The following morning, I returned to the CAF, ordering a pot of black tea once more. She did not show up, and no one interrupted my solitude. At noon, I ordered a slice of cake and a sandwich, satiating my hunger as I continued to wait. Around 2 in the afternoon, just as I returned from the restroom, a strikingly beautiful woman approached my table. Are you Zeng Jie? And you are? I assessed her. She was slender, with a generous bosom. Teacher Ling sent me to find you. She is unavailable today and mentioned you would assist me. Without hesitation, she seated herself across from me, producing a brown paper envelope from her bag and sliding it toward me. Having learned from yesterday's experience, I felt no curiosity, simply assuming she was taking Ling Xiaoya's place. I currently have 2 boyfriends, and I am unsure which one to choose. Please advise me, Teacher Zeng. Just this? Yes. As she spoke, she retrieved 3 pieces of red paper from her bag. This is my birth date, and the other 2 are for my boyfriends. Please take a look. I pushed the red papers aside. No need to examine these. The older one isn't genuinely wealthy, while the younger one possesses real wealth, though his future wife will be his age. You want to even consider the birth date? You speak so casually. She paused, then sneered disdainfully. The young one has capital, not just money. The older one can provide me with a BMW. So how can you say he is not wealthy? The older one is a charlatan. He will end up in prison, and his money will belong to others. The young one will be very prosperous in the future and far wealthier than that old man. One is destined for poverty, the other for immense wealth. Which do you think is richer? To be frank, I trust Teacher Ling. I wouldn't have come here without her recommendation. Can I trust your words when you don't even know how to read a birth date? Here we go again. I chuckled helplessly. All right, miss, shall I speak of something else? She shot me a challenging look. Go ahead. I stared at her chest for a moment. She seemed entirely unbothered and even proud. Last night, you won 3,000 yuan, yet you suffered a significant loss. The one who lost to you must be enjoying quite a fortune, I remarked, and she appeared displeased. This month, your romantic prospects are flourishing. I can only imagine the charming encounters you've had through your mobile device. Your allure to the younger generation is undeniable, whether it be high school students, university scholars, or even a hard-working migrant brother. Your kindness is truly commendable. Enough said. I believe you. It is no wonder that Teacher Ling has such confidence in you. The young woman quickly adopted a more flattering tone. I admit, I may have been too forward earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I promise to be more cautious in the future. Sister, you are a captivating woman, and your charm will only grow. The woman nodded repeatedly. I shall remember your words. I will nurture my relationship with the young man. After she departed, I tucked the envelope away. Didn't Ling Xiaoya ask me to take her place? I will hand it to her when I see her. Another day passed, and once again, in the afternoon, Ling Xiaoya had yet to arrive. Instead, a middle-aged man in his 40s came seeking Teacher Zeng. He spoke politely and appropriately. Teacher Zeng, I find myself at a midlife crossroads, having encountered an employment crisis. I was employed at a foreign enterprise, but last month, the new supervisor from the States announced layoffs. The internal memo has been issued, and I am among those affected. I am contemplating starting my own business, but I am uncertain about the prospects. I would be grateful for your guidance. I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Is it truly the case that someone as capable as Ling Xiaoya is only here to resolve such dilemmas? Why must one seek divination for life's uncertainties? There are countless questions in life. Are these the only ones? At times, why do we feel compelled to seek assistance for decisions we could make ourselves? Is it a lack of confidence or courage? As customary, he presented his birth details. This time, I was cautious, glancing over them. You may not be well suited for entrepreneurship at this moment, so do not fret. Take a break for now. In a month's time, a more significant opportunity will present itself, one that you can seize. Really? You've never believed in fate, yet here you are, seeking counsel when in a bind. It's quite a predicament. Men bear great responsibilities and pressures, and pride weighs heavily. Do not worry about your wife. She is a virtuous partner who will support you, as will your lover. You know this too? he exclaimed, visibly excited. All right, my friend, head back now. Make sure to eat regularly and refrain from drinking on an empty stomach. He hesitated, rising and approaching the door, only to turn back. Teacher Zeng, may we become friends? We are already friends. Let fate guide us. I replied with a smile, shaking his hand. The man said little more, nodding as he departed, his posture more upright. And I believe he will find his way back to resilience. As twilight approached, it was time for me to prepare to leave. Exiting the CAF, I had no desire to return home. The atmosphere here was rich with artistic flair, and the throngs of tourists made me long for a leisurely stroll. Tomorrow, I would dive back into my busy routine. The thought of my endeavors invigorated me. My path diverges from Ling Xiaoya's, for each individual has their own calling. As long as it is your mission, even the most arduous or exhausting moments bring joy and vigor, even if tinged with occasional bitterness. It is a bitterness that compels you to persevere, for behind that bitterness lies the promise of sweetness. Or perhaps, it matters not whether it is bitter or sweet, as it bestows upon you the essence of life's value and joy. I paused before a peculiar advertisement, a captivating piece of art that exuded an eclectic charm. Taking a deep breath, I acknowledged the air of artistic expression around me, albeit tinged with a palpable sin of wealth. Nevertheless, it was indeed the essence of art, infused with a spirited vitality that continuously ignited a yearning for freedom and the liberation of the soul. Just then, Guagua called to inform me that she would be picking me up shortly, prompting me to meander towards the exit. Suddenly, I felt as though I had reverted to childhood, walking with a lightness and a sense of ease. As I approached an intersection, I halted, compelled to wait for someone, an insistent intuition and instinct anchoring me in place. Glancing up almost absent-mindedly, I caught sight of Ling Xiaya through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows of a nearby CAF, her serene smile directed at me. I entered the CAF and took a seat opposite her. She had already ordered a cup of coffee for me. Thank you for your efforts, she said, setting down her magazine. Not at all, it was quite intriguing, I replied, producing 3 envelopes and handing them to her. This is for you, she said. Merely covering for a friend, how could it be mine? I did not exert myself. At most, I merely facilitated an introduction. There is no need for formality between us. Is there? Her gaze, pure and clear, enveloped me in warmth. If formality is unnecessary, then please do not be formal with me, she replied. Let us not quibble. If it is not mine, I shall not touch it. Please keep it, I insisted. With a gentle smile, she remarked, though this may not be transformative. It suffices to sustain you for a while, given your modest lifestyle. Was she using this exchange to subtly encourage me, suggesting that I too could thrive and lead a fulfilling life? Thank you for your guidance, I said, tucking away the envelopes. I possess no such wisdom to impart. She countered with an innocent laugh, distinct from Guagua's beauty. However, as practitioners of our path, it is our duty to cultivate ourselves. It is perhaps wise to refrain from excessive involvement in worldly matters, as per our family's teachings. Indeed, I shall ponder this thoughtfully, I replied, taking a sip of my coffee. May I call you Xiaoya? She nodded. Xiaoya, I recognize your considerable talents. Over the past few days, I have observed your life and found it somewhat disheartening. You spend your days resolving trivial matters for these individuals. Do you not feel it is a waste of your potential? There are no trivial matters in this world, she asserted, her gaze steady. For them, these are significant issues. This lifestyle seems more suited to you, drifting between worlds with carefree abandon. You too can adopt this way of life, though perhaps it is not yet your time. She observed, looking out the window. You should prepare to leave. She is nearly here. You have yet to provide me with your number. It is in the 3rd envelope. She replied. On my way, I opened the 3rd envelope, discovering a stack of cash, approximately 3,000 yuan, accompanied by a small note. Extracting the note, I found a telephone number inscribed upon it. Who provided this to you? Guoguo inquired. It is the remuneration for covering a friend's shift, I explained, pulling out my phone to jot down the number, casually sending her a text. Zeng Jie. Her response arrived swiftly. Noted, do not reply. I stowed my phone away. Darling, have you made any progress? Only Wen Xuan has taken 3 consecutive days off, Guoguo informed me. What of Yang Shui? She is fine, attending work as usual. I even checked in on her. Everything appears normal. Then it must be Wen Xuan, I concluded. What do you mean? Do you know where she resides? She lives in a women's apartment complex over in Hadian, but I don't have the specifics. Perhaps we can uncover the key to breaking the impasse through Wen Xuan. The 3 small formations of the fire-eyed pea show are interdependent. Each must be closely linked to the principal subject. That day, Wen Xuan's dalliance in the office was likely orchestrated by the schemer. If such occurrences are habitual, then Wen Xuan must undoubtedly be a crucial element in the scheme. By placing the third small formation in the home of Sui Guangyuan's mistress, and considering that this mistress is entangled with another man, the fire-eyed Pishio can continuously siphon Sui Guangyuan's wealth and fortune into the hands of this other man. Could it be Feng Aigua? Might he be the one behind this scheme? This individual has amassed a fortune over the years, earning tens of millions annually, without the fire-eyed Pishio and Wen Xuan. Such success would be unattainable. However, the losses suffered by the Sui family far exceed mere monetary value. Given the capabilities of the fire-eyed Pishio formation, this return is rather trifling. The architect of the scheme must be someone else, a person of great cunning, who, while Feng Aigua thrives, also bears the adverse effects brought by the fire-eyed Pishio. Indeed, if this individual possesses enough acumen, he could transfer the majority of the damage inflicted by the fire-eyed Pishio onto Feng Aigua. Utilizing a decoy, when the fire-eyed Pishio reaches a breaking point, it serves to divert attention and share the risk, the cost being a woman, Wen Xuan. The mastermind behind this is undeniably astute, regardless of who this individual may be. It is imperative to dismantle the scheme first. How can one gain access to Wen Xuan's home? Should I be forthright? Is that advisable? I pondered this question throughout the night, turning it over in my mind. Guogwa sat up and nudged me. What's the matter? I need to speak with your father. I replied, also sitting up. About what? About women. Please help me arrange a meeting with your father tomorrow. After saying this, I felt a sense of relief wash over me and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next afternoon, Sui Guangyuan invited me to lunch. The meal passed in silence, and once we finished, I decided to broach the subject. Mr. Sui, I have a good relationship with Guogwa, so I hope you won't mind if I speak candidly. We are here for a purpose, and I need to express some thoughts without reservation. Young Master Qi, feel free to speak your mind. I can handle it. Sui Guangyuan responded earnestly. Miss Wen Xuan from your headquarters, you share quite a close relationship, don't you? I asked directly. Sui Guangyuan's expression stiffened, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. Yes, our relationship is indeed quite close. Since we are both men, I shall not shy away from the truth. She spent the night in your office a few days ago? Yes, it has been almost a month since we were together, so that day I was rather emotionally charged. Could you share the story of your relationship with her? Sui Guangyuan pondered for a moment. She joined Guangyuan Group right after graduating from university and not long after. We began our relationship, which has continued to this day. Do you often meet in the office? Sui Guangyuan appeared somewhat bashful. In the earlier years, yes, but later on, it became less frequent. I usually visit her home. You have a key to her place, I presume? Indeed. She tells others she lives in an apartment. But 6 years ago, I purchased a house nearby for her. That is her true home, and she rarely stays in the apartment. May I visit her home? Certainly. She will be out in the afternoon. But why, young Master Qi, do you suspect her? I have no suspicions, merely some questions I wish to confirm. Aside from Wen Xuan, do you have any other mistresses? I inquired, looking directly at him. He fell silent for several seconds, alongside Qi Hong and Guogwa's aunt. Was there no one else? Must every acquaintance, excluding lovers, be clarified one by one? I gazed at the elderly man. The awkwardness had evidently encroached upon his sense of pride. I refrained from pressing further, perhaps out of a certain masculine understanding. Let us visit Wen Xian's home. Let's go now. I rose from my seat. Wen Xian's residence was exquisitely designed, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, elegantly adorned. Upon entering, a captivating aura of sophistication enveloped me. This was indeed Sui Guangyuan's hidden sanctuary, a realm of tenderness. I removed my shoes and walked barefoot, finding no anomalies. At the head of the master bedroom's bed hung an oil painting, depicting the female form of the house's mistress, Wen Xian. I instinctively swallowed hard. It was a truly enchanting portrayal of femininity. As I touched her bed, faint whispers of feminine sighs seemed to echo in my ears. The wallpaper, furniture, decor, and lighting throughout the room exuded charm and seduction. It was no wonder that Wen Xian's romantic prospects flourished. Who had designed this auspicious environment? Huang Miao had mentioned that it would bring good fortune to her. Sui Guangyuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, it might bring prosperity, only to later ensnare you. Poor Wen Xian had become a mere instrument in the men's covert rivalry. The young women ensnared in the web of business and fame were not always as glamorous as they appeared, yet this was the reality of life. With many beautiful girls eagerly vying to enter this competitive arena, Teacher Huang is truly devoted to you, I remarked with a smile. What was the purpose of the jade piece he placed in the piano? Could you enlighten me? His expression faltered at this inquiry. I am not concerned with your connections in the political sphere. However, it was clear that the arrangement he devised required more than a single piece of jade. Surely, there was another component in the crystal chandelier in the living room? He remained silent, giving me a thumbs up. I glanced at the chandelier in Wenxin's bedroom. Although it was considerably smaller and more refined, the pink crystal chandelier radiated warmth without any trace of worldly allure. In this context, it appeared rather incongruous. If Wang Miao intended to utilize feng shui to incite passion, then this chandelier was pivotal, yet the circumstances seemed reversed. I procured a stool to gain a better vantage point of the chandelier, but could discern nothing unusual. Please switch on the chandelier. Sui Guangyuan pressed the switch, illuminating the room with a soft, pink glow, which remained devoid of any abnormalities. After observing for a while, my eyes began to blur. Just as I was about to descend, I inadvertently looked up and, astonishingly, spotted a beautifully crafted Pishio silhouette in the light's reflection. With its eyes aglow from the pink light filtering through the third Pishio, I stepped down from the stool and pointed towards the ceiling, indicating the hidden Pishio within the light. He nodded, explaining that it had been arranged by Huang Miao, claiming it would integrate into the household's wealth-attracting formation, thereby enhancing Wenxin's ability to bring prosperity to me. Huang Miao was not mistaken. It indeed held potential. But this could also lead to a precarious arrangement involving the fire-eyed Pishio formation. Did he not realize? Huang Miao, were you accusing others while concealing your own misdeeds? No. This was not merely the third minor arrangement. The timing was off, and its functionality appeared dubious. Was it simply a coincidence? On my way back, I gazed at the scenery outside, repeatedly organizing my thoughts. The arrangement of 3 Pishio, seemingly sufficient to form the fire-eyed Pishio formation, raised questions. What about time? The age of Wenxin diverged significantly from the formation. Thus, could she be excluded? Where, then, would the true third Pishio be? I inquired about Wenxin's whereabouts from Sui Guangyuan. She has been attending a spiritual healing class. She has felt unwell these past few days and visits her teacher for treatment daily. I fell silent. Noticing my quietude, Sui Guangyuan asked, Young Master Qi, do you suspect Huang Miao? Until the truth is revealed, everyone remains suspect. It cannot possibly be him, Sui Guangyuan asserted firmly. Are you so certain? I regarded him intently. After 20 years of friendship, I know him well. It cannot be him. Sui Guangyuan's expression turned grave. I offered a faint smile, left without words. Upon arriving home, I retrieved a map and marked the locations of the Sui family, Guangyuan's headquarters, and Wenxin's residence, which barely formed an equilateral triangle. Could this merely be a coincidence? However, the house had only been purchased 6 years ago, while the fire-eyed Pishio formation had existed for nearly 20 years. The timelines simply did not align. Qi Hong had no other man, and Wenxin's age was also inconsistent. Where, then, lay the crux of the scheme? I pondered this seemingly paradoxical arrangement repeatedly. Such coincidences were implausible. If it were not Huang Miao, could it be that he had, unknowingly, been manipulated by those orchestrating the scheme? In an instant, I comprehended that this was a labyrinth of confusion. When a matter is enshrouded in too many ambiguities, all conventional reasoning becomes ensnared in a web of deception. A skilled geomancer, when crafting a scheme, tends to deliberately set up superficial aspects, akin to the spiritual array within the Azure Dragon reports. The more adept one is in feng shui, the easier it is to become ensnared, obstructing thought processes, rendering methods ineffective, disrupting one's reasoning, and obscuring one's direction, rendering escape from the situation impossible. I slipped into the old donkey's room, rummaged through a box of cigarettes, pulled one out, lit it, and took a few puffs. Comrade Zeng Jie, you need to remain calm. Why have I resorted to conventional methods this time? I admitted that from the outset, I had struggled to let go. Certain matters seemed too daunting to confront, too delicate to handle. What exactly was I apprehensive about? I sat on the old donkey's bed, chain-smoking, unknowingly consuming over half a box, the room enveloped in a haze of smoke, resembling a fairyland. When the old donkey opened the door, he coughed from the smoke, exclaiming, "Why not open a window?" I had forgotten, lost in thought. I rose and moved to the living room. "Where is your wife?" Her aunt came. "She went back for dinner. Thankfully, she's not here. Damn it, she always scolds me when I smoke." The old donkey lit a cigarette for himself, savoring a few puffs before approaching me. "What are you thinking? Donkey, have I changed a bit? Where have you changed?" The old donkey scrutinized me. In this endeavor to break the situation, have I lost my way? Am I overly concerned? I looked at him earnestly. "Speak honestly. This is a meeting, and truth must prevail." The old donkey took a deep drag and slowly exhaled. We've wanted to say this for a while. Zeng Jie, your approach does seem rather amiss. Before, you acted with wild abandon, disregarding everything. Remember how you handled matters with Miss Li? You did what you had to do without hesitation, and everything was resolved so smoothly. But now, enough, old donkey. I interrupted him, insisting that we were not discussing girls, but rather business. This is a serious matter that pertains to our livelihood. Do not waste time with frivolous talk. Am I not being serious? The old donkey extinguished his cigarette, conveying that in order to break the deadlock, one must not concern themselves with others' opinions, but focus solely on the task at hand. Thus, our previous endeavor was a matter of navigating through thorns. A few laps around the underground palace were of no consequence. How did I manage to woo die in that bar? That silly girl simply relished such tales. After a few drinks, I recounted my experiences, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Back to the point. What I mean to say is that you need to approach this as you did before. That is where the thrill lies. Since you took on the matter of Guoguo's family, you have been shrouded in mystery, taking a stunning beauty along with you. Meanwhile, I, your brother, have been either languishing in bed with Adai or drowning my sorrows in nightclubs. The day we set up the Qilin formation, you cannot fathom my excitement. Even Adai recognized that this was my arena. I have been exceedingly idle lately, and you are well aware of that. I cannot pry too much, but now that you have spoken, I shall lay it all bare. Damn it, don't you relish this too? And what of drowning sorrows in drink? I chuckled. How could you underestimate me so? The old donkey retrieved another cigarette and lit it. However, you are not entirely wrong. I do have a penchant for such things. Perhaps it is because of Guoguo. When one is detached, they remain unperturbed. I pondered. Guoguo is a good girl, deserving of respect, Zeng Jie. As long as you have clarity in your mind and can separate personal feelings from professional matters, it is not too late. She is still a commendable ally. Miss Li hurt me, then I encountered Xiaoya, followed by Guoguo. I too lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. Do you think I might have developed feelings for Guoguo? After all, she is far more earnest towards you than Miss Li ever was. The old donkey glanced at me, indicating that one cannot deny the purity in Guoguo's gaze compared to Miss Li's. Miss Li harbored affection for you as well. Yet her background rendered her hesitant to fully commit. Perhaps it is my inclination to protect Guoguo that has clouded my judgment, leading me to become overly sentimental. I can no longer be timid. The other party does not adhere to convention. Damn it. Am I bound by convention myself? This is precisely the right mindset. The old donkey slapped my thigh. With a curse, we found our footing. Damn it. I refuse to believe that the two of us cannot unravel this predicament. A major taboo for a geomancer is selfishness. Once selfishness creeps in, it breeds hesitation. A mere hint of hesitation can lead one to be ensnared by appearances, losing sight of the bigger picture. This is also the reason I was initially reluctant to take on this task. My entanglement with Guoguo could compromise my calm demeanor. If selfishness were to arise, it would hinder progress, and ultimately it would be Guoguo who suffers if the scheme fails. Those who orchestrate such plans often employ various distractions. Having tested the waters previously, I have gleaned a general understanding. If we were to continue along conventional lines, we would inevitably reach a dead end. I looked at the old donkey. From this moment onward, we must take the initiative. Once we do, the orchestrator will be left at a disadvantage. To put it plainly, breaking the Yang formation is akin to a battle of wits. The old donkey also shifted into a combat mindset. Zeng Jie, in this matter, you need only be aware without needing to elaborate. Simply give your orders. Very well. Let us prepare at once. Tonight, I shall probe into Sui Guangyuan's true background. Regardless of the myriad of illusions, one cannot circumvent the pivotal aspect of the boundary line. Without this boundary line, the fiery-eyed Pichio cannot commence its function. Grasping this concept will undoubtedly lead to the discovery of the third small formation. What preparations are necessary? Acquire 122 red candles, an ungreased peachwood sword, and a meditation cushion. After some contemplation, I suggested that if you manage to gather these before 9 o'clock, I shall take care of the rest. I shall set off immediately. The old donkey exclaimed. If you cannot find the peachwood sword, seek out Uncle Laolu. He will assist you in procuring one. The old donkey chuckled. How did you know our thoughts? That old fellow is currently wary of us. With but a word from us, he would hastily comply. After he departed, I called Guoguo, instructing her to bring back the water containing the jade pieces from a few days prior. Guoguo, being meticulous, had preserved the water several days ago. Fortunate for us, otherwise, it would have likely evaporated by now. By 8 o'clock in the evening, The old donkey had successfully gathered the necessary items. It was more accurate to say that Uncle Lao Lu had facilitated this, as the old donkey merely acted as a supervisor. Guogua also returned with the water, sealed in a small glass vial. What are the jade pieces? I inquired. Huang Miao took them, she replied. She mentioned that after you retrieved them, he took them the very next morning. Is it that rascal? The old donkey queried. Has he been discharged from the hospital? I asked Guogua. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. I overheard my aunt saying he was discharged a couple of days ago without a diagnosis and is now recuperating at home. 3 days after the Qilin formation is set up? She nodded. Approximately. I heard he still cannot rise from bed. I smiled. The dark jade is indeed quite valuable. Guogua and the old donkey exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean? No matter. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our preparations. The old donkey and I cleared a substantial space in the living room, covering the floor with red paper. 108 candles were arranged according to the positions of the heavenly and earthly spirits, with the meditation cushion placed in the center, surrounded by the remaining 14 candles. What kind of formation is this? Guogua inquired. You shall soon find out. For now, please step outside and keep a distance. I will come to find you shortly. Guogua appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately complied and exited. I placed the 18 pre-prepared star symbols, one between every 6 candles, while another body-doubling talisman was positioned beneath the cushion. Grasping the peachwood sword, I silently recited the incantation, then blew gently upon the sword's tip, igniting it with several matches before handing it to the old donkey. Light these candles in the order I indicate, and do not speak, I instructed. The old donkey carefully accepted the sword, igniting the candles one by one for over 10 minutes. I gestured for him to sit on the cushion without moving or speaking until my return. The old donkey appeared to revel in the task, sitting upon the cushion like a grand sorcerer, waving at me with a gesture that suggested, with me guarding the formation, you need not worry. I opened the glass vial and dipped my finger into the water, sprinkling it around the circle of candles. The living room quickly filled with smoke, accompanied by the acrid scent of melting wax. The old donkey started to smoke around 15 or 16 minutes in. I assumed he could endure it. With the arrangements complete, I securely capped the vial and exited through the main door, locking it behind me. What shall we do if Ada returns? She seems to lack a key. Guogua reminded me. I sent her a message, asking her to return later. It would take us no more than 2 hours to complete our task. Once I boarded the car, I handed Guogua the map, pointing to the marker for Wenxuan's residence. Driver, I wish to go to this location. Certainly, please fasten your seatbelt. Guogua shot me a frosty glare. Fortunately, there was no traffic on the 3rd ring road today, and we arrived at Wenxuan's neighborhood in less than an hour. This is where Wenxuan lives. Huh? Guogua looked puzzled. Isn't she in that apartment to the south? She gestured. I'll explain later. We must hurry. After the car was parked, I asked her to wait and headed to a small convenience store in the complex to purchase a bottle of purified water. The central area of the community featured a quaint park, beautifully landscaped. I took her to a small square and found a bench to sit on. There were only a couple of people strolling about. It was not crowded, the weather was pleasant, and the stars were visible, a perfect ambience. I retrieved a porcelain bowl from my bag and handed it to Guogua, saying, hold this for now. She accepted it, and I twisted open the bottle of purified water, held it with both hands, and silently recited a purification incantation. Once finished, I poured some of the water into the bowl, then handed her the water bottle and took back the bowl from her. Wrapping my arms around her delicate waist, I drew her closer, ensuring the water did not touch the ground. As I spoke, I pressed my lips against hers in a gentle yet fervent kiss. Guogua initially resisted, glancing away, but eventually acquiesced. After a brief moment, I released her to take a sip of water. She obediently drank a mouthful. You mustn't swallow it. She nearly choked. Come. Spit it into the bowl. I quickly offered it to her. She gazed at me in utter confusion, gently expelling the water into the bowl. What are you doing? It's for a ritual. Using mouthwash. She asked, exasperated. Or perhaps 3 drops of our blood each. I wouldn't dare prick your finger. I took the bottle back from her and added more water. Handing her the bottle and bowl, I retrieved a glass vial, carefully opened it, and poured a tiny amount into the bowl. What are you planning to do? The water mirror technique. I smiled mysteriously. A spell? She inquired, intrigued. No questions for now. Just don't speak to me. I focused my inner energy, cradling the bowl in my left hand while placing my right hand over it, centering myself. The water mirror technique is a form of sorcery that uses symbolic water as a mirror to perceive certain matters. In Taoist or Buddhist practices, When one enters a deep meditative state, their thoughts cease, allowing them to harmonize with the cosmos, thus gaining insight into the past and future, a state referred to as the heart mirror. The water mirror technique is essentially a practical method of this heart mirror concept. A lesser approach, in contemporary terms, it is akin to a replica of the heart mirror. Although it is a mere imitation, its effectiveness is commendable. And for many practitioners in the mundane world, this is already a significant secret art. At home, I have arranged a harmonious formation, allowing an intermediary to perform the ritual on my behalf. This is intended for the one who is observing, if he possesses the ability to sense my aura through sorcery. It is better that he perceives me as formidable rather than underestimate me. As long as the intermediary remains steadfast, he will witness the scene of me performing rituals at home to alter the situation. Since the matter pertains to the Sui family, it requires the essence of both Guogua and me. The reason for placing the water into the glass bottle was twofold. Firstly, the water had come into contact with Qi Hong's blood, and secondly, my mistrust of Huang Miao necessitated a measure of caution. Guogua, should anyone approach to speak with us shortly, you must engage them while I maintain a protective stance. Having spoken, I focused my mind, swiftly entering a state of tranquility. Everything around me became perceptible yet seemingly non-existent. I felt as though I had transcended into another dimension, quietly dissolving, expanding, merging with the cosmos. After a while, my consciousness gradually returned to its origin, re-establishing my static state and slowly emerging from meditation. With my eyes closed, I formed hand seals while silently reciting the water mirror incantation, drawing symbols in the air above the porcelain bowl. Upon completion of the recitation and the symbols, I slowly opened my eyes, concentrating on the water's surface. Gentle ripples danced upon the surface of the water in the bowl. I gazed intently at the ripples, gradually discerning certain truths I yearned to uncover, visible only to me. I beheld Sui Guangyuan lying upon a bed, a long-haired girl with large eyes weeping beside him, her body bare. Another scene unfolded, revealing the girl strolling along the seaside, hand in hand with another man, who appeared rather indistinct. I closed my eyes, regulating my breath, and continued to observe the water's surface, which soon revealed another tableau. The girl and Sui Guanyin were together, radiantly joyful, with Sui Guanyin bestowing upon her great affection. Next, I saw him selecting diamond necklaces, 3 in total, the most extravagant priced at over 90,000. My eyes stung painfully. I had no choice but to close them again, taking a full minute to recuperate before reopening them. Candlelight, cake, red wine, a French feast. Qi Hong Sui Guangyuan presented a necklace to her, which she initially rejected, yet he insisted, placing it firmly in her hand. Then, I witnessed Sui Guangyuan on what appeared to be a very familiar bed. Yes, it was Wen Xian's bed, adorning her with another necklace. Subsequently pinning her down upon the bed, a wave of dizziness washed over me. I paused to breathe for a few minutes before opening my eyes once more. Qi Hong brandished a peculiar small knife, slicing her hand and trembling as she smeared her blood upon the mouth and eyes of Apiccio. The long-haired girl with large eyes was then seen weeping in the embrace of a man who seemed to be consoling her until she finally accepted a pendant he proffered. A pendant? At this moment, I could not afford to be distracted. I closed my eyes again, meditating for a good 10 minutes before opening them again. Sui Guangyuan gifted the most expensive necklace to the long-haired girl, who hesitated before accepting it. In an office, he pressed her against the desk, and as she gasped, her fingers gently caressed the Apiccio on the corner of the table. Ignoring my dizziness, I strained to continue observing. A bed came into view, where Sui Guangyuan was moving upon Qi Hong. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a tall, middle-aged woman who witnessed this scene. She was even more beautiful than Qi Hong, a striking beauty mark adorning her face. Stunned by the sight, she quietly shut the door. Then, the long-haired girl was seen sitting naked on another man's bed, hugging her knees, gazing vacantly at the starry sky. The indistinct man lay asleep, turning to embrace her waist, as if calling her name. A sudden, excruciating headache pierced through me, and I could not suppress a groan. "Are you all right?" Guogua's voice drew me back to reality. I remained silent, eyes closed, gradually regaining my breath. Hadn't I just resolved not to engage in conversation? I managed to utter these few words with great difficulty. "I can see you're in distress." "I can't help it. I apologize." Guogua appeared like a child caught in a misdeed. "All right, gather your belongings and assist me to the car. We shall return." I felt a bit weak and fatigued. My cultivation still lacked depth. If only old Master Qi were here, he would likely discern even the nuances of Sui Guangyuan's dialogue. while I could only vaguely perceive voices without clarity. However, the last scene, an indistinct voice from that man, was distinctly heard, though my current headache left me little room for contemplation. As we neared home, I gradually returned to normalcy, deep in thought throughout the journey. It seemed that Zeng held the greatest affection for that long-haired girl with large eyes. When I inquired about her previously, he appeared to harbor some unspoken secret. Perhaps she was indeed the focus of his affections. My sister-in-law, Wen Xuan. That long-haired girl with large eyes, this old man was quite fortunate to enjoy the company of 3 stunning beauties. The indistinct man was likely the orchestrator of the scheme. The water mirror technique failed to render his likeness clearly, indicating he possessed an object of extraordinary aura, and surely his residence was fortified with unique formations. It seemed I underestimated this opponent by having old Don perform in a farcical manner. But what was that character? Upon returning home, the floor was covered in wax, and old Don was in tears, coughing incessantly from the smoke. I had fully regained my strength and quickly performed the necessary gestures to dispel the formation, then systematically extinguished the candles. This was quite the laborious task. Old Don looked at me with tear-filled eyes, silently inquiring if I could speak. Hold on for a moment. After extinguishing the candles, I approached him from behind, traced a symbol on his back with my hand, and gently patted him, causing another bout of coughing. All right, rise and stretch a bit, then let's tidy this up. How did the task fare? Old Don was a mess of snot and tears. With your commendable support, it was a resounding success. We mimicked a scene from an old film, vigorously shaking hands as if meeting military leaders. That's splendid. With us around, you surely had no issues. When Adai opened the door carrying a bag of snacks, I exclaimed, "Goodness. Cover your nose. What a pungent odor." Today, old Don performed a ritual. You missed out on witnessing it. Regret it now. Old Don wiped his tears and snatched the bag from Adai. Did you bring us no roast chicken? Really? He can still perform rituals? Adai was unusually excited. Indeed, he was quite formidable today, I replied with a smile. All right. My friend. Adai slapped old Don's shoulder. Though no roast chicken, I brought you some braised pork knuckle to reward you later. Tonight, no food and no activities. I glanced at Adai. You shall sleep with Kwabua, while old Don and I share a room. In the dead of night. Whether due to old Don's thunderous snoring or my restless mind replaying the last scene, I found myself unusually exhilarated and unable to sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I decided to rise, dressed, and strolled around the yard. That long-haired girl with large eyes seemed reluctant to be with Zeng. There appeared to be more to the story. Guogua's father was indeed a complex character. However, returning to the matter at hand, throughout history, how many capable men can truly be considered unremarkable? I retrieved a stool from the house and settled in the courtyard to gaze at the stars. As I sat there, the coolness enveloped me, and I found myself growing drowsy. The light in the living room flickered on, and Guogua emerged from her bedroom clad in her pajamas, spotting me in the yard. She poured herself a glass of water, took another stool, and joined me, offering me the drink. What are you doing up at this hour? She inquired. Aren't you awake as well? I replied. I'm not tired, she asserted, her spirits lifting. Nonsense, I know you're not used to my bed. I chuckled as I sipped the water. After all, she had been pampered since childhood. It was only natural for her to feel out of place. I had never been in her bedroom, but I had visited her sister's and found that bed to be remarkably comfortable, rivaling that of the luxurious villa in Lis Wang. It's not that I can't sleep. I'm not that picky, I reassured her. She gazed at the stars, lamenting, it's just that you're not here, and that feels unfamiliar. How long have we known each other? Have you grown accustomed to me already? It felt strange, but since our first encounter, it seemed I had grown used to her presence, and I slept soundly with her beside me. She gently leaned her head on my shoulder. Did you used to have trouble sleeping? I asked. I often had dreams. What kind of dreams? But she fell silent, her breathing steady as she drifted off to sleep on my shoulder. This girl truly did fall asleep quickly. It was apparent she was exhausted. I set the glass down, gently embraced her, and carried her to the living room, laying her on the sofa. I returned to fetch my blanket from the old donkey's room to cover her. Sitting beside her, I caressed her silky hair and closed my eyes in tranquility. In that serene state, I let everything go, and before I knew it, time had slipped away. Suddenly, a vision flashed before me, clearer than before. A girl with long hair and large eyes sat on the bed, hugging her knees, gazing blankly out the window, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though she did not possess the beauty of Wen Xuan, her grace was undeniable, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking a sense of tenderness. At that moment, a man beside her stirred, wrapped his arms around her waist, and sleepily called out, "June." I jolted awake. My eyes still closed, but my consciousness fully alert. June? So this girl's name is June. I slowly opened my eyes, my gaze bright, and my spirit invigorated. Old Master Qi often advised me, "My child, seek tranquility. It is far more restorative than mere sleep." Having just experienced that stillness, everything became clearer. And a wave of joy surged within me, for I understood that I had made further progress in my cultivation. Guogua, too, had awakened, her eyes quietly fixed on me. "I dreamt you wanted to ask me something." I caressed her face. "Do you know a girl whose name contains the character June?" She looked at me. "Which character?" "The June from Lord or the June from Army, long-haired, large-eyed, with a slender figure." She pondered for a moment, her eyes widening suddenly as she exclaimed, "Chu June. Chu June." I nodded. "Who is she?" "The daughter of my father's comrade, once my father's secretary." "How do you know her?" "I saw her." "How could you have seen her?" "What else did you see?" Guogua inquired, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Where is she now?" "I don't know. It's been a long time since I last saw her." It seemed she held no fond memories of Chu June. After a moment of silence, she asked, her voice trembling, "Does she have a connection to my father?" "Don't think too much into it," I said, enveloping her shoulders in a comforting embrace. "How could she do this? My mother considers her to be her own daughter. How can she act this way?" Guogua is in great distress, sobbing in my embrace. "Could you share her story with me?" I wish to avoid mentioning her. I harbor a deep resentment towards her. "Very well, let us not discuss her any further. Do not be disheartened. Some matters are not as they seem. Perhaps there are underlying reasons." I sought to console Guogua. After a moment of silence, she began reminiscing about our childhood, when we resided in a narrow alley. Uncle Chu had a very close relationship with my father, but he later moved abroad, abandoning his wife and daughter. This led my father to confront him, even severing their friendship. Chu Jun is 5 years my senior, and we sisters regarded her as an older sister. She frequently stayed at our home during her youth. Her family was not well off, and my father took care of her and her mother, especially my mother, who doted on her to the extent that it sometimes stirred jealousy among us sisters. I gently stroked her back, and she gradually calmed down. From a young age, she possessed exceptional talent in singing and dancing, and at 16, she was recruited by the military as a performing artist. My mother, concerned for her, visited her at the military base each year. Her superior was an old comrade of my mother, and my mother often sought favors on her behalf. However, for reasons unknown, she later expressed a desire to leave the military. After her discharge, my father kept her close as a secretary. Why do you despise her? I have always harbored suspicions regarding the nature of her relationship with my father, although I have no proof. Yet, her bitter smile suggests otherwise. My father is known to have affairs, which I do not hold against him, as it is common for businessmen. But who is Chu Jun? The mere thought of my father being with her drives me to madness. He is wealthy. There are countless women who would desire him. Why must it be Chu Jun? And what transpired between her and your father thereafter? I inquired cautiously. 2 years ago, my parents divorced, and shortly after my mother went to America, Chu Jun vanished. I did not see her at the company, and later my sister mentioned that she seemed to have gone to France. If she is not in the country, the situation becomes murky. Is she still in France now? I would believe she traveled there as part of a tour group, but I find it hard to believe she resides there permanently. Guogua scoffed, remarking that she is linguistically challenged, unable to grasp English, let alone French. Regardless of your father's actions, he remains your father. Do not cast blame upon him. You cannot fathom their mindset at that time. Perhaps she was merely one of your father's many women. You have elevated her status too much, taken it far too seriously. If she were just an ordinary person, you would not have sought my insight, would you? She sat up, gazing at me, her eyes reflecting the turmoil surrounding her family. Am I correct in surmising that she is involved in matters concerning my household? I could only express my doubts. What else have you observed? Is there anyone else I know? Her eyes were filled with helplessness, teetering on the brink of despair. There is no one else. I held her close, wishing to keep Chi Hong's matter a secret. My parents' divorce was due to Chu Jun, wasn't it? It was not solely her fault. Do not inquire further. Just rest for a while. She gently pushed me away, asserting that if she were to grieve, she would do so fully. I chuckled softly, teasing her that while she may not sleep, I would. You must tell me. Your father has already lost your mother. Now he faces this chaotic situation. Why must you dwell on the past? The troubles that have befallen your family are largely the result of the malign influences surrounding you. Shouldn't you join me in uniting our efforts to uncover the true culprits, rather than hastily passing moral judgment on your elderly, lonely father? I articulated each word with care. She remained silent for a considerable time. He is a good father, and as his daughter, I have no right to judge him. So, let us sleep. I am quite tired. I smiled faintly and reclined on the couch. She sighed softly, turned her back to me, and nestled into my embrace. I held her gently from behind. The couch was spacious enough for us to hold each other while we slept. Zeng Jie, you must help our family break this deadlock and uncover the person behind it, she murmured while clutching my arm. I said nothing, merely tightened my hold on her. As dawn broke, Adai groggily emerged from the bedroom and spotted us on the couch. You too. I quickly gestured for her to keep quiet, fearing she might disturb Guagua. Did you two sleep here last night? Adai asked with a mischievous grin. Haven't you ever seen anyone sleeping? Guagua yawned and stretched. A faint sweet fragrance wafting from her. How had I not noticed that last night? Why did you end up sleeping on the couch? Adai queried Guagua. Oh, it's warm here, she replied nonchalantly as she walked into the bedroom and quietly closed the door. You can go back to the old donkey's house now. I shall catch a bit more sleep. I hastily climbed up and returned to the bedroom, shutting the door behind me. Guagua was already lying in bed, glanced at me with sleepy eyes, and then drifted back to slumber. Hey, my pillow and blanket are still in your room, Adai called from the living room. Guagua continued to sleep until noon. Upon waking, she seemed entirely unaffected by yesterday's events, exhibiting no signs of distress. After lunch, she pushed her bowl aside and said, Adai, you wash the dishes. We have something to attend to. Oh, okay. Adai replied, somewhat taken aback. Let us go. We need to have a talk with my father. Guagua took my hand. Are you all right? This is business. Could you be a bit more professional? Don't you want to investigate matters regarding Chu Jun? I'll take you to ask him. I looked at her in surprise. Come on, I am fine now. What are you staring at? She playfully shoved me out the door. When we arrived at Sui Guangyuan's office just before noon, Guagua skillfully brewed me a cup of coffee and prepared her father a cup of tea. You two can talk. I'll step out. Call me when you're done, she said with a smile, casting a glance at me, her expression somewhat complex as she looked at Sui Guangyuan. All right, go ahead. Sui Guangyuan replied. Once Guagua left, I got straight to the point. Mr. Sui, I have a question that I hope you will answer truthfully, as it pertains to breaking this deadlock. Go ahead, Sui Guangyuan said, his expression grave. Where's Miss Chu Jun now? I inquired, observing him closely. He flinched slightly. Chu Jun, you know her? Where is she? I pressed. Sui Guangyuan sighed and shook his head. She mentioned going on a trip 2 months ago, and she hasn't returned since. I have no idea of her whereabouts. Mr. Sui, it seems that your association with her wasn't entirely consensual, was it? Sui Guangyuan gave a bitter smile. I wronged her. I never anticipated that things would unfold this way. You and she. He raised a hand to stop me. Young Master Qi, please refrain from probing further. I will share everything with you. After all, I have no face left in front of the younger generation. It's easier to volunteer the information than to be questioned. Younger generation? I chuckled inwardly. It seemed the old man had already guessed the nature of my relationship with Guagua. Chu Jun is my niece. Her father, Chu Xiang, is an old comrade from my class, Sui Guangyuan reflected, finally resolute, and began recounting his past with Chu Jun. I gradually came to understand the situation. Sui Guangyuan and Chu Xiang were the closest of friends, later venturing into business together in Beijing. Their first enterprise, Yuan Hang Electromechanical, was a joint establishment. With newfound wealth, Chu Xiang's life underwent a significant transformation. His relationship with his wife, Yuan, had always been strained, and during this time, he rekindled a connection with a former middle school crush, resulting in an affair. When Sui Guangyuan learned of this, he advised Chu Xiang several times, but to no avail. Ultimately, they parted ways, with Chu Xiang taking his money and the woman to America. Shortly after arriving in the U.S., he hastily returned to finalize his divorce from Yuan. Sui Guangyuan was incensed upon hearing the news and had a heated argument with Chu Xiang over the phone, causing a rift in their friendship. Due to Chu Xiang's actions, Sui Guangyuan took special care of Yuan and her daughter. A few years later, seizing the opportunity of a business trip to the U.S., Sui Guangyuan sought out Chu Xiang to persuade him to reconsider. However, Chu Xiang had already remarried, leading to a complete fallout between the two. Years passed, and Yuan developed feelings for Sui Guangyuan, but he rebuffed her advances. Unbeknownst to them, this dynamic did not escape the notice of Chu Jun. After returning from military service, Chu Jun joined Guangyuan Group as Sui Guangyuan's secretary. Unintentionally, the youthful and vibrant Chu Jun caught Sui Guangyuan's attention, and he found himself increasingly drawn to her. yet he steadfastly adhered to his principles. 5 years ago, due to the impact of the financial crisis, Sui Guangyuan's career plummeted. Huang Miao assured him that the feng shui arrangement he had set up was sound, attributing the current turmoil to global fluctuations. He suggested that with an additional supportive configuration, the situation could be alleviated. Thus, Huang Miao arranged a formation using Zeng Jie at the Sui residence. Once the arrangement was complete, Huang Miao informed Sui Guangyuan that it was inadequate. He required a virgin to enhance his fortune, specifically one possessing a strong fire element in her birth chart. After meticulous calculations, Huang Miao identified Chu Jun as the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this news, Sui Guangyuan felt a deep conflict. He wished for Huang Miao to find another. But with limited time, Huang Miao insisted that Chu Jun was indeed the best choice. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to approach Chu Jun, pleading for her assistance. Initially reluctant, she eventually acquiesced after Sui Guangyuan's persistent entreaties, wishing to repay his kindness. Unexpectedly, from that point onward, Sui Guangyuan's feelings for Chu Jun surged uncontrollably, breaking through the final psychological barrier, leading to an unrestrained outpouring of affection. Subsequently, Guangyuan Group successfully secured numerous foundational engineering contracts, transforming their fortunes. Chu Jun felt conflicted about their relationship. On one hand, her physical attraction blossomed into genuine affection for Sui Guangyuan, while on the other, he was her esteemed uncle, a source of inner turmoil that kept her emotionally distant. After Sui Guangyuan's divorce, Chu Jun chose to withdraw, yet they maintained their relationship, albeit with Chu Jun seldom appearing in public. Overcome with shame, Sui Guangyuan covered his face with his hands, pleading, "Promise me you won't tell Guogua." I nodded, pondering for a moment, a plan forming in my mind. Stepping out of the office, Guogua sat on the sofa outside, lost in thought as she gazed at her coffee cup. I approached and sat beside her, wrapping my arm around her shoulders, and whispered gently in her ear, "Guogua, let us elope." "What?" she replied, her expression blank. "Elope, come with me." I repeated, "You." Her face was one of astonishment. "Are you joking? Do I appear to be jesting? What about the office? What about my family? Trust me, come with me. It will be our secret." I gazed into her eyes. We shared a long moment of silence, her expression shifting from surprise to skepticism, then to contemplation, and finally to tenderness. "Where to?" she murmured, lowering her head slowly. "This isn't the place for discussion. Let us return and deliberate." As we drove, Guogua maintained a slow pace, her mind clearly in turmoil. At noon, we went to Donglishun, where I devoured my meal with fervor while she stared at me, sighing repeatedly. "Aren't you hungry?" I asked. "Elope? With such a significant matter at hand. How can you still eat? When did you become so carefree?" Guogua helplessly rested her head on the table. "You are truly adorable." I chuckled, still laughing. She shot me a glare and demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do? Do you trust me?" I looked deep into her eyes. She nodded. "Are you willing to come with me?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded again. "Then that settles it. Eat." I called for the waiter. "Please bring another plate of meatballs." This was not a mere whim. I had my reasons. Upon returning home in the afternoon, I urged her to hurry and pack her belongings. As she hesitated, I seized the opportunity to visit Old Donkey's place and informed him of my plan to elope. Old Donkey nearly choked on his noodles, tears streaming from his eyes. "Master, elope? The Sui family just transferred the funds to Old Lu. It will arrive in your account tomorrow, and you want to drop everything now?" Old Donkey's face turned crimson. "Am I that kind of person? What are you plotting?" he inquired, puzzled. "No questions, just do as I say. Stay here quietly, and every couple of days, take Dai to the Guangyuan headquarters for a meal, wander about, and say nothing. If anyone inquires about Guogua and me, just emphasize that we will return in a few days, with a hint of exaggeration. Do you understand?" "All right. No problem. But can you at least share where you're going?" "That is a secret. No questions allowed." I expected they would think me a fool, left behind as the scapegoat. Old Donkey muttered to himself, "Fine, buddy, I've got it. Take good care of Guogua. Aren't you worried that I might actually flee and leave you with the mess?" I looked at him. He continued eating his noodles. "You are not that kind of person. What is our relationship? Besides, even if that were the case, I am merely a sidekick. What could they do to me? They would seek out Old Lu. Buddy, our partnership is destiny." I mused. "Indeed. My grandfather followed Old Seven. What bond do we share?" He set down his bowl. "Don't worry about me. Besides, what's wrong with eloping? In this elopement, you will become the son-in-law of Sui Guangyuan. Could he possibly make things difficult for us?" This fellow was far from foolish. Returning to my room, I found Guogua had already packed her belongings, bringing along a few clothes and a small bag of toiletries and cosmetics. I began to gather my things as well. Old Donkey leaned against the door with his noodles and asked, "Need any help?" "No, thank you." From beneath the bed, I retrieved a small parcel, unwrapped it, and took out the jade bagua, glancing at it before placing it into my bag. "Oh, what a treasure. I must have a look." The old donkey eagerly approached. "You can see it later. I need to carry the rotating star flag, and I've also brought along a handful of agate, alongside the jade bagua. That should suffice. Observing your fervor in packing, it truly seems as though you're not planning to return." The old donkey sighed, stating, "This land can only be upheld by our brother donkey." Guogua frowned, spouting nonsense. I chuckled softly, urging patience. "I shall return when the time is right. Dear donkey, I leave this place in your capable hands." Grasping Guogua's hand, we exited and hailed a cab to the airport. Guogua inquired why we weren't driving. I teased her, "My dear, this is an elopement. Airport parking is exorbitant. We must be frugal from this moment on." Upon arriving at the airport, she asked where we were heading. I replied, "I am uncertain. Let me find out which flight departs within the hour, preferably first class, and we shall buy that." "You can't be serious. Is there no sincerity in this elopement?" Guogua responded helplessly. "What do you mean by sincerity? At the very least, you should have a destination in mind, yet this feels more like fleeing," she exclaimed, visibly annoyed. "Trust me, I'll explain everything at the hotel tonight." I pulled out my wallet, retrieving my bank card. "Hand me your ID. We are purchasing tickets." "I have my own. You need not worry about buying." Such words. What kind of elopement requires the lady to pay for her own ticket? An hour later, we boarded the flight to Guangzhou. "Can you now reveal your thoughts?" Guogua asked. "Not yet." I closed my eyes. From what I currently understand, Chu Jun is undoubtedly a significant possibility, yet two questions linger. First, the timing, which she shares in common with Wen Xian, rendering her unfit. Second, where is she? Sui Guangjiwen is uncertain, so where shall I search for her? I calculated in Sui Guangjiwen's office and deduced she must be in a city to the southeast, likely Guangzhou. However, my journey is not directed towards her. It is purely coincidental that we booked a flight to Guangzhou. They do not wish for me to find Chu Jun, so I shall ensure they do not see me and Guogua either, testing who grows more anxious. When they can no longer withstand the wait, Chu Jun will inevitably appear. By 5 in the afternoon, we arrived at Baiyun Airport, and Guogua remained sullen. I refrained from comforting her, continuing on my own path while she obediently followed. In the taxi, I booked a room at a 5-star hotel, placing my phone before her. "Are you satisfied?" I asked. "No, it's too expensive. We must save for the future." She mimicked my tone. "That simply won't do. This is an elopement, and I cannot allow you to be put at a disadvantage." The taxi driver frequently stole glances at us in the rearview mirror, perhaps having never witnessed such a grand elopement before. Upon reaching the hotel and completing the check-in process, I noticed we were on the 19th floor. The decor was splendid, with meticulous attention to feng shui. The elevator paused at the 16th floor, and as the doors opened, a girl was about to enter, but froze upon seeing us. "Guogua, what brings you here?" she exclaimed in delight. "Ning Ning." Guogua grasped the girl's hand tightly. "When did you arrive in Guangzhou?" "I have been here for a week attending a conference, and to my surprise, you have also come over." The elevator continues to ascend. "What a coincidence. I am also heading to the 19th floor to deliver something to our leader." Ning Ning glances at me. "Guogua, who is this?" "This is my boyfriend," I reply, feeling a surge of happiness within me. "Hello, I am Cheng Ning, a sister from Gua's university dormitory." "I am Zeng Jie." I gently grasp her hand. To my astonishment, she seems reluctant to release her grip. "Has my charm increased recently?" Soon, we arrive at the 19th floor. "Are you taking a break soon?" Cheng Ning inquires of Guogua. "Not yet." Guogua responds. "Shall we go downstairs for a bit later?" Guogua looks at me, and I nod in agreement. "All right, let us meet at the CAF on the 3rd floor." Cheng Ning embraces Guogua and glances at me before departing. The room is tastefully decorated and quite comfortable. I toss my bag onto the table and walk to the window to open it. I find it difficult to adjust to the humid air of the south, although it is rather pleasant. I settle onto the sofa and call Old Donkey to report my safety and inquire about the situation back home. "You left for less than 3 hours when Huang Miao arrived, saying he needed to see you urgently," Old Donkey informs me. "Oh, isn't he still unwell?" "Not at all. He seemed quite spirited, claiming he had discovered something about a stone town and wanted you to see if it was related to the bureau." "What happened next?" "He asked for your number, but I didn't give it to him." "All right, let us leave it at that for now." I will call you back later. After hanging up, I take out the exquisite jade bagua from my bag. It is truly magnificent. Under the evening lights, it shimmers with vibrant colors. Guo is preparing to take a shower. Stop right there, young lady. I interject. Allow me to set up a formation first. This way, we can sleep soundly. You can shower afterward. Then I shall step aside. No need. Just sit there and close your eyes. Once she is seated, I begin to arrange the formation. With hand gestures and incantations, I manipulate the jade bagua. This treasure operates smoothly in its first use. The internal energy quickly amplifies as I channel it. Before long, I establish a powerful 5-element Xin Guan formation. This ensures that no one can discern our whereabouts by any means. Gazing at the jade bagua, I sense its aura, as if it has accumulated wisdom over millennia. I recall a painting from the Zeng family Xian Pu, depicting the 6th-generation ancestor, Zeng Jie, holding a jade bagua, which must be this very piece. Typically, such treasures possess a spirit of their own, and the fact that it operates so seamlessly without prior cultivation suggests that it indeed belongs to my ancestors. After years away, it has inevitably absorbed some chaotic energies. Once I return to Beijing, I must choose an auspicious day and time to carefully cultivate it. May I take a shower now? Guo still has her eyes closed. Very well, my dear, it is now my turn to close my eyes. I cannot guarantee my composure otherwise. I recline on the bed and shut my eyes. You must also maintain your composure tonight. After Guo finishes her shower and changes into her clothes, we head to the CAF on the 3rd floor, where Cheng Ning has already reserved a table. We order some snacks and drinks, chatting as we eat. Cheng Ning is quite the conversationalist, engaging with Guo while subtly assessing me. I, on the other hand, am too hungry and focus on my meal. Tomorrow, I will finish my meeting just as you arrive. I'll stay an extra couple of days so we can enjoy ourselves. Cheng Ning remarked. What about your superior? Will she agree? Originally, she intended to seize this opportunity to visit her boyfriend in Hong Kong. I just spoke to her, and she consented. My superior holds me in high regard, and she would certainly grant me this favor. That is wonderful. It seems we haven't seen each other for over a year, right? Guo commented. I missed the last gathering in Shanghai because it was inconvenient for me at home. It's quite regrettable. Indeed, it felt rather dull without you. She glanced at me and added, Oh, by the way, here is my business card. She handed me an exquisite card. Thank you. I don't have a business card. No worries. Could you give me your phone number? She looked at me expectantly. Reluctantly, I took out my phone and dialed the number on the card. After chatting for about an hour, she mentioned she had some matters to attend to, and we decided to return to our rooms. You, my dear friend, seem to have a rather complex perspective on your boyfriend. Knowing her thoughts won't be of any use to you. Guo smiled faintly, as if she understood everything. So, am I your boyfriend now? You're whisking me away. Should I tell her you're my buddy? At that moment, my phone buzzed. I glanced at it and saw a message from Cheng Ning, asking if we could chat privately for a moment. She called out to me, and I said I would step out for a brief rendezvous. I waved my phone in front of her. Guo laughed, urging me not to rush back, as she intended to indulge in a nice bath. Just as I stepped out, Cheng Ning sent another message stating she was at the elevator on the 16th floor, waiting for me for 10 minutes. This girl is quite straightforward, trying to poach Guo's interest right from the start. Isn't she afraid of causing a rift between friends? While waiting for the elevator, I calculated that she not only wanted to steal a heart, but also had business to discuss with me. What business could she possibly have? Upon reaching the 16th floor, the elevator doors opened, revealing Cheng Ning pacing outside. What do you wish to discuss? This isn't the right place for a conversation. Let us go to my room. With that, she led the way. Following her to room 1603, a luxurious business suite, I observed that she was staying alone. Once the door was secured, and we took our seats, she scrutinized me for a moment, asking if I had an interest in Feng Shui. I found it quite fascinating. It's not merely a passing interest, is it? I sense you possess considerable expertise. I was intrigued. How could she discern that? My superior is the renowned Feng Shui Master, Li Xianting, who is here in Guangzhou for the annual World E-Study Conference. Have you heard of her? I shook my head, admitting that I came from a small place and was rather uninformed. Cheng Ning seemed surprised. You truly haven't heard of Li Xianting? Today is the first time I've come across her name. She is quite remarkable, isn't she? She is well known in southern China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan. Cheng Ning wore an expression of disbelief, as if unable to fathom that someone could be oblivious to Li Xianting's illustrious name. But I simply didn't know. It was beyond my control. I nodded, realizing she was referring to Master Li, and encouraged her to continue. I am her disciple. I have been learning from her for 2 years and have acquired some knowledge. I can tell you are quite skilled, which is why I wish to introduce you to her. Oh, how shall we be introduced? You and Guo are here for an important matter, aren't you? I can tell this isn't merely a leisure trip. She gazed at me intently. I remained non-committal. Master Li is scheduled to meet her boyfriend in Hong Kong tomorrow afternoon. Next week, she will conduct an advanced Feng Shui experience class in Zhuhai for 15 days, with a tuition fee of 200,000. If you are interested, I could extend a discount of 40%. However, this is merely a FAA day. The primary objective is for you to make acquaintances, which will undoubtedly be beneficial for your future endeavors. I chuckled, realizing that this conversation was about business. This girl truly exhibits dedication, pursuing her sister's boyfriend while simultaneously seeking profit. What do you think? I suddenly found it rather amusing, unable to comprehend her thought process. If one intends to engage in an affair, one should refrain from discussing work, and if one wishes to discuss work, one ought not to contemplate infidelity. She is indeed quite professional. What if this business deal does not materialize? Would she still have the emotional bandwidth for other pursuits? Suppressing my laughter, I feigned contemplation. Cheng Ning, noticing my silence, retrieved a book and a box from her bag. No rush, take your time to think it over. Here are Master Li's book and DVD. You can peruse them at your leisure. I accepted them and glanced at the title, which read Xianting Yi Dao, with the DVD bearing the same name. I set them aside, expressing my gratitude. Your suggestion is commendable. I will ponder it carefully. Should fate allow, I shall certainly pay a visit to Master Li. Our Master Li is quite the beauty. Her photograph is included in the book, she said, flipping open the book to show me. See? Isn't she lovely? I glanced at the frontispiece, which featured a photograph of a woman in her 40s, possessing a certain allure. That is not Li Xianting, it is her mother. I replied, what do you mean by that? Cheng Ning exclaimed in surprise. I follow Master Li. Surely I would know if she were not Li Xianting? I ignored her, flipping to the next page where there were photographs of her lectures. Among the attendees, I spotted a slender girl of modest height. She was the true Li Xianting. Zeng Jie, Cheng Ning laughed. Indeed, they are mother and daughter. The girl's name is Suimo. Her mother is Li Xianting, a mother at the forefront and a daughter supporting from behind. A duet of sorts? The identity of Li Xianting is of little consequence. Debating this is futile. All right, let us not dwell on that. I shall take these back and study them thoroughly. If the opportunity arises, I will trouble you to introduce me to Master Li. I rose, collecting the book and DVD. It is still early. Why not sit a while longer? She suggested in a different tone. Having spent an entire day on a plane, I feel somewhat fatigued, I replied with a smile, moving toward the exit. She quickly stepped in front of me, blocking my path with her outstretched arms. Cheng Ning, you know what I mean. Her eyes gleamed with a wild, alluring intensity. This may not be appropriate. Master Li foretold that during my visit to Guangzhou, I would encounter a man with whom I would fall instantly in love, my benefactor. My lucky star. Who else could it be but you? Before I could finish my sentence, she lunged at me, wrapping her arms around me and fervently kissing my face. With the book in my hands, I found myself at a loss. Putting it down seemed impractical, and pushing her away felt equally inappropriate. Sister, you are far too forward. I hail from a small town and have never encountered such fervor. I wedged the book and DVD between us. We are all adults here. Don't pretend you haven't experienced this before. But I am Guo's boyfriend, she replied with a teasing smile. So what? I haven't attended to her yet tonight. How can I indulge in other pursuits? I gazed at the dark aura subtly surrounding her. Then let us be swift, she said. Her expression a mix of confusion and desire as she began to unbutton my shirt. I discarded the books and CDs, swiftly seating her on the bed. Do you intend to use this to change your fortune? The moment the words left my lips, she resembled someone doused with a bucket of cold water. Instantly regaining her composure, lowering her head. Can you assist me? I picked up a book from the floor. I can help you, but this method is not feasible. Teacher Li foresaw your arrival, albeit she did not anticipate that you would appear alongside her. A wry smile crossed her face as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's all fate. Your fortune rests in Sumo's hands. She will be unable to leave tomorrow. I will retrieve it for you. Get some rest. I placed the book down and exited her room. That evening, Guo nestled in my embrace. Why don't you touch her? I have no interest. She wishes to engage in business with me, urging me to attend her training sessions. I caressed Guo's smooth back, contemplating the figures. 200,000 for 15 days, even at a 60% discount. That amounts to 120,000. In this day and age, Guo chuckled. Since university, she has been passionate about training and remains committed even now. Indeed, she is quite persistent. Alongside a mother-daughter duo, it's not insignificant earnings. Yet it pales in comparison to your prospects. Just by breaking a few deals, one could become a millionaire. Speaking of breaking deals, she sat up. What are your thoughts on my family's situation? Still unable to disclose anything? Do you comprehend the magnitude of Feng Shui's influence? If your family's situation remains unresolved, it will affect you, whether we journey to Guangzhou or elope to the moon. If I do not intervene, it would be neglectful of me. Am I that kind of person? So you would take me away to resolve the situation? In due time, the truth will emerge. And then you shall understand. Now is not the moment to speak. I turned away from her, urging, sleep now. Why do you always turn your back to me? She inquired softly. I fear losing control. I must restrain myself. You cannot indulge in romantic pursuits, so why do you still sleep in my bed? She murmured. For your safety, and for the future. The following day, Guo and I spent the day exploring the city, sampling various delicacies. Upon our return in the afternoon, Cheng Ning called, informing me that Su Imo wished to meet. Upon encountering Su Imo in person, two words erupted in my mind. Fox. She was an unremarkable girl in appearance, yet her eyes possessed an ethereal quality that she typically concealed, revealing it only when she focused on another. The moment our gazes met, she regarded me intently. Cheng Ning made the introductions, yet none of us spoke. We merely exchanged glances. In her eyes lay an endless void. And what does one feel when confronted by such emptiness? Only the sense of one's own insignificance, helplessness, and triviality. I understood that her void had boundaries, and I was determined to transcend those limits. This girl was a prodigious talent, and the battle commenced with our gaze. You possess emptiness. I possess a resolute heart. The breadth of one's heart is the foundation of all cultivation. Without it, one struggles to embrace blessings. As the ancients said, the greater the capacity of a person, the greater their fortune. A heart without desires gives rise to all things while remaining inconspicuous, harmonizing with the universe without losing an inch. I aim to harmonize my resolute heart with her void-like gaze. After several seconds of intense eye contact, Su Imo pressed a hand to her chest and gently coughed a few times. We both withdrew our focus, and she offered me a slight nod in acknowledgement. What is happening here? Cheng Ning queried, puzzled. Mr. Zeng has received profound teachings. I am in your debt. Su Mo's voice was soft. Miss Su possesses exceptional talent, and Zeng Jie greatly admires you. Su Imo smiled knowingly, suggesting we take a seat to converse. Cheng Ning also settled down, but Su Imo interrupted her, saying, Don't speak out of turn in front of Mr. Zeng. Please step outside for a moment, so we may speak privately. Cheng Ning glanced at me and reluctantly excused herself. Once she had left, our conversation became less constrained. Who would have imagined that Li Shiwedding was merely a young girl? People often perceive only the surface. The complexities of existence serve merely as tools for survival, and I apologize for the misunderstanding. Su Imo spoke in a leisurely manner. Indeed, your situation is unique, and it seems there is no better alternative. Upon my birth, a fox entered our courtyard. Perhaps I share some connection with foxes from a past life. It is indeed a fox. This profound eye of the void indicates a remarkable state. I observed closely. The girl was enveloped in a dense aura, undoubtedly possessing the yin-yang eye. It is no wonder she resorts to training, extracting others' yang energy to restore balance within herself. Miss Su, Cheng Ning is my friend. Could you possibly return her fortune? I inquired. Certainly, she replied readily, and I sensed I would encounter a sage on this journey, as I had indeed found one here. If you can assist me in this endeavor, not only will I restore her fortune, but I shall reward you handsomely. Her notion of stealing the beam and changing the pillar is not merely about substituting a vessel. In her past lives, she had cultivated her abilities, yet upon birth, she was tainted by the fox-Essene energy, which permeated her being. This was a grave condition. Without drawing upon others' yang energy, she would not have survived. To attain liberation, she must find someone of greater cultivation to create an external Feng Shui arrangement for her, enabling a harmonious balance of yin and yang, thus freeing her from the need to borrow luck under the guise of spiritual practice. Do you believe my cultivation surpasses yours? I asked. I have no doubt. As was already demonstrated, Su Imo replied with a smile. I wish to live as a person of the sun, free from this existence. Our meeting in Guangzhou is serendipitous. I implore you to assist me. If that is the case, your yin-yang I will vanish. Are you willing to part with it? Su Mo's smile faded. If I can't become a person of the sun and cultivate properly, what is a mere yin-yang in comparison? Those whose essence is tainted by yin cannot endure prolonged exposure to sunlight. One can only imagine the hardships Su Mo has faced over the years. People often envy others' extraordinary abilities, unaware of the sacrifices made to attain them. Creating an external feng shui arrangement for her would not pose a challenge for me. This favor is worth granting. Moreover, having promised to help Qing Ning reclaim her fortune, how could I approach this task empty-handed? Your trust in me is rare. I shall make an effort. I nodded. You have wandered for years without a stable dwelling. We must secure a dedicated space. Su Mo regarded me. That is not difficult. But I desire something superior. I wish to manifest feng shui in a manner that brings me peace, regardless of the house. I was taken aback. You wish to merge the formation? Su Mo nodded. Surely, this is not a daunting task for Mr. Zeng? The concept of a formation, in essence, involves initially establishing a configuration and subsequently concentrating its energy into an object imbued with either spiritual or malevolent qualities. While this may seem straightforward, the execution is far from simple. Basic formations can indeed be directly inscribed onto objects, akin to integrated circuits. However, intricate formations present a formidable challenge. This is due to their dynamic nature, requiring them to maintain long-term stability amidst varying environmental influences, a task that is no trivial feat. This necessitates the incorporation of Su Mo's essence, transforming her into an integral component of the formation, and then amalgamating the formation's energetic information into a smaller object. Thus, it certainly transcends the mere act of consecration. Upon reflection, I realized this endeavor would require considerable time, and perhaps a more strategic approach would be prudent. The day after tomorrow marks my 17th birthday, and she implied that this presents a rare opportunity. Indeed, conducting external feng shui on her birthday could yield significantly enhanced results, augmenting the likelihood of success. Are you not waiting for your mother to return? I inquired. Su Mo shook her head, asserting that her presence would complicate matters. Besides, this is my decision. I only need your assistance. Given the gravity of the situation, I found it difficult to refuse. Very well, let us commence tomorrow. But we must prepare some items. Please specify, and I will ensure Qing Ning arranges everything, she replied. We require 2 phoenix jade pendants, 1 white jade and 1 from Landian, 36 South Sea pearls, 12 bronze lions, and a 7-star lotus lamp. A blush crept across Su Mo's face. If everything can be gathered by tomorrow morning, I will trouble you in the afternoon. After it is completed, I will personally extend my gratitude to your girlfriend. I smiled knowingly, and what of Chang Ning's fortune? Su Mo stood and called Chang Ning into the room, instructing her to sit cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed, gently massaging the Baihui point atop her head while silently reciting her incantation. A stream of yellow-white energy flowed from Su Mo's palm into Chang Ning's body, gradually dispersing the dark energy that lingered behind her. After a moment, Chang Ning shivered, and Su Mo regulated her breathing before opening her eyes. Su Mo, what just happened? Chang Ning inquired, her complexion noticeably more vibrant. Su Mo disregarded her question and turned to me. Are you reassured? I nodded. I will take my leave now. I shall see you tomorrow. The following morning, Guogua mentioned that Chang Ning had invited her to go shopping. I chuckled softly, finding it a delightful diversion while I took a moment to rest. Guogua scrutinized me for a while but said nothing further before changing her clothes and heading downstairs to meet Chang Ning. Half an hour later, I arrived at Su Mo's room, where she awaited my arrival. The table was laden with jade pendants, pearls, bronze lions, lotus lamps, and other items. Are all the items here? Please inspect them and ensure their suitability. She gestured towards the array on the table. I examined each piece, noting that 3 of the bronze lions were unsuitable. Su Mo promptly made a phone call, and before long, 3 replacements were delivered. I prepared 15 lions, just in case. Su Mo remarked, these 3 will suffice. Let us commence. I arranged the bronze lions accordingly. Su Mo nodded, then turned to securely close the windows and draw the curtains before beginning to disrobe. I averted my gaze, rearranging the furniture in the living area to create a space of over 10 square meters. I pulled the bedding from the bed, folding it into a cushion and laying it on the carpet, surrounding it with the 12 bronze lions. Su Mo approached, clad in her sleepwear. May I sit there? I nodded, indicating that silence was to be observed from that moment forth. Subsequently, I grasped 3 of the 36 beads, channeling my vital energy to nurture them. After a few minutes, I exchanged the remaining 3 beads, completing the nurturing process in approximately half an hour. Su Mo removed her sleepwear and seated herself cross-legged on the mat, her hands resting on her knees, palms facing the heavens. She was prepared, and I began to arrange the formation. 3 beads were placed around each bronze lion, and then, using a lotus lamp, I arranged the inner circle of lions around Su Mo in the shape of the Big Dipper. Once the arrangement was complete, I ignited the 7-star lamp and, employing a sword gesture, directed my internal energy to inscribe 7 circular symbols on 7 points of her body, atop her head, between her eyebrows, on her chest, lower abdomen, neck, back, and waist. I then stood, performing a thunder gesture, circling her 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. Before halting directly in front of her, I executed the 7-star hand gesture and gently tapped her brow. Su Mo trembled slightly, her breathing became steady, and her expression serene. The 7-star circular formation was established. This formation has the power to transmute the dual energies of yin and yang, converting yin into yang and vice versa. As Su Mo's internal yin energy permeated her being, it would gradually transform into yang energy, while the excess yang energy from outside would slowly be converted into yin energy. Given her feminine form, which is predominantly yin with a touch of yang, the outward transformation of yang to yin and the internal transformation of yin to yang would create a continuous flow of energy, thriving endlessly. Thus, the yin energy within her would serve a beneficial purpose. I inadvertently glanced at her delicate physique, which appeared scarcely developed, an indication of excessive yin energy. Hold on. Once the midnight hour passes, we will have accomplished half of the process. Tomorrow, I shall return to integrate the formation. You will soon blossom into a captivating young woman, capable of practicing under the sun, I assured her. Su Mo smiled and nodded, unable to speak at that moment. I took her room card, secured the door, and hung a do not disturb sign, ensuring that no one could enter for the next 6 hours, save for myself. If her mother were present, she would undoubtedly disallow such exposure, leading me to conclude that Master Li Xianting was merely Su Mo's spokesperson. In the afternoon, Guoguo returned, having purchased an array of jewelry, diamonds, and a plethora of designer clothing. Miss Second, weren't we supposed to be saving? I teased her. Cheng Ming insisted on it. Guoguo replied, exasperated. No way. Her figure isn't nearly as good as yours, and she bought this for you? I remarked incredulously. I found it odd too. She practically dragged me into those boutiques, directly selecting clothes. Did she not allow you to choose? Before I could even select, she had already made the purchase, and she had paid in advance. We essentially went to collect the items. The key point is that I actually adore these clothes, and they fit perfectly. She gazed skeptically at the bundle of garments. It seems she is just as aware of your curves as I am. I chuckled. We are not that close. She doesn't even know my lingerie size. Guoguo shot me a glare. I found no surprise in this. It was evidently Su Mo's doing. Cheng Ming lacked the skills for such arrangements. But I refrained from saying so directly. Your old classmate has been studying the I Ching these past few years. She must have some insights. And what about this? Guoguo pulled out a red envelope containing a bank card and a slip with the password. How do you explain this? What did she say? She mentioned that your boyfriend understood and instructed me to give this to you. She sat beside me. Have you taken care of her matters? I suppose you could say that. Would it be convenient to share the details? Not at the moment. Guoguo thrust her bank card into my hand. Well, I'm off to take a shower. This weather is quite stifling. I gazed at her alluring silhouette, truly a promising candidate for a devoted wife. Suddenly, she turned back, saying, 7th Master, you still haven't resolved my family's affairs. Please pay some attention to it when you have a moment. The following morning, Cheng Ning took Guoguo out again. As soon as the 2 girls left, I hurried to Su Mo's room. Upon opening the door, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The incense from the 7-star lotus lamp was surprisingly pleasant, a true marvel of technology. I recalled seeing something online about scented candles. Had I known earlier, I would have used those during the formation ritual to spare the old donkey from a torrent of tears. Clearly, Su Mo possesses a refined sense of living, ensuring that the formations cater to the user experience. Su Mo was exceptionally calm, her smile radiating a rare composure for one so young. I approached her, my gaze fixed intently upon her. Her complexion was rosy, and a subtle blend of red, yellow, and white light radiated from her, indicating a balanced flow of yin and yang energies. This signified that the formation was effective. Next came the merging of the formation. I placed the phoenix jade pendant in her palms, white jade in her right hand, and the blue tinted jade in her left. White represents yang, while the deep green, black, embodies yin. Thus, left signifies yang, and right signifies yin. The 2 pieces of jade were inverted, With Su Imo holding them as if she were grasping the essence of Tai Chi, I retrieved the 3 formation talismans I had prepared for Guoguo and, using Su Mo's perspiration, affixed them to her shoulders and the back of her heart. The critical moment had arrived. I silently recited the incantation, activating the talismans and employing the Tai Chi formation technique. The air remained still, yet the energy field began to swirl slowly, gradually gaining speed and concentrating towards the center, resembling a tempest of energy. The control exerted by the Tai Chi formation technique was formidable, successfully containing the whirlwind-like energy. Now, the merging began. The intense heat gradually integrated into the blue jade pendant, while the coolness seamlessly blended with the white jade pendant. After approximately 5 minutes, the 2 energy fields had perfectly fused with the pendants, creating a powerful connection between the 2. I took a moment to regulate my breath and opened my eyes to find Su Imo gazing at me. "Zeng Jie, thank you," she exclaimed. "You no longer call me Mr. Zeng?" I replied. "I prefer to call you brother. I don't want to refer to you as sir," she said with a playful smile. This was the first time I had witnessed her playful side. I imagined that in the 17 years of her life, she might have seldom indulged in such mischief. A person's emotions are profoundly influenced by their internal energy. Those burdened with excessive yin energy tend to be serious, rational, and prone to melancholy, while those with abundant yang energy are often cheerful, proactive, and decisive, albeit sometimes impulsive. Previously, this girl had been overwhelmed by yin energy, but now she seemed to be achieving balance. "How shall I address you then?" I inquired. "Call me Su Imo," she replied. "I've always called you Su Imo." I laughed. "It's different now. I rarely feel happy, but now I do." Su Mo's smile had transformed into one filled with vitality. She picked up the 2 jade pendants and said, "Brother, you truly possess remarkable skills, able to merge the formation into the jade pendants so seamlessly that it would be difficult to discern." Her words illuminated my mind, unraveling some doubts that had long troubled me. Su Imo smiled slightly and asked, "Brother, has the knot in your heart been untied?" "Indeed, it has been," I replied. "So, will you be returning to Beijing?" I nodded, acknowledging that carrying these 2 jade pendants was inconvenient for you. "The next time we meet, I shall merge them into a bracelet, so that you need not worry during vigorous activities." "Very well. I shall visit you in Beijing next time." Su Imo glanced down at his bare body and said, "Brother, carry me to the bed." My cheeks flushed. During our earlier encounter, I had not considered gender distinctions. But now, after our intimacy, I felt somewhat unaccustomed. My legs felt weak. "Do you expect me to walk there on my own?" I stood up and lifted her effortlessly. She was surprisingly light, unlike a typical 17-year-old girl, perhaps due to her still developing physique. There were no blankets on the bed, so I first placed her on the sofa, then arranged the cushions from the floor to serve as bedding before laying her down and covering her with a blanket. "When we meet next, you shall have gained much weight," I remarked, gently brushing her pert nose. "I wish to have a figure like Sister Sui," she replied, her eyes sparkling with aspiration. Indeed, Guoguo's physique was enviable, and I felt a surge of happiness and pride, unable to suppress a slight smile. "You may return to your tasks, but I must remind you, upon your return, someone will come to visit you, and he is not a good person. Once you have concluded this significant matter, I shall come to Beijing to see you." Exiting her room, I returned to my residence, first dismantling the 5 elements entrance array, then beginning to pack my belongings. Just as I was finishing, Guoguo returned. "Darling, let us go to the airport," she exclaimed. "Where to now?" Guoguo asked in surprise. Cheng Ning drove Su Mo's car to the airport, and before we proceeded through security, Su Imo took Guoguo's hand and whispered something to her. Then he approached me, saying, "Next time in Beijing, I will visit a wise man. I shall call you when the time comes." "Agreed," I replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Su Imo had changed remarkably and had become quite endearing. On the plane, I gazed at the sea of clouds, deep in contemplation. I was not merely facing a Feng Shui master, but rather a collective of individuals. Master Lao Chi often remarked that aside from celestial arrangements, few could orchestrate such schemes. Behind every arrangement lies a tale of grievances and rivalries, intertwined with vast interests. The scheme itself is not to be feared, but rather the human heart. Chu Jun, you are the thread of this scheme. No matter where you hide, I shall ensure they bring you forth. She, too, is a pitiable girl, used as a pawn by men to outmaneuver their adversaries. Perhaps this is not entirely unjustifiable. We are all, in essence, mere instruments of fate. Yet, The sentient instruments are aware of their roles, while most remain oblivious, drifting along, blissfully unaware. Do you know what Suemo said to me? Guoguo's words jolted me back to reality. He thanked you, then expressed envy, and finally confessed his jealousy. I grasped her hand. Is that so? How do you know him so well? It would be strange if she did not say so, I laughed. We arrived in Beijing around 8 in the evening. An old donkey surprisingly brought Uncle Lu's off-road vehicle to pick us up. You managed to borrow this? Old Hu won T lend it. I told him if he didn't T, I'd come asking for money every day. The old fellow quickly handed me the keys. Old donkey was quite pleased. Has the money arrived? Guogua spoke in a tone reminiscent of a businesswoman, seemingly forgetting that this was money from her maternal family. The day after your departure, I went to urge them again, only to be told to wait once more. A day later, Huang Miao visited Zeng Jie's home, only to find him absent. That afternoon, the money was transferred. Old Lu did not dare to delay and promptly transferred 1 million. Old Don reported back. Guogua raised an eyebrow. Merely 1 million? What about the remaining 2 million? Is he planning to hold on to it? The old fellow claimed he would transfer it in batches, stating that the amount was too large to send all at once, assuring that the full sum would be transferred within a week. It seems he intends to withhold it for his own use for the time being. Zeng Jie, our uncle is quite cunning. A warmth surged within me. Wishing she were truly my wife, how much easier life would be. Lost in thought, I tightened my embrace around Guogua, causing old Don and Adai nearby to chuckle foolishly. Grandpa, save the lovey-dovey stuff for home. They chorused. Mischief, no peeking. Guogua glared at them, gently pushing me away. What is the matter? You're just too adorable. I whispered into her ear. It's been so long since I've held you, and I must restrain myself for a while longer. It's unbearable. Guogua blushed. How annoying. Go find somewhere cool to stay. Old Don drove the off-road vehicle like a rabbit, bouncing along. Adai was exhilarated, but Guogua could not handle the jolting. Within 5 minutes, she insisted old Don stop and switch seats with me. When the car resumed its journey, it was significantly smoother and noticeably faster. Old Don sat beside me, shaking his head. Zeng Jie, with skills like yours, you should consider buying a car. Ignoring his banter, I asked, how have things been these past few days? Has anyone troubled you? Who would dare to trouble us? I've been lively, just as you instructed. Taking Adai to mooch meals every day, then strolling around old Lu's shop. Any other issues? Yes, Huang Miao, your father-in-law, and that woman named Wen Xin have both sought you out. Old Don pondered for a moment. There is also a Yang Shui. She seemed uneasy upon seeing me. I suspect she has something to hide. Anything else? I inquired. Nothing more, just Huang Miao and old Lu, who seemed to visit our home nearly every day. I smiled faintly, leaned back in my seat, and closed my eyes to rest, feeling reassured. The following morning, Huang Miao indeed came to visit. After more than 10 days apart, I barely recognized him. He had lost considerable weight, his hair had turned gray, his eyes were sunken, his complexion waxen, and the sparkle in his eyes had faded. Young Master Qi, where have you been these days? His voice had grown low and lacked its previous confidence. I was out handling some matters, preparing items for the impending situation. What has happened to you, Teacher Huang? Such a drastic change in appearance? Huang Miao forced a bitter smile. It's hard to explain. These past 10 days have felt like an eternity. If you had not returned, I might not have had the chance to see you again. Suemo had warned me that upon my return, a malicious individual would seek me out. And it seemed that was indeed the case. It appears he is connected to those orchestrating the scheme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Observing his helpless expression, I thought, had I known this would happen, I would have chosen differently. During this time, I have struggled to sleep. Many things have transpired. Young Master Qi, could you help me understand what is going on? Come now, don't feign ignorance. What did the doctors say after your last fainting spell? Nothing conclusive. I'm muddled, both well and confused. Perhaps the multitude of jade formations in your residence has led to some unforeseen issue, resulting in the malevolent transformation of the jade, thereby ensnaring your body in this predicament. I can only conjecture that if this were indeed the suppression of the fire-eyed Pishio by the hexagonal Qilin formation, the old fellow would surely engage in some form of confrontation with me. Huang Miao appeared rather awkward, stating, I fear that may not be the case. If it were, the solution would be straightforward. Is it not the arrangement of the Sui family? You did not orchestrate this, so what is there to worry about? I chuckled. Indeed. It is not of my doing. However, the Pishio employed in this formation was cultivated by me, which could potentially link it back to me, wouldn't it? He forced a smile. His reasoning held a semblance of validity, albeit tenuous. I nodded. So, what is your implication? Young Master Qi, you have unraveled the Azure Dragon's report to the heavens. To speak candidly, I initially believed you would investigate the Feng Shui of the Sui family's ancestral tomb. Yet it seems you have not pursued this path. During your absence from Beijing in recent days, I pondered whether you had ventured to carry this out. With the Yang formation disrupted by the Yin, I let out a cold laugh. Does this old fellow genuinely lack understanding, or is he attempting to entice me? To dismantle the Yin formation, one must seek clues within the Yang dwelling. Logically, one should also examine the Feng Shui of the Yin tomb. However, the profound implications of this statement are far from simplistic. Huang Laoshi, I cleared my throat. You're the expert. And the disruption between the Yang and Yin formations is indisputable. Yet, the Sui family S arrangement is quite intricate. I must first locate the third Pishio formation before proceeding. Moreover, disrupting the Yang formation requires secret techniques, which is also one of the meanings behind the disruption of the Yang by the Yin. Young Master Qi, you misunderstand. You are the expert, and I do not intend to impose my thoughts. However, the sudden ferocity of the fire-eyed Pishio feels rather unsettling. Oh, have the Sui family members been acting oddly of late? He smiled ruefully. What is peculiar is that the Sui family appears to be quite normal. Yet those around him have begun to encounter a series of mishaps. Would you not agree that this seems to be a means of clipping his wings? I scoffed. Are we certain that it is indeed wings being clipped? What do you propose we do next? Seeing my silence, his tone turned cautious. The time is not yet ripe. We must simply wait, I responded with a smile. Should we continue to wait? I am concerned, he remarked. Then we shall wait. However, rest assured, my relationship with Guogua is likely already clear to you. For her sake, I will not permit the fire-eyed Pishio to harm the Sui family. The Sui family shall remain unharmed. As for those orchestrating this scheme, it is no longer our concern. He abruptly rose. Young master, that cannot be. I stood as well. Waving my hand, no need to elaborate. Return and inspect your Yin Jade formations. But if I dismantle all the formations in your home, you will naturally feel much better. I fixed my gaze upon him. He could only acquiesce. Very well, I shall attend to it. That night, the sky was overcast. I picked up 6 copper coins, shook them, and cast them to the ground, revealing the hexagram of DUI. As the dragon and tiger stirred, it seemed Huang Miao was reluctant to disturb his formations. I sighed. Huang Laoshi, there is no choice. I must hasten your actions. Once the hour of the rat had passed, and all were asleep, I retrieved the Hetion Jade Celestial Stone beast wrapped in red cloth and stepped into the courtyard, unwrapping the cloth and cradling the Celestial Stone beast in my hands. It emitted a faint glow. I performed finger techniques and silently recited incantations to activate the hexagonal Qilin formation. After chanting the incantation 49 times, I regulated my internal energy and rewrapped the Celestial Stone beast. Every hour, I would venture into the courtyard to activate the formation, and by the 3rd time, during the hour of Qin, as the sun began to rise and all life stirred, I felt a sense of relief. After the 3rd activation, the hexagonal Qilin formation would be significantly strengthened. I sighed contentedly and returned to my room for slumber. I slept soundly for a full day and night, only awakening the following morning around 9 o'clock, feeling refreshed and my eyes unusually bright. You are awake, Guogua sighed in relief, having fretted over my prolonged slumber and my occasional ramblings during it. What did I say? I inquired. Before Guogua could respond, Adai knocked on the door. Master, a visitor has arrived, and she is a woman. The visitor was a middle-aged woman, slender and exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Upon seeing me emerge, she quickly stood. 7th Master, I am a disciple of Teacher Huang. My name is Qin Xiaoyan. Oh, please take a seat. I settled onto the sofa, with Guogua standing beside me. Guogua is here too. It has been a while since we've seen each other, Qin Xiaoyan acknowledged. Aunt Qin, what brings you here? I asked. Teacher Huang has fallen ill and instructed me to seek you out, as he believes only you can save him, Qin Xiaoyan replied, her expression filled with concern. Please. 7th Master, I implore you for assistance. I did not elaborate further, merely nodding. Once my assistant returns, we shall go. I cannot guarantee a remedy for Teacher Huang's ailment. We will assess the situation. Thank heavens you are willing to help. Teacher Huang has been worried you might refuse. She exhaled in relief. I smiled faintly. I have been anticipating your arrival. I fear Teacher Huang may lack the strength to withdraw the formation now. Teacher Huang resided in an old house, and upon entering the hallway, an unusually strong aura of malevolence made me instantly alert. I summoned my old donkey and inscribed a protective talisman upon its back. Is there something amiss? He inquired. I discreetly formed a protective hand gesture, signaling him to remain silent as we ascended the stairs. The apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms and a lavishly decorated living room, a stark contrast to the exterior. After 2 days, Huang Miao was bedridden, his complexion ashen, breath faint. While several male and female disciples tended to him, a wave of pity washed over me. What a pity this was. Teacher, 7th Master has arrived. Qin Xiaoyan whispered into his ear. With great effort, Huang Miao opened his eyes. Little 7th Master, please save me. I nodded, instructing the disciples to wait outside, leaving only Huang Miao and myself in the room. Teacher, I shall ask you but once. Did you orchestrate this formation? I fixed my gaze upon him. He forced a bitter smile. You overestimate my abilities. Without further words, I focused on him. A heavy aura of malevolence coursed through his meridians, a dark purple mist almost enveloping him entirely. You have set up the Yin Bridge formation, haven't you? Huang Miao nodded painfully. Alas, it is but a step away. Little 7th Master, please save me. The Yin Bridge formation is a form of illusion, an advanced illusion. Simply put, it deceives the principles of Feng Shui. The so-called Yin Bridge serves as a passage to the underworld. Once the formation is complete, remaining within it on specific days is akin to being deceased. Many malevolent Feng Shui practitioners employ this formation to avoid backlash. However, this formation carries significant danger. A moment's inattention can lead to malevolent energy infiltrating the body, not only failing to avert disaster, but also consuming the practitioner. From Huang Miao's condition, it was evident that he had suffered severe backlash from the formation. Huang Miao has a penchant for using Yin Jade, and it stands to reason that the formations he arranges are likely rather insidious. His fear of backlash. Utilizing the Yin Bridge formation is quite understandable. If the fire Ipetio is indeed his creation, then the Yin Bridge formation could indeed assist him in mitigating a considerable portion of the repercussions. Where did you set it up? Right here on this floor. I've purchased all 3 units, and now I find myself ensnared within the formation, Huang Miao admitted, visibly anxious. Goodness, are you not leading me into a trap? I exclaimed. When outsiders enter the Yin Bridge formation, they are invariably affected, regardless of whether it is breached. Huang Miao's disciples appeared to possess rather modest cultivation. Yet they too were caught in this arrangement. If I failed to rectify this chaotic situation, they would inevitably suffer the consequences. Huang Laosher, are you coercing me? I retorted, my voice laced with sarcasm. Young Master Qi, I am truly at my wit's end. At this moment, you are the only one capable of resolving this Yin Bridge formation. I implore you for assistance. Huang Miao coughed incessantly. There was no time to ponder further. I could only manage a bitter smile. Should I dismantle this Yin Bridge formation, Huang Miao would be saved, and the damage inflicted by the fire Ipetio would be significantly alleviated. Yet, I thought to myself, Zeng Jie, you are still too young. However, if I did not address this formation, not only would they be doomed, but I and the old donkey would also be adversely affected. Huang Miao had calculated my reluctance to let his disciples perish alongside him, which is why he engineered such a predicament. It was no wonder he earned the reputation of being a hypocrite. He truly exemplified the essence of duplicity. Hand me the key. We shall discuss this matter later. Huang Miao was exceedingly agitated, hastily producing the key and handing it to me. The formation's core is do not say another word. I am fully aware. I replied, taking the key and stepping into the corridor, centering my thoughts. This building had a layout of 3 units per tier, and the room directly across from the staircase harbored the most intense Yin energy. I refrained from opening the door and instead entered another room. This room was virtually devoid of Yin energy, imbued instead with an aura of auspiciousness. It was completely unfurnished, save for a number of large stones, all interconnected with black gauze. Each stone bore inscribed talismans, traced with cinnabar. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that each stone concealed faint spiritual entities, all trapped within. These were the Yin spirit stones used to establish the Yin Bridge formation. Such an extensive and high-quality collection of Yin spirit stones indicated that Huang Miao had prepared them over many years, investing substantial resources. The Yin spirit stones were arranged according to a layout reminiscent of the underworld, transforming this space into a semblance of the netherworld, with the black gauze serving as the Yin Bridge. This black gauze was extensive, interlinking the 3 units, thereby ensuring that as long as the Yin Bridge formation remained intact, the formations arranged by Huang Miao would not harm him even in the event of a backlash. It was indeed a clever design, however. The crux lay in the stability of the Yin Bridge formation. At present, it was evidently in disarray, with the spiritual entities within the stones ceaselessly writhing. The reason this room was relatively free of Yin energy was due to the confinement imposed by the black gauze. Simultaneously, This gauze held the spiritual entities captive within the stones. The normal operational cycle of the Bridge formation, which adhered to an inverted 9-palace configuration, had completely unraveled. I found myself unable to restore its function, nor could I attempt to do so. The only recourse was to dismantle the formation. I withdrew the star-shifting banner, shielding my chest, and silently recited a protective incantation to mobilize my protective energy before commencing my exploration of the formation. My objective was to first locate the formation's core, unlock it, and then dispel the binding spells on the black gauze, thereby releasing the spiritual entities within the stones, which would, in turn, naturally dismantle the Bridge formation. The reason I disregarded his words regarding the formation was that it had already been disrupted. The focal point must have shifted, and searching for it according to his layout would undoubtedly lead to interference. There were doors between the 3 houses, and I opened them one by one, brandishing the star-turning flag as I moved through each dwelling. On the wall between the house containing the spirit stone and the central house hung a portrait of an elderly man from the Qing dynasty, who appeared to be a geomancer. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the elder in the painting had double pupils. Turning my attention to the passage, I recalled the elder and his double pupils. I calculated swiftly, making my way directly to Huang Miao's bedroom. As I rushed in, Huang Miao was about to speak, but I raised my hand to signal him to remain silent. Suddenly, the dark purple energy surrounding him began to swirl rapidly. Indeed, the current focal point of the formation was Huang Miao himself. "What items do you possess? Present them," I commanded sternly. Huang Miao hesitated, then, as if struck by a revelation, fumbled in the pocket of his chest and produced a pair of strikingly radiant jade bracelets. The bracelets, ancient artifacts, bore a hint of yellow amidst the white. They were imbued with 2 potent strands of resentment, the very essence that had thrown the Bridge formation into disarray. Attracting such a multitude of violet-black energy around Huang Miao, I drew a sigil in the palm of my right hand and grasped the bracelets, a chilling, tingling current surging up my forearm. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I heard a cacophony of vengeful wails in my ears. Steadying myself, I began to chant the purification incantation. This spell was not to be used lightly. Old Master Qi had repeatedly cautioned me, for its immense power could inadvertently harm surrounding spirits if misapplied. After reciting the incantation for the first time, the tingling in my forearm diminished significantly, and the wails subsided as well. Continuing to the 5th recitation, the resentment emanating from the jade bracelets had lessened considerably. I dared not relax my focus, chanting a total of 7 times until the bracelets were devoid of any resentment, becoming even more translucent and lustrous. I paid no heed to the sweat trickling down my face as I wrapped the bracelets in a talisman and placed them in my pocket. Turning back to the room where the formation had been set, I discovered that the dark veil had already dissipated. The power of the purification incantation was indeed formidable. I mused. The next steps were straightforward. I used the talismans to unbind the spirits trapped within the stones, releasing them. They emerged dressed in ancient attire, their resentment palpable. Realizing the situation, I took one of Huang Miao's jade vials and collected them inside. I will ensure Huang Miao provides you with an explanation, but for now, I cannot release you. Otherwise, innocent lives may be harmed, and your sins would be magnified. I addressed the vial. Upon returning to Huang Miao's bedroom, he appeared much improved and was able to sit up. "Take this. You must handle them properly. You understand what to do. The Bridge formation no longer protects you. If you fail, I shall hand the vial over to him." "I understand. Rest assured, Old Master Qi, I shall atone for my misdeeds," Huang Miao quickly replied. Next, I produced the bracelets, saying, "As for these, I gift them to you." Huang Miao accepted them eagerly. "Old Master, these bracelets are no ordinary jade. They were unearthed from the royal tomb of the Wang family from the Tang dynasty, royal relics. I shall not dare to use them again, so I present them to you as a token of gratitude. I do not require this from you. I mean for you to handle them with care." "No, I cannot bear to touch them again. Old Master, please accept them," Huang Miao insisted. "Then I shall accept them." I no longer hesitated. By heavens, it is only fitting that I receive some recompense for assisting him in tidying up the aftermath. I carefully placed the bracelet aside and fixed my gaze upon Huang Miao. "Teacher Huang, was it truly you behind the fire-eyed Pichou affair?" "Seventh Master, by heaven's conscience," Huang Miao exclaimed with fervor. "I owe much to Mr. Sui. How could I possibly repay kindness with enmity? I'm not that sort of person. And what do you say about this Bridge formation? If it were not for the fire-eyed Pichou causing misfortune and disrupting your luck, could you have managed to subdue the Bridge formation?" "Seventh Master, I admit the fire-eyed Pichio did indeed harm me. I am Mr. Sui's right-hand man, which is entirely reasonable. However, you are placing far too much credit on Huang Miao. Enough. I find this conversation rather tedious. What significance does it hold? Regardless, with the Ain Bridge formation now dismantled, the threat posed by the fire-eyed Pichio has substantially diminished. Even if he were indeed the culprit, what could I possibly do to him? Teacher Huang, where is Chu Jun? Chu Jun. He appeared flustered, feigning calmness. What do you seek her for? Is she connected to this affair? I let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Huang Miao hastily called after me, Seventh Master. Please wait. Let me finish my words. I can bring her to you. Then let her return before we speak. I continued my stride, exiting the building. Outside, the old donkey and several of Huang Miao's disciples were anxiously waiting. Zeng Jie, the old donkey exclaimed, taken aback. You've lost weight in such a short time. What did that old scoundrel do to you? Huang Miao's disciples were evidently displeased, with a few clearing their throats lightly. What's wrong? Got something stuck in your throat? Speak plainly. The old donkey barked. Enough of this. I'm fine. You all go take care of Teacher Huang. For the next few days, women should keep their distance. He needs to rest. I glanced at Chen Xiaoyan. Thank you for your trouble, Seventh Master. Chen Xiaoyan hurriedly pulled out a red envelope, thick with cash. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please buy some tea to enjoy. No need. I waved my hand dismissively. Of course you must. The old donkey seized it. I'll accept it. I shook my head in resignation. A young man approached Chen Xiaoyan. Seventh Master, Tang Yi, allow me to escort you both home. On our journey. I remained silent, closing my eyes to gather my thoughts. The old donkey chatted incessantly with the young man, inquiring about his family lineage. When did this fool become so nosy? Upon disembarking, as the young man departed, the old donkey approached me with a triumphant grin. Zeng Jie. Guess the background of that lad? Didn't he mention his ancestry is from Gansu? His grandfather was a leader in the engineering troops, and his father, hey. Do you seriously believe that? The old donkey interrupted with a wave of his hand. What do you mean? The old donkey pulled me beneath a tree, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned in closer. I'll tell you, that lad is undoubtedly Huang Miao's son. Is that so? He doesn't resemble him. I recalled the young man's features, and indeed, they did not match. Can't you see he has had plastic surgery? The old donkey chuckled. He studied in Korea, do you understand now? When did you become so gossipy? Enough with the nonsense. I need to rest. I replied impatiently. He quickly grasped my arm. Don't be so hasty, Zeng Jie. Think about it. Why would someone like Huang Miao hide his own son and prevent him from being recognized? How can you be so sure it's his? Do the math? I paused for a moment, calculating in my mind, and indeed, it seemed so. Ah, my keen perception does not fail me, does it? The old donkey is quite pleased. So, it appears that Huang Miao has a family. The young lad looks barely 18 or 19, which leads me to deduce that he must have been born after Huang Miao joined the Sui household. The revelation from the simpleton suddenly illuminated my thoughts. Huang Miao indeed has his reservations. He claims he can bring Chu Jun back, and I shall await the outcome. Since he harbors concerns, I trust he will refrain from any trickery. The old donkey opened the door, and as I entered the courtyard, Guogua, who was hanging out clothes, was taken aback upon seeing me. What happened to you? She exclaimed, quickly dropping her clothes and rushing to my side, gently touching my face. You've lost so much weight. What's wrong? Nothing, my dear. I'm just fatigued from my endeavors. Do not worry. I replied with a smile. Adai also emerged, and upon seeing me, hurried over. Master, what is the meaning of this? Please teach me. Step aside. Guogua glared at her. Later that evening, Guogua and I visited Sui Guangyuan. The old man was evidently displeased with my taking Guogua out for leisure. However, seeing her nestled against my arm, sweetly resting her head on my shoulder, he could only sigh in resignation. Young Master Qi, please, just call me Zeng Jie. I felt a bit embarrassed. Addressing me so formally in front of his daughter seemed quite impolite. Sui Guangyuan cleared his throat. Well then, I shall continue to address you as young Master Zeng. I am simply not accustomed to it. As you wish, I chuckled. During your absence these past few days, what are your thoughts regarding the resolution of this matter? Rest assured, I replied, glancing at Guogua. Within a week, I am confident. Sui Guangyuan's demeanor relaxed slightly. Then I shall rely on you. After a 2-day rest, I had fully recovered. There had been no word from Huang Miao, so early in the morning, I dispatched the old donkey to pay him a visit. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, the old donkey returned, satisfied and humming a merry tune, appearing quite carefree. How is Huang Miao? I inquired eagerly. He is feeling better. Much more spirited. With a rosy complexion, the old donkey replied. Did he mention Chu Jun? Upon seeing me, he immediately brought it up, claiming he has summoned Chu Jun back, who returned yesterday. And where is he? Guogua and I asked simultaneously. He said he doesn't know, after returning to Beijing. Chu Jun turned off his phone and has been unreachable. He is worried and is currently searching for him. The old donkey lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs. You can't trust that old man. He must have hidden Chu Jun away. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Is he attempting to outmaneuver me? It seems there exists a peculiar trait among geomancers, where those who create traps often find themselves entangled in a battle of wits with those who dismantle them, sometimes out of a sense of pride, complicating matters for one another. However, Huang Miao, if you still possess such intentions, you underestimate the Zeng family. Master Zeng. At this juncture, it is time for you to reveal your intentions, the old donkey observed. I glanced at him, then at Guogua, contemplating. The Fire Eye Pai Shio formation is not particularly complex. To put it simply, it consists of 3 Pai Shio arrays. Previously, I had been ensnared by conventional thinking, mistakenly believing that the 3rd array was concealed somewhere. Concealed where? The old donkey inquired. I shook my head. I suspect the opponent is unaware of how many deceptive formations they have set. The 3rd Pai Shio array is not positioned in a specific location. Rather, it has been integrated into the overall formation. Integrated formation? What does that mean? Guogua questioned. Indeed, what does it mean? The old donkey echoed. I have provided a brief explanation and will continue with my thoughts. The situation concerning Su Mo has suddenly led me to consider that the adversary may have utilized a merging technique to integrate the 3rd Pai Shio formation into an object, coupled with the information gleaned from Qi Hong and the water mirror technique. I surmise that this 3rd Pai Shio formation employs a living Pai Shio to transform the 3 women into embodiments of living Feng Shui, orbiting around Sui Guangyuan at varying distances. This indeed constitutes the authentic 3rd Pai Shio formation. Among these 3 women, there must be Wen Xian and possibly Qi Hong. Yang Shui, with one being undeniably principal, Chu Jun. The formation previously laid out by Huang Miao does not necessitate a virgin to facilitate luck for Sui Guangyuan. Rather, he intended to incite Chu Jun's resentment towards him, allowing those who orchestrated the scheme to exploit her bitterness, manipulating this unfortunate girl. When Xian bears a celestial stone beast to suppress her Pai Shio, and if all 3 women employ similar methods, the potency of this Pai Shio formation would not only be formidable but could also be controlled by the schemers through the celestial stone beasts, thereby diminishing the backlash damage from the fire-eyed Pai Shio. In other words, even if the reduction is minimal, the presence of these 3 women would significantly lessen the impact on the true orchestrator behind the scenes. This individual is indeed a master, capable of merging formations, devising schemes, and, crucially, manipulating human emotions. To dismantle the fire-eyed Pai Shio, all 3 formations must be disrupted simultaneously. This presents a considerable challenge. The first 2 formations are stationary, which simplifies matters, but locating the 3rd is no small feat. If the first 2 are disturbed, the situation would escalate. Even if the 3rd is found, dismantling the formation on a person is labor-intensive, and ensuring that all 3 women converge at the same time is inherently difficult. I have long harbored doubts about whether Huang Miao is truly behind this. Even now, I remain uncertain. However, once the Bridge formation is broken, the damage inflicted by the fire-eyed Pai Shio on him would be considerably mitigated, which complicates the matter further. Does it truly matter if he is the one? The old donkey interjects, Zeng Jie, we are here to unravel the scheme, not to engage in a game of chess. Why concern ourselves with who the opponent is? As long as we protect Guogua's family, does it matter if we counter their moves? Must we even contemplate their strategies? Am I overthinking this? I ponder to myself. You possess considerable skill yet harbor numerous flaws. The old donkey edged closer, resembling 2 cantankerous scholars prepared for a quarrel, engaging in a battle of wits that could last for days and nights, ultimately exhausting their energy for actual conflict. If it were up to us, who cares about Huang Miao or Lu Miao? Let us address the matter directly. A single confrontation would suffice. Why overthink it? Given that they do not adhere to conventional norms, I must tread cautiously. Instinctively, I cast a glance at Guogua. Damn. Is he the only one capable of being a rogue? Can't we play dirty too? The old donkey patted my shoulder. You were simply too honest. If it were us, and he acts out of line, we would act even more out of line. If it comes to blows, why waste time with trivial talk? His words dispelled my indecision. Indeed, if they disregard propriety, why must I uphold it? In truth, my deployment of the hexagonal Qilin formation has already strayed from convention. Zeng Jie, do you have reservations about me? Guo inquired. I am merely being cautious. They scheme against me, against our family. If you cannot seek vengeance for me, protect me, what kind of man are you? Guo's voice was soft yet pierced through my heart. Leave it to me. I restrained my excitement, embracing Guo, determined to shield her from harm. Do you have a plan? How will you find Chu Jun? Guo gently pushed me away. I will not seek her anymore. A cold chuckle escaped my lips. My dear companion, we shall serve them a substantial dish. This time, I intend to compel these rascals to relinquish everything. Very well. Your words provide a solid foundation. Pray tell, how shall we proceed? The old donkey rolled up his sleeves. Venture outside to the street vendors and procure several horror film discs. Ensure they are all of the frightful variety, I instructed. And then? He inquired. Upon your return, immerse yourself in these horror films until tomorrow night. When fatigue overtakes you, simply rest. Do not inquire further, and all will be revealed in due time. The old donkey nodded and promptly set off to buy the discs. What can I do? Guo asked. Return home. For the next few days, remain there. When I need you, I shall summon you, I replied. Me? Back home. Indeed. Your presence here only distracts me. Keep an eye on your family's demeanor and their quality of sleep. Guo hesitated to leave, but my insistence ultimately led her to comply and return home. I settled into my room, resting soundly for an entire day and night. In reality, I slumbered through the night and merely relaxed my eyes during the day. By the following evening, I opened my eyes, feeling as though they shimmered with vigor. The old donkey had already watched over 20 horror films. His senses dulled by the sheer volume. Currently, he was munching on sunflower seeds, half asleep while watching. Around 10 o'clock, I rose to stretch and retrieve paper and pen, focusing my mind to silently recite incantations. Soon, a slender figure materialized before me. With a subtle smile, I clasped my fist in salute. Lady Gio, your efforts are appreciated. Xia returned my smile with a slight nod. I arranged the cut yellow paper neatly on the table, totaling 16 sheets, and once more bowed to Xia. Lady Gio, I beseech your assistance. This time, Xia did not smile. She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them wide, her pupils turning crimson. Her entire form radiating a red glow. Her long hair, as if lifted by an unseen breeze, swirled around her, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanated from her, forming a vortex within the small room. I stepped back, channeling my inner energy, forming hand seals to protect myself, while also safeguarding Lady Jill. Xia's eyes grew increasingly red, as if bleeding, while she murmured incantations that were incomprehensible to me. As her chanting ceased, a beam of red light shot from her eyes, swiftly sweeping over the yellow paper. She exhaled, a mist enveloping the paper, gradually merging into it. The surrounding spiritual vortex began to settle, and when Xia reopened her eyes, she had reverted to her enchanting self. 12 witch spirits, for dream spirits. Xia gazed at me. Do not employ them lightly. Fear not, Lady Gio. Zeng Jie has his own calculations. In 3 days, I shall require your assistance once more. She smiled gently. It is but a trifling task. Where lies the hardship? With that, her form gradually faded from view. I lit 9 sticks of concealed incense to bid farewell to Lady Gio, turning my gaze back to the 16 sheets of yellow paper. I noticed they now emitted a faint red glow. This yellow paper was no ordinary paper. It was imbued with the power of witch spirits. Utilizing this for talisman crafting would yield results far exceeding mere arithmetic. With Lady Gio's innate abilities, combined with the spiritual energy of my talismans, the power unleashed for witchcraft would be formidable. After a brief moment of recuperation, I commenced the crafting of the talismans, 12 witch spirit talismans, 3 dream spirit talismans, and an additional dream weaving talisman. Having completed the 16 sigils, I was already drenched in sweat and felt somewhat exhausted. At 11:30, I called for a die. Are you ready? Master, I have the peach branches, and the food and water are all prepared. We have enough to last us a week. No need for food. We cannot eat for the next few days. Adai, you should step out, lock the door behind you, and stay at your home for a few days. Come back in 3 days. Adai looked puzzled. Master, what do you mean? Do you want me to go back? You are a girl, and it might not be appropriate for you to be here while we perform the ritual. Just enjoy a couple of days at home, and return in 3 days. I explained. Oh. She appeared quite disappointed. Is it because women can't be present? No, it's because I'm afraid you might be scared. I chuckled. Upon hearing this, she laughed. All right, I understand. With that, she dashed out, locked the door from the outside. Before I could call for Old Donkey, someone jumped into the courtyard. Turning around, I was astonished to see Adai had scaled the wall. This feat took me by surprise. The wall was over 2 meters high, and this girl possessed such agility. Adai entered the living room and grinned at me. Master, I don't want to leave. I want to watch Brother Donkey perform the ritual. What's going on? Old Donkey emerged from the bathroom, cigarette in hand. Adai stood her ground. All right, let her stay. After some contemplation, I realized that having her around might enhance our effectiveness. You two go take a shower, wash thoroughly, and then prepare the formation. Can I perform magic too? Adai asked excitedly. You will protect Old Donkey. I glanced at Old Donkey, go take a shower, but remember, it's only a shower, nothing else. Old Donkey shot a glance at Adai. No way. While they were showering, I tidied up the living room, moving all the movable furniture into the house and relocating what wouldn't fit outside to the courtyard. There was no alternative. I needed to handle these physically demanding tasks myself. The two of them had to be impeccably clean for what lay ahead. I cleared the living room, laid several blankets on the carpet, and arranged 3 porcelain plates on the mat, each beneath a sigil of witchcraft, topped with a red candle. While most witchcraft typically employs white candles, Sister Jie's unique practice utilized red ones. The 3 porcelain plates were arranged to form a large isosceles triangle, with the obtuse angle pointing towards the door. The fresh peach branches Adai had gathered were split into 2 bundles, placed beside the left and right plates. I plucked numerous peach leaves from above, crushed them, and scattered them behind the triangular formation. Seated at the center of the triangle, I regulated my inner breath, formed the necessary hand seals, and began to set up the formation, merging it with the peach branches. The resultant spell would prove significantly more potent than a mere incantation from Sister Jie. The use of witchcraft by a Taoist is akin to a rogue employing martial arts. With the formation complete, the two emerged from their showers, wrapped in towels. You both should return to your room and get ready. You have 15 minutes. Remember, the scarier you look, the better. Aim for a horror movie aesthetic, I instructed. Hey, this sounds fun. Adai nodded enthusiastically. Master, are we watching horror movies just to learn about styling? Old Donkey inquired. It's not that simple. You'll understand shortly. Now hurry and do your makeup. All right, but be prepared. Don't let it scare you too much. Old Donkey pulled Adai back to their room. I scoffed. Truly, what was there to fear? Could I possibly be frightened by someone in costume? I took a bowl, filled it with clear water, and stepped into the courtyard to gaze at the sky. The vast expanse was devoid of clouds, a rare opportunity to witness the starry night of Beijing. I performed a purification incantation on the water and set the bowl down on the ground, having completed the preliminary preparations. After more than 10 minutes, however, the Old Donkey Adai had yet to emerge. Growing a bit impatient, I returned to the living room and approached his door, ready to knock. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a creature with 6 eyes, a dark complexion, disheveled hair, clad in oversized shorts, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, blinking at me. Master Zeng, did I frighten you? The Old Donkey chuckled mischievously. Is that all? I scoffed, but then my gaze fell behind him, where a ghostly figure in white was admiring her reflection in a mirror. The mirror revealed a face as pale as death, with thick brows, blood-red lips, and exaggerated black eyes radiating malevolence. I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. The true spirit was not terrifying, but the disguise was undeniably chilling. In an instant, scenes from horror films flashed through my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. Hey, are you all right? The Old Donkey quickly steadied me. Let us just say we were worried about scaring you. Look, I brushed his hand aside. Adai truly was a genius. After they had finished their makeup, I instructed the Old Donkey to stand in the center of a triangular formation, handing him a dream-weaving talisman. Make sure to keep it secure, otherwise, there could be danger. The Old Donkey quickly accepted it, carefully tucking it into his shorts pocket. That won't do. It's too low. After a moment of thought, he rolled the talisman up and tucked it behind his ear like a cigarette. Is this better? Let us hope so. Just don't let it fall. I moved beside Adai, reluctant to look at her face, especially since she seemed to take pleasure in smiling at me. I gestured for her to turn around and drew a symbol on her back, giving it a gentle pat. Adai, in a moment, you'll hold a candle and sway back and forth behind the Old Donkey. The more eerie and ghostly, the better, and occasionally make some strange noises. Oh, I absolutely loathe this. Adai interjected unexpectedly, causing me to tense up. Is that acceptable? She quickly inquired. Dear lady, you would be wasting your talents if you did not act in horror films. I could not help but give her a thumbs up. For now, just focus on making strange sounds. Don't scare your old donkey. Uffed. He is not afraid. I turned back to the old donkey, instructing, when I bring the bowl of water back inside, you must not utter a word. Your task is quite simple. Just act. As for your character, I assessed him once more. Forget naming it. You can say whatever nonsense you like to frighten them. Once you've scared them, tell them to come see you in 3 days. Where will they find me? Don't worry about that. Just say this. I'll inform you later. All right. Do I need to perform any actions? Have you not watched enough horror films? The old donkey suddenly understood. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. I turned off the lights, lit a candle, and placed it in a porcelain dish before handing it to Adai. As the candlelight flickered, a sense of unease washed over me. Following the rituals prescribed by Jie, I ignited 3 candles on the ground one by one, chanting incantations as I did so. Then, I returned to the courtyard, retrieving the heavenly stone beast from my bosom, holding it high above my head, and after reciting the incantations, I gently placed it into the bowl. The hexagonal Qilin formation, through the fiery-eyed Pishio arrangement, can connect all individuals involved in the scheme. By placing the celestial stone beast within a bowl and then setting the bowl in the formation, the sorcery can extend its influence upon them. With utmost care, I lifted the bowl and entered the room, positioning it directly in front of the outermost candle, allowing the grand triangular formation to focus upon this vessel of water. I thought to myself, do not blame me. Rather, you should be grateful. Should I alter this triangular formation slightly, you would truly find yourselves in dire straits. With everything prepared, I closed my eyes, formed hand gestures, and invoked the incantation to activate the triangular formation. A sudden gust of wind arose outside. And as the incantation concluded, the wind ceased. I signaled to Old Donkey that he could commence, clearing his throat. Old Donkey let out a sinister chuckle akin to that of a movie villain, lamenting, "It has been a long 300 years searching for you. It is time for you to repay your debt." I shook my head repeatedly, urging him to adopt a more menacing demeanor. Behind him, Adai floated restlessly, intermittently emitting strange sounds, yet Old Donkey remained unfazed, continuing his passionate performance. Frustrated, I stamped my foot, prompting Old Donkey to glance at me. And I gestured for him to be even more fearsome. "I am the Six-Eyed Demon Lord. You were once my subordinates. 3 centuries ago, you fled the mountain. And today I have come to capture you. Just wait until I return. I shall flay you alive." My exasperation grew, as I could not speak and was left to gesticulate wildly, signaling him to unleash his ferocity further. With newfound resolve, Old Donkey cleared his throat once more. "Do you know who I am? You dare encroach upon my territory. If I was tee off drinking with the Grey Wolf King, I would have already dealt with you." My silence was palpable, and I could only gesture for a change in approach. After several iterations, Old Donkey still struggled to find the right path. While we were engaged in our animated exchange, Adai gradually wrapped his arms around Old Donkey, adopting an exceedingly peculiar voice. "Master, why waste words on him? If he doesn't come in 3 days, you may gift him to me. I am quite hungry." This voice caused Old Donkey's hands to tremble momentarily, but he quickly regained composure, nodding in agreement. In a tone even colder than Adai's, he declared, "If he does not come to see me in 3 days, he shall be yours." I pondered for a moment, then returned to the room, using a brush to inscribe 2 large characters, "Dance." Turning back, I showed them the characters. And Old Donkey hastily indicated that he did not know how to dance. I then added 2 more characters, randomly dance. Realization dawned upon Old Donkey, who began to flail about joyfully, hopping and dancing while reciting incantations. Adai, behind him, danced with a more alluring grace. Guogua had mentioned that Adai was quite adept at dancing during his school days, and now, holding a candle, he performed the Dunhuang flying Apsara dance behind Old Donkey. However, the image of this dance appeared utterly terrifying and bizarre, as if a ghost from the Tang dynasty had materialized. After 10 minutes of increasingly spirited dancing, I returned to the room to inscribe more characters for them to see. "You may continue dancing for a while longer, then rest. I shall take a moment to recuperate." Old Donkey nodded in agreement, while Adai was too engrossed in his dance to notice the paper in my hands. I returned to my room, secured the door, and sat upon the bed, closing my eyes to meditate and rest. The performance by the Old Donkey and the Fool will harness the power of the 9 Sisters' witchcraft through an intricate formation, allowing them to enter the dreams of all participants. What they will witness will be far more terrifying than the actual scene, akin to the contrast between a live broadcast and its edited version on television. Within their dreams, the branches of the peach tree will morph into colossal demons. They are likely to see 2 giant fiends guarding a 6-eyed ghost king and a fearsome female specter. Behind the female ghost, numerous minions of varied shapes will stand, brandishing their claws. The voices of the old donkey and the fool will echo in a hollow and distant manner, eerie and grating, while the fragrant aroma of peach leaves will permeate their dreams, uplifting their spirits. In times of extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary measures must be employed. Since they have set this trap to harm others, they ought to learn a lesson. After sitting for over 2 hours, I surmised that they would drift back to sleep following the initial wave of fright. I entered the living room to find the old donkey and the fool resting back to back. Upon noticing my presence, they quickly stood up. I gestured for them to continue dancing. They danced 3 times throughout the night until dawn. By morning, the fool was so exhausted he could barely stand. For the next few days, we must abstain from food. You carry the fool to take a bath, then have him drink some water and rest well. But no intimate activities, I instructed the old donkey. Don't worry, we are both too drained. Dancing is truly exhausting. I tidied up the living room, drank 3 large cups of water in one go, and returned to my room to sleep. For 3 days, we could only sustain ourselves on water and rest to regain our strength, so every drop must be conserved without waste. As I lay in bed, it was already past 10. I pondered for a moment and took out my phone to text Guogua. Did anyone in your family not sleep well last night? She quickly replied, my aunt didn't. She was restless all night and had nightmares. Are you all right? I inquired. I'm fine. But her screams from the nightmares disturbed my sleep. It struck me that Guogua's room was adjacent to Chihong's. No wonder. I'm going to sleep now. You should catch up on rest too. My sister asked me to accompany her to offer incense, saying she wanted to consult the sorcerer aunt about the situation. What should I do? Go ahead. I'm going to sleep, I replied. I turned off my phone, covered myself with a blanket, and soon fell asleep. Perhaps I was too fatigued, for I slept soundly until after 9 in the evening. Upon awakening, I felt a slight hunger, but it had only been a day. I got up, dressed, and went to the courtyard to practice a breathing technique, which quickly alleviated my hunger. This technique is employed during fasting. Those skilled in it can go months without food, while someone like me can manage a few days. However, the old donkey and the fool do not know this technique, and it cannot be taught indiscriminately, so they must endure their hardships. They had risen early and were playing cards inside. I knocked on the door, and the fool hurriedly opened it. I instructed them to take a bath and then apply makeup. As they bathed, I began to set up the formation, adding a porcelain plate and an additional witchcraft talisman. 12 talismans will be used over 3 days, 3 on the first day, 4 on the second, and 5 on the third, incrementally strengthening each day. No matter which sorcerer Su Pingping seeks out, there is little that can be accomplished in such a short time. As I reminisce about the exquisite visage of Chi Hong, I cannot help but feel a twinge of guilt towards Aunt Chi. I meticulously arranged the formation, and old donkey, following yesterday's methods, commenced his incantations once more. This time, they had gained experience. Old donkey's voice, tone, logical articulation, and the menacing quality of his words had significantly improved. Ultimately, it was still Adai who approached, saying, Master, why waste words with him? If he does not arrive in 3 days, bestow him upon me, for I am quite famished. Old donkey, adopting an even more chilling tone, replied, if he does not come to see me in 3 days, he shall be yours. Thereafter, without further instruction from me, the two began to dance fervently. That night, they performed 4 times. As dawn broke, Adai collapsed onto the ground, and old donkey could no longer stand. Let us wash up, drink some water, then sleep, I said, beginning to dismantle the formation. Old donkey nodded. Damn. I feel a bit dizzy. Starved and exhausted, I cautioned. When you awaken tonight, lie still, and do not engage in poker. You seem quite energetic. All right. Let us first bathe. Old donkey strained to lift Adai. Once we were finished, I sent a message to Guogua. Yesterday, Chi Hong had suffered from insomnia again. Guogua had taken a stroll around the company and found that when Xian and Yang Shui appeared despondent, while Feng Aigua had taken leave. A knowing smile crept across my face. I would add a bit more fuel to the fire tonight and see how long they could keep Chujun concealed. Before sleeping, I focused my energy on crafting several talismans, 2 of which I transformed into talismanic water for preservation. In the afternoon, a sudden and urgent knocking at the door interrupted my slumber. Huang Miao shouted outside, Young Master Qi, are you home? I ignored him and turned over, sinking back into deep sleep. Old donkey knocked, saying, Zeng Jie, pay him no heed. Let us sleep. Old donkey fell silent, likely returning. After a few minutes of Huang Miao's calls, he eventually quieted, realizing no one would respond. As evening approached, everything was prepared. Over the past 2 days, Old Donkey and Adai had lost several inches. Adai's figure appeared even more refined, though with makeup, I dared not gaze upon his face. Just one more night of perseverance, and we would achieve great success. They must endure. I rallied them, stating that we needed to dance 5 times that night, urging them to pace themselves and allocate their strength wisely. Rest assured, Master, I feel invigorated whenever I dance. Adai's eyes sparkled brightly. 5 times? Are you saying we must dance all night? Old Donkey inquired. No need. Each session will last only a few minutes, and then you may rest to conserve your energy. I clarified. The two nodded in understanding. After 2 days of suspense, it was time to reveal the location. Remember this name. Jinhua Cave, Maple Willow Forest. Do you remember? Old Donkey repeated it several times, perplexed. Where is that? Do not ask, just remember the name. Mention it only once at the end. I instructed. They commenced the ritual seamlessly, their tone, expressions, and demeanor markedly improved, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Finally, Old Donkey grinned ominously. Humph. If he does not come in 3 days. He had forgotten the location. Old Donkey glanced at me in exasperation, just as Adai chuckled. Jinhua Cave. Maple Willow Forest. If he does not arrive, I shall seek him out. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Adai's quick wit. It seems like fate intervened. Had the young lady not insisted on staying, the outcome of this matter would have remained uncertain. Next came the dancing. Having gone 2 days without food, both of them were severely fatigued, yet Adai moved with a graceful elegance, exuding a certain beauty, though his face was not to be admired. The Old Donkey, however, was in a dire state, nearly collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Fortunately, Adai was quick to act. Otherwise, I genuinely feared he might extinguish the candle with his weight. That night felt interminably long. As dawn broke, the two could no longer endure and collapsed onto the carpet. It was impossible to bathe under such circumstances. I attempted to assist the Old Donkey, but he waved my hand away, stating he was too fatigued, given his constitution. A few days without food would not harm him. It was the consumption of energy from the formation that had left them utterly drained. I had no choice but to help the Old Donkey to his feet and guide him into the house, laying him on the bed. Then, I returned to the living room to carry the limp Adai back to the Old Donkey's room and tuck them in with a blanket. A wave of dizziness struck me. I too had exhausted my strength. I forced myself to tidy up the living room, restoring the furniture to its rightful place. Once everything was in order, I called Guogua. My dear, can you come over? What's wrong? Why? She inquired. Hurry back, sneak in. We have rice and vegetables at home. Prepare us some congee, but it must be vegetarian. Don't wake us. We'll eat when we wake up tonight. Without waiting for her response, I hung up and switched off my phone, collapsing into bed. I slept for what felt like an eternity, dreaming as if I had returned to the past. Li Shuang, in a state of distress, pointed at me, berating, Zeng Jie, why don't you believe me? The Old Donkey patted my shoulder. Zeng, do you doubt the boss's feelings for you? Zeng Jie grasped my hand. Little 7th Master. The Long family will never forget your great kindness. I suddenly awoke to the sounds of laughter and joy from the living room. The door swung open, and Guogua entered. You're awake. She sat beside me, gently stroking my face with a look of concern. You must have been so tired these past few days. You've lost so much weight. I sat up and embraced her softly. Once we get through tonight, everything will be fine. Will we be able to break the spell tonight? Guogua asked excitedly. I nodded. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Guogua hesitated, gently pushing me away. You haven't eaten for days. You must go and have something. The Old Donkey had already devoured 3 large bowls of congee and was signaling me to join him. Guogua's culinary skills were commendable. Both the congee and dishes were delightful. As I ate, I pondered the significance of the dream. Tonight held the key. After finishing the meal, I turned to the Old Donkey. Are you all right? Can you keep up? No problem. I retrieved the 2 bowls of talismanic water I had prepared and handed one to him. Drink this, and afterward, we shall break the spell. At 8:30 in the evening, we split into 2 groups. Guogua and I headed towards the Sui residence, while the Old Donkey ventured alone to the community where Wen lived. Adai, too exhausted, was left at home to keep watch. Guogua, how long until we arrive? About half an hour. She glanced at her watch. We should definitely arrive before 10:30. Call your family and have them stay out tonight, either at a hotel or a friend's house. They cannot be at home. Guogua remained silent as she parked the car by the roadside and took out her phone to make the call. I alighted from the vehicle and stood beneath the streetlight, gazing contemplatively at the rushing tide of traffic. My emotions oscillated between calm and a tinge of exhilaration. accompanied by a slight apprehension. Soon, I would meet the team orchestrating this intricate scheme. And the legendary Chu Jun would ensure that the fire-eyed Pishio could no longer harm Guogua and her family. At this moment, my eyes sparkled with anticipation. As if I were about to embrace a long-awaited encounter. I had waited an eternity for this moment, reminiscent of the night Guogua and I first met. A feeling strikingly akin to my current sentiments. Guogua pressed the car window and signaled that it was time. I stifled my thoughts and climbed back into the vehicle. Shortly after 10:20, we arrived at the Sui family's villa, ablaze with lights. Are you certain they have all departed? I inquired. Yes, rest assured. It is our family's custom. When no one is home, all the lights remain illuminated. Mr. Sui does not seem to have returned from America, has he? No. But my sister has. Guogua chuckled as she opened the door and stepped out. My sister possesses a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. She brought back some habits from America. And we have simply adapted to them. We entered the villa and separated to inspect every room, ensuring that no one was present before I felt reassured. What about the basement? It is usually locked. Should we check? Guogua asked. No need, I replied, examining the doorknob of the basement. It was covered in dust, indicating that it had not been disturbed for some time. As the clock struck 11, I instructed Guogua to wait in the living room while I ascended the stairs to Sui Guangyuan's bedroom. I pushed aside the bookshelf to access the secret chamber. The Pishio array within the hidden room remained resplendent, delivering a powerful visual impact. I retrieved the jade beast from my pocket, caressing the head of the Pishio with my right hand as I closed my eyes for a moment. I placed the repaired talisman upon the Pishio's head and then pressed the jade beast down upon it. At this juncture, the spiritual energy from the 9 palaces gathering array would flow continuously into the jade beast, which in turn would suppress this Pishio. Once the tasks of the night were complete, the Pishio array would be dismantled. We departed Guogua's residence and made our way directly to the Guangyuan group headquarters. 2 hours later, we arrived at Sui Guangyuan's office, where I similarly placed the Lantian jade beast upon the red Pishio at the foot of the desk. The Feng Shui design of this office was meticulously crafted to gather spiritual energy for the Pishio at the desk's base. I instructed Guogua to rearrange the calligraphy and paintings on the wall, allowing the surrounding energy to begin flowing into the Lantian jade beast. As the arrangements concluded, a wave of anxiety washed over me. We were now at a critical juncture. With the 2 Pishio arrays suppressed, if the third array could not be dismantled by dawn, the previous 2 suppressions would falter, and the fire-eyed Pishio scheme would unleash chaos, spiraling out of control. Guogua held unwavering confidence in me. Yet a flicker of fear lingered in my heart. Guogua, we must dismantle this scheme tonight. This is our only chance. I embraced her fervently, pressing my lips against hers in excitement. Guogua offered no resistance, and after a moment of tender connection, she gently pushed me away. The die has been cast. Let it be. I smiled knowingly. Let us proceed to conquer Rome. It is said that Julius Caesar, with a legion and 300 cavalry, found himself in a quandary by the Rubicon River in Italy. Back in Rome, his political adversary Pompey controlled the Senate and declared Caesar an enemy of the state, calling for open hostilities against him. At that time, Pompey's military might far surpassed that of Caesar. After hesitating by the riverbank, Caesar, like a madman, seized his shield and sword and was the first to cross the Rubicon into his homeland. Upon crossing, his first proclamation was, "The die is cast, so be it." Little did I anticipate that my beautiful and enchanting Guogua possessed a heart akin to that of the great Julius Caesar. The journey from Guangyuan headquarters to Wenxuan's residence took less than an hour. After parking the car in the community, I grasped Guogua's hand and swiftly made our way to a grove within the public activity area of the neighborhood. The old donkey awaited us there and approached with haste, exclaiming, "Zeng, everything is in order. Which tree did you choose?" I inquired. The old donkey pointed towards the grove, indicating, "It's right in there." I had previously entrusted him with 6 talismans, instructing him to select a willow tree in advance and bury the talismans evenly spaced around it. This area served as a morning exercise ground for the residents, with the trees arranged in precise intervals. The old donkey selected a tree of suitable girth, and upon closer inspection, it appeared quite fitting. Have the talismans been concealed properly? Are they equidistant? I asked. Rest assured, we measured it meticulously. Just because of this, an old man surveying the area kept his gaze fixed on me for quite some time, nearly prompting me to be reported to the neighborhood watch. "And how did you escape?" Guogua inquired. "Do you truly believe that?" I scoffed. He was measuring with his foot, not with a ruler to raise any suspicion. The old donkey chuckled. "Zeng, you are always so pragmatic. We merely wish to lighten the mood with a jest." Gugu ignored him, turning to me. What shall we do now? Isn't there a building in the distance? Let's wait there for a while. Old donkey, find a spot. You must not accompany us, I suggested. Shall we patrol as a moving sentry within 50 meters of this vicinity? The old donkey proposed. I can't sit still. Suit yourself. For now. You retreat 100 meters away. Remember, at least 100 meters. I glanced at Guogua. Go on. I will keep watch over you. And later I will come to find you. Guogua gazed at me for a moment before turning to leave. The old donkey took a few steps but then returned. Zeng. There's something old who called me earlier, claiming an urgent matter requires your attention. I refrained from mentioning it to avoid disrupting you. Someone is seeking him to request a meeting with me. No need to worry. That person will arrive shortly, I retorted with a cold smile. Who else could it be but Huang Miao? As long as you are aware, then we shall take our leave, the old donkey said, hastily departing and soon vanishing from sight. Once I confirmed that no one was around, I approached the willow tree. Retrieving the Hetian jade celestial stone beast wrapped in red cloth. Tying it securely with red thread, I found a branch and hung it high among the tree's boughs. Subsequently, I took out the 5-colored agate and copper coins, arranging a small formation on the ground before sitting cross-legged and cradling the rotating star banner in my arms. In the shadow of the willow, I began to cast my spell. Even with the protective formation, I anticipated enduring some minor tribulations afterward. With everything in place, I performed the gesture and chanted the incantation. Soon the figure of the 9th maiden, Asha, reappeared before me. However, this time, Asha appeared somewhat transformed. Clad in white garments with fiery red hair, exuding an air of authority and radiating an added allure compared to her usual self. Her majestic appearance indicated that she had come prepared. 9th maiden, I must trouble you once more. I bowed in respect. Asha did not smile this time. With her right hand resting against the willow tree, her eyes emitted 2 beams of white light that struck the tree, causing the ground to tremble. Hey! There's an earthquake. An old man shouted from a distance. Old man, didn't you feel it? Upon completing her spell, Asha withdrew her hand and gradually returned to her normal state. Thank you, Miss Jio. I stood up. No need for such formality. Asha replied with a faint smile before vanishing in an instant. I dismantled the formation and collected the agate as I walked, scattering it along the way. Just as I exited the woods, I noticed 2 elderly men approaching with flashlights. Hey, young man, wasn't that an earthquake just now? One of the old men called out to me. No, really? An earthquake? I feigned surprise. What did I say? It couldn't possibly be an earthquake. I didn't feel a thing. The other old man perked up at my words. That's not right. The ground clearly shook. We should go back and ask. I'll have my daughter check online. It must have been an earthquake. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. The 2 old men continued their conversation as I walked in the opposite direction, where Gugu waited for me by a nearby bench. As I sat down, the old donkey darted over to us. Zeng Jie, the ground really did shake. What a rare occurrence. I wrapped my arm around Gugu's shoulder and sought a hidden spot, whispering, now we just wait for them to arrive. The old donkey dashed away again. Gugu leaned against my shoulder, and I held her a little tighter. In the silence, we could hear each other's heartbeats and breaths for a good 10 minutes. Neither of us spoke. Zeng Jie, I hope this isn't the end for us. Don't say that. I interrupted her. Trust me, I have confidence. I like you. Gugu nestled closer. If I have a future, would you be my boyfriend? A surge of excitement coursed through me. My hands trembled slightly. The mere confession of affection held such power over me. The title of boyfriend or girlfriend seemed to bear immense significance. Gugu, I need to remain calm. Don't provoke me. Once we finish tonight's business, we have all the time in the world. Is this a rejection? She gently pushed me away. No. You should know how I feel about you, I said, looking into her eyes. If you don't say it, I'll never understand. I don't want to guess. Guogua. The words hovered on my lips, but dizziness overcame me, blood rushing to my head. I hadn't realized such courage was required to speak. Or are you afraid it won't matter if you say it? She gazed at me intently. No, that's not it. The more anxious I become, the harder it is to articulate. Guogua fell silent, letting out a gentle sigh as she gazed at the stars above. Just as I mustered the courage to try again, footsteps approached from a distance. The old donkey returned in a flash. Zeng Jie, we have a situation. A woman is walking this way. Instantly, I regained my composure. It was crucial to prioritize the matter at hand. Donkey, stay hidden. I can see the area around the trees quite clearly. The old donkey nodded and swiftly departed once more. Guogua, I pulled her soft shoulders closer. Shoo, don't say anything. She's coming. Guogua pressed her finger to my lips. A slender figure approached us, appearing somewhat dazed, yet her gait remained graceful. As she drew nearer, I quickly embraced Guogua and kissed her to avoid being discovered. As the girl passed by us, Guogua hurriedly interrupted my passionate kiss. Wen Xuan, do you realize what time it is? You can't continue like this. Guogua playfully chided. What do you know? Here comes another one. Without hesitation, I captured her lips once more. Every 10 minutes or so, we would indulge in another affectionate exchange, while the passers-by seemed oblivious to our presence. As if we were merely air. Eventually, a couple approached. A middle-aged man, staggering in his gait, followed closely by a graceful figure. Guogua's hand around my back suddenly stiffened. It was Chu Jun. Don't say a word. I sealed her lips with mine. Guogua's breathing grew heavy, clearly agitated, her hands tugging at my shirt with urgency. Once she gradually calmed down, I gently released her. They truly cannot see us. Then why are you still glaring at me? I simply wish to kiss you. Is that so wrong? I met her gaze. She sighed. Come on, you've crossed a line. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders. What can I say? Do you understand what it means to be unable to control one's feelings? Who could resist? What do you mean? Shouldn't I say this today? My emotions surged, causing a wave of dizziness. Guogua, I need to focus on the task at hand. Personal feelings must be set aside. I took a moment to regain my composure. Let us revisit that issue later. Right now, I need to break the situation. Noticing my pallor, Guogua quickly began to massage my chest to ease my breath. Are you all right? I'm fine. Is that Chu Jun? I pointed to the distant, elegant figure. Yes, I know her all too well, Guogua replied with a faint smile. I concentrated on the scene ahead, observing a total of 7 individuals, 3 men and 4 women. Among the women were Wen Xuan, Qi Hong, and Chu Jun, while one remained obscured. Among the men, I recognized Feng Aigua, and the other was indeed Huang Miao. Yet, there was a third figure whose face remained hidden. The mastermind behind this scheme was either Huang Miao or that mysterious individual. Regardless of who it was, the priority was to dismantle their plan. Guogua stepped back. I must disrupt their scheme. Keep an eye on them. If 3 women cry out simultaneously, it means I've succeeded. You must rush in, and Lao Lu will follow. I will join shortly after. I instructed Guogua. She nodded, her exterior calm but her breath betraying her anxiety. Zeng Jie, you must trust me. I glanced at my watch. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Soon, morning exercisers would arrive, and this situation needed resolution before the rooster crowed. Guogua steadied herself and turned to leave. I rose, forming a hand seal and silently reciting incantations to summon the Tian-Shi beast. I focused intently, observing that the willow tree was enveloped in a veil of white mist, within which a red glow flickered. At this moment, I aimed to activate the hexagonal Qilin formation, harnessing Asha's shamanic power to thoroughly subdue the 3 Pishio formations. Among those 7 individuals, specifically among the 4 women, there must be a third Pishio formation, as they likely bore Tian-Shi beast bracelets. Perhaps the instigator had not anticipated that I would not employ traditional Feng Shui methods to dismantle their scheme. Rather, I intended to leverage the Tian-Shi beasts they wore, using the hexagonal Qilin formation to undermine the Pishio formations from their very foundation. Once the third Pishio formation crumbled, the other 2 would inevitably follow suit, causing the entire Huiyin Pishio arrangement to collapse into ruin. As the incantation intensified, the crimson light within the white mist began to flicker increasingly. The individuals beneath the tree remained silent, not having convened by appointment, but rather summoned here by my sorcery. To be precise, they were oblivious to their arrival, as though they were in a state of somnambulism, akin to dreaming. The so-called Golden Fire Cave and Maple Willow Grove were not intended for their ears, but rather for the spirits dispatched to guide them. I chose this location due to its heavy Yin energy, conducive for Asha to employ her illusions. Additionally, places saturated with Yin energy are ill-suited for casting spells, as those orchestrating the scheme are similarly hindered. Once they step into this willow grove, even if one possesses the ability to decipher the hexagonal Qilin formation, it would be too late. The incantation required recitation a total of 147 times. At this moment, I summoned the majority of my vital energy to chant the spell. The chill I had absorbed from casting spells in the grove began to surge within me, rendering my body increasingly frigid. Yet, I could not afford to be distracted. I must grit my teeth and persevere. Upon reaching the 130th recitation, an abrupt, blinding light erupted. "Hey, what's going on?" shouted the old man, whom I recognized as Lao Na. I remained silent, unable to afford distraction. The incantation had to be recited exactly 147 times, no more, no less. At this moment, I concentrated fiercely, determined not to miscount, while still focusing on the chant. The old man, noticing my indifference, grew more animated. "Hey, are you mute? What's happening?" The dazzling light flickered incessantly before my eyes, and I struggled to maintain my composure. Only 5 recitations remained. The old man was now quite close, the brightness nearly overwhelming my focus. "Sir, hush." At that critical moment, the voice of the old donkey pierced through the chaos. The blinding light vanished, and my companion said, "My friend, practicing Qigong here? Please, do not shine that light. You understand, any disturbance during Qigong could lead to disastrous consequences." "Qigong? Who practices Qigong on the road? Isn't there a grove over there? You don't understand. He is practicing a secret form of Qigong passed down from Longhu Mountain. It must be practiced at the roadside to capture the essence, even if it's not perfectly executed." I thought to myself, so he was merely mumbling to himself, while you were here serving as his guardian spirit? Very well. I shall wander over there. "Hey, young man, you need not assist me. I'm quite sturdy. Thank goodness for the old donkey. He truly is my auspicious benefactor." At last, I completed the final recitation of the incantation, and I clearly sensed the willow trees shiver slightly, returning everything to tranquility. My body felt nearly depleted, and I hastily seated myself on a bench, closing my eyes to recuperate. After a dozen seconds, I opened my eyes to find the women still in silence. Without further contemplation, my immediate priority was to stabilize my breath. A few minutes later, beneath the tranquil night sky, the sound of a woman's sorrowful sobs reached my ears. The weeping grew louder, and soon another woman joined in. At this moment, I had stabilized my breath and opened my eyes to observe 2 women crouched on the ground, weeping, while 2 others remained motionless, one of whom was Chu Jun. Guogwa stood nearby, anxiously gazing at me, and I gestured for her to approach. "What happened to you just now?" I inquired. I wanted to intercept that old man, but before I could reach him, Guogwa wore an expression of regret. "I understand that you are at a distance. The old man is approaching from that direction. It suffices for the old donkey to obstruct him. I bear no ill will towards you, so do not overthink it." I reassured her. "Yes, they should wait a little longer. Chu Jun is the key, and she needs some time." After a few more minutes, the 2 women had succumbed to tears, while Chu Jun remained unresponsive. Perhaps something was still missing, yet the 3 of us were unable to approach. I pondered deeply. The old donkey stealthily approached. "What shall we do now, Master Zeng?" I whispered a few instructions in his ear, and he nodded before departing to attend to the matter. It was nearly 4 o'clock. After that hour, those who rise early for morning exercises would arrive. I composed myself, and the remainder rested upon the old donkey's efforts. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the old donkey returned, leading the elderly gentleman. "Where is it?" he inquired. "There, look at those 2 women weeping. Something must surely be amiss." The old donkey pointed towards the group beneath the willow tree. "Hey, what is going on?" the old man shouted. The group remained silent, while the 2 women continued their lament. At that moment, the sky was at its darkest. The few individuals stood motionless, the 2 women sobbing softly. The old man, sensing trepidation, merely shouted, hesitant to approach. "What are you all doing? Hey, speak up. If you do not respond, I will call the neighborhood watch and the security." A crowd still ignored him. "I say, what do you mean by this?" The old man summoned his courage to shout. This outcry proved consequential. Chu Jun emitted a mournful cry and collapsed against the willow, weeping openly. Her tears prompted the 2 women to join her in sorrowful wails. The 3 women wept in unison, casting an eerie and haunting atmosphere throughout the woods. The old man, realizing he was at a loss, stammered, This. I felt a sense of relief. May the ancestral spirits bless us, for the fire-eyed Pishio has indeed broken the spell. I silently celebrated, embracing Guogwa triumphantly. She gently pushed me away and, with calm determination, asked, "Is it true?" "Indeed, it is true. You are safe, and your family is unharmed." Guogwa's eyes glistened with excitement. "Quickly, go embrace Chu Jun, or she may despair." I released her, and she nodded, darting towards the willow grove. I approached the old man, signaling to the old donkey, who understood. "Do not worry, sir. I shall first investigate the situation." Before the old man could finish his sentence, the old donkey had already rushed forth. I leaned closer to the old man. "Sir, were you not the one practicing Qigong earlier? What is happening over there?" The old man hastily inquired. Lowering my voice, I asked, "Do you believe in such matters?" "I do not," he replied emphatically. "Then I shall say no more." I turned to leave, The old man quickly grasped my arm. Hey, 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 please come back. There are indeed many strange occurrences. If everyone were to disbelieve, that would not suffice. Well, if you would trust me this once, I shall go take a look. I assure you they will leave peacefully, without causing you any trouble. Otherwise, you may as well call the police. If this escalates, it will only lead to gossip, and your subsequent patrols will become a burden, correct? Do you have confidence in this? The old man appeared somewhat skeptical. I shall go at once. Should they depart, do not obstruct them, as some of the residents of this community are among them. Just pretend you did not see anything. What do you think? All right, give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will call security. Just be careful. I chuckled and said I would give it a go. Please, do take care. Chu Jun began to lose her composure, clinging to the willow tree, intent on crashing into it. Fortunately, Guoguo arrived just in time to catch her around the waist. At that moment, Chu Jun's strength seemed immense, and Guoguo struggled to restrain her. The two women on the ground also started to become agitated. Although old donkey had arrived, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. I could not run away. Instead, I slowly crept to the tree. As I got a clearer view of Chu Jun's face, I noticed she was an exceptionally graceful and refined girl. I grasped her right hand and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a red agate Pishio bracelet. Gripping both ends of the bracelet, I clenched my teeth and yanked it apart, causing Chu Jun to fall silent instantly. Guoguo hurriedly pulled her aside to sit down, continuously massaging her back. After so many years of sisterhood, it would be disingenuous to say there were no feelings between us. The two women on the ground were Wen Xian and Qi Hong. I replicated my earlier action and snapped Wen Xian's bracelet, which also rendered her quiet. Next was Qi Hong. I instructed Guoguo to hold her down and rolled up her sleeve, only to discover there was no bracelet on her right hand. How could this be? Just as I was momentarily taken aback, Qi Hong suddenly lifted her head, her gaze vacant as she stared at me, causing a shiver to run down my spine. In that unprepared moment, such a hollow look could empty one's soul. It reminded me of Suimo, the yin-yang eyes. There was no time to hesitate. I reached into the front of Qi Hong's shirt and felt something smooth and soft, which I pulled out to reveal a teardrop-shaped jade pendant. Focusing intently, I noticed two wisps of energy swirling around the pendant. This was a pendant trapped in a formation. Before I could decipher it, a resounding slap struck my face as Guoguo glared at me furiously. What are you doing? This is my aunt. Be quiet. I am here to save her. I barely noticed the heat rising to my face as I grasped the pendant with one hand and placed the other on Qi Hong's back, channeling my inner energy to break the formation. Guoguo, stop causing trouble. Don't you understand how Zeng Jie treats you? Is this really the time for such thoughts? Old donkey, witnessing my predicament, couldn't he help but reprimand Guoguo. Guoguo quickly realized her mistake and apologized. I'm sorry. Zeng Jie, I had no time to pay her any heed, concentrating solely on unraveling the spell on Qi Hong. At that moment, the three individuals suddenly regained consciousness. Huang Miao, seeing me pressing Qi Hong's back, shouted stop. Someone restrain him. Old donkey positioned himself between me and them, barking, everyone stay still. If anyone moves, I'll take care of them. The three were momentarily stunned by his fierce demeanor. After a tense 10 seconds, I successfully dispelled the formation on Qi Hong. With a powerful tug, I broke her necklace. Qi Hong ceased her struggles, letting out a long sigh as she slowly leaned against the willow tree. As soon as the necklace snapped, Huang Miao and the others returned to their dazed state. At this point, I clearly saw that the fourth woman was Xiao Chang, the personal secretary of Sui Guang Yuan, while the third man seemed familiar, though I could not recall where I had seen him. Who is he? I inquired of Guoguo. Uncle Ma, Guoguo exclaimed, standing up abruptly and walking towards him. How could you be involved too? My father treated you so well, yet you would harm our family? Her voice trembled with indignation and sorrow. Who is he? Old donkey questioned. Ma Zhiping, my father's driver. He has been with my father for over 20 years, and I never anticipated his involvement. I recalled that it was this Master Ma who came to pick up Qi Hong when I arranged to meet her. Guoguo approached and embraced me, weeping sorrowfully on my shoulder. Everyone, you may leave. We shall discuss the remaining matters in a few days. The three men remained silent and departed first. Among the four women, Xiao Chang left promptly, while the other three adjusted their attire and gradually followed suit. They had committed a grave wrongdoing yet chose to depart without uttering a single word. Guoguo continued to sob on my shoulder. They are still ensnared in their dreams. How could they converse with you? It's all right, Guoguo. In a couple of days, they will provide an explanation to the Sui family. I gently caressed her back to comfort her. After a moment of crying, she softly pushed me away and touched my face, asking if it hurt. I retorted, "Does it look swollen?" "You are infuriating." She chuckled through her tears. An elderly man approached, inquiring if I was all right. I assured him that all was well. And we were heading home. I forgot to ask, "Which building do you reside in?" "I live in building 15. I shall see you again." With that, I took Guoguo's hand and departed. The old man seemed to want to ask more, but the old donkey quickly intervened, and we hastily left without looking back. On the way home, a wave of relief washed over me, though my face felt quite warm. "I apologize. It was not intentional," Guoguo murmured. "You were quite forceful." "Who told you to touch my aunt's chest?" "It was that moment of excitement." "Enough, enough. I'm not blaming you. Please, drive carefully." Suddenly, a sharp pain struck my stomach, and I could not suppress a muffled groan. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. "I caught a chill. We must hurry home." Fortunately, we were not far from home. After enduring the discomfort for several minutes, we finally arrived. After a bout of vomiting and diarrhea, I was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the bed, losing consciousness. When I awoke, Guoguo was nestled against my arm, dozing. I was unsure how long I had slept, but her delicate face appeared much more gaunt. Upon noticing my awakening, she perked up, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you are awake. I have been so worried. Have you taken to imitating Adai?" I laughed. "You have slept for 5 days. It was quite alarming. I proposed taking you to the hospital, but the old donkey refused." He was right. Allowing me to rest in peace was the best form of recuperation. "Our home was burglarized," she mentioned softly, handing me a glass of water. "Would you like some water?" I sat up and drank the water in one go. What was taken? Nothing else was missing, just the Pichio statue from the secret room, which vanished that very night. Guoguo gazed at me, and I felt it was quite remarkable. "Could it be due to your disruption of the scheme?" "What about the office?" I inquired. "That was accidentally knocked to the floor by the new cleaner the next day, and a piece broke off. It is no longer usable." I smiled knowingly. "What about your aunts?" "Wen Xuan and my aunt were both hospitalized due to illness, but they are fine now." "Well, that is a relief. I shall sleep for a few more days, so do not disturb me." I lay back down. Huang Miao spoke with my father and confessed that he orchestrated the scheme. My father compensated him handsomely, and he left with his family. Can you believe he hid so well that he even had a son, now a young man? Chu Jun was still involved with him and left alongside him. Guoguo rested her head on my chest. "What? Your father gave him a sum of money?" I gently urged her to sit up. "Why?" Guoguo forced a smile and replied, "My father explained the situation to me. Back in the day, Sui Guang Yuan served as a squad leader in a special operations unit, where he formed a close bond with his comrade, Tencin, a native of Jiangxi. Eventually, their unit welcomed a new medical officer named Qina, a stunning beauty and the daughter of high-ranking officials. Both Sui Guang Yuan and Tencin fell deeply in love with her, leading to a spirited competition between the two as they fervently pursued her affections. After more than a year, an order arrived from higher authorities to mobilize some personnel from the Special Operations Unit for a particularly sensitive mission. Sui Guanyuan and Tan Sun were dispatched to a southern province due to a prison break where several skilled criminals had seized firearms and fled into the mountains. Their mission was to assist the Public Security Department and local armed police in apprehending these fugitives. During the pursuit of the last criminal, Tan Sun was struck by a bullet from behind and fell unconscious. At that moment, only Sui Guangyuan and another prison guard were present. When Tan Sun regained consciousness, he realized he had sustained severe injuries, which ultimately left him disabled and forced him into retirement. 2 years later, Qina married Sui Guangyuan. Tan Sun, increasingly consumed by despair, fell into a deep melancholy and soon fell gravely ill. He had a cousin, Tan Miao, who had been taken in by the family since childhood, and they shared a close bond. The Tan family was renowned for their ancestral practices in Jiangxi, a subject Tan Sun had little interest in, while Tan Miao, being exceptionally gifted, embraced the family legacy. Upon hearing of Tan Sun's critical condition, Tan Miao hurried back to their hometown to visit his brother. In a moment of anguish, Tan Sun confessed the doubts that had tormented him for years. During the capture, a police officer had perished and Tan Sun had been severely injured, while Sui Guangyuan had only sustained minor injuries and had managed to apprehend the fugitive, earning accolades in the process. Tan Sun had long harbored suspicions that Sui Guangyuan had fired that fateful shot behind his back. In his quest for answers, Tan Sun sought to investigate the matter, but the military remained tight-lipped, leaving him with no recourse. Stripped of his future and love, he blamed Sui Guangyuan for his plight, vowing that he would not rest until he avenged himself. Tan Miao swore before Tan Sun that he would seek retribution against Sui Guangyuan. Shortly thereafter, Tan Sin passed away, and Tan Miao learned that Sui Guang Yuan had moved to Beijing. Thus, he journeyed to the capital, adopting the name Huang Miao, and devised a plan to get close to Sui Guang Yuan, subtly manipulating those around him to orchestrate a scheme of vengeance. What is the truth? I inquired of Guogua. With a bittersweet smile, she recounted. My father revealed that the one who shot Tan Sin was that very prison guard, who also injured my father. However, my father reacted swiftly, shooting the guard dead and subsequently wounding the fugitive. After injuring the fugitive, my father's comrades arrived, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, that prison guard had already been declared a martyr. They had engaged in the fight for several days, using mixed ammunition, and back then, ballistic testing was not conducted. My father reported the actual events to his superiors, but the guard was a descendant of the Red Army, an esteemed worker with a commendable record. And having been declared a martyr, the matter could not be revisited. Thus, it was only deemed that he had inadvertently injured both my father and Uncle Tan. So, that was it. I nodded, recalling my first encounter with Huang Miao. I had sensed a deep-seated resentment within him, a desire to vindicate those who came before him. Now, it all made sense. My father clarified everything to him, yet he still could not forgive my father, though he felt remorse for him. Over the years, he amassed a considerable fortune, nearly depleting the Su family's resources, with all that money ultimately lining his own pockets. Guogua sighed. Although Mr. Sui has his flaws, he is a man of great virtue. It is not easy to repay resentment with kindness under such circumstances. My aunt and her family were all exploited by Huang Miao, and I wrongfully accused Chu Jun. My father revealed the truth to me. She was seen with my aunt by my mother, which led to their divorce. I never anticipated that they would truly be like this. Guogua shook her head. Now that the crisis has passed, let us not dwell on other matters. Your brother will soon return to take over the business, and the Su family will rise again before long. Though my head still felt a bit dizzy, an unusual lightness filled my heart. The essential matters were settled, and it was better to know as little as possible about everything else, to have minimal contact. My brother returned